generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
Another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity, and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But as squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity. So I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is. I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. I got to make it work. I got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended full of advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nanonet filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, giving truths to hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
Savage. Wild, not cultivated. Barbaric, not civilized. Fierce and ferocious. S-A-V-A-G-E. Savage.
Yeah. Yeah, yo. When I
mind storm of rhyme forms from out of dark clouds, and I jot down deep mysteries about space and the aborigines. Compose symphonies, thoughts of Moses to epiphanies. Caesars, the desert eagles, the weapon for the people. My raps is beauty, so I'ma always be before the E and the A and the U. Jesus with a bottle of Grey Goose, took off my grave suit. Now I'm reborn, re-strong and reform. You devils be gone. This style belongs to the stained glass medallion. Flames dance around him. Some say he's the same as the Malcolm. Came of dancing volumes. Now witness behind the stained glass album.
There's no quiz in the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, there's no quiz in the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, Godzilla's the king of all monsters. Great, you're bonkers, secret space launchers. Boxers and daughters at my concert. I conquer doctors, gangsters, haunter. Dollars and honors, horror hunters, ponder. Prehistoric lobsters and rap rosters, robbers, flying saucers, stronger sponsors, kill imposters. I explode dishwashers, rhymes like armed Navy helicopters over foreign waters. Peace to Cookie Monster, I comatose watchers who don't moniker. Mr. Commodore 64, the monitor auditor, blockbuster, too popular for gossipers. Gobbler of astrologers, omnivore orbiter, gravity softener, explosion vomiter, an astronomer who used a barometer, binocular to kill a biographer. There's no quiz in the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, there's no quiz in the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen.
Mad world, yes. It's a mad world, yes. It's a mad world. Because what has been kept from us crucially, is who we are, the nature of life and the nature of the reality we live in. The nature of life.
Yo, back the fuck up, out of my way before I crush you. I might be nice to your face, but don't trust you. The earth is the deadliest planet to live and troop on. These sheep will oblivious women that clipping coupons and they beer drinking me, consuming overtime and men. You're the children that they bearing, I'm doing this all for them. This real medicine ain't pretend. I'm causing a massive shock. I conquer block by a block while possessed by the soul of pop, possessed by the soul of big, possessed by the soul of pun. I never run from none of them. Paid for the things I've done. I even cock back and let a few go with the name of justice. Came to conquer the scene like a rapping Caesar Augustus. Here's the battle plan. Resist and assemble a massive caravan. They brainwash our children that train in a fight that tell a man. So shall a man, the woman you loving's about the money. If you got none, guarantee honey be acting funny cause she programmed early through Disney and Prince Charming. While a second amendment dissolving it disarming all the idiots believing the hype that are watching news. I refuse to infuse with their fuse all of passions view. This is the worst time ever in history to be living. It's a cold world in general. People is unforgiving. It's a hell of a place where a race of the most is also might sight. Fools are gradually changed into two apostles. Left a legacy behind all the music and things I've written. Cause I seek out the occult, cause the cult only means it's hidden. Pure of heart, ain't no malice or hate. Just simple logic, give 100% of myself in musical projects, rhyming handstand. Nigga, you're nice. That's why I fang fans. Bases are loaded with soldiers. It's time to grand slam and bring them home. I hope this penetrates and sinks into your dome. Don't feel ostracized, you're my brother. Believe you're not alone, you never were. The way that your feeling's the same and I concur. Develop a taste for truths of the world. Became a connoisseur and I prefer to be treated equally, treated civil. Fuck the biases and spewers of ignorant races. Dribble, we've inherited a merited mess. More or less repetitive, competitive, no sedative. Opinions argumentative and the clock ticking. Greedy politicians leave us slim pickings. This the type of knowledge always having, always been kicking.
Yeah, can I vent for a second? Beast, lock me in a room with a politician, no referee. Which one? Anyone, any party from any era. Carry no conforming, I can't see it with 20 mirrors. People awaken and they hating because of us. The real war on terror is us against the officers. 1 minute they disrespecting us and over talking us. Life or death behind bars and scars marking us. Jail walls, our warriors got lost in them all because the slaughtering governors wouldn't couldn't pardon them. It's more coming, that's why we fighting for all of them. Walking through the darkness with artificials and charlatans. Meanwhile, down here, the cracks and temptation to women in skirts and virulent acts. No love for the newcomers, it hurts to be from a place where the sun shines once a month in the summer. I made it in time, through nights and days on the grind. Decades of difficult struggling ways on the mind. As we reach the last pages of an age in decline, I can never lie and say all of my ways are divine. Trying to unify with the like mind and no tough image. You either conquer the world or get crushed in it. It's a long, hard fight, but we must win it. There can never be trust without us in it.
Who are we? Where are we? What is reality? What is life? Where are we? What is reality in the world actually after that? In their entire lifetime until they're towards the end. And when you ask those questions, you realise it's all when you ask this physical world that we take so seriously, that we think is so real, it's just an illusion. And really, the bottom line is a conspiracy, an illusion to manipulate our imagination of ourselves. All matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We are all one consciousness experience. We are all subjective. There's no specific death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. And we are the imagination of ourselves. And we are the imagination of ourselves.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got some interesting explanations, right? Theories, right? Possibly at the edge of what can be known. And obviously we dance at the on the edge of the paradox, right, as they say, right? So so we love to explore those uncharted territories of the mind, right? Whether those be in history, right? Philosophy, right? In terms of the theological attitudes that have existed, right? And of course, in terms of the intersection of those religious attitudes with the political framework, right, into a area which is sort of commonly, I don't know, commonly is really not really a term, but yeah, there is a sort of branch of sort of mediation between the theological landscape and the political frameworks that we develop, right? And maybe that would be sort of political theology or something to that effect, right? But whether it be how politics relates to the ultimate questions of man, especially politics and ethics, right? And of course, there's many things that we discuss that we've talked about in terms of the historical landscape, right? That are quite significant. Okay. So, and of course, these don't just really have to do with history, right? But they actually have to do with a recasting of history in light of modern interpretations. Okay, so so this as much has to do with the history as it has to do with the ideal of man in the future. Okay, because as we've discussed, right, it's centered around the notion of this idea of the archetypal man, right? And from the notion of the primordial man to the archetypal man, to the universal man, to the mass man. Okay, there's been 4 sort of movements throughout history, right? So as man's idea of himself corresponds to those theological and historical and political frameworks, right? He develops a new idea of his own limitations. Okay. So first we have this idea of the primordial man. Okay. And from this, we sort of develop this notion of man as the measure of all things. Okay, and in terms of man as the measure of all things, okay, we have the notion of man corresponding in a one-to-one relationship with nature. Okay. So you have a one-to-one correspondence with man and nature. Okay. And if you say man is the measure of all things, that means that man is one-to-one in terms of the universal framework, right? That man is a reflection of the cosmos, right? Of the cosmic realm. Okay, so you have this idea that all things can reflect man and his capacity of understanding. Okay, so this is a first step. And of course, sometimes this primordial man, okay, it had men and women together. Okay. So this was like a androgynous being. Okay, whether you have like a bunch of different religions, they talk about this androgynous primordial man. Okay, but the main place where we look at it is in Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? That's a place to pay attention, is Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? Obviously, there's a Mithraic, there's the whole idea of Aristophanes and the Symposium, right? So there's lots of different iterations of this concept, right? But anyways, what I'm trying to get to is this idea of a man that represents every man. And then, of course, Plato comes out, right? And Plato says all ideas exist as sort of heavenly forms, right? So you could think of sort of man himself existing as a sort of heavenly form, right? And sort of Aristotle saw man as sort of a reflection of the cosmos insofar as he was a place that was high up on the hierarchy of being, right? As compared to animals and plants, right? Man was imbued with a rational soul, right? Aristotle noticed that plants and animals are not imbued with rational souls, right? So when it came to people like St. Thomas Aquinas, right, he said animals do not have souls, right? And up until Descartes, right? See, Descartes wasn't exactly like mainstream Christian. Okay, but he still thought that animals did not have souls because they were not rational. Okay, so this concept came from early on, right? They thought of this concept very early on, that rationality means you have a soul, right? Okay? And of course, this is not true, right? I don't think it's true, right? I think it's I think what's true is closer to like one of my friends sent me something about Buddhism, right? Where it said all sentient beings have Buddha nature, right? So there's some type of spirit or life within all sentient things, right? That makes a lot more sense than this concept that Aristotle had, that you graduate up the hierarchy of being and get to some rational soul, right? Right? That doesn't make any sense, right? So the concept that the Buddhists had, they were way far ahead, right? Right. But that's neither here nor there right now, right? We're talking about at the same time, there was this concept that man was sort of above nature. But at the same time, they had this idea that man was a reflection of nature. Okay. Now let's move to the other thing that I already sort of talked about it, right? Was this notion of the archetypal man. Okay. And the archetypal man, okay, was a concept about man's collective destiny, right? So now you see like the archetypal man was kind of like a representation of a mediation between gods and the world, right? So now you see it's not a one-to-one relationship with nature, but it's sort of this heavenly being, right, that sometimes exists before the creation of the world, right? In the case of Christianity, right, the second Adam exists before the first Adam, right? The second Adam is really the purpose of all creation, right? The world is created through the second Adam, right? And this sort of lines up with the some other ideas. Okay, but this whole notion of the world being created through man and for the purpose of man. Okay, so now you have the idea of man made in the image of God, right? You have man as sort of a superior principle to that of nature and in a one-to-one relationship with God, right? On earth, so it is in heaven, right? So there's this relationship where there's where man is kind of like the small g, right? Whereas before, it's like man had to correspond with nature to become universal, right? Now, man is already universal, being made in the image of God, right? So you have a serious change from the notion of the primordial man to the archetypal man. Okay, it not only lost its natural element corresponding with nature, being an androgynous being and being a creation of the gods, now man corresponds with God and is beyond nature, right? And is a heavenly being that's brought down, right? The heavenly Adam that's brought down, right? Okay. So this corresponds also to the fall of man, right? Right? People think that this means that man fell, right? So that diminishes man, right? But it actually means that man isn't from here, that man is from a higher place, right? So it actually diminishes nature. It actually ends up diminishing nature, right, and not man, right? So when we move from this notion of the man, right, that's primordial, to the archetypal man, now you have the universal man. And the universal man is basically even more generalized, right? The universal man is based on this notion that man can realize his own destiny. Okay, so now man doesn't correspond to God, right, but corresponds to the state, pretty much. Okay. So you have this idea of man creating himself, right, in his own image, right? So the universal man is sort of about man liberating himself from ethnos, theos, right? Definitely family and religion is one thing that man is liberating himself from when he becomes universalized, right? And when man becomes universalized, he also becomes collectivized, right? The notion of individual salvation goes to one of collective salvation. Okay, and this means that this whole idea that the man corresponds to this universal nature, okay, it's not based on some heavenly principle, but based on a realization of the fact that every man has the ability to realize his true potential. So obviously, this corresponds to the fact that man has already separated himself from nature, right? In the second movement, right? Okay, first, man was the measure of all things, meaning he's in a one-to-one relationship with nature, right? Then, in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man, right? So God has now lowered himself into this reality in order to raise man up to the heavenly being, right? So man is beyond nature at this point. Now, in the third movement, right, man becomes able to realize his true potential. Right, and this means that man becomes sort of his own God, right? Right? Okay. Now, this corresponds to the Rousseau quote, right? He said that first, man saw nature peopled with deities. Okay, nature was divine, right? Then he took God out of nature and put God into the temple. Right? And then the third step, he kicks God out of the temple and becomes God himself, right? But he should have added a fourth step, right, in which the slave gives birth to its master and man starts worshiping his own creations. Right? There's a fourth step, of course. Right? So in the third step, right, man becomes collectivized. right? They developed this notion of collective salvation through this notion of universalism. And then finally, right? Finally, you have the notion of the mass man through this collective notion, right? From this collectivity, man then becomes atomized through techniques. And he becomes a product of massification on the one end and atomization on the other end. Okay, as we've continuously said. And this dual process of individualism and collectivism pushes and pulls man from each side. Okay, and you have the creation of a mass man. Man becomes calculable. Okay, having been subjected to psychotechnics, okay, and then subjected to conditioning, right, his actions become predictable. And you have the massification and atomization of man, where man becomes a product of psychotechnics and mechatechnics, right? And remember, I explained the relationship and the birth of these complex forms of techniques, right? Or techniques. Okay, and they basically represent a calcification of social, political ideals, right? Also religious ideals in a way, right? And of course, we can map on lots of thinkers and people who sort of got this process going, right, throughout history. And of course, we'll begin to do that here in a moment. I greatly appreciate you guys watching and listening. Right, we're dealing with a history of transhumanism. And of course, I laid down 4 steps to that sort of historical development, right? The first is the creation of the primordial man, right? The second is the creation of the archetypal man or the heavenly Adam, right? They're sort of removed from this world. The third is the creation of the universal man, right? In which man sort of thinks he can sort of realize his own destiny, right? And of course, you get all sorts of political ideals in this period, right? This is why it's a great period where the state comes along to fulfill man's destiny, because man invents all sorts of utopian schemes. Okay, whether you have this idea that man's going to evolve to a new stage. You have Blavatsky, you have Marx, right? Saying there's going to be this, you got Swedenborg, right? You got all these people saying there's going to be a new age, right? That's going to come up, sweep up man, right? Right, he's going to realize the political ideals, going to be a realization of freedom, the end of history, right? As Hegel said, right? Okay, this was all New Age, dispensationalism, right? Whatever, Sabbateanism, right? All this talk of a New Age, right? Of course, they were part of the accelerationism of the Jays, right? When they said that basically they used their theology of national restoration. And this is why everybody got going, cooking up a fake historical scheme. Right? Because the Jays created this theology of national restoration. So a lot of countries started saying that our people has this ancient destiny, and obviously the Jays convinced some of them, right? And of course, this is the same thing as the book of Enoch, right? When the book of Enoch came out, right? A lot of people totally miss that the book of Enoch is combining the Bible with the historiography of the pagans. And this is a monumental achievement, okay, that then is a huge step for Alexandrian Jays, right? Because Alexandrian Jays need to prove that they have a continuity from ancient times into the times of Rome, right? And what better way to prove that is to say that the pagan gods are actually mentioned within the Bible as the Nephilim, right? So then there's a great historical continuity between that of the Bible and that of the pagan myths. So sometimes these things are politically savvy, right? Certain historical schemes help, right? Bring about new ways of looking at things. Certain historical schemes don't help. And of course, there's a lot of ways in which the scientific worldview maps on to the worldview that's mentioned in different histories. But of course, what it tells us is that most of man's history, right, he's been in a low stage of technological development, even if at points through that period, he was at high levels of cultural achievement. So we know that the scientists, right, they claim that most of man's history we evolved in a low state of technology. And yet they claim that the technology that we do have and we are developing right now, right, is causing a existential crisis of man. Meaning that we might wipe ourselves out based on our technological capacity. Right? So not only do they claim that for most of our history, we didn't need technology to evolve, right? But now we're going to use technology to destroy ourselves. Oh, yeah. And we should definitely support technological progress at all costs. So this is the story of the scientists and the transhumanists, right? It sounds like a bunch of cope. Right, where most of history they were not responsible for their for the developments of man. Right, most of man's development was not purely for technological advancement. Right, for most of man's history, man was not a tool making animal. right? Most of man's energy didn't go into improving his technological capacity. But for most of man's history, instead, we have the development of his symbolic capacity. Right? So for most of man's history, he was not a tool-making animal. He was a symbol-making animal. And yet and still, most of that symbolic means of expression was not to proliferate his capacity to create tools or to create agriculture or to create organized labor, right? But it was for means of ritualistic expression. So when you ask the question, right, what is the purpose of man's artistic, religious, political, technological expression, right? Throughout most of man's supposed history, we get a solid answer to that question, whether you're atheistic or non-atheistic, right? Pretty much, right? You find out that the most of man's history was not simply for tool making, not simply to develop a deeper understanding of science, to develop a greater capacity for technological progress. Here, hold on. We got a friend here. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings.
Hey, what's going on? What you got there? Some sharks?
Yeah, sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, can I share something?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And then I get your opinion on it. It's my vision. Sure. I'm not going to change my vision as much anymore because I've been thinking deeply and stuff.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah, we got a special guest here, Avian Buddha.
Well, it's not that long.
Morbid Buddha, yeah. So he's going to present some things about his.
Just one page.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll probably agree with 2/3 of it or 1/3 of it.
Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to hear.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you don't have to agree with all of it. Here we go.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but blessings. Thank you so much for.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you to. Is this a PDF or? Let me see. Let's try again. Let me give this. Yeah, I'll present it in a second. Wait a second. Here you go. Yeah, wait 1 second. Yeah, I will present it. Yeah. Let me see here. This is weird. Let me see. This kind of.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
No, it won't take longer than 1 minute. And stuff. It won't take longer than. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. It should. Okay. Here we go. I present it. Should appear in like 1 second.
All right. We got another guy here too. Yeah. Blessings. Yeah. What's going on?
Yo.
Yeah. The two.
Okay. Share on the screen.
Yeah,
okay, so let me see here. Sometimes my thing, sometimes it
yeah, I'm not sure how visible that will be. Here, hold on.
Let me zoom in.
Here, hold on. I can't yet. It looks like it's pretty visible. Yeah, it looks like if somebody has it on their screen, it looks like they'll be able to read. Yeah, so go ahead and read anyways. But yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll read it. So this is these are my 3 premises. I pretty much accept them, and I've been, working through it. So our first premise is all sentient beings possess Buddha nature, the unborn and projectionless nature of awareness. Buddhahood is awakening to this nature, a realization that may be called signless because it is no longer bound by names, appearances, distinguishing marks, or representational fixation. So I took that from like Linkavattara and Lotus Sutra. So signs and symbols still function conventionally and may serve as skillful means. Indeed, the emergence of symbolic reference from iconic to indexical to symbolic can be understood as developmental condition for approaching this realization. So all sentient beings have Buddha nature. But humans are unique in that we can awaken to that Buddha nature. Right? But liberation consists in seeing through projected realities rather than grasping them as ultimately real. So symbolic consciousness reaches its highest use when, as skillful means, it helps release beings from fixation on signs into signless awakening. So, basically, skillful means non-grasping and signless awakening. I see it. I tie that into semiotic. Now, the second one is what this channel deals with. This second premise, is very important. Modern technological society dominated by technique and instrumental reasoning coincides with a marked decline in communal integrity, biodiversity, and living traditions, conditions that have often historically grounded and oriented symbolic life towards transcendence. Instead, symbolic activity becomes self-referential, proliferating distractions and increasingly severing the link to awakening. While awakening is not absolutely foreclosed, these conditions increasingly constrain its realization and amplify suffering, calling for sober recognition rather than naive affirmation of technological progress. So basically, the first 2 points, you could write lots of books on it. The first point is basically you find it in the sutras, the Mahayana sutras, and maybe some of the Pali Canon. The second point is basically what this channel deals with. You can spend I don't know, hundreds of books talking about the second point too. Ellul talks about the second point. Skrbina talks about it. Teddy talks about it. Let me see. Mumford talks about it. Although I haven't read Mumford yet, but it's very good for my second point. I do plan to read Mumford. And even Baudrillard. I actually do recommend you read Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation eventually, because it's very tied into all of this.
It's Baudrillard. That's how you say it.
I don't care. So now the third point is if a form of life becomes structurally bound to self-reinforcing symbolic entanglement, its indefinite continuation is not inherently justified. I know this is controversial, but these are my views. This does not imply hatred, coercion, or harm toward existing humans. It means a non-violent ethic of restraint. Bringing new beings into such conditions is ethically weighty insofar as it risks perpetuating suffering, obscuration, dependency, and ecological harm. From compassion, this calls for restraint and procreation and in the expansion of technological systems that intensify distraction and domination, while preserving conditions in which other sentient beings may flourish. This is compassion without species narcissism. Existing beings should be cared for, while the long-term disappearance of humanity may be preferable to its endless expansion, especially if that expansion deepens suffering, domination, and ecological ruin. One may therefore remain open to the possibility that under different ecological and evolutionary conditions, other lineages of life could, through speciation, that's very important for me, develop open-ended symbolic systems and move toward realization, an idea reflected archetypically in figures such as Garuda or Naga. Yeah, so that's compassion, not violence. So yeah, that's my view. I know a lot of people, but I know that view is controversial, but that is my view. Yeah, that's my third view. Yeah, I just want to say that there are different approaches one could take. Yeah, so yeah, those are my views. And so let me see here. Let's see. Was I clear? Does anyone have any questions? Yeah, it's like Schopenhauer. My third view is like Schopenhauer, but it goes a step further than Schopenhauer. So Buddha nature is universal. Symbolic consciousness can be a skillful means. Modern technique captures human symbolism and turns it toward distraction, domination, and ecological ruin. Human continuation is not sacred if it deepens suffering. Non-violent restraint may make room for other symbolic lineages. So yeah, those are my views. Any questions for anyone, or you can push back if you want to. It's fine.
Oh yeah. I could move from this into a segue into the closing remarks of my little thing, and then maybe I'll play some music if nobody has anything.
You don't have anything to say.
Yeah. So basically, and I think the link is there in the chat, right? And I will acknowledge the people in the chat. So if you guys want to go ahead and write something, this would be a great time to write something or ask a question, right, about my opening presentation or about Buddha's little 3 points that he put down there in his little file that he shared with us, right, or anything that has been brought up so far, right? Because I touched on a whole swath of topics, right? I gave these 4 developments of man throughout history, right, that led to his massification and technicization, right? But anyways, in terms of what Buddha laid down, it helps to explain this ultimate point of where is technological progress heading? Is it heading to the ultimate sublimation of man? Right? Because a lot of people talk about this whole idea of the post-human, right? And you could talk about that post-human is the goal of transhumanism is post-humanism, right? So in terms of Uncle Teddy, right, he talks about how he sort of reverses the entire script, right? He says actually it's the technological system that is going to be on its way out, right? Not humanity, right? So what he says is actually yeah, actually, it's the systems that don't really correspond to the greater pressures, the ecological pressures. So it will be good to maintain a level of humans that can sort of subsist without the system, right? And also prepare ourselves for a loss, a greater loss of people who have a dependency on the system, right? So, and of course, as time increases, there will be greater and greater amounts of people who are engineered specifically to serve roles within that system, right? So he argued that the goal of a majority of the humans today, right, in terms of the ethical goals should be to end, right, the process as quickly and as soon as possible, right? So of course we're not recommending anybody take any moves or make any big moves, obviously, but the thing is that we are talking about the points in which humanity is headed. Now, many people have declared, right, like for example, we just heard Joe Rogan say this, right, on his podcast, right, that he doesn't care if humanity is wiped out. It's just one other thing that evolved, right? That there could be something else that comes after us, right? It doesn't matter, right? So this is actually what a lot of the people who have a regular, understanding of the scientific worldview, they already follow that view, right? So they've moved from their humanistic, pie in the sky ideas to a sort of realism, to sort of anti-human realism, right? That is in line with sort of techno nihilism, right? So so they don't care about any of that stuff. So anyways,
Yeah, I want to say something though.
Yeah.
Post-humanism, I think there has to be 2 varieties of it. Like there's this popular game series called Nier, Nier, like Nier Automata, Nier Gestalt.
Yeah, it's funny. I just made a video using that video game.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's funny because I like the little girl characters on that game. They're but yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're robots though. They're androids, so they're not
Yeah, I
humans.
know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. When I look at human history, I look at the trajectory we're heading. It just keeps getting worse. It's either gonna be Nier Automata, or it's gonna be
I don't know
something.
too much about that. Tell us the plot of that so that we know more
Well,
about.
let me try to remember. The plot is actually very tied to everything you've been talking about, but
cool.
Basically the humanity disappears in that game, and you have robots in a post-human world where humans are gone, and they're like imitating the humans. They're stuck in the symbolic entanglement. They have existential suffering, stuff like that. And as a deeply post-humanist, it denies like meaning, tragedy, or awakening. It belongs to biological humans, but it also warns that replacing humanity with other lineages does not automatically escape delusion. So the machines, like the androids, I forgot her name. I beat these games like 4 or 5 years ago. And, they develop culture, religion, family, kingship, art, despair. Androids inherit the human myths and fight for a dead species. I remember that, in Automata, I actually thought Gestalt had a good story too, but yeah, showing that symbols can outlive humanity and still reproduce bondage. So You know, but the thing is that they're robots still. You know, I don't want robots to take over, but yeah, it's basically it is post-humanist. You know, near automata and Gestalt. Gestalt is actually more depressing. Gestalt was actually influenced by 9/11. Yeah, because when they went to Afghanistan, and there were a lot of, you know, not all soldiers are bad, but a lot of soldiers that make fun of the Afghans. You know, like the way they talk, they wouldn't understand it. They couldn't sympathize with their suffering or something like that. And there are scenes with wolves actually in Near Gestalt, where in the first pathway you don't know what the wolves are saying and stuff like that. But in the second playthrough, you can actually hear what the wolves are saying, and it's very depressing and stuff like that. You know, but Near Gestalt and Automata are both very good games. But my difference is, you know, this is why is that post-humanism. I place the organic above the technological and stuff. Yeah, that's what I do. You know, like I think people are too depends on their background philosophical assumptions, but I think people, they don't see that the life or ecosystems and are very elastic. You know, they have their adaptations and plasticity, and the way they have symbiotic relationships is very rich, and so the symbiosis, you know, is very rich, and it would be very bad if robots can, you know, co-opt that symbiosis and apply it to themselves. You know, that could risk taking over all life too, in some kind of mad hijack of all life or something like that. You know, and a lot of movies like Godzilla films deal with that too, like the Japanese one. Like I like the Heisei era of Godzilla. I mean, I talked about that on my old channel. But yeah, let me see here. Automata, I beat it a long time. I remember one scene in the game. You know, they actually refer to philosophers a lot. You know, like various philosophers, like various existential philosophers, and you know, the robots, they have a lot of existential depth or something. Yeah, that's a good game. I beat both of them actually. I beat both of them. Yeah, I did all the side quests too, and so dang, my memory is not as good as it used to be. It's almost
Yeah, the
5 or 6.
robots are kind of pro-human from the kind of dialogue that I saw. So it's kind of weird. Like the robots have this memory of humanity, and they're fighting against the machines for humanity. It's a really weird thing, even though it's a post-human landscape. So isn't that interesting?
Yeah, the Gestalt or is, you know, Near Gestalt was for Xbox, but then the Japanese original, which was called Near Replicant, that is kind of tied in the terms of the teams that I was talking about with the wool and other stuff. That one is more depressing, more melancholic. But Near Automata, yeah, they do seem to have a memory of humans, but it's kind of like a longing or yearning for that which created them and stuff. So it's just kind of strange.
Exactly right. It's like they see like, yeah, it's like they have the same view of humans as like, or they're trying to show in the show that we have of like God, so to speak. Right. So it's kind of weird idea, right? They have this mythological understanding of the humans, right? In a way, right?
Yeah, they become kind of like the Nephilim in some sense, maybe.
Yeah, so this is kind of like what I've gathered from the. So it seems like a very interesting game, and I like the way that the girl robot characters are drawn in the game. They have samurai swords, and they're like wearing black. It's really cool looking. The way they're draw the characters for sure. But yeah. But anyways.
Yeah, everyone say basically, you know, the humanity fled to the moon, I think, or they went extinct, but the machine life forms like 2B and A2, they began imitating the human society and stuff. So it's like imitation. You know, imitation there's some kind of deep depth in imitation. I think Baudrillard also deals with that in Simulacra and Simulation. My friend was talking about that with me today. I haven't read it yet though, but it has a lot of depth too, dealing with technique. So you know, but the humanity, I think, is dead in that game. You know, and there's like an android machine wars. You know, there's like a self-perpetuating system that no longer serves any living origin. So it's like systems continue operating for efficiency, control, and reproduction even after the original human meaning has vanished. You see what I mean? In a way, that's kind of like what we're living in now. Systems continue operating for efficiency, control, and reproduction, even after the original human meaning has vanished. So they're trapped in an inherited program with roles, myths, and symbolic orders, like regimes, making the game a post-human parable of technological society as autonomous machinery. Even without humans, the logic of organized techniques keeps producing struggle, identity, propaganda, and sacrifice. So yeah, in the game, I don't want to spoil it too much, but you find out that the reason the robots and androids are fighting is due to a big AI that is orchestrating all of this. So it's like manipulating all of it. Yeah, spoiled it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. All right, my friend. I'm gonna move to the chat here, move to some other things here. Blessings to the people that are here. I appreciate you guys. We're gonna move to looking at the history of transhumanism by Bostrom, a paper by Guanan, which is actually part of his book, A Crisis of the Modern World. Right. We then may look at the opening of Crisis of the Modern World, right? In audio form, and some of the writings of Julius Evola. Then I'll move to looking at Skolimowski, his further views of philosophy of technology, and then I'll move to looking at Mumford, some of his conceptions of the myth of the machine, which will bring us to Jacques Ellul and his technological society. Right. And then I may try to call into some of the panels that are in the area that I have been invited to. If not, I may just go ahead and conclude the show. I have tons of recorded material that we have, procured for you guys. That I think it will be interesting for you guys to attend to as we sort of end this show. Right. I have an interesting panel. We went on Gen X Jeff, me and Neurojack, kind of shook it up a little bit. And we also went on, I went on a panel of a gentleman this morning where they were interested in talking about problem of evil, religious context and historical context or whatnot. And it's a pretty interesting discussion. I was invited by NPC, so I'll play that one as well. And of course, we'll see what else we can sort of procure for you guys. I really appreciate you guys joining the show. And blessings. Max, I appreciate you. Lizard Tree, I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you for watching. Spooky Saturday. Dr. E. Right. We got Denise, blessings. Mega Man, I appreciate you. Right, Zephyr, Dr. E. I said, what's up? Blessings, man. I greatly appreciate you watching. No Dr. D this time, but Dr. E. So last time we had both of them. We started the show with both of them last time.
Yeah, so that's like Dr. E. Vales, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sailing South. Yeah, exactly. Crystal Shaman, blessings. What's up, Mega Man? Yeah, what's going on? We got Yeti Life out here. I appreciate you, man. Axis Rat Blood. My people believe animals and plants have a spirit equally. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course they do.
I agree too.
That's got to be obvious. Yeah, that's anybody who's part of the underground spiritual game already knows that, right? Anybody who's on that bullshit really is of another. Yeah, blessings to Jake. I appreciate you watching. You kill them, they win. Yeah, and incredible. Yeah, weird how that works. Get back to the garden. Yeah, exactly. The machine lies. Blessings to the brother. Watch David Patrick Harry Gnostic Gospel series, which he did years ago. Interesting, man. Yeah, we'll check it out. Pagan Invocation, Divine Providence. A tool making fool. Yeah, man. Spiritual warfare, of course. You know what time it is? Are we talking about becoming aware of reality beyond thought? Seeing directly without memory, belief, or mental projection shaping perception. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Seeing directly without memory.
Oh yeah, memory does seem to cloud things. We got Dom out here. If all beings have Buddha nature and humans are the only beings alive capable of realizing it, then no amount of technique, worship will ever make the human experience not sacred. Whoa.
Yeah, I don't agree. Yeah,
Shots
let's think
fired
about it.
from Dom.
That's good.
He said that's
is,
good.
yeah,
He
but
said bring it on, baby.
yeah, you know, it's not that human beings don't have Buddha nature. All sentient beings have Buddha nature, but human beings can only awaken to it, but thanks to technique and the petroleum-based economies and the greater and greater stuff like illegal autonomous weapons and biocomputing, like fusing brains and machines and all that crazy shit. You know,
Yeah.
like Island, all of that.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
obscures it more. It obscures it more, and there's no. Some Buddhists would disagree, but some will agree because I have talked to diverse Buddhists of different backgrounds, and there's nothing that will exclusively, forever remain exceptional for human beings. Like we are exceptional right now, but that's temporary. You know what I mean? It's temporary. Otherwise, you cannot decline. You know what I mean? If it was rigid, the exceptionality or something. So there is a decline, and maybe there might be a increase towards to symbolic consciousness for other organismal lineages due to changing selective pressures or changing environmental conditions. It's called allopatric or sympatric speciation. So it's called genetic drift. It's called genetic drift and selection pressures and all that. You never know. Maybe this picture I have right here, it could happen. Millions of years from now. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah,
You
what
think
is that, a
that's fiction?
musketeer?
Yeah, it could happen. It could happen.
Yeah.
It's still an anthropomorphization, though.
Yeah, little musketeer guy.
Yeah, but have you ever heard of that's a good response, but have you ever heard of anthropodenial? Anthropodenial, look that up.
Whoa,
Anthropodenial.
anthropodenialism.
Yeah, look that up.
Yeah, that's
You gotta be the middle way between those two. I'm already in the middle way of anthropomorphism and anthropodenial. In the middle way between those two. Anthropodenial is to deny the animal-like traits in ourselves.
You're between two extremes.
Yeah, two extremes. Yeah, I'm in the middle.
Yeah, that's an interesting place. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so you're sort of in a dialectical pressure. But yeah, that's fascinating stuff. Yeah, obviously intelligence deepens the capacity for evil. So there is that little factoid, it seems, right? That animals can, they could do horrible things, but they kind of don't know what the fuck they're doing, and it's kind of like not that bad, in a way. They're just being animals, whereas it seems like human beings have the ability to, for long calculated forms of dissimulation and,
Yeah, I want to respond to that quickly. I want to say there's an unbelievable amount of variation in the animal social organizations. One has to read about them. For example, keys, KEA, they have a kind of social organization where all of the families look after the same young. You know what I mean? I mean, they still have like, monogamous pair bounds, but all of them look after the kids. So if one kid starts laughing and dancing, all of them start laughing and dancing, and they all help each other's kids out. They're very peaceful creatures. They're called keys, Keas. They're in Australia. Of course, they're suffering a lot too, thanks to industrialization, the keys, the KEAS. A lot of people claim, "Oh, I love nature. I want to help nature." They don't truly care about nature because they never read about it. They never talk about it. There's just a virtue signaling, and one of those people come here a lot. He's like, "Nature is sacred. Nature is sacred." He never motherfucking talks about nature. That guy is a big motherfucker. Everyone knows what I'm talking about, but I won't say his
Rent
name.
free.
Yeah, rent free. Yeah, but he's a retard. If you care about nature so much, why don't you read about nature? Why don't you read all the problems that nature is enduring? Huh? Why don't you look more into nature, more deeply? Read about the wealth of other creatures, their social organizations, and other stuff. Yeah, it's because I'm authentic. I'm authentic. I'm one of the most authentic people here, and yet people go around saying shit behind my back and stuff like that. That's what
Yeah,
they
we
do.
got some more comments here. By the people. We got Dom here. Blessings, Dom.
How's it going?
What's going on?
Nothing much. Been listening a bit.
Yeah.
Like past half hour, I think.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, you got any comments?
Hi there.
Hey, Zephyr. Well, when it comes to transhumanism,
right,
I think it's just a lower perception ultimately. And I heard you going through the history of transhumanism in 4 stages, and it just kind of sounded like the first stages were greater forms of perception, and then as they went through the stages, it kind of diminished in forms.
Right, yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, it kind of got progressively worse is kind of what I was trying to paint there. But yeah.
Yeah.
But they see it as improvements, right? It's like we've ascended, right? So yeah.
Well, it's an improvement if you think that number one, matter is primary, or number two, that
right,
the universe is at war with itself.
Yep.
But these are big assumptions that
oh yeah.
I think they just base it really mostly in their empirical data, which is largely shaped by philosophy from people like Aristotle for sure, but more like Enlightenment thinkers too, like Hobbes and Hegel, seem to be in the zeitgeist, not necessarily just of the scientific community, but of the authority class in general. Now, I heard you guys talking about fictional settings, that one game with the robots. Yeah, but I was thinking today, I was looking at Star Wars, and I was thinking that Star Wars, I think, is the best depiction of Mumford's Mega Machine in fiction. Because people think that Star Wars comes down to a binary struggle of good versus evil. But if you actually examine these groups that are supposed to be the good guys and bad guys, who's actually the good guy in Star Wars? Because I don't think it's the Jedi. I don't think they actually understand the Force they talk about, which is just basically based in natural law and karma. Because if they did, they wouldn't be standing beside a secular government basically following orders of the senators and accepting the role of generals to command armies like they did in the movies. They would instead say, no, all life is sacred and all beings are sovereign, and there's not going to be one city or one planet in that franchise that basically acts as the central mind to the Mega Machine, which in Star Wars is the Republic. And it really is that's the dark side. It's the fact that people think that one planet or one system should be in control of billions and billions of life forms. And really, it's not that much different than what we have now. The main difference is that the Jedi and Sith don't really have overt force powers.
I'm gonna tell you something crazy right now, and it's gonna blow your mind. I think humanity, by and large, is evil. Okay, this is one thing the Christians get right, and I'll tell you why. And so, okay, you know, we've wiped out the Homo
I
forensics.
don't think they think that, but
No, original
but yeah.
sin, original sin, right? Well,
yeah, but that's not a thing that cuts across the board.
yeah.
Right, like I think if you go to the Protestants, right, they'll have like some of them will have a deeply ingrained conception of it. Some of the Catholics believe it, right, and then some of the Orthodox reject that conception, right? So across the board, you know,
Yeah, I
it's
want to just say
different
this
beliefs,
though.
but yeah.
I want to say this though. Yeah, maybe that parallel was wrong, or the example was wrong, but I still stick to that statement. You know, because let me tell you this. It's very rare for other species and ecosystems to drive another towards extinction. This is a fact. If they're endemic, they're not invasive, they don't drive others to extinction. Like if you bring cats into ecosystems they're not native to, they will drive species to extinction. Same with beavers being brought to South America. They're brought to Patagonia or somewhere. I forgot the name of it. They destroy a lot of virgin forests. Okay, so they are driving extinction. You know, because they were brought to South America for fur trade, and then they then they escaped the fur trade and they procreate, and now that's bad for the virgin forest. This is basic conservation principle. But the thing about human beings, even in pre-industrial times, and it's not as bad as it is now, but it still existed in more of a low scale way, is we did drive the other hominids extinct. Like the Homo forensis, they were like hobbit-like hominids. They were like they're not human beings, but they were closely related to us. We drove them extinct. And same with the Denisovans and the Neanderthals and stuff like that.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. Homo forensis existed, stuff like that. They existed
How
on
do
a
you know
small.
humans are the ones that wiped them out?
Yeah, they wiped them out. Let me
How do you
double
know
check.
that?
Humans.
So you know,
Wipe
like about wars that happened in like 10,000 BC. Like, come on, bro. Let's get real here.
Yeah, they say it's highly likely, but it's not
Yeah, it's highly
definitely
likely. That's the
definitely
thing.
be
And they
proven.
cannot say they definitely did that. Yeah, for sure, right? Yeah, you can't say
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, in terms of what was happening that far back, right?
How far? Homo forensis.
Yeah, let's
50,000 years ago.
not blame our good neighbors for wiping out Homo floresiensis until we get more info. But
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
go ahead.
But yeah, megafauna too, like the
Citations needed.
like the woolly mammoths, and some other ones. Those were wiped out. Though. You know, they were wiped out. You know, it wasn't in a subsistence level. Right? When you hunt, you're not supposed to drive the species to extinction. You know, when the colonialists came to America, there were billions of passenger pigeons. You know, even Pinto Locolo talks about it. They would fly everywhere, and you know, all of them were slaughtered. The passenger pigeon is extinct now. You know, I think this is the reason why Southeast America, like it has insect problems. Like there are too many insects in the southeast of USA. I think that was
We
due to
actually
passenger
saved
pigeons.
avocados though, but that was because we killed all the animals that were depositing and redoing the seed. But yeah, we did save them.
Yeah, have you ever read Botany of Desire?
No, I haven't read. That's not interesting. I heard of it though.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, some of these plants made you know, they were so genetically diverse that they caused their survival, right? So human beings planting things like apples or potatoes, right? It's because they survive in such diverse climates. Right? So it almost has nothing to do with humans' ability to plant them. It's pure survival for the humans, but these things are surviving because of their own sort of genetic ability to adapt, right? So one of the premises that the guy says in the book is like the plants are actually harvesting humans, right? It's like the plants are, you know, deciding what human societies form, and they're using their genetic diversity to cultivate human groups, right, to generate their own survival in a way, right? So there are certain plants that, you know, like we didn't exactly decide to cultivate some of these things, right? You know, but yeah,
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, there's a lot I could say about that. You know, basically, I was gonna say something, but I forgot. But the point is that the environmental conditions do shape and pressure people to form social organization in a certain way. J.R. Busk talks about that. Well, that guy, traditional culture preservation, he does a good job talking about how environment can shape the way people are and the traditional communities and such. But let me see what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something. You know, a lot of I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that, damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. It's a very interesting point I was gonna say. Oh yeah, you know, you have drug dealer trees like acacia trees. They can manipulate ants by changing the amount of neurochemical, like a compound in a kind of nectar they have, and they can make the ants more aggressive to fight against predators to protect the tree. And you have similar things where some trees or plants can let out a plume or something of a compound that tells other plants or trees nearby to put on their defenses. So that's true. You know, I mean, the whole of nature is a symbiotic web, is in a communication, you know, to deal with threats and other stuff. Yeah. But what I was gonna say is that, you know, the pre-industrial man was nowhere near as bad as now. But I would say ultimately the Sanka was the best, you know, because I think those in the Sanka are special. Other people can believe whatever they want. I would say those outside of the Sanka tend to be more lean towards evil as a whole. Like that's what I think. The Buddha was the highest human being. At least that's what I think. Though other people can disagree. So my question is, can there be a non-human Buddha? That's in my own area of focus. It's kind of diverges from this, but yeah, I just want to say.
Let me ask you a question, Buddha. If you were to ask the last man who ever spoke to a hero before he died, what would you say?
The last man who ever spoke to who? Akira?
Yeah, a hero.
A hero? What hero?
Just any hero.
If he could speak to a hero, what would be the last thing he can ask to the hero before he died?
Yes.
What did you fight for?
There you go. That's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
that's not directed towards you. I just thought of.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
I would have a question before answering that. Did he know that he was going to die before he asked him the question? Because if so, I would say, do you know that you're going to die?
Well, what does it mean to die, though? You know, that every tradition answer that differently, depending on your metaphysical beliefs and other things like that.
Well, I just say that because I took a very brief nap and I woke up and then I realized that panel's still going over there, and they have this guy who calls himself I Am God asking these guys a question, and he's like, "Hi guys, my name's I Am God. Can you ask a question?" And he's like, "Oh my God." So, anyways,
Isn't that what's his name used to go by? JD, the Palestinian guy, the lawyer dude.
oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I've never seen this
I
guy
Am God,
before.
I think, before that, a long time ago. That's funny.
I'd be the same guy. I don't know, but Buddha, I appreciate what you're saying because you're saying some interesting stuff. What 10,000 BC war were you talking about? Though?
I was talking about, you know, that pre-industrial man was nowhere near as bad as now, and it's more preferable than right now. They still drove some species to extinction, but nowhere to the extent of now. like woolly mammoths. And
Yeah. He was saying that basically humans wiped out Homo floresiensis, and I was saying, I was basically recanting like, what is the, is there any conclusive evidence about that, right? So, and to which he replied, no, there isn't, right? So, anyways,
there is for woolly mammoths though. There is, yeah, woolly mammoths.
right,
yeah,
maybe, right.
I mean, I like to think that we ate the dinosaurs to death personally, but I mean,
like they could have just froze, but yeah, what is the thing? So we will continue with this. Let me hold on and sort of talk to the chat here. I think this guy said this. I'm gonna read all the comments now, and then I'll play a song. Right? How can we begin with all beings are, quote unquote, when we can't even see what is real? Why not begin humbly? We are blind, confused. We must first learn to see. Yeah, that's true, Mega Man. Dress it up as true synchronization of time, space, matter, self, quantum internet of things, bio nanotechnology, deformation, and replacement dressed up as transformation. Exactly. Demonic monoliths. Sorry. Evolve. Becoming smaller and more sublime. What there is but not. We think truth is out there to find someday, but is here all along. The real problem is our blindness. Yeah, that is what we rarely speak about. Great comments, guys. A cosmic virus of demonic micro monoliths all connecting and forming one singularized global monolith. Real shit. Great points, Mega and Set Skills. Oh yeah. Better to be worm than man. What is human? Asked the homie. Yeah, that's a great question. What is a human? And I think that is one of the things I attempted to answer through those, I think, false renderings of, I believe, that these were sort of fashionable items, right, that existed for a period of time, the ones I mentioned, right, the primordial man, the archetypal man, right, the the universal man and the mass man, right, and of course they all correspond to a historical saga, right, in a way. So I think those are all falsifications of man, right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have an answer. What is human? There are two truths doctrine. I would say two truths doctrine. Conventionally, humans are, like Mumford says, symbol-making animals. Okay, that's the conventional.
That's a great answer too.
Yeah, but on the ultimate level is the non-abiding awareness, the signless awareness. That's what I say. Two truths.
Okay, yeah. Non-abiding signless awareness. Oh yeah. You did say that before. Yeah.
If Mumford were alive now, I would ask him, if human beings were, hypothetically speaking, to vanish, could there be another symbol-making animal? That's what I would ask.
Yeah, that's a great question. Smoke do mushrooms with Mumford and ask him that, right?
Yeah.
I think we all have bad code. Star Wars is the ultimate depiction of Mumford's mega machine in fiction, I think. Yeah, that was interesting, Dom.
Maybe if some other species ingests mushrooms, maybe they'll have symbolic reference.
Yeah, Zenial, thank you for joining.
Maybe I should do that. Yeah, I should go make that. I should go get mushrooms to all.
Yeah.
I would highly recommend that. I think it would open up a lot of different pathways in your mind.
Yeah, I think
for that.
Yeah, I think once nature becomes mechanized, it becomes harder to define man outside of the mechanical impulse, because it starts to define everything, right? Because now people say, well, reality is a simulation, right? Well, everything's just mechanical at that point, right? So it gets into
mushrooms help though, because they're organic.
Yeah, blessings to Crystal Shaman. So if you can't define humans, how can you say they have bad code? Surely that's by design. Blessings. bug or feature. I appreciate you, Xenial, but Buddha, nature is only mind. Either way, I look to discard of it one way or other human existence, that is. It's just human being. Applies a sense of becoming a flux. If we are conscious, then that which we create will also be endowed with consciousness. I appreciate you, man. That is a deep comment. Okay, here we got Mega Man. Intelligence is beyond thought and knowledge. Thought stores the past. Intelligence sees directly in the past and responds without distortion. He's got another one up here. If we cannot say it simply, it may not be true or may not understand it clearly enough. Yet truth tends to clarify, not hide behind confusion. All right.
Did you know that ants, they farm aphids on plants? We have them on our rose bushes. They're pretty minimal though. They're not that bad. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they do that.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Actually, ants, they do this called eusocial organization. They compartmentalize their works. Like you have worker ants, you have those that reproduce. So they actually do specialization. It's called eusocial. In some ways, we are imitating the ants in some certain ways.
Sort of, yeah. On the group level, definitely. Because I think once we get into group dynamics of why people do things, they tend to go with the crowd, and the crowd can start with the wrong idea or something sometimes, and it goes wrong. It's weird.
Check out this comment. Pre-industrial man had horrible food. Food tasted disgusting. We made palatable food. 3 years of change.
It's satchel mode.
Yeah, man. 36 flavors and.
Would you say that maybe we had we're enslaved to, instead of to our emotions, our pheromones?
Yeah.
I think it makes a bigger impact on people than they are willing to admit. But think about if you've smelled a smell and it took you right back to a childhood memory that you totally forgot about. That's just proof that's how it's the key to our memory, really.
Yeah,
Olfactory goes straight to the brain, no filter.
Yeah, it goes past all the friggin' veils and everything, just right. It's got the backstage pass.
Yeah,
it's got the VIP pass.
36 flavors and 500 colors.
36 chambers of Wu-Tang.
And a not clean bathroom full of chemicals.
36.
369.
Existential loop.
37 squared.
200 million year old bones. Oh yeah, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
I went on a little rabbit hole dive after I got off with you and Neurojack earlier, while I was making stew. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Haven't had a good stew in a while.
Yeah, Dan went to the store and he got a entire pork roast for 43 cents. It's crazy because it was totally marked wrong.
What?
Yes, it's a beautiful.
Extremely marked wrong.
Yeah, I know, right?
43 cents?
I
was
was if you could
sell that.
I know, and nobody even noticed. I was damn.
That's a steal.
I said, do that tomorrow and I'll think you have magic.
Okay, so here's Dr. D. Blessings.
I knew you'd show up eventually.
Hi.
And we also got GT. Most of us are a little above animalistic behavior, but not by much. All right, so
there you go, Avian. The anthropo denial.
Yeah, nice one, GT. All right, so let's play a little song here, and then we'll move forward. I appreciate you guys. This is a remix thing, or a rehash, or mashup, or however they call these in terms of
remash. Just
remash.
Make up your own term, I guess.
Yeah, of verbal graffiti. So here is verbal graffiti. So yeah, blessings to the people.
I'm like a panther in the dark, silent when I strike the paper like a dagger in your heart. When I write, I leave a mark. I seen an arc before they even park. Told son, lead a block, get that money upstairs in case the currency is marked. Be the man who plot against me, God forgive me. My enemies die in the street and my heat is empty. Coincidentally, the same fate was meant for me. My AK's my lawyer when it's on, it represent for me. Vacate the center, case acquitted when your face gets split. I stay spitting with grace, chain glistening, gray Timberlands. My niggas face predicaments, but we can even live down, face imprisonment. Take a hit of this, uncut raw, a taste of numb your jaw. My rhyme is on consignment, just in case you wanted more. Lyrics are furious, I reign imperious. Niggas ain't fucking with me, son, I'm dead serious. Trees personify me, like heat I keep beside me. Either I be the most underrated, lyrical, drug-related nigga who's gonna be blazing in the project. A prosperous drug block is subject to conquest where I'm from. A phoenix seller heated for 5 jumps. Dealer scattered when D's or Y come. R.I.P. is written on walls for people who die young. And niggas either dream of B-ballin' or to be ballin'. Sometimes it's hard for me to write, son, the streets calling. Patience is a virtue, temptation to hurt you. And send it to a bid, your fake friends will desert you. Till your ass out screaming like your bitch that burnt you. I don't expect a fake nigga to feel it. Look in my eyes, stare at the realness. I was corrupted by drug supply, fly kicks and bucket nines. Looking up at the sky, thinking I'm too young to die. Thoughts of conquering, though we were taught not to. Send Supreme Court and death, got a nigga losing lots of friends. My pen's immortal, like mommy in heaven, no man can harm you. My army of angels with true love is there to guard you. Tell my dog Blue I love him like a brother, the deep shit. 3 bricks remain uncovered, the industry didn't want me and they try to condemn me. Spree well a rap, they even try to suspend me. Yeah, the thug nigga rise, people are snakes and justice is blind. My jury is my gun on my side. Turn I right with the trifleness engraved in Tyson. Curse the shot that left Big and Pac lifeless. The realness, some try to conceal this. Despite that fact, niggas can't match my lyrical illness. I'm a key, you 3 grams with cut in it. If you want it, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Rapper slash drug dealer, slash I bust my gun, nigga. Slash your face with a rug, nigga. What's the meaning? What's the meaning? What's the meaning?
All right, let me open this up, and I've obviously what is really remarkable about this document is the fervor for humanism, right? He's sort of saying that obviously the universalism of man was necessarily for this sort of technological expansion to take place, right? In which technology is, achieves the final realization of the universalization of man, right? And so he's not really looking at it as a sort of post-human idea, right? But something that could permanently improve the humanity's project. So obviously I was looking at this earlier and I had I was sort of solo looking at some of his statements and the veracity of some of his statements. I gave it a hard time. But of course, that is the purpose here, right? It's to sort of critique some of these ideas, right? So take this off the screen. There we go. So obviously he said that some of the ideas of alchemy, right, especially in terms of Taoism, right, and some of those practices, right, and he talked about the Greeks, Daedalus, right, talked about hubris, technological hubris. Okay, he talked about something about Gilgamesh, where he retrieves a plant from the bottom of the sea to get the elixir of life. So he's talking about the elixir of life being in the man's technological capacity. He quoted this thing by Pico della Mirandola. But first we'll read this again by his idea about how Aquinas defended alchemy.
Could I mention another
Yeah.
Mesopotamian myth that talks about something similar? It's
yeah.
The myth of Adapa, and he's the first person, the first man, the Adam. And in this myth, he's sailing the sea, and I don't remember exactly what he does, but there are these winds coming, and he does something to manipulate the winds and control the winds. And this impresses the gods. So the gods invite Adapa to a feast, and at this feast, they will give him a drink or a food, I can't remember which will basically grant him immortality or eternal life. However, Adapa's main god, Enki, tells him to not eat this or drink this because it will be poison, essentially. So Adapa goes there. Anu, the main god, he's basically talking about how, you're kind of like us. So since you're like us, we will grant you this food, which if you eat, will really make you like us by not dying. And then Adapa, of course, because Enki told him to turn it down, turns it down. And it actually turned out that it was not poison. And if he would have eaten it, he would have actually gained eternal life, because in the Gilgamesh story, the serpent steals the thing that Gilgamesh retrieves at the sea floor. And Enki is the serpent, of course, Lucifer. So this is why I say Lucifer is not to be trusted, but the serpent is double-edged sword. There's good things about it, and there's bad things about it. And all the bad things about it have to do with Enki.
And for me, it just comes down to it's either Buddha or the highway. I mean, that's the way you stick to a tradition. Because people keep jumping around traditions. I mean, you can do what you want. All this Mesopotamian stuff, I don't know. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's important to know the Mesopotamian stuff because it's the foundation of Western thoughts and Western thinking. Without it, I don't think, if there was no Mesopotamia and Egypt, and I don't think that there would be this centralized European government like we think of, like England going around and dominating all these different poor nations, or the United States like it is today. I really don't think that would be the case if it wasn't for Mesopotamia and their mythology.
The problem I have with that view is it strips people of accountability. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it does. Because
how?
Because I don't want to derail this, but it kind of does.
Well, the thing is, I'm just going to say, we have continued the same systems. So the people who do this, which is basically most everyone, are accountable because we haven't changed our ways.
Yeah, I think that's true. We are all accountable for our own. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they had
whether you know it or not.
the ancient depictions of the cities, right? So some of what he's talking about is definitely been applied in ancient Babylon for sure. And of course, there's corresponding ideas within Chinese civilization, right? African civilizations, right? Obviously, ones from Eurasia and Persia and so on and so forth. So there's lots of different ideas that correspond to what he's laying out here. But yeah, so let's start with some of this. He says medieval Christians held similarly conflicted views about the pursuit of alchemists who are attempting to transmute substances, create homunculi and test tubes, and invent a panacea. Some scholastics, following the anti-experimentalist teaching of Augustine, believed that alchemy was an ungodly activity. See, Augustine was formerly a Manichaean, right? So
Is
he
that
was
Saint Augustine? The
yeah,
Saint
Saint
Augustine?
Augustine. Yeah, but then he in his later years, when he converted to Christianity, he wrote huge polemics against not only Manichaeanism, but all sorts of religious religious practices that he deemed heretical, right? And of course, alchemy was one of them. But check this out. It says other theologians such as Albert Magnus and St. Thomas Aquinas defended the practice, but actually, that might have been because of his Aristotelianism, right? But also, right, we see that, up until the time of Martin Luther, even Martin Luther defended alchemy, right, and said that, it's like the art of the ancients and so on and so forth, the science of the ancients and so on and so forth, and he even promoted the Kabbalah and alchemy, right? So they all saw, and so did this guy, who they're going to quote next. This guy who they're going to quote next definitely promoted the Kabbalah, right? It says the otherworldliness and stale scholastic philosophy that dominated Europe during the Middle Ages gave way to a renewed intellectual vigor in the Renaissance. The human being and the natural world again became legitimate objects of study. Renaissance.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Important word.
Right. Renaissance humanism encouraged people to rely on their own observations and their own judgment rather than to defer in every matter to religious authorities. So that's really important for him, right? This move from religious authority to this sort of do-it-yourself understanding of the world, right? Which, as I pointed out, that was crucial for developing this notion of universalism, right? This idea that man had to be abstracted from the archetypal realm, right, where he was in a heavenly place, right, to then being defined by this pressure, right, where he had to sort of define himself. And of course the state was a perfect model, right? Politics was a perfect vehicle in order to achieve that, right? So let's see what happens in the Renaissance, right? He says here, Renaissance humanism also created the ideal of the well-rounded person, right? So remember, I remarked last time, I said, if it created such an idea of a well-rounded person, how come it led to such a society which over specializes man, right? His roles, and it creates an over specialization and a rule of experts and a compartmentalization of knowledge, right? That prevents mutual discussion between the different branches of knowledge, right? So what happened to this sort of well-rounded person, right, that they were supposed to create, right? Maybe it just, like, what happened to that guy, right? What happened to the Renaissance man? Right, so it says one who is highly developed scientifically, morally, culturally, spiritually, right? And it says a landmark of the period is Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, the founder of the Christian Kabbalah, right? And this is what he says. He says, we have made you a creature neither of heaven nor earth, neither mortal nor immortal, in order that you may, as the free and proud shaper of your own being, fashion yourself in the form that you may prefer. Right? Somebody said earlier when I was on a panel, he said, He said when we becomes I, we begin to have a problem with you. Right? Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah.
So this is like the measure of man is man himself, almost, right?
Oh yeah, but this is even more severe than that, right? Because yeah, I think actually you got it. Yeah, measure of man is man himself, because it's not man as measure of all things, right? Where it's like, if man is a measure of all things, then there's still a one-to-one relationship between man and the things, right? So yeah, but
this is
here,
basically transhumanism, essentially, right? Basically.
it's kind of like a step before that. It's universalism that's necessary for transhumanism, in the sense that man has to be evened out before he can be transformed collectively, right?
So making like man an object, essentially, or objectifying men as a
Or humans.
what was your thing about object? You said something about objects at first. I'm
Yeah,
just
I
saying
said
it's like,
object. Yeah, because that making a being that is spiritual into something that is an object is failing to see another part of it. And I think like all things have a spirit in them, of course, but I think that failing to see it makes it an object.
is that kind of like objectifying women or something?
Yeah, it can be. That's one that I'm very familiar with, actually. So, yeah.
So now,
Being a
so it's
woman.
like objectifying mankind as a thing. So first she
Mhm.
objectifies them as a thing. Now we're universalized. Then it's like,
If
well,
you- I don't know. It's questionable, because if that's like really all that bad, because like as a whole, like humanity, like if I was to like objectify myself, as long as it wasn't excessive, I think it would be fine, probably. But like, as long as it's not only that.
Yeah, I mean, in this stage, they still have a goal for man in order to free himself. So they're not really objectifying man at this stage, according to a bunch of writers, right? It's going to take another stage where you have sort of Marx and the creation of the man that's created by society, right? Then you can objectify man, because then you have the creation of the mass man, right? The mass man is the man that's subject to alienation and techniques, and he's obviously a rootless he's a rootless cosmopolitan, as they say. I think Dom had something to say. Dom, you got?
So I was having a discussion with other people in the past week, and the question was asked about what even is an object. And my immediate answer was something rooted in etymology and Parmenides, and it was basically something that exists and is objective, or exists in objective reality. So what would you guys say an object is?
Mine is real short. It's not usually only an object.
So kind of like dualistic, or more multiplicity involved?
There's more to it than what we're aware of, obviously. Like even like everything around us that humanity has ever made any sort of like knowledge about, any sort of language to record that, has been processed through objectification from the very beginning. Like that's what naming things is, I think, a little bit too. Makes it an object, but definitions are not like always, they change. They're dynamic. They're not defined. They're just temporarily defined. So it's like weird.
well, and they're also temporarily assumed as well. People assume what definitions
Oh yeah,
are.
it's highly variable from person to person. I mean, like I have to be very clear, explicit about like the words that I use with certain people, because they will misinterpret me every time.
Yeah. Okay. So
object.
yeah. So Yeah, go ahead, Buddha, and then I'll move on to this text. Yep.
Well, it depends on the metaphysics, but I think an object is not independently existing out there, but a projection arising from beginningless habit energy within consciousness, dependent
Yeah,
on consciousness that perceives it as its own mind or something.
yeah,
So
yeah.
objects
Yeah, I think,
still exist, it's just that they don't exist independently from other things. They're dependently arisen.
yeah,
And that it ties into emptiness and still.
Yeah, I
I
believe
would
that
think.
too. That
Yeah, I would think that that's a close answer to what I would put down as objects exist through relationality and dependence on mind, right? So, definitely those two properties would have to, subsist for. Okay, so should I move on to this text now?
Yeah, good
Okay.
answer.
Yeah, all right. So the Age of Enlightenment is often said to have started with the publication of Francis Bacon's Novum Organum. Oh wait, I forgot to read the second part of this quote. It says, "It will be in your power to descend to lower brutish forms of life." Right, you will be able through your own decision to rise again to superior orders whose life is divine. So that illustrates this idea of the hierarchy of being that I was talking about. Right, that man ascends up the hierarchy of being. So that step is necessary, right? So the second step, right, in which man is the archetypal man, right? See, this is why I was describing things in such a precise way, right? The step of the archetypal man is necessary to get to this other step of the universal man, right? Because and I've explained this on the show many times, right? It's kind of like man has to be put above nature in order to be universalized, right? They created the notion that through man's rational mind, they can transcend nature, right? In the stage where he became a heavenly being, right? And then they said, well, through science, and through the understanding of the rational mind, we can then manipulate and control nature, which is the idea that basically it's kind of like what Francis Bacon kind of says, right? In a way, right? That we can use reason to manipulate and control nature, but of course, he's still trying to justify it in terms of the archetypal man, right? Because he's trying to justify it to sort of like religious people, right? So he's saying, well, the Bible tells us to dominate the earth, right? But yeah.
Would you say that this is like Adam Kadmon is like the first step, which is like Kabbalistic or something? So it's kind of like, is this like where does Adam Kadmon fall in that? Is that
that's well, see, I laid down 4 steps, right? The first step is the primordial man, right? Which is like this sort of being that is arises through nature, right? Has a one-to-one relationship with nature, right? And the forces of nature, and the gods are sort of natural beings, right? And so there's all this idea where the primordial man sort of has to do with sexual relations too, right? Because the gods have like sort of like sexual relations, right? Or either that or they become androgynous. Well, when they become androgynous, they create this notion of Adam Kadmon, right? Or the archetypal man, right? And then from the notion of the archetypal man, which is this guy that doesn't exist within nature but exists in heaven, right? They create the notion of the universal man, which is the man that is basically going to be realized through the liberation of everyone on their own terms, right? So man gets to define himself in this third stage, right? And then in the fourth stage, right, there's the mass man, right, where man is defined by technology and by his own creations, right? And there he starts to worship his own creations, right? In the third stage, man he worships himself, right? To say, but yeah, anyways, that's my entire.
Yeah, can I say something that many people don't talk about? And this is about how some cultures worship tyranthropes. You know what I mean? And Theranthropes, it doesn't have to be exactly like that, but I see them as archetypally representing the potency in nature, or not in a Aristotelian sense, but more in the
Are those
sense of
like chimeras or like mandrills or like creatures like that? Is that what you're talking about?
Theranthrope means stuff like Garudas, Nagas, those you mentioned.
Yeah, they're
Also,
like blended with humans. Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
they're blended with humans, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're anthropomorphic. So
No.
because what they represent. I mean,
Yeah.
so
Well, I get a lot of that as a reflection back from nature because a lot of like fairies and things are like that too. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, I think worshiping Theranthropes is not as bad as worshiping robots or man's creations, because Theranthropes, like I'm saying, they could, like this image I have, all sentient beings have Buddha nature. Human beings are unique and awakening to the Buddha nature. But, like in the Flower Garden Sutra, you have a multiverse. You have a multiverse in the Flower Garden Sutra. That's 1,600 pages. It's not, I haven't read it yet, though, but I do plan to read it. But, what I'm trying to get at is Trianthropes represent the primacy of nature, and that it could have been a different way, like counterfactuals, counterfactuals in a way that still places the primacy of nature and awakening of the nature. And so I
Yeah.
think the demonization of the worship of Theranthropes, it could be underlying what eventually led man to create his own creations and worship that over seeing a greater mystery in nature or something. You get what I'm trying
Do
to
you
say?
think that? Yeah. Do you think that maybe is like that was the turning point when the ego of humans like started like not needing to? It wasn't so important because like we weren't like trying to like we were like getting one up on a lot of the wildlife and nature. Like we were starting to
Yeah.
maybe get full of ourselves and then we were also bored because like we already beat all the animals, like there wasn't much challenge left.
Yeah, exactly. If
Yeah.
you pay attention, the traditions that are most peaceful, like not peaceful, but they try to prize nature and respect nature, at least relatively speaking. They have Trianthropes like Buddhism and Hinduism, and even I think some of Taoism. I'm not sure. I have to look into that more.
Well, see,
Trianthropes.
and I agree with that is definitely peaceful, but I think that I think it's better if it's just an internal, like I mean, you can find people that have similar internal like perceptions of the world, but I don't think it's universal with all humans.
Yeah, so here's the thing is that how it may fit into this, right, is that if you could depict that the animals actually depicted more settings within nature and then they became more anthropomorphized, meaning they had animal heads and human bodies as time went on, right, then that sort of depicts the same picture that Rousseau is painting, that we fell from seeing nature as divine to then putting the gods in human forms, and then we sort of turned humanity into the gods, and then we sort of started worshiping that the deification of man is the same thing as creating nature as the idol, so to speak. So anyways,
we projected definitely.
Oh yeah, there's some truth to that. So anyways, it says
It
to
could be
this
the opposite. Could be the opposite, because Tyranthropes are way older than the other stuff. They're very old. They're very ancient. So very, very ancient. Tyranthropes. I don't think they necessarily imply making them more like men. It's more like seeing into the future almost.
Well, I
to
think
some
that's what the
extent.
revision of the. I don't know. It could be both ways, even.
Yeah,
simultaneously.
yeah, because you're talking about like cave animals, right? Maybe in the cave animals there was not these types of things, but they just had the animals, right? And then those animals were considered like sacred objects, and then it moved to the anthropomorphization of those animals, right?
Yeah, and then they started showing hunting too after that too.
Yeah,
because the oldest ones were just animals.
Yeah, you know what the
Yeah.
oldest statue found in Europe is? The oldest statuette. It's called Lion Man. The oldest
Yeah.
statue is the Lion
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, and it could be like, yeah, but even pointing to the future, it could be a mediation between man's past and understanding of, some combination between man and nature in the process of deification, right? Because if you just take a strictly sort of atheistic view of the world, right, then you see the development of, more complex forms of religion, right? So then anthropomorphization would become something that develops over time. But anyways, here goes. The age of the Enlightenment is often said to have started with the publication of Francis Bacon's Novum Organum, or the New Tool, which proposes a scientific methodology based on hold on, guys, I gotta go grab this coffee here in a second. Which proposes a scientific methodology based on empirical investigation rather than a priori reasoning. Okay, so this is going to be important for him in a minute, because he's going to start talking about Kant and this whole idea of a priori reasoning, most likely, right? Because that's what Kant is responsible for laying down, right? This category, right?
That's one author that that I've actually read. Yay. We can discuss that.
Yeah, Kant's cool because he.
I don't know if I'd say that, but okay.
Well, I mean, I like that he goes on about morality.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah, that's definitely one of his achievements, bringing morality back into the framework. But some may argue that the way he does it is sort of irreligious, because he's not tying morality to reason, right? So some might say it may be tied to reason, like how John Locke says it is tied to some sort of reason. He actually says, morality is practical reason, right? But anyways, let's move on here. It says here, Bacon advocated the project of affecting all things possible, quote unquote, by which he meant using science to achieve mastery over nature in order to improve the living condition of human beings. The heritage from the Renaissance combines with the influence of Isaac Newton, right? Or somebody who saw nature as mechanism, right? Thomas Hobbes, right, who said the state is the artificial God. Sorry, he said the artificial man, which is the state, is a mortal God, right? Which is sort of like speaks for man, right? So it's like a weird concept that he invented, where it's like the deification of the state, way before Hegel, right? Then you have John Locke, right? Remember, John Locke just said nature that lies there without man improving it is just waste, right? Then you have Immanuel Kant. Remember, he said the starry sky above and the moral law within, right? Nature and morals are not connected, right? The Marquis de Condorcet, don't know who the fuck that is, and others to form the basis of rational humanism, right? Which emphasizes empirical science and critical reason rather than revelation and religious authority as ways of learning about the natural world and our place within it, providing a grounding for morality. Transhumanism has its roots in rational humanism. So that's actually true. We've been saying that a lot, right? In the 18th and 19th century, we catch a glimpse of the idea that humans themselves can be developed through the application of science. Oh, so here's this guy. Let's find out who this guy is. Condorcet speculated about tending human lifespan by means of medical science. And let me see where we're at here. Oh yeah, we got quite a bit of time here. All right. All right, let me see. Okay, so he says, would it be absurd now to suppose that the improvements of human race should be regarded as capable of unlimited progress? Whoa, now that's hubris, right?
Yeah, duh.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
that a time
unlimited.
will come. Yeah, yeah, that a time will come when death would result only from extraordinary accidents, or the more and more gradual wearing out of vitality, and that finally the duration of average interval between birth and wearing out has itself no specific limit whatsoever. So he's saying that immortality is basically possible, right? Okay, so he's saying this in the 18th and 19th century. Right,
I
so
do
this is
think
very
it's possible, but it's limited possible. Yeah. So I mean, why would anybody want it to be unlimited possible?
What do you mean by that, Zeph?
It's like if it's unlimited, I think possibility can be limited, like, and still be like so vast that it doesn't matter, I guess. But it does matter at some point, I'm betting, at least, because like I can imagine like if you lived for like forever, you'd get bored. I mean, you'd want to end it eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I think that's a tall, like,
Yeah.
what
But
if? Like, what if
it
you
is a
live
big, huge what if.
forever? Like, is like the planet gonna last forever? Is the solar system gonna last forever? You know, is the
Well, the
universe
energy
gonna last
is
forever?
going to last forever, allegedly, but we don't know, really. I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't
I
know.
think that's not possible, right? So it says, no doubt man will not become immortal, but cannot the span constantly increase between the moment he he begins to live and the time naturally without illness or accident he finds life a burden. Benjamin Franklin longed wistfully for suspended animation, foreshadowing cryonics movement. I wish it were possible to invent a method of embalming drowned persons in such a manner that they might be recalled to life at any period, however distant. There's a whole letter that I have in the book that I have called The Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, right, where Kant calls him the new Prometheus. So this is actually a true word by Kant, right? That Benjamin Franklin is the new Prometheus, right?
Well,
Because he gave
did the biography of
Here, hold on
Benjamin
a second,
Franklin?
Zeph.
Okay. I have a question.
That he gave electricity to the humans, right? So he stole fire from the gods, right? Similar to, right, Benjamin Franklin, right? So it's interesting. What were
Whoa.
you gonna say, Zeph?
I was just going to ask if the biography of Benjamin Franklin, like, says anything at all about how he let his wife die alone. Just wondering. Because that seems like I
No,
really like.
because he
Yeah.
wrote it. So no, it does not say anything
Oh,
like that.
geez.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
wrote it himself. It's autobiography, right? So no, probably not.
Oh, yeah.
Zeph.
Huh.
Anyways, so let's
Yeah.
So does anybody else have anything?
That
Yeah,
explains a lot, actually.
It's all important, you know. Yeah. I feel I already have my vision in place, but yeah, it's important. I would say that the prolegomena, I can't pronounce it. Schopenhauer said that's better than critic of pure reason. I kind of condense it. I think a priori synthetic knowledge has some weak arguments, but yeah, Kant's understanding of enlightenment and other stuff was pretty strong. What do you think about his deontology overall? I just want to hear what you think about it. His deontology.
Obviously, like, morality being placed in the category of universal, I think that's all. I mean, I just think he uses it to justify empiricism, right? So he's trying to say that empiricism and sort of types of abstract reason go together, but the only thing he includes in that is like math and logic, right? So I don't know. I think it's totally botched. If people have to really read it and really see what Kant's saying, but yeah, I don't like him that much, right? For sure. And then look at his students, right? They're a bunch of dunderheads.
No, Schopenhauer was great. You don't like Schopenhauer? That's the Schopenhauer.
I don't really think Schopenhauer's like really like a neo-Kantian. You know, I would say like maybe like maybe like Fichte and like C.S. Peirce, like they have good stuff, right? But any other like neo-Kantians, I don't really get that much benefit.
You like Fichte or Fichte, you know?
Yeah.
That you don't like Fichte. I think he was a student of Kant. Fichte, Fichte.
Fichte, I just said Fichte. I like him. I just said that. Yeah.
You like Fichte? Wow.
I just said that. Yeah. Him and C.S. Peirce, I like them. Yeah, but I said other ones I don't like. Right. But anyways,
yeah.
So let's see. I should prefer an ordinary death, but immersed. Here, hold on. For having a very ardent desire to see and observe the state of America 100 years hence. Somebody has some sort of like cricket sound. I don't know what that is, but yeah, if you guys could mute that up. But yeah, I should prefer to an ordinary death, being immersed with a few friends in a cask of Madeira. What the hell is that?
Wine.
Oh, okay. Until that time, then to be recalled to life by solar warmth of my dear country. But in all probability, we live in a century too little advanced, so at least you realize that, and too near the infancy of science to see such an art brought in our time to its perfection. So he wanted to be, yeah, so definitely don't wake that guy up, right? After the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, 1859, it became increasingly plausible to view the current version of humanity not as an endpoint of evolution, but rather as an early phase. The rise of scientific physicalism might also have contributed to the belief that technology might well improve the human organism. I don't see the correlation there, or at least the rise of scientific physicalism might have also contributed to the belief that technology might improve the human organism.
Yeah, I see the correlation there. I see it. You know.
Yeah, what's going on?
It's physicalist.
Through hope and free time, maybe, I don't know.
Physicalist thing. Basically, to physicalists, everything is a material and different process, and so like material aggregates, you know, and they think mind is just an epiphenomenon. I don't think there's anything special in the human or in the organisms. It's just a blind process, and so like physicalism. So it becomes just about material benefits for the. So physicalism does lend better to the technological progress, like you said. Something like idealism and panpsychism are less likely to do so. But maybe panpsychism could also. Actually, you have to be careful with panpsychism. I have some. Yeah, I have this friend. You know, we shared his video. Remember, the Slovenian. He argues from a mix of a kind of materialist perspective and panpsychism, in favor of the technological singularity and stuff. So, you know, because it just comes down to the worldly things. Yeah. Just comes down to worldly things. You know, there's nothing otherworldly about symbols or about awakening or looking into your own mind or stuff like that. You know, so
yeah. The reason I was saying is I think he's jumping the gun a little bit, right? Because it's kind of like he's taking like this anachronistic view that those people like in the 1800s, right? You know, that because scientific physicalism, I believe, is well before the belief or the idea that technology is going to improve humanity specifically, right? So when they first had scientific physicalism, I think most people like Benjamin Franklin were like thinking like, no, we might use this idea of empiricism to improve ourselves on the moral scale and improve sort of our range in politics and society, where we might build a better society. But like you said, it's going to be way longer till we really use this stuff to improve humanity. Right?
Yeah, I have a problem
As
with
a
that
whole.
because it's just so obvious to me personally. Like physicalism, there's no basis for morality or normative values or meta ethics.
Right.
There's like no basis for it. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
obvious to me. Like, yeah,
Yeah. So
I'm not a physicalist. I am not a physicalist. But I'm saying that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So in that way, it's confusing too, because it's like, it's like if you're just a scientific physicalist, like why improve humanity, right? So anyways, so it says here, for example, a simple kind of materialist view was boldly proposed in 1750, he says, by French physician Julien Alfred Lemaitre in La Home Machine. Remember, we heard that term from from Jacques Ellul, right? He used that term too, right? It literally means man the machine, right? Okay, so it says here, in which he argued that man is but an animal or a collection of springs which wind each other up. Basically, Hobbes argued the same exact thing in the Leviathan, right? If human beings are constituted of matter, obeying the same laws of physics that operate outside us, it should in principle be possible to learn to manipulate human nature in the same way that we manipulate external objects. Now, that's a key point, right? Okay, let's read that again. It says, if human beings are constituted of matter, obeying the same laws of physics that operate outside us, then it should, in principle, be possible to learn to manipulate human nature in the same way that we manipulate external objects. This guy's writing this as a great achievement in ideological thought, that we can control and manipulate and castrate and silence and subdue the human.
They
Right?
weren't
Great
including
thinking.
them. They apparently
Great.
weren't including themselves in that, right?
Looks like, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, it doesn't make much sense, right? Clearly not, right? But they clearly are included in it, right? Because they're talking about a generalized view of man, right?
I just want to say that this view is nothing new. It's very ancient. Like in Egypt, for example, Apophis, which was the god who's basically this uncontrollable monster, was used to represent the population, and the ruling class basically got the population to root against Apophis and be defeated by Ra, who was essentially just trying to make them more easy to predict, because in order to reduce or I should say, in order to exert greater control over chaotic variables, you need to exert, or reduce the degree of chaos that they produce. So that's all I want to say, is that this view is nothing. It's nothing new. It's nothing. It's very ancient, and this is how the ruling class has always looked at people.
That's like
yeah,
some
it's a
pretty
great point.
vast exceptionalism, though, right? Vast exceptionalism.
Yeah, but it goes back to the Mumford and the Mega Machine, right? It's an ancient concept, as Dom said. That's an astute observation for sure.
Yeah. But in regards to exceptionalism, like, TML said, these people are absolutely included because they have a big task and a big duty where their whole life basically revolves around maintaining this status quo that these ancient traditions have built for them. And if they fail at doing that, it could have very huge consequences in their lives because they have a whole lot more to lose than the average person. So they're slaves to their duty.
Agreed. Yep, I think so too. I don't know though. I just think so. Seems right.
So check this out. He seems to think that the Enlightenment ran itself out. Now, this is an interesting thought, right? Now, even some of the boldest, promoters of the technological and scientific enterprise of the modern world, right? Even they'll say that the Enlightenment is the pivotal point in which everything changed. But even Nick Bostrom is smart enough to see that it was merely just one bump, right? Like, actually, there was huge advances sometimes in the 1800s, sometimes in the 1900s. And sometimes there was huge pushbacks against that technological advancement that happened in the 1600s, in the 1800s, and in the 1900s, right? Huge, significant pushbacks. Like, for example, the idea of romanticism, right? So he says it gave way to romanticism and to latter-day reactions against the rule of instrumental reason and the attempt to rationally control nature, such as can be found in some postmodernist writings, the New Age movement, right? So there's Blavatsky, right? Deep environmentalism, right? There's that idea that of Pentti Linkola and the other guys, right? And parts of the anti-globalization movement, right? Anti-globalization movement. Wow, he sure mentioned a whole cast of characters there, right? How I wonder how he feels about those guys, right? However, the Enlightenment's legacy, including a belief in the power of human rationality and science, is still an important shaper of modern culture. Oh yeah. In his famous 1784 essay, What is Enlightenment? Kant summed it up as follows: Enlightenment is man's leaving his self-caused immaturity. That seems a little grandiose. Immaturity is the incapacity to use one's own understanding without the guidance of another. Whoa. Okay, so you got to be led by other men, I guess. And Kant's whole idea, such immaturity is self-caused. Whoa, so this is different from Pico della Mirandola there, right? Saying that you're in charge of your own self, right, bucko? If its cause is not lack of intelligence, but by the lack of determination and courage to use one's intelligence without being guided by another, the motto of enlightenment is therefore super ode. Have the courage to use your own intelligence. Huh. I don't know. Doesn't that seem kind of contradictory? But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, what do you guys think?
Definitely agree. It's contradictory, but I don't know.
Yeah. So to make it more concise or conversational, so we're looking at the conditions, the genealogy of history, and the development of Western thought that led to the proliferation of technique and the preoccupation with it and the technological growth being the highest value to these
Well, it's funny you
technocrats.
say that. He is presenting a history of transhumanist thought in which he only mentioned one Eastern thought, which is Taoism, practice of trying to seek immortality through developing an elixir of life. All the other ideas he's mentioned are exclusively Western. There has to be some reason for that, but maybe he'll tell us that later. But yeah, definitely looks like a very one-sided view of history, if you ask me, right?
The elixir of immortality, it can be corrupted and twisted very easily, because initially it didn't mean the quest for biological immortality or fusing with machines to extend life, like cryogenics. It didn't mean anything like that. But I can see how some profane technicians could twist it that way and stuff. Yeah. And it seems that goes back to Enlightenment thinkers.
Yeah, I think the Enlightenment was just kind of no good.
Well, there's some things we have learned. I would say some descriptive facts, but was it worth the sacrifice? I would say no. I would say it was not worth the sacrifice, but the facts, I do accept a lot of the facts that the so-called research institutes give.
Well, the question is how much of it has been dictated to us for ulterior motives versus like how much of it was given to us by for this like ideal of freedom versus how much of it has been given to us to like purposefully ensnare us in a trap. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's a little bit too harsh of a analogy, but maybe not.
No,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Absolutely right. And this is what I mentioned before countless times is
You
that
have to go deep into peer-reviewed sources.
The school system was shaped by organizations like the Jesuits in an attempt basically as the Counter-Reformation to slow down this Protestant spread. And basically, it was just made, the overall objective was just to consolidate power towards Rome and governments becoming more secular, really.
I don't agree. You have to look at the peer-reviewed sources, and like the ancients didn't know how bodies were composed of cells, multicellular organism. Like you have unique cells specialized in your organs. For like liver detoxification or for like the brain. We didn't know about neurons. Neurons are real and stuff. Neurons are real, and they do electrical conduction, and they communicate. And then we look at the brains of others, organisms, they have neurons too and stuff like that. You can keep going deeper and deeper and deeper, but this is not a science channel. And so I would say that regardless of whether it's for liberty or ensnaring us in their trap, facts are facts. You know what I mean? Like when you see a loved one dying from like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, you can look into the brain and you can see like, causal mechanistic relationships. Now, this doesn't tell you about philosophy, because philosophy deals with unfalsifiable questions like idealism, panpsychism, blah, 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 all of that. Even theism, theism does not, you can still be a theist and still accept.
Well, on that note, let me ask you this. We were watching this whole debate between the Christian Freemasons versus allegedly non-Freemasonic Christians. And they seem to dance around the fact that philosophy and theology have a relationship. How would you characterize philosophy? Would you say that it is inherently theological, or?
When I use philosophy, I'm speaking broadly, because for a lot of Christians, stuff like St. Augustine is important. St. Augustine is a philosopher too. For my tradition, it's like Vasubandhu, Nagarjuna, they're philosophers too. They're like more theological philosophers. So, I see theology and philosophy, they can be closely connected. They are connected. They're like different branches or whatever.
Well, some people say that the Eastern didn't really even have philosophy. It's
No,
only
they
the
had
West that had
philosophy.
philosophy.
What are you talking about? They had philosophy. I'm the
No,
one.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
Yeah,
other people have said that. So
yeah, they're stupid. They're stupid. They're the kind of people who go and they probably just look at a Wikipedia article or something and they think they're experts on the subject. You have to go deep into this subjects you consider yourself an expert of, or that you can criticize. Eastern philosophy is very rich, especially Indian, especially Central Asian, especially Chinese Buddhists. And so you have Vasubandhu, you had Nagarjuna, you had Tiante school of China, you had the Huanyan school of China. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like. People can do what they want, but taking conspiracies too far, it's just ridiculous. You have to also look at the opposite side. You have to look at the side you're critiquing. You have to be an expert on that side too. And so, you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because
do you ever look or into or consider the conspiracies that are happening, Avian?
Yes, I do. I do look into them. I read some occult texts that talk about them too and other stuff.
What do you think a conspiracy is?
Something they want to keep hidden from the masses, some kind of covert action, some kind of ulterior objectives that the elites want to do, social engineering basically for the masses to keep them locked in certain dialectics and narratives and stuff with, so, but you have to realize that
word conspiracy, Avian, etymologically means together, con, and spire, breathe. Together we breathe. That means that we're all on the same page together. We're all going to do the same thing, and we're going to conspire together, like you said, in secrets to accomplish a goal. That's really all it is.
That's interesting because respire and expire, that's like inhale, exhale. Yeah.
Yeah, but some conspiracies are too large scale. They require too much coordination. Do you think all of the PhD candidates or people going into certain fields or domains of research in academia, they're all brainwashed by conspiracy? I don't think so. I really don't think that level of coordination that has to go into sustaining that is just too unfathomable. Yeah, I don't accept it.
Well,
you have
first
to
of
look at theory
Avian, that level of coordination did happen and does happen. And second of all, I never said that everyone with a PhD is brainwashed. However, everyone with a PhD is initiated into a Masonic system that mirrors their degrees.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree. First off, we have to realize that
all you want.
Yeah,
whether they're aware of it or not, though, is another question.
Let's say someone, like an oligarch, like I don't like the Rockefellers, I don't like them, applied science is different from descriptive science, okay? But let's say like, they finance some of it or whatever because they have ulterior objective. The findings, like in genomics or in like other biological fields are misused for technique. They're used to embolden the technological growth. So, but even so, the facts are facts. You have to look into the way they have their methodologies. You have to look into the math. It's not easy. You have to learn a lot of math.
Differential
equations, statistics. All of that is not easy. Like
you keep telling me to look into the facts.
Yeah, the facts.
Peer review sources. And I've told you nothing but facts. I've told you that the modern day academia was built by the Jesuits, and their whole system of compartmentalizing subjects, focusing mainly on reason and math, comes from them. And you're saying it's conspiracy and to look into peer-reviewed studies.
Yeah, I'm saying that even if that were the case, which I do give you admission for, I concede that. I'm saying even so, the facts are facts. It's like saying that a serial killer who tells you not to drink Bleach is wrong because he's a serial killer, or it's like people who dismiss Teddy because he was a part of an MK Ultra plan. You have to take things on their own terms. You have to first go look at the methodology. You have to go talk to different PhD or researchers or whatever, and you have to like take it more holistically. Because just saying that, oh, it was the Jesuits or the oligarchs, and then dismissing all the findings as from the researchers as being a psyops, that's disingenuous. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's disingenuous.
That's not. Again, that's not what I said I'm doing. I said I'm drawing attention to the siloing and the compartmentalization of learning and the prevention of an interdisciplinary approach to handle matters to understand the objective world we live in. We're incapable of doing that precisely because academia was shaped by the people I'm telling you about.
Well, we can do multidisciplinary approach. There are some people who do it. It's true that grants are, run dry for such things, though. But there are some scholars who do so. Like one of them is named Skrbina. I talk about his works a lot. I actually found this channel from his works. He has a multidisciplinary approach and such. And there are other thinkers that have multidisciplinary approaches too. But you're correct that, academia has a lot of problems. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm saying that when it comes to the question of facts, like empirical facts, it is not easy to just dismiss all of them. You have to like look into them deeply, and then you dismiss them or whatever. Then you reject them, or then you like critique them or something. You get what I'm saying? Like getting into the math and other stuff. Well, I don't talk about astronomy and astrophysics, for example, because I don't have the expertise in that matter. I have friends that do. They're way better at that stuff. I'm not gonna act like, oh, I know better than you. What you're doing is just just started by Jesuits, and you're falling for a psyops, or something like that.
I was gonna bring that up because you don't think we went to the moon, right? I'm pretty sure I've heard.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. My background in astrophysics is weak. I lean towards yes, but overall, I say I don't care. It's not my area of focus. But I lean towards yes. I mean, because going to the moon, even if they went to the moon, what's so great about it? There's nothing really that great on the moon. Right? So who cares?
I agree.
You don't think Professor Francis Boyle suddenly dying when he agreed to join the prosecution against Gates and Albert Bourla is kind of fishy?
See, this is what I'm talking about. When you want to talk about astronomy, you gotta go to peer-reviewed sources. They're full of math. They talk about how they gather the data, how they use the satellites and all that stuff. It's too much for me. It filters me. Like it's not my area of focus.
This is what the scientists are going to tell you. They're going to tell you there's all this space junk up there, but at the same time, they have these telescopes taking pictures of things many light years away that are just in pristine condition at all times.
No, scientists tell you a lot of true things. They tell you, for example, you're a multicellular organism. Your body is a composite of many cells.
I don't think anybody's debating that.
Yeah, you're debating astronomy. I just told you, in regards to astronomy, I am not an expert.
But they just mentioned biology.
Yeah, because that's my area of focus. That's my area of focus. I read books on biology.
I don't think I've ever heard of psyop or conspiracy of us not having any cells or.
Yeah, but you can't make sense of cells without evolution. You can't make sense of it. Why are there cells in the first place? It involves evolution.
Why is there anything in the first place?
Because nothing doesn't exist. I agree with that. I don't think there are pure vacuums or voids. I lean towards there are no pure vacuums or voids. Like virtual particles, which I studied, are still something in physics. Virtual particles. It's weird stuff. Yeah, but like my area of focus is biology, and so one of them, and then Buddha Dharma, and then philosophy of technology. I view technological growth negatively. That definitely I view it negatively. But when it comes to science, I see it more, and partially, you know, when it's used to facilitate technological growth, I see it negatively. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case, and it's just facts they're reporting. And you know, sometimes there are debates about it, but you know, it's not easy. You know, you gotta read the peer, look at textbooks, peer-reviewed sources, get into the math, other shit like that. You know, like, you know, like it's like when it comes to astrophysics, you know, I have learned some electromagnetic stuff. You know, the math for that. It's crazy. I learned it for LiDAR. You know about LiDAR? LiDAR is being used for very bad stuff, LiDAR. Basically, it's a way they can like get an image of any surface, a topological surface, and then they get the, you know, the particles, or what is it called again? It's like little dots. It's like little particles, and you can make images where I did that with coral reef a little bit for a project. And they do it for landscapes too. They can easily model the whole Earth with LiDAR and stuff.
But it's really damaging, isn't it, to like things on a very small level? Like it really disrupts
Possibly,
things
yeah.
briefly. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
But
probably. Yeah, it wouldn't
yeah,
surprise me. Maybe.
yeah.
I don't know. I have to look into it more. I'm not an expert in LiDAR. I just know the basics of LiDAR because I was working in Python and other stuff with LiDAR. LiDAR, LIDAR. So, you know, like, you know, about the Jesuits and all that, you know, you know, even if they may have, you know, started it, you know, for utilitarian purposes, you know, you still got to take the facts on their own terms, the research on its own terms. Maybe that research is being misused and to serve technique and stuff. So there you go. You know, is it, you know, this is, this is, like,
Well, here's the thing, Avian, right? Because
what?
science is just ultimately a method used to
Yes.
test objective reality, or
Yes, yeah.
ideas we have about objective reality. So, is quantification and empiricism more important, or is actually understanding the ontological foundation of reality more important?
The ontological foundation of it. I'm an idealist. Yeah, I would say a non-substantialist idealist, basically. You know, because like I said about non-abiding awareness, but you see, look at Bernardo Kastrup. You can look him up. Someone like that is closer to my views. Not 100%, not 1-to-1. I don't agree with him on every tiny little thing, but in general, I would say he's in the right direction. Bernardo Kastrup, and so I do like his idealism. Yeah, so I think it's in the right direction. I'm an idealist, you know. So were a lot of German philosophers idealists. Like Schopenhauer was an idealist, you know. But Schopenhauer didn't go as far as to be like all of science is psyop to keep you to believe false narratives. I mean, could have started for utilitarian purposes, but Schopenhauer still was, you know, interested in like scientific facts and stuff like that. You know, like Schopenhauer and Bernardo Kastrup. I like both of them a lot. I've read some Kastrup. I have read a little bit of Schopenhauer, like, you know, like over like a couple hundred pages, but I didn't finish Schopenhauer. Yeah, there you go. And stuff, you know, like flat Earth kind of crap, anti-evolutionism, all that crap. I don't personally like it. I mean, if you want to believe it, you can, but
I don't think anybody was bringing up any of those topics here. To my understanding, anything recently.
Yeah, all I asked was what's more important, the ontological foundation or
ontological, yeah, ontological foundation is more important. Yeah, philosophy is above science. Philosophy is more important than science. That was my number one point in my presentation. You can actually stop at point number one if you want to. You know, I'm going to go deeper than that. Ontology is so important. You don't have to care about about humanity or moral consideration. You don't have to care about Earth even. Just focus on your own liberation or whatever. You can go that deep. You know, that's what becoming a monk is about. So when you become a monk, you leave worldly concerns and you just focus on your own salvation or liberation. That's what being a monk is about. And so, I'm not a monk though. So I have considered it deeply in the past. And so,
my point is that science has limitations and needs a syncretic approach with other disciplines and primarily philosophy and
Can I show you something?
ontology.
Because a lot of older scientists say the exact same thing.
Could you not interrupt me, please?
Oh, sorry, I apologize, good sir.
So what I'm saying is that these things need to lead, and they don't now. And that's by design. Because there were people who decided that math and quantification and categorization was the bridge between metaphysics and the natural world, instead of it being philosophy based in ontological understanding.
Yeah, yeah, I see your point, but I want to share this image if he's willing to. But you see a lot of older scientists like Schrodinger and like other ones, you know, they actually agree with you that philosophy, science, and technology, they're all separate domains. You know, they weren't, you know, physicalists. Not all scientists have been physicalists. I think the mind is special. The true nature of the mind, you know, it's the mind stream is. I don't even think the mind stream is reducible to biology. I actually don't think it is. You know, I think the mind, the true nature of mind, is unborn or something like that. And you know, like a lot of older scientists, they flirted with Advaita. They flirted with you know, those traditions. You know, a lot of them actually do become, you know, move towards those traditions, and sometimes they stop valuing, you know, because it's all dust. You know, all science and contingent facts are all dust. I mean, and the dust means sensations and other stuff in Chinese literature. You know, but you know, at the same time, you know, the contingent facts. If you're going to interact with the world, you know, it is what it is. You know, like you don't want to eat a poisonous mushroom. You know what I mean? And you know, some of these scientists get autistic and they over specialize in trying to understand the mechanisms of why that mushroom is poisonous, and then they make a serum for it. Like let's say you're going to Costa Rica, okay, and a poisonous snake bites you, right? They have serums for that. You know what I mean? They have like almost all the serums for poisonous snakes. You know, and it's true. You know, like and they had to research on the snakes to make the serum, and so they have to understand the mechanism of the snake. But all of that doesn't tell you the ontology, the true nature of reality, the intrinsic nature of stuff. You know, physicalism is unfalsifiable too. Yeah, and you see the left here. I'm not going to read all of it. These are scientists. Some of it cut off too, but it's okay. But these are scientists on the left who had a more interesting philosophy. They thought mind was more special. They thought that they're, you know, they didn't think you were just an automaton. You know, a lot, you know, physicalists like eliminativists, like Patricia Churchland, and they think you're just an automaton with the illusion of consciousness. But these people on the left don't. The people on the right, they all do. All of them would love Patricia Churchland. They would love eliminativists. They would probably say, "Oh, your mind is just an illusion. You're just a biological automaton. You're just a physical organism." You know, like Richard Dawkins is insane and stuff. So is Klaus. This guy, I forgot his name. Is like Klaus something. Bill Nye and D. Tyson.
Lawrence Krauss.
Yeah, they're all stupid on the right. They're all stupid on the right, but the left is more intelligent. You know, the left, they're idealists. They're more. They think mind is special. They don't think you're just an automated physical organism. So there you go and stuff.
I mean, I don't disagree.
Both sides are wrong about some things. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I just say I don't disagree that the older scientists were smarter. And I think that many of them, if not all of them, generally thought there was a God, or at least some sort of higher power. And not only that, but I know at least one of those guys on the right started out as an actor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, where do you think I land? In the left or right? I'm asking you. Where do I land? Where does Corvid land? Left or right?
Little to the left.
Yeah, there you go. I land on the left and stuff.
Not in an extreme way, usually, though, I've noticed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Mahayana Buddhist. That's the lens I work from. You know, I try to be traditional about the beliefs. You know, if I were like, I don't know, Sufi or I don't know, a Christian or whatever, it would be different. You know, but Mahayana. These guys are more Advaitin. They're more Advaitin. Like Schrodinger is probably more Advaitin or something like that. Schrodinger was an interesting man. So very interesting man. So he said this. Schrodinger said this. Said the plurality of what we perceive is only an appearance. It is not real. Vendetic philosophy has sought to clarify it by a number of analogies. One of the most attractive being the many-faceted crystal, which, while showing hundreds of little pictures of what is in reality a single existent object, does not really multiply that object. So that's from Schrodinger. It was very important.
Yeah, I like disco balls. They always reflect out, but I just put another one on the bottom. I mean, reflections, It sort of works the same way with mirrors.
So yeah, I separate philosophy, science, and technology. Technological growth is negative, and it's true they use a lot of science. I mean, they have to use science to make technological growth grow. That's their value. And science now is being used more and more to serve the technological growth. Like the people on the right, they probably just think that technological growth is great. We need more and more crap like Internet of Bodies or something.
Those guys on the left, they're more Eastern in their thinking, right? Generally.
Yeah, that's because the Eastern traditions, for my view, I'm going to say here, it's true. Okay, I think the Eastern traditions are true. I think Mahayana is true. Anyone else is free to believe whatever they want, but that's my bias.
This further adds to my point that if science had been spearheaded by some Eastern priesthood or similar group like that, like Buddhists or Taoists, undoubtedly it would be more advanced. Certainly in things like psychology, things that are actually learning about the self. I would also think we'd be more advanced in genetics. Just things that generally actually improve the quality of life, we would be way more advanced in. And also, I would think we probably wouldn't even have cars. We'd probably have something better that doesn't rely on the Roman grid for transportation.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't go that way. I don't think that it necessarily means, I don't know what, I don't think it matters like where it came from. It's just like, yeah, that the fact that there's divisions over this is silly to me. I don't know.
Well, I have my own views. One of my views that's important to my vision, which I gave a presentation to me, is that other organismal lines can reach open-ended symbolic systems or symbolic reference, potentially. I mean,
yeah, totally. They can.
Yeah, it can.
No, well, I mean, like you can train a crow to like associate a symbol with a certain thing, and then like to know that to associate that thing with the actual thing, and they can follow instructions. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, you can get lost in that stuff. There's a lot of material on that stuff. You can get lost.
I love crows too.
Not just crows, but
yeah, that
pigs
was really
are pretty smart. Pigs, dogs, all of them are pretty smart. Whales, dolphins.
Cuttlefish are pretty interesting.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna move to the Guinan work, and I appreciate you guys listening. I'm gonna sort of chop it up with some some music before that. So I actually have a lot more music, but we'll see if we can get to it before we move to some other things. But yeah, we got some thing here. I'll play for you guys, and we'll be right back. In a little bit.
You need to stop worshiping that evil, and you better stop swearing on your people. You Hollywood, hip-hop don't need you. You showed your asshole, hip-hop don't believe you. You ain't proven. I don't know who the fuck you think you fooling. What are you, a lyrical bodyguard? Starstruck over the bodies you guard with pajamas on. What the fuck you rhyming for? V5 farm, the 40-ton dinosaur with smoky lungs. Nigga, where you know me from? Thoroughbred hip-hop head. Hip-hop ain't shit without knowing the ledge. That's what the God said. I smoke Paulie Green, turning to Charlie Sheen. Fuck the honor roll if hip-hop don't wanna honor me. Jump off the deep end, give me the beat, man. I'm 12 albums deep, you just getting your feet wet. Beast from the east, bitch, never been beat yet. You can't avoid war without peace and respect. Listen, I don't wanna rub it in. You acting like that's your husband. This is mutual assured destruction. Look up, you see the space in the stars? Don't create a facade. Your arms are too short to wave the guard. The lunar base guard, in a Raytheon space pod. I was sent to the planet Earth to examine bars, to terminate whatever contaminates lyrical law. I'm like Nagar, raging a space war with J-Rod. I don't have to play the race card. I just grab the A-card, aim at your jaw, tear your face off. First thing in the morning, treat it like a day job. Mixing Johnny Walker with napalm. I hold your nose, make you open mouth and say, the hip-hop H-bomb. Say something, I can't wait to respond. Run up in your dressing room like Raekwon. You act hard when the video takes on, cause you hate to be wrong. Well, let me tell you something, nigga, this is lyrical law. A spiritual bomb that can cause physical harm. For the beat, nah, you act like a miserable broad. A 360 feel means you getting circled by a shark, boy. Better beg your pardon, turn into a horseman, slaughter him. I'm an underguard, you too overconfident. Stop talking, nigga, cause you can all get it. W-A-R, nigga, I'm raw with it. Don't let the alcohol fuck with your vision. I knock you out of the park, nigga, long distance. I wrote this rhyme in 5 minutes. I'm like Tango Space Killers for 25 years. So fuck with it if you want to. Nigga, I'm ball-proof. It's like you on Twitter with nobody to talk to. Crush your spine 59 times with a horseshoe. It's on you, nigga, don't say I didn't want it. Never had enough rhymes to fuck with mine. You know what they calling you, right? Moist 5'9". You souped up cause you got sign. You getting so much shine, you going fucking blind. Hey yo, 5'9". You must be out your rabbit ass mind. Huh? For real or what? I'm finna get some. Y'all niggas line up. Before show, I'ma show you what it is. I'ma show you how they kick me out the biz. Them niggas ain't tryna let me live. I ain't gonna end up like Papa Big. Without the fight, you understand me? Fuck y'all niggas. Fully automatic trigger mechanisms. You know my name, nigga. What? When I say bust, they gon' hit you up. Cash money, nigga. Ain't a goddamn thing funny, nigga. You heard? Fucking back. We ransack Team Shady Cat. Get outside, get your ass in the saddle. Slaughter alphabetic like papoose. What you drink? That look like whack juice. Come at you. Your rap group versus my rap group. Cross saber spurs and black boots. Duck, duck, shoot, nigga, get at you. Don't take yourself too serious, man. It's only hip-hop, alright, nigga? Peace.
All right. Pull this up. So he says here, what is called spiritualism, quote unquote, or idealism, quote unquote, is usually only a sort of transposed materialism. And this is true not only of what we have termed, quote unquote, neo-spiritualism, but also of philosophical spiritualism itself. Even though this holds itself to be the opposite of materialism, he says. Indeed, spiritualism and materialism, in the philosophical sense of these words, cannot be understood apart from each other, he says, being merely the two halves of the Cartesian dualism, whose radical separation has been transformed into a sort of antagonism, he says. Since that time, the whole of philosophy has oscillated between these two terms, without being able to get beyond them. Despite its name, spiritualism has nothing in common with spirituality. its war with materialism cannot be of the slightest interest to those who adopt a higher point of view. Sorry. Who see that these two alleged opposites are basically close to being simple equivalents, he says. And that on many points, their pretended opposition ultimately amounts to no more than a mere verbal dispute. So what's he saying? He's saying that the dialectic between spiritualism on the one end and materialism on the other end, right, is basically just a false dialectic, right? That those who are spiritual don't see materialism as their foe, and those who are basically, materialists need not discount the existence of spiritual ideals, right? So what he's saying is that there's too sharp of a distinction drawn between these two things, right?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, it's kind of saying like it's either neither or just a mixture of these two, right?
but we got to realize that it's not all physical, nor is it all spiritual. Because, like, I think Christians think that it's all spiritual because they think in the end it doesn't matter. As long as you believe in Jesus, you'll make it to heaven. This is an exoteric Christian perspective. And, it can really make you not care about what's happening in the world that you're actually living in now. So definitely too much spirituality can be a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I get where you're going with that one.
Yeah.
So he says, Buddha, did you have something there?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll have to use the bathroom. Who are you reading right now? Sorry about that. Sorry.
This is A Crisis of the Modern World by Rene
okay.
Guénon.
Yeah, I read that.
And I believe he
yeah.
has a like this is one of the later chapters in that. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that. I read Crisis of the Modern World.
Nice.
Yes,
Yeah, so
I read
that's
it.
cool. So we got an expert on the panel. Nice. Blessings. I appreciate you, man. So yeah, so go use the bathroom, and you've already read it, so you won't be missing much. But yeah, blessings. So yeah, so
I don't have that one. I have to get that one.
yeah, this one's pretty cool. Yeah, Crisis of the Modern World by Guénon and Revolt Against the Modern World by Evola. Two interesting books that look at the scientific paradigm and its limitations, right? But yeah, so let's look at this. Modern persons in general cannot conceive of any other science than that of the things that can be measured, counted, and weighed. In other words, material things, right? Since and by the way, this is a key step towards the massification and the creation of the mass man, right?
I wonder if that has anything to do with time, because time can be measured, but it's not a material.
Absolutely, because time starts to dominate over nature, right? I think because how progress is it's all driven towards time, right? So it's like we have to transcend nature through time, and that's kind of like what the whole model becomes, in my opinion, right? So I think time starts to become hugely important, but it's like they're creating the time, right? So it's like they want to accelerate the time, so they want to control time, is like controlling reality in a way for certain people. And then you see like a lot of magical practices, right? It's all about the moment and the particular time and the season, and It's all about controlling nature through the seasons, and so there's a lot of time magic. And of course, there's also this notion of templexity, right? Of how technical complexity affects time, right? And our understanding of time. It creates ontologies, right? Like, for example, archaic revivals and lost futures, right? That then start to supersede and proceed into the scope, right? So there's all sorts of time.
Yeah, like retrocausally even. Yeah, I get that. That's cool.
It could, yeah. Yeah, so, well, retrocausal is sort of like the eschaton, right? That is literally what the idea, right, that they're pushing, right, for the generation of the singularity, right? So they are pushing the idea of the eschaton already. So, anyways, so
Yeah,
let's see
it's
what.
crazy, right? Yeah. It's crazy, but I mean, it's cool, sort of, in a way, but also scary.
Yeah, I think Guanan would possibly definitely reject that idea, but he would kind of obviously there's important antecedents, but let's take a look at this. He says this tendency has reached the point of the tendency to reduce things to quantitative point of view, right? And to reduce quality to quantity, right? This is the tendency he's talking about. This tendency has reached the point of supposing that there can be no science in the real meaning of the word, except where it is possible to introduce measurement, and that there can be no scientific laws except that there express quantitative relations. It is a tendency which arose with the mechanism of Descartes, right? Since then, it has become more and more pronounced, notwithstanding the rejection of Cartesian physics. So Descartes was the founder of rationalism, right? So in terms of moving from empiricism, from idealism to just empiricism, there's a middle ground which is called rationalism, right? Which basically says that there's abstract principles that are that organize physical reality, right? And those exist in the mind, and that the mind contains sort of super rational principles that organize reality that is separate from our perception of the material world.
It can happen that way.
Yeah.
It can happen that way, but not often.
So why he's blaming Descartes for this is that Descartes maintained the physical laws, right? So he said that there's physical laws in addition to those mental sort of principles or properties that we use in order to observe the world. So he's a sort of precursor to Kant and his critique of pure reason, right? So
maybe he's the one that put Descartes before the horse. Oh.
Right. Right. So anyway, so let me go on with this a little bit. It says it is a tendency that arose with the mechanism of Descartes, right? And also pretty much of Newton, right? Newton and Descartes, right? Because Newton was the guy who created this mechanistic view of nature, right? And then Descartes, as I said, right, he sort of related this to those mathematical principles which exist in the abstract realm of the mind, and those physical laws which determine the outcome of physical reality, right? So he says here that it is a tendency. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna skip that.
If that's the case, and you're right, TML, that you could take, if you're smart enough, you could look at physical reality and use it to extrapolate some of those properties that you're talking about on the other side. If their manifestation or a cause is what's going on over there, then you should be able to see a link if you're bright enough.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, see, like Guanan is saying that that these people are drawing too sharp a divide between the two, so they're unable to see that because they're kind of like
Yes, those
saying
people
like,
would never be able to see it. Anyone
yeah,
taking that attitude.
They're
yeah, so
kind of
that's
nearsighted in a way, yeah.
yeah, because he's saying that there's a perfect sort of cutoff point between abstract mathematical principles and physical laws, right? Whereas he's saying that
Why would they make
between
that leap? Why would they say that I want it? That's not even logical.
No, it's not.
see,
A lot of good things were banished to superstition because of that too.
well, he says,
Just because
right,
science can't grasp everything, for them to say if we can't with our science, as if it's perfect, prove it, it can't exist. I don't think any scientist would even make that fucking statement. He'd know it would
well,
be done.
that's
At least I think.
yeah, well, that's the thing with Cartesian dualism. See, he says, when he says, "I think, therefore I am," right? Basically, what he's saying is that consciousness, right? He's not saying that consciousness is primary to matter, right? What he is saying, right, is basically that, I can doubt that physical reality exists. It's only my perception of the physical reality that causes me to understand that it exists, right? So he's saying that
I love
perception
it.
exists in the mind, right? So he's
I
not saying
love
that there's that the consciousness is generating the physical reality or that it's primary to it, but he's saying there's a one-to-one relationship between the two. So what he's actually saying is a much
But it's
more
actually recursive, yeah.
yeah, but what he's actually saying is a much more moderate statement, right? So people use that and basically misinterpret
Yes.
that, right? And then apply it to saying, well, I could think and be whatever I want, but he's not
Hmm.
really saying that, right? So
Right.
that's the inherent limitation of what he is saying. But anyways,
Yeah.
let me move back to the text here
Yeah,
because
limited. That's good.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
people thinking limits are bad. Limits can be good. They're not all
yeah.
bad.
Oh yeah, actually freedom, as I discussed on another show, it basically should require the notion of limitations in order to
Yes.
surpass or understand or
Yes. To really be
exemplify
Well,
limit.
and
worthy in
nature can
some
teach you.
ways. To
Nature can
even
teach
be
you not to.
worthy. Right. Nature will teach it to you, right?
Right. Right. So okay, so let's go on for a second here. He says it says okay, I'll just start here. He says it is a tendency that arose with the mechanism of Descartes, since that has become more and more pronounced, notwithstanding the rejection of Cartesian physics. For it is not bound up with the particular physical theory, but with a general conception of scientific knowledge. Okay, so he's not talking about his
Very
physical
good.
theory, right? He's talking about
Yeah.
his conception of how scientific knowledge arises, which
Scientific.
I
Very
explained to you
good.
guys.
That
Yeah,
can make me feel better. Yeah.
yeah, because I explained to you guys that his physical theory isn't just reducing everything to the material, right? But his idea of scientific knowledge, it pretty much is, right?
I
So that's
guess
really what he's talking about. Yeah,
because he'd be using physical laws and that type of stuff in
exactly.
his calculations. Yeah.
Exactly, right. Right. So he says today attempts are made to apply measurement even in the psychological field. See, that's a very dangerous place to apply this measurement. Why? Because you could
Yeah.
basically then say you could calculate man's emotions, his sentiments, right? Right. Then man becomes reducible to like basically the material, and also becomes calculable. And that's one thing that we should possibly stay away from. Like, remember in the last one, check this out what he said in the last one, right? Where was it again? Oh yeah, he said if human beings are constituted of matter obeying the same laws of physics that operate outside of us, then it should be in principle be possible to learn to manipulate human nature in the same way that we manipulate external objects. Oops.
Yeah, that's
Right.
happening.
So that's so let's
Say it
go
again.
over.
Say the whole thing again. Say the whole thing again.
Oh yeah, it's right
If
here.
man was manifest, say the thing again. If man was manifest in the physical, what'd you say?
Yeah, if he's obeying the same laws of physics, right, that constitute matter, then
Yes.
as where possible, to manipulate those laws, it's possible to manipulate human nature as it is those external objects. You see, so
Yeah, I want
it's
to
very
respond
simple.
to that a bit,
Yeah.
if I can. It's about regarding a very interesting video you shared from MIT.
Yeah,
about
but real quick,
Sure.
but just to hammer in the point, here's another explanation of the same thing. Check this one out. Here, hold on, let me pull this one up because this one was good, and then Buddha's gonna explain something about it.
All right, I just got the damn quote you said. It took a while, but I got it.
Yeah, check this one out. Modern man denies himself every metaphysical dimension and considers himself a mere object of science, but he screams when they exterminate him as such.
Ooh. Everybody want to go to heaven. Nobody wants to die. That's the same thing, just said a different way.
So,
well, nobody wants to, but you don't actually probably.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Buddha, you had something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. It's actually related to something you shared from MIT. Remember the video you shared, autonomous and non-surgical brain implants.
Right.
So yeah, it can basically pass the nanoelectric chips that could be injected into the body, and it can autonomously cross the blood-brain barrier and implant themselves into brain tissue. I watched that video again.
Wait.
Yeah,
If I can, and I wanted to add to it. If I can add to it, and you still hold your thought. If you think it not, you can't.
Sure.
I was just gonna say I saw an article that I think is saying the same shit you said. So I'll tell my article later. But I think I heard what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to see the article.
Yeah, while you talk, then I'll I probably got a wrench. I'll find it and put it in chat.
So basically, what MIT Press, what they're talking about is like spraying it on the foods or injecting you, and then they can have nanoelectrics that bypass the blood-brain barrier. Or, if they do that, what they want to do is gather the data of the neural activity, the bioelectrical activity, and then send it to the cloud, and then it's pre-processed, and they can improve the predictive models, and they could theoretically, stimulate certain brain pathways or neurons, and it's like optogenetics. I'm not sure if you heard of optogenetics.
Shit.
Yeah, like the optogenetics, they put something in the rat or mice, and they can alter their behavior with flashes of light. Flashes of light. They can use flashes of light to
I thought they got to put a chemical in them first. You're saying they put something else in them?
Yeah, they put a chemical in them first, and then they can do it.
Yeah.
Then they can manipulate them with flashes of light and stuff. And so I would say that in terms of the felt sensations and your behaviors, that can be manipulated, but in terms of the Buddha nature, which is indestructible, which is like the signless, non-abiding awareness, that can never be that can never be.
I would love to hope you're right. I'm a fan of God, and that's all I need is a little. Yes, you cannot be overcome. Shit. That article
what's really weird though.
That article is in the chat.
Oh, awesome. They also did a study on, I think it was some sort of rodent. I'm pretty sure it was probably like hamsters or something. There was they found that there was some kind of hamster there was certain ones that were monogamous, like in one area of the world, and then they found genetically exact ones that were non-monogamous, and they figured out how to turn on the switch of for monogamy.
Interesting. That's fucking crazy, yo.
It is, right? Yes.
The article that I'm talking
actually,
about.
I know what you're talking about. They've done similar experiments on the endocrine system and and gonads of birds. They can make the bird more homosexual or something. I can find that study if you're interested.
Yeah, this isn't that great of a thing though that we know this just yet.
And it's interesting to me that they have that capability to turn on shit like that, even in animals being monogamous and shit. I need to calculate when I think about how evil these fucks are, though. I didn't even know they had the ability to do it in rats. So when I'm thinking how evil these motherfuckers are, this is another tool I have to assume that they could have and probably are on humans because they have no limits. And if I could say, the article is a guy who here got convicted. What he's trying to do is put computer to human brain, and he'd been doing it in monkeys, and so he could just put the AI in their brain, and y'all look at the article and it'll tell you much better on how. But he got convicted of the shit over here. China snatched him up, gave him a bunch of bread, put him in the head of a whole institute over there, and he is head of their AI can go in the brain shit over there. So it's a Harvard grad, NASA scientist and all of that shit. He got convicted over here. It was a big old thing, and China snatched him up. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, so without understanding, right, basically what consciousness is, they're able to manipulate the psychological field, and this presents a huge danger, right, in our capacity not only to understand humanity, right, that human beings can be reduced, conditioned, but also the fact that human beings are made the objects of psychotechniques, one of the main subjects that we're going to be talking about on this show. But anyways, let's move back to this article. Not really an article, it's part of a book here, The Crisis of the Modern World. It says the very nature of he says today attempts are made to apply measurement even in the psychological field, the very nature which excludes such a method. The point has been reached of no longer understanding that the possibility of measurement derives from a quality inherent in matter, that is to say, from its indefinite divisibility, or else it is thought that this quality is found in all that exists, right, which comes to the same as materializing, right? So they're assuming that this stuff is reducible, right? So this gets to the notion, which I talked about in ancient Greece, right? It's as old as the pre-Socratics, right? The notion of the uncuttables, right? They actually thought that if you keep on cutting, right, matter would be reduced to an uncuttable, right, which they called atoms, right? So of course there's no point in assuming that something like this exists, and of course modern scientists, they have a problem figuring out what is the basis of matter, right? For example,
even better yet, you can say that we know for sure that it can't be measured, that you can never pin a thing down to actually say where it is and all of that stuff, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So for us to be saying, like, one of the guidelines is you must be able to physically measure it, but actually, if you really want to get precise in your measurements and try and get way down in there and pin it down, the thing ain't even where you said it was going to be, and it's moving around. It's still going to show that it is not measurable on the big scale and the micro scale.
Right. So he's saying that if you can't reduce physical matter to the principle of measurement, how much more, can you reduce human beings? So he says here, then he says, as we have said before, matter is the principle of division, and of all that is multiplicity. So obviously, right, we talked about that, this idea of the one and the many, right? That in order to have matter, you have to have A, becoming, and B, multiplicity, right? So then it says the predominance given to the quantitative point of view, a predominance to be found, as we have already shown, even in the social domain, is thus really materialism in the sense that we defined above. This materialism is not necessarily connected with philosophical materialism, which in fact it proceeded in the development of the tendencies. Remember, he made a distinction between philosophical materialism and the materialism which says that there is nothing in existence except matter, right? Which today, right, they would call naturalism, right? Even though it's not like, so naturalism is not, in philosophy, like the love of nature or something like that, right? But it's actually thinking that nature or the cosmos is the only thing in existence, right? So here it says that this philosophical materialism, which in fact it proceeded in the development of the tendencies inherent in the modern outlook, we will not dwell on the mistake of seeking to reduce quality to quantity, or on the inadequacy of all attempts at explanation that are more or less of the mechanistic type. This is not our present purpose. We will remark only in this connection that even in the sensible order, a science of this kind has but little connection with reality, the greater part which is bound to elude it. Speaking of reality, leads us to mention, leads us to mention another fact which might easily be overlooked and which is very significant as a sign of the state of mind we are speaking of. It is that people commonly use the word quote unquote reality to denote exclusively reality of the sensible order, right?
We
Reality of the
agree.
sensible
Yes.
order, right? As
Right.
language expresses the mentality of a people or
That's
a
dope.
period, one must conclude that for such people, everything that cannot be grasped by the senses is unreal.
Yes.
As
It's logical.
Yeah, that is to say, illusory or even non-existent, right? They may not be clearly aware
It
of
begs the
it.
question. That's how it I've heard the Fred. It begs the question. It's baked in. Any of your responses is baked in that is coming from your point of view, or else it's legitimate. He's right. It's illegitimate. He's right.
Yeah, I guess what he's trying to say is that you're speaking of reality from your own limited perspective, right?
Yeah.
Whatever you deem as unreal is unreal to you, right? You're
Yes. So
incapable of knowing it, right? You're closed off from it, right?
yes.
It doesn't
Same
include,
thing.
yeah, it doesn't denote your sensible order of things, right? So he's saying
Right.
as language
It's
expresses a
outside of what you think is real. So it can never exist.
right. So he's
By
basically
definition, it won't exist. All right.
yeah,
Okay.
he's kind of like laying down this notion of like kind of like later what would be defined as a paradigm, right? So he kind of
Okay.
says like, in this sort of paradigmatic view, you can't reach outside of it to find anything outside of it. So he says here, right? That is to say, illusory or even non-existent. They may not be clearly aware of it, but this negative conviction is nonetheless deeply held. And if they deny it, one can be certain that though they may not be aware of it, their denial is merely the expression of something even more outward, and indeed may be no more than verbal. If anyone should be tempted to think that we are exaggerating, he has only to consider, for example, that the so-called religious convictions, right? I think I almost said convictions, right? Of many people amount to, namely, a few notions learnt by heart. I should pull up this text on the screen because I'm now reading it inside of this little StreamYard window, which is kind of retarded. But yeah.
I'm not even looking at the phone, so I'm dependent on you.
Yeah, so-called religious convictions of many people amount to, namely, a few notions learnt by heart in a purely mechanical and schoolboy way, which
Yeah.
they never assimilated, to which they never have devoted serious thought.
Yeah,
but
chase the
which they
logic behind it. Yeah.
right, but which they store in their memory and repeat on occasion as part of the certain convention or formal attitude, which is all they understand by the name of religion. We have already spoken of this minimization of religion, of which the verbalism in question represents one of the final stages. And it is this that explains why so-called believers in no wise fall in short of unbelievers as regard to practical materialism. Right? We shall return to this point later, but we must first first con sorry, we first but first we must complete our description of the materialistic character of modern science. So he's saying that actually there's people that are limited by their own beliefs, and he's mentioning among those the religious people, right? He said that the people who hold religious convictions, right, they're no different than the people who are basically just materialists, right? Because
Yes.
they act and believe and respond to the facts of physical reality as if all there is in existence is a physical world.
Yes,
So
even
there's
though
no
theirs comes from
right.
a different area, apparently. No, it's the same rules in a different form. I get it.
Yeah, well,
That think
I would
you went
say
out.
I don't agree with you know going on or evolve on everything, but
Yeah.
they're right that the materialism is a big problem because they think that all of the contingent facts of materialistic science must be subordinated to the transcendental purpose, the principle, the transcendent principle that they see it, because they were heavily influenced by Adi Shankara. Like I think if Guinan has one book called Signs or Symbols, he talks a lot about Adi Shankara on that one. And so
Yeah, cool.
the higher principle of unity, which is metaphysical and non-materialistic, all the contingent facts are subordinated to that. And he talks about how he actually does say some similar things to ellul. I did give one quote that was very reminiscent of ellul and such. I agree with that, but I will say that the facts are more dangerous than we think, though, and that we can't dismiss it, though. But at the same time, when it comes to philosophy, I feel we have to be anti-materialistic, though, because I don't think materialism has strong argumentation, but the contingent facts, they are dangerous and stuff. I
You
see
don't
here.
think materialism has a strong foundation or whatever over there in the philosophical realm? It doesn't have a place over there, really. Materialism, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think the skrbina. I don't think mind can emerge from non-mind. I don't think mind can emerge from the absence of mind. Either mind is latent in all phenomenon, or mind is the foundation of all reality and stuff.
I
That's
think I understand, and I think I agree with you. And I just wanted to make sure I heard what you were saying.
But we could make life less conducive to enlightenment or recognition and stuff because of the higher principle and stuff. So basically from the I wrote a summary of the crisis of the modern world. They talk about anti-traditional path. It's about perverting the sacred order and severing knowledge from metaphysical unity. From a profane standpoint, contingent facts are treated as if they stood alone, detached from the supra-rational unity that grounds them. In the traditional view, however, sciences and social forms must be subordinated to the timeless principle of unity, the summit of the hierarchy, from which temporal multiplicity, matter, division, quantification, and individuation precedes and derives meaning.
Yeah.
So I agree with him on that, but some other stuff I don't agree with on Guinan. But yeah, I think his stuff about how contemplation is superior to action. That's kind of interesting.
How what's superior to action? Contemplation? I don't think I'm from contemplation.
Yeah,
It's superior. Einstein says something like that. Imagination is more important than knowledge. I think Einstein would agree with that.
Contemplation.
Wait, which is he saying?
That's what Guinan said.
That's a word, contemplation. That's great. I love that word.
Exactly.
Oh, if it's a word, all right. Or is it a word? Now I'm high as fuck. Y'all gonna have to be very direct with me. Is it a word?
Contemplation? It is now. All words are made up. I don't know if somebody else said it, but it's a word now.
It's not, we made sure of it now.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I love it all, bro. I love
it's so
all
good. I'm
that
gonna write
shit.
it down. Wow, good job.
Hey, here, I'm gonna take it off. I know, and you're on a roll. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna say it anyway because I don't have that. I was hitting a bunch of panels, and right here, I saw a panel that Flo was on. I can't think of this chick I met. I don't know where I met her, but I remember telling you I'll help you out and support your channel because of whatever. That's the first time I was seeing it over there. And so on that phone, anyway, on that phone, like a phone that is, on my other phone, whatever you want to call it, I had that. And then when I picked this phone up, it come to my subs, and you popped up. My first thought was, if this is the first time it was clear to me, that's play, this is school. That was the first time that was my thought, man. When I saw it, I was like, this is your decision. Both are fine. Sometimes you like to play, but I had never made a distinction that that this is school, and sometimes this is me willingly going to school.
Well, welcome. Happy to have you as a classmate and a teacher.
Yeah, but
be a teacher.
But on that note, we got some other stuff. On Guanan, and then on Evola, right? So we'll go with that, and then we'll go with Mumford. Right, I got both a documentary and then a sort of reading from the Myth of the Machine. So we'll take a look at some of that here in a minute, and then we'll go ahead and move to some other stuff, right?
Would you like me to read? I mean, I don't have to, but would you like me to read my summary of?
Yeah, sure. Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, this would be a perfect time to do that now. So go ahead, Buddha. You want to?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Yeah. So let me get that summary. All right. Let me get the summary. Give me give me 30 seconds. I'll get the summary.
Yeah, for sure. Here,
I'll go
actually, actually, in that much time, why don't I take a little musical interlude right here, and actually let me see if I actually talked about Myth of the Machine last time. Did that even happen? Was that a thing that I did? Oh yeah, it looks like I did not. Yeah, I came back to Guanan, and then I seemingly ended the show. Okay, so we did not look at Mumford last time. We only looked at ellul. All right, so that's fine. Anyways, yeah, so okay, here you go, Buddha. Oh yeah. Music first.
Music break first.
Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, so music first. Hopefully we don't get canceled. So it is what it is. We've been getting banned a lot. So blessings to people. I'll have to take away 2 parts of this video for that reason.
Yeah.
So 2 parts of this video will be maybe too spicy to play on the stream. So we'll just kind of like I'll try to like switch the screen. So hopefully it does that. So we'll be right back. Blessings to the people.
Turning from the seed, 'cause a child rose as light, tried to reveal what I could feel. I can't understand myself anymore. I'm still feeling lonely. to reveal what I could feel. And it's nothing. Just won't leave me alone. Oh no. And it's nothing. Just won't leave me alone.
Yeah, I gotta turn my shit back down. I had that shit full throttle. Wait, you smoking for real? I thought that was a clip in the video that you was showing. You over there smoking for real, yo? That was you for real.
So I'm gonna read this review. It's kind of short. It's not that long. So the crisis of the modern world is Corvid Buddha. The crisis of the modern world by Rene Guénon is a strikingly prescient book. Guénon argues that by losing sight of higher principles, the West has taken an anti-traditional path that perverts sacred order and severs knowledge from its metaphysical unity. From a profane standpoint, contingent facts are treated as if they stood alone, detached from the supra-rational unity that grounds them. In the traditional view, however, sciences and social forms must be subordinated to the timeless principle of unity, the summit of the hierarchy, from which temporal multiplicity, matter, division, quantification, individuation precedes and derives meaning. This loss of subordination also produces a devaluation of contemplation. Guénon insists that contemplation is superior to action, just as the unchanging is superior to change. So you can see there's a Parmenidean influence in the traditionalist school, like people like Guénon and Evola. You know, action that is cut off.
I don't know them niggas, but the philosophy is sound.
Yeah, the action that is cut off from the higher principle degenerates into sterile agitation. Modernity flips the order, enthroning praxis in utility while denying or trivializing higher knowledge. What follows is a civilization centered on production and mechanization.
Yes, that's what we're left with.
Yeah, industry ceases to be an application of knowledge and becomes its very justification. Specialization fragments understanding, and the drive for speed and novelty becomes an end in itself. In such conditions, the relative usurps primacy over the transcendent, and technique expands while wisdom recedes. Historically, Guénon locates the decisive breach with tradition, not in the Renaissance, but earlier, in the 14th century, after which the West advanced an anti-traditional mentality that elevates individualism and later democratism, dissolving supra-human order. His core axiom here is simple. The higher cannot proceed from the lower. See, the higher cannot proceed from the lower. This is Guénon's point. Where power comes from below, true hierarchy and spiritual authority evaporate.
Yes.
So the social and psychological consequences are familiar. Modern society manufactures artificial needs faster than it can satisfy them. It's kind of like the surrogates that Teddy talks about. Material production eclipses the contemplative life, and the overall direction is outward, downward, and dispersive. For Guénon, Western encroachment abroad spreads not just commerce, but the deeper poison of materialism that kills spirituality at the root. Without attachment to the higher principle, all action is in vain. See, so that's
who you reading up, man? That dude impressed the fuck out of me. Who was that? Who wrote that?
Well, it's funny you should ask because we're about to move to Rene Guénon, right? From the intro here, right?
Yeah.
Here, actually, let me skip the preface and go to the chapter 1, and we'll start from here. So let's check this out for a second.
It's the same author?
Yeah. That
Okay.
well, no, that was Buddha talking
Oh.
about this guy, right?
Oh,
Buddha wrote that.
wow. Okay. Wow. Damn. Okay. Let's hear it.
Yeah, Buddha's like that. Yeah, for sure.
That's
Yeah.
dope. That was
Yeah,
dope.
but
That
he's
was
talking about this
stupid.
dude going on. You know, he read this book. He read this entire
Okay.
book. So yeah.
Okay.
Chapter 1, The Dark Age. The Hindu doctrine teaches that a human cycle, to which it gives the name Manvantara, is divided into 4 periods marking so many stages during which the primordial spirituality becomes gradually more and more obscured. These are the same periods that the ancient traditions of the West called the Golden, Silver, Bronze, and Iron Ages. We are now in the 4th age, the Kali Yuga or Dark Age, and have been so already, it is said, for more than 6,000 years. That is to say, since a time far earlier than any known to classical history. Since that time, the truths which were formerly within reach of all have become more and more hidden and inaccessible. Those who possess them grow fewer and fewer, and although the treasure of non-human, that is, suprahuman wisdom that was prior to all the ages can never be lost, it nevertheless becomes enveloped in more and more impenetrable veils, which hide it from men's sight and make it extremely difficult to discover. This is why we find everywhere, under various symbols, the same theme of something that has been lost, at least to all appearances and as far as the outer world is concerned, and that those who aspire to true knowledge must rediscover. But it is also said that what is thus hidden will become visible again at the end of the cycle, which, because of the continuity binding all things together, will coincide with the beginning of a new cycle.
Ooh.
It will doubtless be asked why cyclic development must proceed in this manner, in a downward direction from higher to lower, a course that will at once be perceived to be a complete antithesis to the idea of progress as the moderns understand it. The reason is that the development of any manifestation necessarily implies a gradually increasing distance from the principle from which it proceeds.
Right.
Starting from the highest point, it tends necessarily downward, and as with heavy bodies, the speed of its motion increases continuously until finally it reaches a point at which it is stopped. This fall could be described as a progressive materialization, for the expression of the principle is pure spirituality. We say the expression and not the principle itself, for the latter, being beyond all oppositions, cannot be described by any term appearing to suggest an opposite. Moreover, words such as spirit and matter, which we borrow here from Western terminology for the sake of convenience, have for us little more than a symbolical value. In any case, they can be made to fit the question in hand only on condition that we exclude the special interpretations given them by spiritualism and materialism are in our...
Dude, like, we can only even have this conversation once you understand that this is just words, and it does not represent the whole and all of that shit. I love it.
Right, because the words are assigned by the technical understanding that's trying to be observed, right? So you can't use the very terminology, right? So this is why
yes, like that, it's the whole,
yeah, he was saying that basically idealism, materialism are two halves of the coin of Cartesian dualism. So if you use either one or the other to understand the completion of what is real, right? The second point that he's making is more controversial, right? Because not only is he saying that there's no such thing as progress throughout history, and that the change throughout history, develops through a cyclical progression. He's also saying that there's been a collective devolution of man, not a progress, right? So he's saying actually the inverse of that is true.
Yes.
Right. So that second point is he's saying that more and more, right, man will discover that the myth of progress is actually false, right?
Yes,
that there yeah, and he says that this is basically apparent within metaphysics, right? He says that if you have nothing, from nothing comes, right? Whatever
Right.
comes forth from something that is most likely fully developed, right? And perfect in its own right. And then he's saying it devolves or degrades from that principle.
Right,
So
all the way to the some philosophy I was reading. They say if you want something hot, you must start with something cold, and the opposite. That's exactly what they're saying because it will go to the other side. Like Dude was saying, it'll build momentum and it will degrade into the opposite at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, heat transfer, much like time, only moves in one direction.
Yeah, and some might say he's stuck in that paradigm because he's still saying it's only moving in one direction, but it's going down instead of up. So it's
Yeah,
interesting, right?
seemingly.
Described by
Seemingly.
any.
Yeah, he
Right,
calls
yeah,
the
yeah.
de-evolution involution.
Exactly, yeah.
The same as evolve.
Yeah, interesting, yeah.
Itself, for the latter being beyond all oppositions, cannot be described by any term appearing to suggest an opposite. Moreover, words such as spirit and matter, which we borrow here from Western terminology for the sake of convenience, have for us little more than a symbolical value. In any case, they can be made to fit the question in hand only on condition that we exclude the special interpretations given them by modern philosophy, whose spiritualism and materialism are, in our eyes, only two complementary forms that imply each other and are both negligible for anyone who wishes to go beyond these contingent points of view. However, since it is not of pure metaphysics that we propose to treat here, if all due precautions are taken to avoid ambiguity, and if the essential principles are never lost from sight, we may accept the use of terms that, although inadequate, nevertheless
Right.
serve to make things more easily understandable. So long, of course, as this can be
As we
done without
both
distorting what
understand.
is to be understood. What has
Yeah.
been said of the development of manifestation gives us to might. We may accept the use of terms that, although inadequate, nevertheless serve to make things more easily understandable. So long, of course, as this can be done without distorting what is to be understood.
That's dope.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second.
That was great. And Buddha, I'm so glad you read your version of it. It helped me understand it better when he said it, right? That was great.
No problem. Yeah, I like to write summaries of books I read for my own
Your
future
shit is
reference.
so good. I would love to read those, man. Fuck. It's less work and it's the language that I speak. That shit you said, word for word, the way a motherfucker should talk to me. I don't know, just the facts, man. I don't like motherfuckers that do the flowery shit and you didn't do it. Motherfucker who put their ego in there, you didn't do it. I like just the facts, man. This dude here was putting on ego. He felt what he was saying. He was feeling ego, which is how I talk to. I thought that was great. It's the same shit that everybody knows and everybody talks about, that everybody bright that understand when I'm talking about a thing. It doesn't mean it's the thing. It's just part of a descriptor of it. That's all he is saying, but he's saying it with much more arrogance and I don't know, and some good shit too. What was the cat's name again? The author there?
This is Rene Guénon.
I'll never remember that.
So yeah, so
I love it.
So let me play a little more of this.
What has been said of the development of manifestation gives a picture that is accurate when viewed as a whole, but is nonetheless too simplified and rigid in that it may give the idea of development along a straight line, in one direction only and without oscillations of any sort, whereas the truth is actually far more complex. In point of fact, as we have already said, two contrary tendencies are to be traced in everything, the one descending and the other ascending, or in other words, one centrifugal and the other centripetal. And from the predominance of one or the other tendency result two complementary phases of manifestation, the one a departure from the principle and the other a return to it. Two phases often symbolically compared to the beating of the heart,
or the process of breathing. Although these two phases are usually described as successive, the two tendencies to which they correspond must in reality be conceived as always acting simultaneously, although in different proportions, and it sometimes happens at moments when the downward tendency seems on the point of prevailing definitively in the course of the world's development, that some special action intervenes to strengthen the contrary tendency and to restore a certain equilibrium, at least relative, such as the conditions of the moment allow.
Right.
And this causes a partial readjustment through which the fall may seem to be checked or temporarily neutralized. It is obvious that these traditional data, of which we can give only a bare outline here, open the way to conceptions that are deeper, wider, and altogether different from the various attempts at a philosophy of history that are so popular with modern writers. However, we have for the moment no intention of going back to the origin of the present cycle, or even to the beginning of the Kali Yuga. We shall only be concerned directly, at least, with a far more limited field, namely with the last phases of the Kali Yuga. Actually, within each of the great periods of which we have spoken, it is possible to go further and distinguish secondary phases constituting so many subdivisions of it, and since each part is analogous after its own fashion to the whole, these subdivisions reproduce, so to speak, on a much smaller scale, the general course of the greater cycle in which they are contained. But here also a complete investigation of the ways in which this law applies to particular cases would carry us beyond the limits of the present study. We shall conclude these preliminary remarks by mentioning only one or two particularly critical periods among those through which mankind has more recently passed. That is, among those falling within the period usually called historical, as it is in fact the only one really accessible to ordinary or profane history. And this will lead us directly to the real object of our study, since the last of these critical periods is none other than the one that constitutes what is termed the modern age.
Okay, so let's go to actually let me give me a second and play a little bit of this, and then we'll move on to Mumford. Yet another thinker that's going to lay down some of the similar points.
Can I ask a question?
Julia.
Yeah.
If you were to recommend someone to read Mumford or Skolimowski next, who would you recommend to read next? I want to read Skolimowski or Mumford next, but I don't know which one to read.
I guess Mumford because he's older. I don't know. I guess that's what I would say, right? Because Mumford, right? Because Skolimowski would have read Mumford, right? At least
here we go.
Some of his stuff, right? But yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back in here. Looks like the screen share is not working for some reason. Yeah.
Well, you can get the link to me and I can share it or something if you want to.
No. Let me just reset the StreamYard and it'll only take a second.
See you
So yeah,
later.
give me a second.
Yeah, I think foundationally that's a smart thing to do, but like realistically, I don't know. Sometimes it's easier for me to read through history backwards, because then you discover like the holes more easily, like because you already have the foreknowledge once you get to those histories.
All right, let me do this thing where I share the screen here. All right, here we go. Oh wait, why is that still black? All right.
It's Evola.
Oh no, there it
Revolta.
is. Can you guys hear that?
Yeah, we can hear it. That's it.
All right.
Sí,
All
señor.
right.
Against the Modern World. Translated by Guido Stucco. 35th chapter, The Regression of the Castes. As my intent was to offer a bird's-eye view of history, in the previous pages I have presented all the elements necessary to formulate an objective law at work in the various stages of the process of decadence, that is, the law of the regression of the castes. A progressive shift of power and type of civilization has occurred from one caste to the next since prehistoric times, from sacred leaders, to a warrior aristocracy, to the merchants, and finally, to the serfs. These castes in traditional civilizations corresponded to the qualitative differentiation of the main human possibilities. In the face of this general movement, anything concerning the various conflicts among peoples, the life of nations, or other historical accidents plays only a secondary and contingent role. I have already discussed the dawn of the age of the first caste. In the West, the representatives of the divine royalty and the leaders who embody the two powers, spiritual and temporal, in what I have called spiritual virility and Olympian sovereignty, belong to a very distant and almost mythical past. We have seen how, through the gradual deterioration of the light of the North, the process of decadence has unfolded. In the Ghibelline ideal of the Holy Roman Empire, I have identified the last echo of the highest tradition. Once the apex disappeared, authority descended to the level immediately below, that is, to the caste of the warriors. The stage was then set for monarchs who were mere military leaders, lords of temporal justice and, in more recent times, politically absolute sovereigns. In other words, regality of blood replaced regality of the spirit. In a few instances it is still possible to find the idea of divine right, but only as a formula lacking a real content. We find such rulers in antiquity behind institutions that retained the traits of the ancient sacred regime only in a formal way. In any event in the West, with the dissolution of the medieval ecumene, the passage into the second phase became all-encompassing and definitive. During this stage, the ride cementing the state no longer had a religious character, but only a warrior one. It meant loyalty, faithfulness, honor. This was essentially the age and the cycle of the great European monarchies. Then a second collapse occurred as the aristocracies began to fall into decay and the monarchies to shake at the foundations. Through revolutions and constitutions they became useless institutions subject to the will of the nation, and sometimes they were even ousted by different regimes. The principle characterizing this state of affairs was the king reigns but he does not rule. Together with parliamentary republics, the formation of the capitalist oligarchies revealed the shift of power from the second caste, the warrior caste, to the modern equivalent of the third caste, the mercantile class. The kings of the coal, oil, and iron industries replaced the previous kings of blood and of spirit. Antiquity, too, sometimes knew this phenomenon in sporadic forms. In Rome and in Greece, the aristocracy of wealth repeatedly forced the hand of the hierarchical structure by pursuing aristocratic positions, undermining sacred laws and traditional institutions, and infiltrating the militia.
For just $37, you can generate as many videos as you want.
Whoops. Yeah, but you guys see what he's saying is that there's a corresponding devolution in history. There's a corresponding phases, right? First, is the loss of the divine right, right? Then is the rule of the aristocracy. Then is the rule of the of the oligarchy and the merchants. Each time lesser forms take control of the power. So he's saying this devolution in history represents a corresponding view of the people who are in charge, right? Of the
wow, meaning
right?
Each one is more, I guess, more. Their views are even more evolved.
Yeah, their views are even more devolved, right? Because first they started out saying that the spirit, right, causes the king to rule, and then they just moved to the aristocracy and said, no, the king has a right to rule because he's the guy with the most power and the money. And then they just
threw him out. He just made it power and money.
Yeah, and just said, oh, power and money just rules, right? So, so it's kind of like it becomes stupider and stupider, and it corresponds to devaluing of the human purpose, right?
I love it.
Yeah, it comes from, I think, an abstraction layer of consciousness, because like whenever we put this like friggin' name on something like that, it tends to do that. Like money.
It does. Like anything, actually, you could do it with race. You could do it with, if I say, you see a tall black guy around the corner, someone like one of you cats who are enlightened would just be like, I didn't see anyone fit in that description. The other motherfucker would be, why he got to be black? So you add all sorts of shit to it. If I say I hate Trump, I just mean I hate him. Someone else may add, oh, you're one of them leftist liberal. We must agree it's just a descriptor when we're using these words. I don't want your baggage. Yeah.
Joe, are you black? Are you black? Are you saying
I have a summary of Revolt Against the Modern World too, if you want me to read that. I don't know how.
Yeah, let's play this for like 2 more minutes and then we'll get to Buddha's review of it. Yeah, let's check it out. Oh, whoops. Here, hold on.
Repeatedly forced the hand of the hierarchical structure by pursuing aristocratic positions, undermining sacred laws and traditional institutions, and infiltrating the militia, priesthood, or consulship. In later times what occurred was the rebellion of the communes and the rise of the various medieval formations of mercantile power. The solemn proclamation of the rights of the Third Estate in France represented the decisive stage, followed by the varieties of bourgeois revolution of the third caste, which employed liberal and democratic ideologies for its own purposes. Correspondingly, this era was characterized by the theory of the social contract. At this time the social bond was no longer a fides of a warrior type based on relationships of faith.
Yeah, by the way, and this is something that's interesting to point out, right? Rousseau actually called, right, the social contract, right? He talked about the collective spirit, right? And he said basically in civic society, there's a collective spirit, right? And he basically framed that this collective spirit was the founding of a civic religion among man, right? So his entire thing is like how the state creates its own like religion by this collectivization of spirit, which is like the state.
Therefore, if I could interrupt, TML, it just made me think that. Okay.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Yeah. I mean, so in other words, the state becomes a spiritual principle of, of man, and you see that, later on in Hegel, right? Because obviously there's a delineation between Rousseau, to Kant to Hegel, right, where they pass down this idea that the state is going to be the ultimate realization, of human rights, or whatever. But go ahead, Joe.
I was just about to lose it. Therefore, you would have to make what word did you use? The spiritual, I think, is the word you use. In order for this structural shit, I forgot the words, I'm losing it. But in order for that to exist, the state to exist, we'd have to get rid of the spiritual and stuff. It would be an enemy of theirs. You could actively identify them by hating the spiritual aspect of things. It would be an identifier.
Yeah, and what he's saying is that one thing that people don't think about is that the loss of the divine right of kings is part of this movement, right? So people think, well, you say that, basically,
I love it.
That means that the king gets to say that he's almighty, right? That he has all the power, that God gave him that power, and he just made that up. But he's saying that the loss of that means that there's no, sense in which the government is a sacred institution anymore. Right, it's just people that are just like doing what they need to do to get by, right? So that the
biggest gun rules the world. Nothing else exists.
Right, exactly right.
Faithfulness and honor. Instead, it took on a utilitarian and economic character. It consisted of an agreement based on personal convenience and on material interest that only a merchant could have conceived. Gold became a means and a powerful tool. Those who knew how to acquire it and to multiply it, that is capitalism, high finance, industrial trusts, behind the appearances of democracy, virtually controlled political power and the instruments employed in the art of opinion making. Aristocracy gave way to plutocracy, the warrior, to the banker and industrialist. The economy triumphed on all fronts. Trafficking with money and charging interest, activities previously confined to the ghettos, invaded the new civilization. According to the expression of Werner Sombart, in the promised land of Protestant Puritanism, Americanism, capitalism, and the distilled Jewish spirit coexist. It is natural that given these congenial premises, the modern representatives of secularized Judaism saw the ways to achieve world domination open up before them. In this regard, Karl Marx wrote, "What are the mundane principles of Judaism? Practical necessity and the pursuit of one's own advantage. What is its earthly god? Money. The Jew has emancipated himself in a typically Jewish fashion not only in that he has taken control of the power of money, but also in that through him, money has become a world power and the practical Jewish spirit has become the spirit of the Christian people.
I'm about
The
to say
Jews
that
have
applies to
emancipated
everybody.
themselves insofar as the Christians have."
That applies to everybody, though. He's slaying Jew, and he's correct, but that applies to everybody. God's everybody, money, everybody. I mean, money's everybody, God. That applies.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
would
but
have
he's
applied
saying
to everybody I can think of,
yeah,
all the
but he's
sheep.
saying that but he's saying that it specifically applies to Americans and also to Christian Americans, which is
Yes.
actually fundamentally true, right? Because if you
Yeah.
look at the character of Christian Americans, they have a fundamentally Jewish spirit, right? They're basically like, like some of them even say like the Jews are chosen above the Christians, right? So he did see something pretty fundamental there, but
I'm not so sure. I'm not gonna acquiesce that. I think he's labeling it Jewish, but I think that again is just a label. It's the
are you
spirit that
denying
we're
that the Jew I'm sorry, what exactly are you denying that the Christians in America have a fundamentally Jewish that a large portion of them
I'm
are
saying
controlled
they
by the
have a
Jews?
no, I'm not denying it.
Right.
I am saying that I think he's making a mistake by labeling it Jewish. I think the spirit itself is what it is. They dominate and all of that shit, and he'll be correct if he takes those lines. I'm not arguing that, but I'm saying that spirit that exists, you shouldn't give it their name because it's a real thing, and we have it to a different degree. It's not like they own it and they create it. It's a real spirit running around out there, and all of us
But they
have
have
it.
the bad of it
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps, but him quoting a Jewish person, Karl Marx, saying that about Jews, that basically their religion is money, their God is money. It's basically interesting, right?
It is. Yeah, I dig it.
And it does correspond to the
Yes.
behavior of American Christians, right? Because they
Yes,
think
and
that,
he was going there too. He was just starting to say, and the Christians and the so he was
yeah, a
about
lot
to
of the
go there.
more evangelical sects of Christians, right? And you could say that's everybody, but actually no, right? Because there's a certain group of people that's extremely represented in terms of wealth and power, right? So
I
so that's
misspoke when I said everybody. I tried to correct myself. I think I did and said bootlicker. Those people. Anyone out there saying, just follow what the government say, the police just doing their job. You can say their God is money. Their God is money in the end.
Right, but bootlicker to who? Right, because if you want power in the United States, you got to bootlick a certain group of people, right? So,
money. In the end, it's all money. That's what the Jews chase. They're better at it, so he's calling it Judaism. But it's money. Their God is money. That distinction is there all over the place.
Yep. They do that. That's
yeah,
true.
If you seem particularly offended by the Jewish comments, hang on to your hats because he's pretty much anti-Semitic. He's kind of an anti-Semitic guy, and we kind of just go over that on the channel. So you're gonna have to get over that one.
I'm not offended.
Let's do it. I am not either. I like taking into consideration where he's from, but all that just makes it funner to me.
Well, you don't even know where he's from. Where is he from?
No, you alluded to it in something you said. Him talking about it as a Jew from so and so. So I was like, I'm gonna keep that in mind for later.
No, I was talking about Karl Marx, Joe.
Yes, I'm seeing Marx's philosophy on that. Yeah.
Right. All right.
That just adds to it.
Yeah. So let's hear a little bit more of this, and then we'll.
A world power and the practical Jewish spirit has become the spirit of the Christian people. The Jews have emancipated themselves insofar as the Christians have become Jews. The God of the Jews has become secularized and has become the God of the earth. The exchange is the true God of the Jews. In reality, the codification of the traffic with gold as a loan charged with interest, to which the Jews had been previously devoted since they had no other means through which they could affirm themselves, may be said to be the very foundation of the acceptance of the aberrant development of all that is banking, high finance, and pure economy, which are spreading like a cancer in the modern world. This is the fundamental time in the age of the merchants. Finally, the crisis of bourgeois society, class struggle, the proletarian revolt against capitalism, the manifesto promulgated at the Third International, or Comintern, in 1919, and the correlative organization of the groups and the masses in the cadres proper to a socialist civilization of labor, all these bear witness to the third collapse, in which power tends to pass into the hands of the lowest of the traditional castes, the caste of the beasts of burden and the standardized individuals. The result of this transfer of power was a reduction of horizon and value to the plane of matter, the machine.
By the way, so I like how he brought up the technical aspect of things, that's a low level of consciousness, right? But the fact
Oh.
is that it belongs to a corresponding element within Book 8 of the Republic, right? There's first, right, the rule of the philosopher kings, right, which he calls basically the Calliopolis, right? Based on the Calliopolis, right? It was basically based on the Kalos Kaiagathos, right? Which is the good and the honorable, right? Which is like, it sort of degrades into the rule of the aristocracy, which degrades into the rule of the lovers of the wealth, right? right after it passes through the military class, right? So it goes, right, basically, right, the aristocracy, then the warriors, then the merchants, right? So he's basically breaking down Book 8 of Plato's Republic and applying it to the movement of history, right?
And the reign of quantity. The prelude to this was the Russian Revolution. Thus, the new ideal became the proletarian ideal of a universal and communist civilization. We may compare the above-mentioned phenomenon of the awakening and gushing forth of elemental subhuman forces within the structures of the modern world to a person who can no longer endure the tension of the spirit, that of the first caste, and eventually not even the tension off the will as a free force that animates the body, that of the warrior caste, and who thus gives in to the subpersonal forces of the organic system and all of a sudden reacts almost magnetically under the impulse of another life that replaces his own. The ideas and the passions of the demos soon escape men's control and they begin to act as if they had acquired an autonomous and dreadful life of their own.
Okay, so compare this to my introduction, right? My introductory presentation, right, in which I laid down 4 corresponding stages of man's development. But anyways, let's hear from Buddha and his, summary of revolt against the modern world. Blessings.
Yeah, so this one's a little bit longer than the Guinan one, but I read this like...
That's cool. Take your time.
Yeah, 3 years ago. So I've recently completed reading Guido Stocco's translation of Julius Evolo's Revolt Against the Modern World. And this
that's
review,
cool, right? Because I think that was a translation of the that was the same translation that we were just hearing. So, anyways,
in this review, I will touch upon some key points of the book and offer my opinions towards the end. I actually removed my opinions; it's not relevant. Although I share Evolo's staunch anti-modernist affinity towards anti-modernist stance and affinity towards tradition. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just start here. So I have to edit that. I'll edit that later. I didn't give my opinions. I just summarize it impartially.
All right, I'm a writer. I understand.
So Evolo's primary focus is on the conflict between 2 opposing poles. The northern pole, or light, which embodies solar Uranian spirituality and is oriented towards that which is from above, and the southern pole, which is lunar, Chthonic, and based on telluric spirituality such as Hylozoism or pantheism. The northern light aligns with being, Parmenidean being, while the southern telluric pole corresponds with becoming. Additionally, certain races are more inclined towards one pole or hybrid of the two. Races such as the Germanics, Brahmin, Indians, and Persians lean more towards the northern light due to their inclination towards transcendence. Conversely, the mother holds more appeal towards the darker races like Dravidians, Blacks, Polynesians, and others. Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just summarizing his view. According to Evola, everything in existence occupies a sacred place in a hierarchical order, which was comprehended by the Hyperboreans, a mystical race inhabiting the North Pole region. The Hyperboreans established the city of Atlantis, and the succeeding Aryans, who subjugated different Chthonic races, had significant heritage from the Hyperboreans. Evola firmly opposes the concept of evolution and instead advocates for the idea of involution, which is like de-evolution, where remnants of the golden, luminous Hyperboreans are present in various races. For example, he argues that the most prominent of these vestiges can be seen in the Germanic peoples, especially during the Ghibelline period of feudalism. He likes the Ghibelline period of feudalism a lot. So Evola contends that the Pelasgians Pelasgians, actually, Klages viewed them highly, but Evola sees them negatively. Interesting. Evola contends that the Pelasgians and the indigenous populations of Greece, as well as the Dravidians in India, had a primary lunar worldview until the arrival of the Aryans. The Aryan invasions introduced an ordering force that emphasized transcendence rather than a devotion to the earth and mother goddess. It is very much against earth and mother goddess worship, Evola. Very much against it. Evola views the mother cult as inherently chaotic and tethered to the earth, rendering it incapable of achieving authentic transcendence. According to him, their beliefs in reincarnation, animism, and pantheism support this idea. He was against all of this. He was against it. For instance, Evola posits that due to Aboriginal influences, Brahmin gradually took on a more pantheistic meaning, even though Brahmin was originally a mana-like quality that Aryans dominated. So he thought the Aryans had like a mana-like quality they dominated. Evola believes that particular dichotomies exist and that some are superior to others, including the patriline over the matriline, being over becoming, transcendence over unity, elitism over egalitarianism, masculine over feminine, solar over lunar, north over south, white over black, human over animal, heroism over cowardliness, centeredness over ecstasy, order over chaos, and form over formlessness, and among others. According to Evola, after the Aryan invasions, a sacred tripartite hierarchy was established, with representatives of spiritual authority such as ascetic warrior, knightly orders, and officiating priest at the top, followed by noble warriors, farmers, and merchants, and finally serfs. This division is similar to the Vedic hierarchy of Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, although Evola asserts that the Kshatriya were initially higher than the Brahmin. This is a very important point of Evola. He thinks the Kshatriya, the warriors, were initially higher than the Brahmin. Additionally, in traditional Northern societies, the king was synonymous with being, making him an effectively solar king. Evola maintains that one's caste is determined from up above and is firmly fixed at birth. He harshly condemns the idea of changing one's caste or envying those of a higher caste, since one's caste is suited to them at birth. According to Evola, only those belonging
Hey, can you pause? Let me
Yeah,
pause. You're just reading. Can you pause? I'm a fucking idiot. Can you pause? Like it's a tape or something. The king. God, dog. Can you read back a line or two? Something about the king.
Yeah. Yeah, this was the last paragraph.
Can you read it, man? I'm not really.
Yeah. So I'm going. So if the Aryans invaded and they established the hierarchy that came from up above, it's like divine and stuff.
I got it. Thank you. When you were talking about that's where they made the break. When they said it was inherent in there that there'd be a break by saying that the king, his children are, that is the line through which things are traveled. Now you said that, and I see why I do rebel. You said that God comes through that line, and any rational person is going to realize at some point that that's not logical. It's a restriction, and it probably should know that. I mean, it seems like it's logical that even the king should know, if he is divined by God, that every fucking one of your kids that happen to pop up is not going to have that be the divine leader of. All right, I'm losing it. I'm too high, but yeah, I hope y'all got my point open. Said it. It's inherent, a flaw in there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that he still thinks that the spiritual element is contained within a natural hierarchy that exists, right? So
yes,
he still
there you go. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
you
so he still thinks that the spiritual element is contained within the higher races, as he put it, right?
Yes.
So then it descends down to like, sort of the lower races. But the fact is that this corresponds to a loss of the divine element only to an earthly element. So he's not saying that
alone. Yes.
Yeah, but he's not saying that bloodline isn't important, because obviously there are the noble races where it descended from, right? But the fact is
Go ahead.
even after that, right? It's
Yeah.
it's the spirit and not the blood, meaning that the spirit came from the ascended higher races, and then it sort of went down the same way that the loss of spirit then translated to the promulgation of just blood, right?
Right.
So
Yeah. Yeah. With the king shit, that was fucked up. And I'm trying to think about something else. This just it made me think about a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'll continue reading now. So
yeah, because he's like an
according to
occultist, right?
Yeah, it was an occultist,
And then
yeah.
he also thinks like there's obviously the same way as Gunan, that everything descended from a higher element to a lower element, right? So he's applying that to basically everything, right? He's saying like that there's a high
And the
level
law.
everything. Yeah, so he's saying like people literally came from the mountains and created civilization, right?
Yes. I would not necessarily buy any of that. It's a word you said, which I forgot, but it's a theory. The theologians is a theory or something of the Atlantean people, where they came from. I've been hearing a lot of that in
Yeah,
conspiracy
he's one of the main
corners
guys
lately.
who came up with these theories, right?
Yeah, that helped me a
Judas
lot.
Evola, because he's one of the top occultists in history. Right?
Very good.
But yeah, go ahead, Buddha.
So, according to Evola, only those belonging to a noble caste, such as patricians or those above Shudra, are eligible to undergo initiation or a second birth. Initiation is a very important idea to Evola. Patricians are considered to embody solar qualities, while plebeians are viewed as chaotic and telluric. However, a patrician without undergoing initiation is considered equal to a plebeian. In the chapter Initiation and Consecration, at pages 60 to 67, Evola emphasizes the significance of initiation for higher castes and describes it as a highly symbolic rite that touches upon deep mythos and ethos. The process involves complex actions such as crossing a river and ritualistic behavior, including imbibing and liquid, which varies across cultures. It is noteworthy that Evola distinguishes between two paths, the path of action and the path of contemplation, with the latter being exemplified by the Pali Canon of Buddhism. While this book primarily focuses on the path of action, Evola acknowledges that a non-Shudra who chooses the path of asceticism can arise above the caste system. So even a Shudra, a non-Shudra, like they could arise above the caste, and with the path of asceticism, he talks about. However, he seems to favor the path of action. Most of the book is about the path of action, which is more typical of Kshetras, the warriors. In fact, much of chapter 17, titled The Greater and the Lesser War, is devoted to discussing the virtues of the path of action. And in this, he talks about like inner jihad. The inner jihad is not really, actually talk about that. Yeah, I don't need to talk about it. Yeah, I talk about certain things about Evola astounded me, such as his defense of jihad and the claim that Islam is superior to Christianity and Judaism due to its warrior-like nature and focus on the transcendent. He talks about that in page 244 to 245. He considers Christianity hostile to life and its sacred hierarchy. However, it seems to me that he regards Roman and Germanic paganism as the most spiritually virile, particularly during the Ghibellian Middle Ages of feudalism, when Asiatic heroism was commonplace. He really loves Asiatic heroism. Evola believes that chivalrous knights embody the traditional warrior aristocratic ideal by serving feudal lords, who are incarnations of the solar god, and by embracing a heroic death. This is because they look above, remain centered, and give a sacred dimension to their battles, much like the heroic epics of Cuchulainn and Rostam. Evola dedicates a significant amount of time to detailing how civilizations decline, providing numerous concrete examples. Essentially, he argues that this process is due to the lunar Demetrian spirituality gradually contaminating and eventually overriding the order and golden hierarchy of the solar Uranian pole. So the Demetrian lunar hierarchy is more focused on becoming. It's like Aristotelian way of thinking. He thought, you could actually say that. This decline is also evident in the regression of caste, which is reflected in the decline of architecture, art, and more. Additionally, Evola claims that one significant reason for the decline of the West was the Protestant Reformation, which removed the upward orientation and paved the way for illusions such as progress. So Evola considers progress an illusion. He doesn't like the
That's
progress.
dope. That's
Yeah,
dope.
moreover, he criticizes communism, capitalism, and nationalism, arguing that they prioritize productivity over transcendence. His critique of nationalism is primarily about how it is used by the technocratic elites to maintain the current anti-traditional order. Interestingly, Evola argues that a man of a higher caste marrying a woman of a lower caste does not contaminate his spiritual race, as father line is more significant for determining caste. Page
See,
97
I
in the
don't know
footnote.
about all that stuff.
Yeah, this raises questions about the importance of one's patrilineal ancestors. Yeah, almost done. Yeah, one aspect of Evola's work that particularly resonates with me is his phenomenological analysis of how games in ancient Rome held a deep metaphysical significance. From the architecture to the gestures, everything was based on an understanding of the divine. This sense of sacredness permeated all aspects of traditional societies, even seemingly mundane activities like games. It's like 129 to 143 he talks about. In addition, I found Evola's analysis of work to be insightful, as he exposes its anti-traditional nature and reveals how Protestant Americans transformed it into a profane religion focused on values such as productivity. Evola is against, productivity stuff. He also draws parallels between modern sports and work as religion. And that's pages 336 to 337. That's it. Edit this part.
That's dope. All that shit is good points. The sports thing now and the sports thing back then, they transcended somehow. Even like if you think of the gladiator, low life, assuming he was, I'm sure they came from different places, but at some point, low life slave or whatever other name they put on him, if he could do good in that fucking Coliseum, suddenly he was better than other people. It was like the warrior thing, being part of the currency of that time.
Yeah. I
Part
think
of
he
the
has a lot
reason
of
for
great
thinking
stuff.
that though modernly is because of the Hollywood, just the Hollywood portrayal of it in our media. Just saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
They would do it purposely. They would want to portray whatever bloodline, in parentheses, quotes, whatever they think the bloodline is, whether it's money, race, whatever the fuck it is. They'd try and portray it in the movies and shit. They'd push it that way, and that's what TML would have good evidence. The Jews, man, the Jews, because they control every fucking thing.
Something else. I want to say
no,
that.
I've never said that. Actually, what I was trying to say is that they, as Evola was saying, they exist. In terms of, exerting a specific control on the Christians in America, right? So I think that point that Evola was making was incredibly sound, right?
I agree. I got friends who
I won't be,
believe that.
Yeah, so let's be very careful.
No, I think you still I still think I'm right. I agree with you on that shit, but I do think that that you agreed with, dude, just in your emotes and willingness to call what I'm calling the spirit. I think you may still call it the Jew spirit, so it makes me think that if
no,
you
I don't share his views. No, I don't share his views one-on-one at all, actually.
Not one-on-one, but you
I have a totally different philosophy from him.
All right.
Yeah, he was just reading.
That'll do it.
Yeah. I just present these things, right? So I'm very careful in presenting that and then figuring out what my own views are. That I'm very careful to
Comment on
distinguish
something
those.
too. I would say Nimrod D. Rosiero and Evola are part of like the same tradition, but Nimrod D. Rosiero, being and becoming are mutually exclusive. Whereas for Evola, becoming is a degraded form of being, and there's like a kind of
That's why.
hierarchy.
Yeah, that's why I don't agree with them, right? Because in my view, like there is no such thing as becoming. I argued with Hyperborean about that. It seems like they need becoming to be a thing for their views for them for their views to take off, right? Or whatever. But anyways,
for me, I just take standard Mahayana views. I see being and becoming neither one nor two.
Right. Not
Interestingly enough, 9 Inch Nails, Trent Reznor wrote a song called "The Becoming" as well.
A little tidbit there. I know the group. I wouldn't know that music.
So let's get up in some music, and then I may go on the tomato panel. So if you guys want to come to the tomato panel with me, you know, we'll
No
go
way
over
you
there.
topped that last record. I'm just saying. No way. You set this bar kind of high, bro, on that last
Yeah,
what
that
do you
would be
mean?
interesting to see.
I'd be there. I'd be down for that.
What do you mean set the bar high, Joe?
You set the bar high. That last one was a banger. No way you can reduplicate that with this next musical break. I dare you. That last one was off the chain.
Oh,
Yeah.
he always
So let's
can.
see what. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna dunk everybody for a second, and we're gonna go on the tomato panel. We'll play music, and then I'll bring
I'll mute
everybody
up.
back, and we'll get up in the tomato panel, right? So then if you guys want to go over there, that would be the best option. I'll drop the link, and we'll figure out. But all right, so let's play a song. We'll be back in 4 minutes.
My God, so they are killers. I've heard lots of people say once a man's a killer, they just keep on killing and killing. They sort of develop a taste for blood. Yeah, that's right. To kill one man or kill 10, it's all the same. After all, they can only hang you once.
Both hands crusty, chillin' with my man Rusty, low down. Blew off the burner, kinda dusty. The world can't touch Ghost, Purple Tape, Ray co-host, Monty Hall Expo, Intellect Direct Pro, Sun's trifling fuck, Wildflower on the cycling. Picked up the broom, thought I was Michaelin. West Brighton Pool, now I'm into iron duels. Turn us to Earth's whoopee, she out of law school. Inhale, great piece of hell, A-L-I propel, parallel. Doris L. Nut, you flash the burn cell. Snap at the Candyland kids, the old rumor is blacks become immune to shit. We never did like eating dead birds. Trust the pharmacy over herbs, men marrying men ill. They got the herbs, Kotar, scissor hand, wig vanished in the winter, living off land. You got them right. I fuck fans, king me. Checkmate, props like the Michael Chip founder. Neck to neck stock with Bill Gates now. When we hug these mics, we get busy. Come and have a good time with G.O.D. Make you snap your fingers or wiggle. Scream, shout, laugh or just giggle. Shake that body, party that body. Don't fuck with ghosts, you feel sorry. That's word, I'm not the herb. Understand what I'm saying? Hit mics like Ted Koppel, rifle expert, let off the Eiffel. Burn a flag in your grass, spiteful. Ringleader, set it off. Rap Derek Jeter, culprit. Prince of the game, wish you could see us. We lay low, glitter wax, 4 bangles. Priceless rope, lay around the guard, get tangled, woolly hair. Eyes fiery red, feet made of brass. 12 men following me, it be the guard staff move. Every switch like Miramax, smash the big boy, totaled it. Wilshire, Fairfax, sun beaming, wifey on the beach, sipping Zima, Woo Beanos. To Latinos, we lust to lean overnight. Guard schedules, FedEx, pretty solo at Velvet Nights, DNA scroll, genetics too high to handle one thought from scrambling to mandolin. 100 game, Will Chamberlain, smack him, say when. He rolling up, face wrinkled up, hands is on his nuts. So kids, stop fronting on the grounds before you get touched. It's Canada dry, that's with a lost son, we won't ride. We want it so bad, we might cry.
For every blow depends on breath control. So it's the first thing you must learn. Fortunately, it's easy. You'll soon learn.
My God, so they are killers. Killing and killing, they sort of develop a taste for blood.
That was deep. I liked it.
Becoming in tune is
The me that you know, we used to have feelings, but the blood has stopped pumping. Yeah, Pretty much.
Talk about becoming a machine.
Exactly. It's very relevant.
So let's see what happens here. Blessings to the people. Obviously, I'll drop the link in the chat. You guys can come up too. It looks like Hyperborean's there. So,
Ruh-roh. What is he doing on tomatoes?
I'm not surprised.
he started going there after I started going there.
Proselytizing, yeah, that's probably it.
So yeah, so
gotta get that IIA grind on.
Exist as one within all of existence itself, and that is
Yes.
the one thing. Okay, then we
Well,
agree.
yes, yeah. So you have parts only, and these parts
Absolutely.
create wholes,
Make up the
which
whole.
seem as ones. They call them unities.
But yes, yeah, exactly.
But the unity isn't truly existence. It's the part that's truly existence. The unity is temporal. Only as long
Which is the
as
awareness.
only as long as participants participate within a unity does the unity exist.
100%. Exactly. Without creation, then there would be no God.
Well, here's a question for both of you. What about like
Isn't that putting the cart before the horse?
What can participate without unity?
Can you guys hear me?
Well, the participant can exist alone. He doesn't need to participate.
Yeah, hostile. So the
Hello?
question is like, would
They
every
can hear
single
you. It's
person-
just not yielding, Brick. They can hear you.
I have a question for them. So, in your little concept there, does cause without purpose have any concept there?
Well, I'm saying the true existence is causeless. Eternity has no cause and there are no effects because there are no causes, right? There is no cause. But the cause and effect is a property of becoming. It's something that only exists within becoming. Now, outside of becoming is being, which is
wait, back up in the sense that
you gotta
Brick
listen
can't
carefully
use
to the words. Listen
Yeah.
carefully to the words he's saying, though. Listen carefully to the words that he's using.
We just talked to this on TML panel. That's why he got that big ass grin on his face. We were just talking about something like this.
Well, he's already in a contradiction if I say the word time, but yeah, let's go ahead and listen.
Consciousness doesn't produce effect. So if you don't have cause, then there is no effect. So if you're talking about like the all of all, without a cause, you're not going to have existence at all.
No, you do.
Brick, you're gonna have to agree on a definition of cause first.
No, you came in real late and we were having a discussion already. I'm not trying to be rude, but please let
You just were. Go ahead.
Please, please. I know you have
is there
things to
any-
say. Me and you have
I
already
have a writing in
spoken,
my
and I
book.
know you disagree
It's
with me, so we don't need to move any further.
This ain't about whether I disagree with you or not. I get to add to the conversation, pimp.
We were already having a conversation,
my
though, and
pimps.
we're in the
I'm
middle of
in. Another cat joined the panel. Yeah.
Got you. Okay, go
All
ahead.
right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you
Hey,
go.
Sarah,
I'm not that serious.
Can we
man.
organize? Joe, just one second. Let me ask Sarah a question. Sarah, we got to organize this debate. It's me, Gnostic, Hostile, and Jed. That's the four.
Well, hold on.
And bonus, we gotta-
Hold on. Hostile, do you cam up?
No, I don't necessarily. I have a phone that I can do it on, and I don't necessarily like to. I mean, you don't want to look at this ugly mug for 2-3 hours straight, do you?
Well, that is a rule I have. That is a rule I have for any one-on-one 2v2 debates. Is you?
I can
you
put
must-
like instead of a rune, incendiary, tyrodal rune. I could put like a cat or something, like playing with a ball of yarn. Is that okay?
No, you have to be cammed up.
What about
like,
two cats?
That's always been a rule of mine. I've only let one person make that exception, and they've also been in my camp for like 3 years. So that's the only person I let that exception fly with.
Yeah, there's no worries.
If you're willing to cam up, I'm happy to do it. But that is just the rule.
So what is the debate prompt again?
So
Hostile. So I have this one writing. It says, knowing that the unknown is known to the one collective. This is how we know a God exists. Does that help my position?
Well, if you want to use the word God, I agree with that, but I would have to say you could just throw out the word because it insinuates a creator.
I know well, here's
I'm
the thing.
saying that
This is the great mystery.
Is an uncreated essence. Everyone is uncreated and is a being.
Eternally, yes.
Yes.
I agree.
Now
the eternal answer.
Yeah, but this ground, you don't come from the ground. You are yourself. It's paradoxical. I understand that. But the many has a precedent over the one. The many is what makes the one, and the many are the parts, right? The parts are the eternal thing.
Okay, so I agree, but are those eternal things contingent upon each other or creation, some other form?
They don't have to be
creation.
No, any part can opt out of participating in any unity.
So you're saying you can make yourself disappear from this reality?
No, you can be singular within the reality. You can be monadic. You can be one thing that exists, and you don't have to participate with other things.
So you're saying you can generate your own reality bubble within this reality?
Well, not within this. Becoming is separate. This is dualism. So not within becoming, no, you can't. But in being, that's the goal.
But we're still contingent, though, to other factors within creation.
Well, within becoming, it's contingent. Outside of becoming, it's no longer a dichotomy of necessity and contingency.
So basically, reality versus actuality. We're talking about two planes of eternal and non-eternal.
Yes,
like
there you go.
Okay. Yeah,
permanent, and non-permanent.
It's just a bunch of nonsense, dude. It answers nothing. It's literally a bunch of jibber jabber. There's nothing. We're uncreated. Like it's.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, meaning what, dude? Like, get to it.
Okay, so you believe in a God or not God? Which one is where's your position?
I don't believe in a creator. I believe that
the gentleman who just told us we're retarded.
Oh, gotcha.
Shaman, I said you were wonderful. Don't misquote me now.
No, I'm playing. I'm smiling.
I believe in God.
I'm joking.
I believe in God.
I think
there's not a creator. That's essentially what that is either.
Okay, so if you believe in a God, then you and I ultimately believe, have the same ultimate belief, and he is one step from us because he's saying that he believes in eternal creation. Therefore, that would be technically the one God, so to speak. But he's saying he's saying he doesn't believe there's a creator of that.
No, creation. That's wrong.
No, I disagree with you.
We're like all Lego pieces that generate our reality.
I'm trying to understand what he. I don't fully
where
understand.
You and I divorce one another is that to say that there's an eternal creation, which is stuff comes from stuff essentially. That is different than something that creates. Something that creates is a paradox. We can't really grapple with it.
No, but we create.
That's an uncreated creator. I understand but there's other entailments with it too, like victimhood or love or things like this. I think that's where it's not a one-to-one between you and I.
So the pantheistic view would be that the oneness split itself into many pieces in order to create reality, which would mean that we are both the pieces and the one at the same time.
Yeah, that's a
logical to me.
Separate, right? The concept between the one and the many, the one is a falsity and it's impermanent, and then the parts are actually permanent and truly existent. Now you can take either one of those paths, but I opt out for individuality. The other path leads to a one. Right? So you don't have an individuality. Anyone that believes that on this panel believes that they return to that source of the emanation. Right? So now you've dissolved your individuality. And you
never left the source. It's still always part of the source.
I believe in a polytheism, right? In short, it would be kind of like polytheism. Everyone is an eternal being. You could call that God, but I would say just throw out the word God.
Okay, shout out to Marathon Kev with the big 20. Says Sister Sarah. Hello to you, Kev. He says, Joe, take that bass out your voice, boy.
It's about when I was yelling at dude. That must have been a while ago.
Here's what I want to offer. There's 80 people watching over on my end. There's a shit ton of people watching over on Ben's end. I do need to go to bed, but I don't want to shut you down. Ben, I offer. Oh, never mind. I'm trying to think of how to do this while letting you guys. You guys can certainly stay on the stage and continue the conversation offline. If you're all interested in doing that, I'm more than happy. Or if there's anyone, does anybody want to start up a show right now and continue this panel?
No, I'm about to leave too because I'm going to hang out with my daughters. But can we pick the date for this argument clearly? What, next Saturday?
I talked to, I was actually going to message you after the show because I talked to Flying Spaghetti Otter. I believe he asked for the 15th, May 15th.
He needs time to practice, huh?
No, he's got some things coming up. I offered him this weekend, but this weekend was already booked for him. So he offered next Friday, the 15th.
Well, we can do one and then do another. I mean, I'm sure there's not whatever you want, Sarah. This is you are the queen of this castle, and I am a guest.
I mean, booking 2 weeks out is not uncommon here.
Right.
So,
it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, no, not.
It's totally. She got like 8 shits planned at all times. She's always got stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm so happy because we're finally back where I was before, where I'm booking weeks in advance.
Right.
That's really really awesome.
Yeah, we'll fall in line with that. You had Gnostic on. He's a legend.
He is. He's so sweet too. I love working with him. He's like one of those panelists where it's very easy to work with and talk to him, right? Like
you know why? Because he doesn't have an ideology that his existence is tied to.
Yeah, I guess. But no, he's I'm really excited. So, and I need to also align the dates, right? I need to check with Gnostic, you, and then I still need to find Flying Spaghetti Auditor, a partner. Hostile, I would love to have you on it, but again, I do have that rule, and
no worries, I understand.
Yeah, it's a visual thing, and then it's I mean, working through a debate, like if you're not getting the visuals of their face cues, like it just kind of
at a disadvantage.
It's a very big
I understand. I appreciate the offer though. Hey, I'm gonna get out of here. I just want to say one last thing. Shaman, thank you for your time.
We need to continue this.
With you. Because I think that you're onto something that's more important than most discussions that are had on YouTube, besides one point, which anybody who's on this stream right now in the chat who's watching, the Machine Lies panel is probably the most, no offense, Sarah, but the most legit panel on YouTube currently. It discusses the main issue with reality,
His channel blows.
which is technological dominance, technocracy takeover. If you think that that's a concern, then I would absolutely get to TML's channel ASAP, because not only that, they're having the deepest of philosophical discussions as well. But shout out to Sarah as well for letting me get on the panel.
No, absolutely.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
and
I appreciate you, bro.
Benjamin Baldwin as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sal. And I really appreciate your ability to articulate and have the deeper conversations and not just yell at people. So you're another breath of fresh air, and I greatly appreciate you and would love to have you back on for more as well.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
You're very welcome.
Hi, brother.
Take care.
And I'll bring up Neurojack. I see Britt backstage too. I just want to get through the rest of the shutdown. I don't want to close down. I really don't, but it is almost 3 a.m. for me, and I do have to get up early, and we have a long day tomorrow. Okay, he left, but Britt, I'll bring you up. Here's what we'll do, guys. We'll go ahead and say our goodbyes. Everyone can go around the room and get their final thoughts out. If you do want to stay on panel for after show, you're more than welcome to utilize the space, or we have the Discord voice chat or whatever. Whatever you want to do, that's fine with me. You won't hurt my feelings either way. Shaman, why don't you kick us off with your final thoughts, sir?
My final thoughts. My final thoughts are thank you, gratitude. It's not a night unless someone calls me gay or an anti-Semite. So we have finished with one and not the other. Anyway, there's a joke, Shabbat Shalom. But
Anchor,
yeah,
baby.
I'll thank you, Balder. Listen, you motherfucker. You pagan. You pagan. Get it?
Love you, Omar.
Of course. Of course. God, anyway, I'm really grateful. This was an amazing debate. It was really cool. I was with my daughters earlier. I would have been on much earlier. It was going amazing. This is great. All you guys are awesome. Clay, Balderson, all the usuals, everyone here. And Sarah, thanks for keep on keeping it on. And it's a lot of fun. And yeah, God exists for sure. And I think the debate, the evolution of the debate is on this subject is going to evolve here now, pretty soon here. And even someone like that gentleman who's smart as shit, he is still missing the point of God. He's at the line. He's telling me I'm almost there. He's almost there. Because there's one step first. And I'm telling you,
it was so full of shit. I looked at it. It was wrong.
He's talking about a lot of stuff. Parmenides is 90% accurate, and it goes. The problem is Christians usually. Anyway, there's no problem. The goal is okay. Here's my final reality. Joe, we are one. We have an eternal soul. Anyone who tells us that we're different, below, or above anyone else is fucking selling something, and usually that is war and our own demise at risk in their benefit.
Bless you, pal. God bless you, pal.
That's what I mean by one. Amen.
I love you.
Love you guys all.
Thank you, Shaman. And you,
Good
by
night,
the way,
everybody.
you made it just in time for the panel to open. You
Did I?
really, like,
I had
yeah.
no idea. I'm super present with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Natural selectionist, your final thoughts to the panel, please.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was quite a bit of fun, even the crazier parts of it. Yeah, I basically came over from watching Ben on TED Talk Tuesdays and heard about this from there. So, yeah.
Ben's been a blessing here. He truly is. I love that. But yeah, sorry I interrupted.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Ben can participate in any conversation. That's a special skill that he has, which is he's a good partner because no matter what the fuck conversation is, he can talk intelligently about it. So you pick the go.
Yeah, and he's got a good crew and good audience on the Tuesday show. Like him and Steve get into some really interesting stuff, and I've been following Steve for a while, and it was really cool finding Ben through him. So so probably be like stopping in here every so often. So it's nice meeting you guys.
Please keep coming, brother. Please keep
Yeah,
coming.
no,
Definitely.
and thank you for your contributions to the panel. It's nice seeing new faces, and we'd love to have you back.
Can I go before TML? Cause I see he's in line.
Why do you gotta go?
No, I don't have to go, but I wanted to dedicate my out time to him, and I wanted him to hear it. I'm going to co-sign what the guy said earlier, man. I realized today I saw panels, I saw flow. I was finna run over there, but on the other phone was TML. And I realized at that moment that some places you go to have fun and some places you go to get educated. And that's when I went to the education, man. He wasn't lying. Go over there and fucking get your game up, step your game up.
No, I concur with that. I've actually surprisingly, well, maybe not surprisingly, but the topics have been in TML's wheelhouse that I've actually been reaching out to him, and I'm like, hey, we've got this going on. If you're interested, we'd love to have you, join. And I like, not to say that our topics are too dumb for him, but like our previous topics weren't in his wheelhouse, and now they are, and it's nice to reach out to him to say, because I've been subbed to TML. I know where his arena is, but I've had no reason to reach out to him to say.
I totally understand. You have to be the special so and so, and you find his mark. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a niche topic especially for TML, and I know where he stands in that, at least in that arena. What would intrigue him, and so
anything AI, you call him up. Anything machine oriented, call him up. Right.
I agree.
He's an Uncle Ted.
Yes. Go ahead, TML. Your closing thoughts to the panel, sir.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate the topic, the historicity of the Bible. I actually wrote a 400-page book on that topic, right? I mean, if you guys email me themachinelies0@gmail.com, I could send you guys a free copy of the book, right? So it's available for free. If anybody wants to know more about the topic, I have an exegesis of Paul's epistles, right? Available on my channel. I go through them verse by verse and tell you guys what I think about it. But that's just one of the many topics we cover, as you may have heard. I appreciate the praise from the other panelists, and thank you so much to Sarah and for also thank you to Benjamin Balderson for running the TED Talks show, one of my favorite shows. But yeah, blessings to you guys. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, TML.
Yes.
Britt, I know you just got up here, but we are shutting down. But if you had any final thoughts to the panel, please feel free to take the time.
All right. Yeah, check out that TED Talk show. Honestly, very warm reception we got when we called into that show. Honestly, they let me talk for like way over a half an hour about like ellul and Kaczynski and all that stuff. So
Yeah, that's funny because that was my first panel was on Ben's previous show, like with weaving spiders. Yeah, and I got to talk about voxel and everything. So
yeah, they wanted me to come back and talk on their open panel that was members only, and then they started really getting deeper into the topics. But they started out a part of their show where they started critiquing modern advancements in technology, and then I sort of branched off from there, telling them about some of the more radical theories, right?
yeah, I got a
from
subscription
Skrbina.
to their channel
Yeah.
gifted to me, so I got to see that. Huh?
Yeah. So I started laying down Skrbina, ellul, Uncle Teddy, and stuff. So they were very
Yes.
receptive, and also they were really open to talk about any type of conspiracy or anything, like even about the Jays or anything. They were very open in talking about anything. So I was very surprised. I was like, wow, these guys don't really censor themselves at all.
Nope.
Right. So shout out to them.
They
I
do
really
have some
appreciate
good
it.
production. The person that I used to hang out with, her name was Nova, over on Telegram. Like she knows all of those guys too. So yeah, they're based.
Yeah. So so I guess I'll end the show with some stuff with ellul here. That'll be the go-to here as we're closing in on the chapter on the state. And of course, we're going to move to a very important chapter on human techniques. I think it's like some of the most important stuff I've ever read. Really, I think more than 50% of the monologues and stuff that I've given, as introductions to my show, have been solely based on that material from ellul's analysis, right, about time and space, right, and emotion and all this the crazy stuff that he lays down that is super ethereal and super strangely put in his section on human techniques, right? And of course it's expanded in the book Propaganda, right? Of course the human techniques are all about the communication technologies, and of course the expansion of these communication technologies. So it's a very interesting type of stuff that he expands on in the book Propaganda, which is not just a book about, right, like newspapers and the media, right, but it's a book about sort of the way we correspond to sort of reality in the modern world, right? It's like the way we get information. It's like the consensus reality, right, or whatever. So it's a very unique work, but yeah. So so let me move to ellul here, and then I'll be ending the show from this end. We've recorded tons of shows over at Neurojack. So good Lord, between the basically he's running out of StreamYard time. So we've done hours and hours and
Isn't
hours
he
of
on a
recording.
paid option now?
He's
Yeah.
not on a paid. He's got to be on a paid option. You don't get all that fancy stuff. Well, maybe with OBS, but
Yeah, he's on a paid option right now, I think, but he's going to be running out of
I
it
guess you
soon.
still have. I guess depends on how much you pay for, right?
Yeah.
yeah, you only. Yeah, he's definitely got to be on a paid option because you only get 25 hours or something, like 26 hours free version. I don't know, something like that.
Last time I knew it was 20
Yeah.
for free. They might
Yeah.
have upped it though. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I think they did. I think it was 26 hours or something because I came up on like 25 and they were like, hey, you're almost out of yeah.
Right.
So I really appreciate those guys saying that to such a large audience and crowd. Hyperborean, that was very clutch. Joe Cool, that was extremely clutch that they came in.
Very
I
cool.
did
Yep.
not ask them to do that, so that was actually excellent. That right up. So yeah, so it is what it is.
Yeah, it totally made like it worth going over there to not say a whole lot else. Worth it, right?
Right, I know. Yeah, it did. It did. So yeah. So anyways, so let's move into this. Right, we're in here. Oh wait, I skipped a huge. Didn't I? Did I skip a whole section?
I always read books out
Oh,
of
okay.
order.
Yeah, no, wait. This is where we were at. So this is where we'll end, right? So he says modern man can think only in terms of figures. The higher the figures, the greater his satisfaction. Now, this corresponds to basically everything Guanan and Avola and all these guys were saying, right? Okay, it's the reduction of man. Okay, it's a quantification of man, right? And obviously, it corresponds to his massification, right? And the creation of the mass man, right? So he says he looks for nothing beyond the marvelous escape mechanism that technique has allowed for him to offset the very repressions caused by the life technique forces him to lead, right? So it's like how Buddha says all the time, right? It tries to it creates the very problems it claims to solve, right? So he says he is reduced in the process to near nullity, right? Even if he is not a worker on the assembly line, his share of autonomy and individual initiative becomes smaller and smaller. He is constrained and repressed in thought and action by an omnivorous reality, which is external to him and imposed upon him. So that is the first thing, is the externalization, and then the second thing is the fact that man becomes objectified through this externalization, right? So here it, and of course we saw that also in Marx, right, in his notion of the commodification of man, right? And he says here, he is no longer permitted to display any personal power. Then suddenly he learns that the airplane his factory manufactures has flown 700 miles an hour. All his repressed power soars into flight in that figure. Into that record speed, he sublimates everything that was repressed in himself. He has gone one step further towards fusion with the mob, for it is the mob as the whole that is moved by performance that incarnates its will to power. Every modern man represses his will to power in records he has not established himself. Yeah. So this is part and parcel of the development of this mass mind, right? You kind of believe that the achievements of the mass correspond to your own achievements, right? And when you exert power, that is actually your will sublimated through the machine, right? You think it's your power that you're expressing, right? And I think this is basically a process that I like to call the externalization of the ego, right, through the mediation of the tools we use, right? So basically, this is also the mediation of the personality through tools and machines, right? Through this externalization, right? And of course, this turns into a where the technological system becomes like an extended prosthetic nervous system.
Yeah,
Right?
it's also a projection, right? It's like a projection
Oh, yeah.
of their internal. Yeah, because it's simultaneously a projection.
Right. But in this sense, right, man is more turned into a projection of the mechanical, right? Whereas because he's the one being conditioned, right? If he was the one that was creating all the impulses that he's subjected to, then it would be pure projection. But in this case, it's like an extrapolation of
Yeah.
a of a projection of something else that's imposed upon him, right?
Yeah, perhaps
So
a better metaphor would be it's a projection happening in a house of mirrors.
right. Yeah, so it's amplified, right? So he says, yeah. So he says here, he says, every man expresses his will to power in records. He has not established himself. Public opinion is all the more important in that it is the two-pronged element. In the first place, there is modern man's collective worship of the power of fact, which is displayed in every technique, which is manifested in his total devotion to its overwhelming progress. The adoration is not passive, but truly mystical, right? And this goes to the idea of the mythification of the goals of the scientists and the technicians, right? Because this supplants the myths of the previous age, right? Because it's in the things that you accept but don't question, right? That is where the process of myth finally lies, right? So this is the thing, in the technical civilization, right? And that anybody can change their religion, their culture, their preferences 100,000 times, right? But nobody can question the facts of the consensus reality that's brought to us by the machine, right? So it says here that in this sense, Mussolini was right in speaking of men realizing themselves in and through the state, the collective instrument of power. The martyrs of science, or the Air Force, or of the atomic pile, give us the most profound sense of this worship when we see the difference the crowd pays them. Quote, I have much faith in technique, unquote, declared Henry Wallace. Oh, is that Henry A. Wallace? The former Secretary of Commerce in the United States? Is that the same guy who put the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill? The same Henry Wallace? His faith indeed dwells in men's hearts. Man is scandalized when he is told that technique causes evil. The scourges endangered by one technique will be made good by still other techniques. This is society's normal attitude. That's right. Every technical problem has a technical fix, right? And this is even true on the level of human techniques, right? Because the problems that technique causes are mitigated by yet other techniques of amusement, right? So I'm in leisure, right? So anyways, in the second place, there is a deep conviction that technical problems are the only serious ones. He says, the amused glance people give the philosopher, the lack of interest displayed in metaphysical and theological questions. We talked at length about that today's show. Like pretty much 4 hours of the show is basically all about that, right? The rejection of the humanities, which comes from the conviction that we are living in a technical age and education must correspond to it. The search for immediately practical, carrying the implication that history is useless. and can serve no practical ends. All these are symptomatic of that quote unquote reasonable conviction, which pervades social hierarchy and is identical for all social classes. Only technique is not mere gab. It is positive and brings about real achievements. In these two ways, the mystic and the rational, public opinion is completely oriented towards technique. Okay. So let's take a look at that. The mystic and the rational, right? So in terms of that, right, that used to be totally in the domain of religion. Right? And then it sort of passed, right? It sort of took a long maybe hiatus for a while, and then humanity did a little soul searching, and then it turns out that actually the mystic element, right, or the magical element, right, or even the element of the full capacity for rationality, right, because you used to say that basically rationality was placed in man by God, right? So we talked about that in the beginning of this, right, that the whole process of the laws of the sacred actually corresponds to the massification of man, right? And him or her being turned into a mass man, right? So here goes. Says in these two ways, the mystic and the rational, public opinion is completely oriented towards technique, and at present another precise technique molds public opinion with references to any given question. This technique has never been fully exploited because public opinion is favorable enough to technique without it. But if a sudden change should occur and public opinion should turn against technique, we would see the propaganda machinery set into motion to recreate a favorable atmosphere. For the whole social edifice would be at stake. Oh yeah, well, right. We've actually purposefully put like, okay, we've surveyed the media, right? We've seen the media talking points. We've purposefully tried to invert and subvert the talking points, and you'll see there'll be a barrage of people to correct the the narrative, right? They'll pop up, like hundreds of them will pop up, like it'll be like crazy.
It's like whack-a-mole.
Yeah, it's like whack-a-mole. Yeah, it's like so it's wild. So we've tested this ourselves, right? So as to the third traditional restraining force, the social structure, the question is whether the social structure of our world acts as a brake on the technical evolution. By way of answer, I have shown that progress has been rapid only because social morphology has favored it. The phenomenon has not fluctuated very much, and at present we are witnessing the penetration of social structure by techniques. The life of the modern world is to an ever greater degree dominated by economics, and economics in turn more and more dominated by technique. The whole of the material world in which we live rests on the technical base. It is a commonplace of science fiction writers to imagine what would happen if the use of technical instruments were to be suddenly stopped. Likewise, our analysis has led us to recognize that as technique progresses in a given society, it tends to reproduce in that society the social structure that gave birth to it. So here's the thing, right? Technique, although it totally supplants the people's reliance on each other, right, it doesn't damage the existing social structure, right? It barely touches it, right? So so it seamlessly recreates the social structure that created it, as you said, right? So in that way it's totally different from what people think, right? That it'll totally cause an upheaval of the social structure. right?
Yeah.
Of course, if it
Time
did
does
that,
the
it
same
wouldn't.
thing. Yeah. It totally does. It's so weird. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, but this is like I'll lose it otherwise. Time does the same thing because like it's ubiquitous. Like as soon as we start language coding, like we are learning time. Like it does the same thing. But a baby just knows it's hungry. It wakes you up in the middle of the night. It doesn't care.
I'm not sure I got that. I'll end reading there, but I don't really.
Hmm. Yeah. We'll talk about it later then. Mm.
Well, let's just talk about it now because I'm done reading. So
Oh, okay. I was trying to wait until you were done. I was like, damn. Yeah. Uh, yeah. What you were saying, it definitely seems to correspond similarly to how we are like sort of programmed to accept time as being linear in one direction.
but that relates to what he's saying. How?
Because he was speaking of something else being like that. Pretty much. I mean, I don't know how to elaborate it any further than that. I guess maybe it's just me.
Well, what he's saying is that, essentially the social structure won't be damaged by the implementation of techniques, right? So he's saying that essentially, right? And he brings up the sort of um um you know the an example of the kibbutz, right? He says they may be communities like the kibbutzim whose object is to exploit techniques while allowing man while allowing man a normal life. In every kind of modern society, there's predominance of techniques. So he's talking about how the social morphology of these societies, right, that are basically changed by techniques and accept different techniques, they're way different from traditional societies. And he's basically explained that by this idea that there's an increased sense in which technique itself controls the mystic and the rational. So this is why it doesn't really damage the existing social fabric, right? So yeah, so that's
So do you agree with that?
what
Do you agree with his assessment of that, or is that something that you as well question?
what?
Like his statement that technique doesn't damage the social.
Well, after it's conditioned the people to ideologically accept it as the mythic and rational agent, yeah, of course it doesn't damage the social fabric. He's absolutely right. And look around, right? It's obviously true, right? The one thing that cannot be uprooted, cannot be questioned in the society, right? You could question anybody's religion, you could question what anybody believes, you could question any other thing about anybody, right? You could question how they dress, right? What they think, and all that stuff changes like every 20 years anyways, right? But the one thing you can't question is the application of technique, right? And so on and so forth, right? Because that would be to question the police, question the hospitals, question the government, right? So on and so forth. If you
can't
question
do
those
that?
things, no, you can't. You can't give legal advice. You can't give medical advice. You can't take an insurrection against the government. You can't do any of those things, right? You can't do any of those things publicly, right? So the thing is that, right, the things that technique establishes, they are, they belong to the process of myth. They cannot be questioned, right? So, I think it's an unfortunate reality, right, that we live in, that 90% of people will not question the consensus reality because they're basically conditioned.
Yeah,
Right. So
that's I agree with that. But I think to say that it can't be questioned is a whole nother thing. But I guess publicly is true because you get railroaded. But some people still do it. A lot of them end up dead. Well, all of them eventually, but some of them a little sooner. I don't recommend it. Doesn't mean I won't do it.
yeah, he's describing how technique takes control of the state, those things that belong to it, like for example, law, morality, justification of that legal rule through justice, and a foundation of a greater sense of purpose, where the state is belonging to a nation, and that nation is belonging to a greater a sort of cultural heritage. He's saying actually the techniques, when they take over the state, right, they recreate man and they recreate the state in the image of those techniques. And all of these ideas, like for example, right, the police, right, like what they do, like that becomes identical to the law, right? And and the police apparatus, right, and the entire idea, right, is linked to economics, right? So so economic production and all these ideas, right? He says it doesn't matter whether you're in a communist regime, right, or in a capitalist regime, right, or in a fascist in a regime, right? The effects of technique are pretty much the same, right? So he says it's not sort of capitalism or communism or how the state functions. That's not really what's deciding power in the modern age. It's actually the expression of techniques, right? And that's the thing that most people don't think of, right? That all expression of techniques creates a uniformity of the expressions of power within the state, right? And that leads to identical systems, whether they be capitalist, communist, right, fascist, so on and so forth. So he demonstrates how in each of those systems, right, the expression of power within the system is the same, right? And it doesn't matter whether those tactics are employed by democratic regimes or fascist regimes, right? The effects of them are the same, right? Like, for example, the concentration camps, right? When they were applied, in America, they're applied in Russia, they were applied in, in Germany, right? They were applied for similar reasons, right? And the expression of the ideas, and they came at a similar time, and one could say it's a response to a bunch of different ideas that happened, including this idea of the Industrial Revolution, right? They had to consolidate power within the system because there's a new expression of techniques. So then they had movements like communism, movements like fascism, that say that you should centralize power, right? Centralize the industry, right? That's pretty obvious, right? That would come about, and it's the same thing in the, the same thing happened in the capitalist society. Even though they claim that they're capitalist, democratic, same thing happened. But it's the same expression of power, right? Even though they believe, oh, it's ideology that causes a different expression of power. He's saying it's not fucking ideology, right? It's the system that causes it, right? If you look at these different, people who have these different ideologies, the system caused them to express power the same way. So I guess it's not the fucking thing you believe in, right? It's pretty weird, right? So, all these people arguing about their belief systems, arguing this thing's evil, that belief system's evil, this thing's evil. It's like, no, it's none of that shit, dude. It's just the practical facts, right? So yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, that's why I don't get hung up on that small shit, right? I don't want to go way over time. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Um,
listening.
so I don't know who else is here. I know
Yeah,
Red
so-
Buddha's here. What's up?
yeah, man. If say some stuff, so I would, agree that man is effectively turned into a projection of the mechanical. That's effectively saying that from the conventional perspective, man is mechanized, conventionally speaking. I wouldn't say ultimately though. No, because of
Right.
Buddha nature. And you cannot question the application of technique, the expression of techniques that it creates a uniformity within the expressions of power. It doesn't matter if it's communist or capitalist or fascist or democratic, they're identical because the expression of power is the same about the rational methods aiming for absolute efficiency. The means transform into the ends effectively. So, they express power the same way. But I would say that effectively man is mechanized and kind of like, but I would say that I've given up on man then because, most traditions talk about like Kali Yuga, Dharma ending age, or a decline. Well, maybe not all of them do, but the point is that one thing that's my own view is that could like because I've given up on humanity personally. Can another organismal lineage, reach the symbolic reference? Because that does affect how we frame everything. Because this is obviously a decline. This is obviously a decline. And it's a global decline. It's not just one nation. It's not just one region. It's global now. It's global. And so yeah, it's a big, large scale problem. It gets worse. Things will just get worse. We can list all the new problems coming out: lethal autonomous weapons, brain cloud interfaces. All of that is real, and it will just get progressively worse. That's the only progress there is. The things will just get more fucked up now and stuff due to the
synthetic life forms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
I still maybe naively hope, as like the idealist in me, like fights the urge to like friggin' have hope, but I still hope that this too shall pass, and it'll be the pendulum swinging the other direction eventually.
I
Maybe
have
not in my lifetime.
absolutely no hope for me personally in humanity. I have absolutely no hope in humanity whatsoever.
Yeah, wow. That's
Yeah.
pretty striking.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a very hard line.
That's fine and dandy, but there's no guarantee that any other species will do it any better or any worse than humanity.
True
Yeah,
that.
I think somebody said that earlier.
They will have cycles, cycles. They
Yeah, I
will
think
have a high
Hyperborean
point,
said that
then a low
earlier.
point, like us, like everything else. They will do things, but humanity was perfectly fine before 1600. I would say 1600 is when things really got bad, and that's when the
Yeah.
steam engine came. And I recommend everyone here, read Stephen Grabinski. Read his horror stories about the steam engine. Do you think trains are just trains? Trains are like a demonic force. He really understood that. He went deep into the occult, and
Yeah.
he went deep into the occult, and he saw that trains are not just something ordinary. And you believe it or not, I'm gonna tell you guys that I am of an aristocratic lineage, and I am and stuff. And my relatives were involved in bringing the train into Iran, and they helped do it. And the thing is, my grandfather, he was a very complex man. He didn't like it. He didn't like making trains because he realized he had to go through the communal villages, and he really hated it. And he actually was. Both my relatives were protected by the Shah and by the mullahs. Believe it or not, I'm very aristocratic. Like my family name is very high in Iran and stuff. I think so.
Yeah, people are definitely gonna think you're a Fed now. But
Yeah, people think the same thing about me. Whatever.
Oh,
Sad
yeah.
trombone.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why.
so-
Yeah, well, that's what I heard. Yeah, I'm
Just
already.
listen.
My life. When I look at it, humanity really sucks ass. Especially living in this country. Being treated like shit and stuff. I have no connections and stuff. I want to write a book and publish the book, but making connections is hard. All I'm saying is I'm better than fucking Giorgiani. Giorgiani, I can beat him to a fucking bloody pulp. He descend from Quasar crap.
Yeah, for
Pure
real.
bloodline. Then he
But
looks
yeah,
like a
let's
fucking
not.
piece of shit. I'll beat a fucking Giorgiani. That motherfucker Twilight. You motherfucker, I'm better than you. You were saying you're fucking more spiritually enlightened than me, you motherfucker. If you're watching this, come on here, you stupid fucking trash, fucking ugly looking Italian motherfucker. Come on here. Stupid fucking talking trash about me.
Dude, chill out, dude.
Yeah.
Crazy madness. But yeah,
Yeah,
the thing
okay.
is like
Getting
I'm gonna
worked
take a
up for
break from
no
panels.
reason.
Really. I take a break from panels,
yeah. Give me 1 second, Buddha.
most people here besides you, TML,
Yeah.
and Reddington, maybe some other people, I did not enjoy talking to them overall. It was just too much for me. I don't enjoy talking. I prefer writing. It's just what it is. I have to be
I
calm.
like your honesty, man. It's great.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So yeah, so this is a bad time. But yeah, thank you so much to Tomato. Yeah, blessings. Thank you for the invite. But yeah, we'll definitely come by again. But yeah, the whole thing, yeah, I mean, yeah, let's not threaten celebrities. But yeah, I appreciate the people here. Giorgiani, we definitely love to talk to him if he's available. Twilight, not so much, but yeah, I appreciate him anyways. Yeah, I appreciate Twilight's contributions to the show, but
Me too.
I think is just totally out of whack on a few of his opinions about me, right? So I don't
Agreed.
know if I'll basically be corresponding with him anytime soon. And of course, he has not apologized for saying any of that. But anyways, I greatly appreciate the people who contribute, even Twilight and everybody that's involved with the show, and I greatly respect all the people. I don't have that high of a respect for Giorgiani, but I like him anyways. The thing about him is that I like the combination of sort of philosophy and sort of occult, metaphysics, and also, the whole thing, of the whole theological landscape and tying in different religions and different, animes and different art, even futurism into the analysis. So I can appreciate the different avenues that they go down. Right. Some of these thinkers, even though if I don't agree with everything that they say, but yeah, I appreciate everyone for watching. And of course, we're trying to, correspond with ideas in terms of, those paradoxes that reach us in terms of the technological, right, where that applies to, sort of ethics, the philosophy of mind, right, where those sort of nether regions of the technosphere sort of apply to those areas, right? We're extremely interested in technology, its effect on ethics, spirituality, right? And also any of those other concepts, especially the frontiers of the mind, right? Those are extreme areas that we're interested in. We're taking lots of theories and developing theories about the philosophy of mind in relation to technology. Obviously, it relates to whether technology, right, has a sort of a presence in which you could think of the technological system as sort of self-evolving, or as sort of working on its own set of values, or propelling its own development into something, right? So we have this idea. We also have it related to another concept of whether nature is intelligent and whether it can protrude into the mental sphere, right? Whether nature is just dead matter, or whether it can, have a creative element and also have a mental element, right? So, we're interested in all these philosophical theories, and of course, we'll begin to explore lots more, right, with the pre-Socratics, right, with Buddhist philosophy, and also we'll expand on lots of ideas that we have there, right? And of course, we're, going to be returning back to the pre-Socratics. We're now taking a little detour by looking at ancient and modern ideas and how they contributed to the historical development, right? So we're making lots of ground there. We basically had pretty much a show like talking for pretty much like 6 hours about the various topics presented by thinkers like Bostrom, right, Guanan, right, Ellul, right, and of course they present a different range of ideas, right, in their obviously they choose a very different vehicle of expressing those ideas and concepts, but nonetheless we try to synthesize their views. They come to some pretty accurate conclusions, and of course there's not that many people that are drawing from those types of sources to come to some conclusions about the world technological system, right? The people that are actually drawing from those types of thinkers to come to these conclusions are actually very few, right? I think me, Buddha, and Red are part of a very small group of people, right? That are out there in the world asking these questions and thinking about these things and reading this type of material, right? So that is actually a brute fact at this point, but yeah, nonetheless, I appreciate you guys' correspondence on this range of topics, and of course there's lots more topics that we're going to get involved in. I just basically just mentioned whatever comes off the top of my head. If I continued to talk about the explanations of the show material, I could go on for hours and hours and hours, because we've spent hours and hours and hours explaining everything from the Bible to the Taoism, right, to Hegel to Nietzsche and all this type of stuff, right? So, obviously we've provided lots of material, and in other shows they don't synthesize material, they don't provide sources, right? So, obviously we don't get paid to do that, right? But the fact is that there's a great value to it, right? So, I appreciate you guys, and we'll be back soon, right? So I'm gonna go around the panel. Maybe you guys will say some closers. Right?
Who's first?
Yeah, we'll have some other stuff, some music.
No, I was gonna say that's the difference between a vocation and an avocation.
Right. Yeah, and we appreciate the people that called in, right? And watching, right? I appreciate Hostile Hyperborean, Joe Cool, and of course everybody that's on the panel right now. I really appreciate you guys.
Invocations.
Right. Lorp and Neurojack, and some of the other people that called in. Right. I think just Joe Cool called in, was our only guy that called in. Other than the regulars. So I greatly appreciate you guys' time for sure.
Speaking of Nietzsche, just really quick read off from Will to Power, where he says in number 420, I do not wish to persuade anyone to philosophy. It is inevitable, it is perhaps also desirable that the philosopher should be a rare plant. I find nothing more repugnant than didactic praise of philosophy, as one finds it in Seneca or worse Cicero. Philosophy has little to do with virtue. Permit me to say that the scholar and scientist, too, are fundamentally different from the philosopher. What I desire is that the genuine concept of the philosopher should not utterly perish in Germany. There are also many half-hearted creatures of all kinds in Germany who would be glad to conceal their ill-constitutedness beneath so noble a name.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I seen another quote. I think is in the beginning of Genealogy of Morals, where he's saying that philosophers should distinguish themselves from the cold and patient truths of the scientists. Interesting.
I read a book called Art versus Science.
Yeah.
And I recall it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It was a sociology book.
Yeah.
I borrowed it from Elizabeth.
So, so you got anything, Buddha?
You know, let me see. Do I have anything? Well, I'm not gonna come on panels for a while.
Yeah.
Because I need to read more, and I want to write my book.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Yeah, see, what do I have to say? I have a lot to say, but I don't want to go on too long. I will say that everyone has their differing views or different philosophies. This time is really shit because of all the stuff Ellul talks about, and Skrbina and
Yep.
and Teddy and stuff is shit. Is shit. Yeah, it's very shit. When it's like despair. Sometimes I feel like Emil Cherian. Emil Cherian. Sometimes I'm not sure if you guys ever read him. Emil Cherian. He was a very interesting sardonic figure. He really went deep into he wrote a book called On the Heights of Despair and stuff. So I think Buddha nature exists.
I think I have some of his books.
Well, you do, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I almost didn't recognize the name because of how you pronounced it.
Syrian. I don't know.
I'm
He's
not sure how to
Romanian.
pronounce it either.
He's Romanian. Actually,
But yeah, I do have at least
deep
one or
into
two
him.
of his books, hard copy.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
I
Yeah.
also have one Legati, and some other nihilist
Oh, I see, yeah.
publications.
I wouldn't say I'm a nihilist, but I'm very I have no hope in humanity. Like I said before, I don't know what to say about it. I would say that ultimately, I think, like if someone were to stay home at this point and they have the funds to do so and just play games all day, they're helping society more than someone who go work at a 9-to-5 job working for a corporation, a faceless corporation, and they're just making machine parts or whatever. The person who just stay home playing games or watching anime and they don't give a fuck about anything, they're probably helping society more by not contributing to it. Yeah. That's the way. I mean, speaking relatively. I'm speaking relatively. When you realize how fucked up shit is, there's really nothing you can do. So there's not much you can do. Yeah, especially depending on your circumstances and stuff. I mean, I actually do have one thing I want to read from the story of the stone. It's a classic Chinese literature. I find it. Yeah, just read it. I want to read this. It kind of deals with art too. Yeah, I want people to think about this. I read it before, but I think this is kind of true. Truth becomes fiction when the fiction's true. Real becomes not real, where the unreal is real. That's the entrance to the land of illusion. And stuff. I want people to think about it more and stuff because it's silent. Klona is a bodhisattva. Klona is a bodhisattva. And stuff. There's avatar I have. He's a bodhisattva. So Klona is a bodhisattva. Let me see it. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So Zeph, you got anything for him?
Just the
Maybe.
usual.
Oh yeah.
Just the usual. Like, just to try and be better every day. Your version of better, whatever that is. Be more yourself.
Right.
I like authenticity a lot, maybe a little more than I should, but I think it's important. And it's authentic like in a sense of it's confident with quietly, you know, it doesn't need to brag about it. I guess that's my favorite kind.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right.
Do not seek the treasure.
Yeah.
Right.
Leaving the treasure for the next man's the best part.
Right.
Yep. It's good.
Yeah.
I love you guys. Bye.
Easy.
Yeah, peace, Seth. This is great right here. Yeah, I got a kick out of that one, Buddha. Thanks for that. Yep. Cool. I'll definitely think about that one. Let me come back in the studio. All right. So thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. And here is a series of, I guess, videos that are going in no particular direction. Right. But two of them are new ones, videos that I made. So blessings to the people. And yeah. Join us next time, 9:15 p.m. Eastern, on Tuesday night, right? And in 2 weeks, we'll have another music stream. If you guys missed the last music stream, it was a real banger, right? We put that together on yesterday, right? So that's available on the Cyber Caliphate channel, right? At Cyber Caliphate 0101. So we have a Cyber Caliphate channel. There's a defunct Cyber Caliphate channel out there as well. Avoid that one. It's the one with 200 subscribers. Is our one, right? Now. So go ahead and sub there. Okay, so we'll have music. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday. Blessings. Whoops.
Supposedly, as Americans, you got the guts to do it. We did it in the past. The United States ain't ever lost a damn war. I don't give a shit what you heard about Vietnam. We didn't lose that sucker.
The only thing I like bright beside my name and lights is the back of my head, Mr. One Stripe Red. Open my front door and watch love overrated, hate spread instead. As I witness Ed and Ted rob Fred for bread, broker in debt, sell debt for 2 cents. A dollar earned already spent, pockets straight to pay the rent. But money comes and goes like multiple topics and flows. Pursue the paper chase to accumulate zeros. My best is yet to arrive, right and reflect the wisdom of age, undefeated by the forces of life. To cope after my father died, I used to climb a tree and stare at the stars and say that's where I'll be. So I stayed up late, worked hard to create. Whether I wrote or masturbate, to be a name you equate with great. So the cake, monsoon, bread, the frog, fly. I'm your Delta 3, cheers, fully bloom, spring, pom, phenom, the sticks of con, spit the flame on. Now it's now simply imperial. Deploy your possibilities, turning probability into actual fact. Gas X under a hiccup, up with that what you lick up. Crush guys like doing sit-ups, your chin twig snaps under a fist. Brief deduction of percussion, you're dead motion like a ski lodge. In the oven of July, right to the eye, place a sign that stays closed for the season. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion.
I come on the track with more fire, more fire, more fire. Pat down like you're wearing a wire inside of your hideout. Taking it up a notch when it's hot and toxins start to leak out of your skin. Murderous carcinogens, hemorrhage in your track, ripping your cardiac. Now give much cardiac and a pair of black hard bottoms. All soldiers stand at your post when this squad's rocking to get your arms torn off. Pile drive down to the floor like Paul Orndorff for my performance. I spit late acid, battery acid, these bastards. Shake plastic, 8 plastic, strict spastic. Right. Craft a master, piece with a glass up. Shasta after I slash rapper with a protractor. Flow factor, blow back the cap of a backpacker. Slash top the album off of Napster, remember the tragic. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion.
It is what it is.
Hey yo, yeah, I hear cats raps, but their flames don't shoot. So I don't even wet that like a raincoat suit. So what I'm saying is this, Saeed's on top of the shit, like I'm walking around with a toilet strapped to the hip, packed with a gift. December 25th when I spit from an orphan house in the city. Hey, glitch like fit, I itched and ripped, I twitched, then hit a switch. Fuck, the body's buried under the bench. That's what happens when you get hit with the stench. Twisted up like a fence. Time condensed in a matter of minutes. I managed to bat movies with any right man, making a mess. Put it down with the rest, drop the X, hop in the stretch, that shit, checks on some next. With the ill potion to keep cats on float. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion. Dead in motion.
May go out, I don't go out since it's not my scene. I'm not a socialite, I don't venture out at night. I just lay within my lab and venture to the pros expenditure, generating some stabs on a mission with machines. And their wave emissions is a byproduct of transmission to a remote unit for usage at a later acquisition. When the track is listed missing, then in fact it's coefficient with a high impact resistance. So after that rendition, while I'm logging all the footage from surveillance exhibitions, just a catalog efficiently, then split just like fishing. Here on the street, cruising for a bruising in addition to a losing composition and a grueling time listening and fooling folks with all that mischief. Though my number stays enlisted, there's a chance you'll miss it since it doesn't look explicit. It took me many years just to get the chance to stay indoors. Now that I've advanced here, I won't venture far. Yeah, you may go out, I don't go out cause it's not my scene. I'm not a socialite, midnight gets the parasite, seeking sustenance from some nocturnal activities such as this club or that show, these drugs or those hoes. Unless dough is on the right side of the equation, I'll be blazing trails in the ground of sales of land-based retail property and possibly blazing properly manicure plants. One would see sell in a foreign destination, aiding mental elevation, fundamental to the pacing of the task at hand. Facing what was once a 4-track task cam, soon replaced when upgrades were necessitated. Synapses
stimulated, sound is now resuscitated. So I'd rather focus on what really matters than be inundated with the hopeless banner of the uninitiated, searching for acceptance in a scene full of reluctant self-proclaimed nonconformists, all with similar appearance as if prepping for performance. In all the world's a stage where the sages are excluded from the numerous diluted personalities included in this evening's entertainment. Popularity's the goal, give your soul, you might attain it, then it's on you to sustain it, as long as they contain it. To my door's outer surface, when it's time to innovate, there's no need for you to penetrate.
Hey, my nickel, let me conversate with your ear for a bit, since I'm caught in the system. One that's ruled by a cyberlunar bullwhip. In a world that's cool, watch how cartoons pull it. Sell for sell, the movements stay fluid in the music, but the background stays fixed at a glass ceiling to it. Over, am I over? I'm a killer, I don't know her. EKGs of a down-ass nickel on the motor.
What up, my nickel-plated aluminum alloy disguise was designed specifically for this debut. Dust debris off durable cloth, random substance of the night got me feeling like thought. Powerful beyond your current comprehension levels, so let your apprehension settle when you approach greatness of this magnitude. Hella attitude, send it at you if you step with something less. Biting more than you can chew can prove difficult to digest.
My world looks flat, the sunset's like soda. Your girl looks sad, you should tell her to come over. What's the word? Mad. Unheard, absurd. We're swerve on curbs, perturbed robbers. It's the door to Providence. Throw some keys in that lock. Like another type of rapper, serve some keys, and I'm rich with a land mass. Grow some trees on that ditch. Yeah, it's murder to eat burgers. Throw some cheese on that white and rich bun. We're not rich, boy, but my jacuzzi weighs a ton. With the laser gun, what's up to laser store? We've got them on the run. I'm showing them the door with confidence.
So what are we about? Money in a great enough amount to fit spurs and mount. Just a blur at the base of the mountain. You're facing stark contrast to the vast land traversed and acquired by the higher tier peer network. Expert hustle game, muscle name, tussle in your game pain and the wrong kind of fame. Shine from the chain, blind lame duck stuck in target range.
Okay, here it is. Me and Thavius go to blank with a blank just to get a blank check. But they say wait, so that means I wait on the blank and I don't laugh to the bank. But I say no, wait, then I act rude. Now I know the reason of your mega attitude.
Okay, here it is. Me and Gino signed up to go work for a blank, then all we get is thanks. I didn't even get a chance to go back to the bank. This is the point where our business concludes. Now you know the reason of our mega attitude. Yep. Now you know the reason of our mega attitudes.
Okay, get away, throw an X amount. We already went over this with Dope B. Anyway, here it is. We can work for an amount or not, and it wouldn't affect you remotely. Get $1, lend $1, spend $1, hits $1. Road money gets more than a road scholar. Back. If you're live at a 9 to 5, why bother? I'm mad cause you're sad that I'm glad that I work smarter and not work harder. You're sad cause you work like your dad, and since he worked berserk, you have no father. Not my problem, I'm not your martyr. Baby is here, has a son and a daughter, and he's still sick. Baby, you should barter. Talent for mental imbalance, then you could probably go farther. Do this for starters, do this for starters.
Corkscrew smile is the response to a voice in all cap fonts, projecting those detrimental thoughts toward all our monumental plots. We treat them like a fault line and make them shake rocks, causing fundamental damage to you guppies. Looking at us like a couple guppies for endorsed by some killer whales. Lucky? No, game is self-aware, trust me. Doesn't mean you're lacking, well, you must be. I mean, just because the light
light doesn't reflect 92 carats on my neck. Doesn't mean that you should expect to get hot shit from this click with a post-dated 4-figure check. But you accept dirt or pure gold when you know the worth of what you hold is 100-fold what you've been told. You grow thick skin and go bold. That's why the attitude is so cold.
Okay, here it is. Me and Thavius go to blank with a blank just to get a blank check. But they say wait, so that means I wait on the blank and I don't laugh to the bank. But I say no, wait, then I act rude. Now I know the reason of your mega attitude too.
Okay, here it is. Me and Gino started to go work for a blank, then all we get is thanks. I didn't even get a chance to go back to the bank. This is the point where our business concludes. Now you know the reason of our mega attitudes. Now you know the reason of our mega attitudes.
It's not mine, never was or ever will be. Fulfilling prophecies, harmonies of MCs. Set the breather in chair of mediocrity. And so ironically, you seek the whisper from the poison lips of Socrates. I watch with these sad and tired eyes. If I were blind perhaps, then I know what sunsets. As it stands, I hate myself more than public. Prose and poetry set to drown in murky sonics. Crucify the honest, lest they beg to play the minstrel. Divide my fifth harmonic, just to keep it simple. Basics of my breath only known to my peoples. Speaking paradoxes seem to some their minds are feeble. Retrieve the cortex, simplicity, the peace with equals. Your church steeples only set more eyes on vibe. Confusion on your face when I call my brother's God. Grasp open this with right, met with the solemn nod. First signs of rain, I plant these seeds in fertile soil. Anoint scarred wrists with remnants of ancient oils. Place the blade to split this right wrist. Fraction lips, spits, blind truth into life's abyss. Lift your spirits, only crash the concrete. Greet enemies with pounds, brethren with harvest sounds resonating what we wrote. You forced the false hope for those who tie loose with stale rope. Grows dry with strong neck. It lasts attempts to gain respect. Rather than the constant threat. Yet we easily forget where we are, what we are by far foreign concepts. Somewhere between the seeds of gods and monsters. Quite a thought to ponder. Ancient treasures squandered by greed that bleeds from all things. Humanity maintains false histories to breed lies and ink to infect truth written. Given life makes ironic altar. Tarnish, martyr, polished words only to be blurred when I once tried to watch. And irony is lost. True knowledge only comes at too high a cost. Since then, I felt more than ever. Placed brittle, faithful, filthy tongue, slowly severed by words. Let me serve as exposed souls of roll on. So to respect that fate, you man has no fate. And since then, I felt more than ever. Placed brittle, faithful, filthy tongue, slowly severed by words. Let me serve as exposed souls of roll on. So to respect that fate, with this and no pain.
Off this, who the culprits that claim to be the newest? Rapping bullshit, my rhymes get Ruger endorsements. My song boosts and the tech sells through the ceiling. Let's talk with guns, combo till the police come. Give you a red shirt with the wet hat to match. Burst max like it's Hamburger Hill for real. It's Red Dawn when the mall get it on. My outfit stuck on some wild out shit. All about it, we move gambit through the overcrowded. Forthwith, pull out long fifths, extended clips. Point the nozzle and shift your back this. Me and the clique, I sit down and eat dinner. Wake up every morning, write a new banger. And strike harder than your best attempt to sound like P. Or the HAVOC, nigga.
But that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember me? The one you got the technique from?
Yo, but that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember me? The one you got the freestyle from?
Yo, but that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember that? I told y'all protect your neck.
I remember like in the Shahana.
Fake one, take one, no ultimatum, face one, there's no escape from. Straight from the brain come the great one. My blade swung, decapitate your snake head, slit your snake tongue, make one false maneuver, you a mystery. Unsolved, the mob that revolves automatically involved. Muscle bound, stand, surround, commercial thugs, by turtle dove, bowery suit, and purple gloves. Me and you can have some fun, make it a blast. You couldn't take the impact, but still show the badge. Blood for blood, veteran, covered in mud, wounded in the midst of war, still trading slug, getting major love. Way above you newcomers, I come thundering with the heat of 2 summers. When I enter the zone, move mountains with the presence alone. Before the words rip through the microphone, chrome dip lyrics are known to split stone. You private eye home in, but can't seem to clone.
Yo, but that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember pun, the one you bring your whole shit from.
Yo, but that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember pun, I snatched away the moon and blew away the sun.
But that's staring your face, it seems to me.
Remember pun, the one with over 1,000 guns.
Yeah,
this is ready. Prodigy, Deck, and me, QB, and Bronze Trilogy. Lyrically hazardous for your wealth. Swing on your royalties, spoil your plans, boil your grams, shake and shine. Fold all your hands, spoil your mans, make a mind. Take all you made,
Call you gay on Hot 97. Drop by your dwelling, got the nuero, represent your melon. Ain't no telling when the bullet's behind the trigger. I do it to live niggas, the bullets to prize winners. You wouldn't survive, nigga, if I chose you. Froze you from ear to ear, showing your whole vocal. Who told you you could roll through? My lyrics practically rose you from the grave like the crow's rule. I told you a long time ago, don't never fuck me, cause if I leave you half dead, consider yourself very lucky. Very ugly from the face up, leave you laced up. Joey Grills, props, Jubilee, 661.
The pressure. Inspect the deck. Inspect the deck. Yo, it's P. Yo, it's P.
Partners is ready. Partners is ready.
The lab's on fire, melting the ice, exposing a 6'2" club, swinging knuckle, dragging crow, magnum wall, mark, white trash, pistol packing, beer chugging, titty loving, date rape, drugging, thugging in the Dunkin' Donut parking lot, engine running in my pickup truck, pickup sluts. I ain't even picky, get the pussy from the sussy. I'm a honky, leaving hickeys on her. A whole different demographic, anti-democratic, conservative, hate faggots, barely like a cannonball, modern day Neanderthal. Might have killed a mammoth in my youth, but I can't recall. Caveman in need of a brain scan. Baby, I like it raw, no dirty cane fan. Evolved from a troglodyte pain, cave artist stealing panties out of Kmart. I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking, cause I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking.
Yo, uncivilized subspecies, the crack of the white troglodyte type. I'm a carnivorous samurai, been to the gates of heaven, but was already rejected. I'm the blue-eyed pitchfork swinging, leprosy infected. Nubian sisters, please stay away, better watch out. I'm the Caucasoid germ your daddy warned you about. Cave boy, cowboy, pistol in both holsters. I don't just rape women, I rape whole countries, I rape cultures. It's hard for me to be alive and stay righteous. I'm the guy that fucked the monkey and started the AIDS virus. I'm the Walt Disney, creator of Uncle Remus. I'm the blue-eyed painting of the white Jesus. I've been a demon since I was a fetus, carving the nose off Egyptian sculptures, hiding the black features. I swing low like Jim Crow, I'm the dope dealer. I'm the rock and roll jazz rhythm blues soul stealer. I'm the law making, law breaking, the nation celebrating Satan every 4 years of the inauguration. The White House is the plantation, the white boy, the negative naysaying, the rest on lacrosse playing, bad breath stinking, teeth decaying, bathing in bacon. I'm the bar brawling, brass knuckle bottle breaking, the caveman.
Motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking, cause I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking. The
pale Cuban, hairy chest, bearded bastard, drinking beer faster, tractor truck, steer rappers to pack it up. So here after the caveman storm, shake the ground, his ape was found, whipping Rachel Ray out of that apron gown. No respect, I give the best I did with Steve sperm, so be concerned. My heart's so cold, my ribs got freezer burn. Walked into a slaughterhouse and got hungry for a Big Mac. Found me a slab of meat and had a feast of rib racks. Baseball bat at your mug. Yeah, I should be doing arenas, but I'm more popular with clubs. Fred Flintstone's a faggot, the Geico guys are faggots. Collective flesh, self-titled is so savage. Brutal, primate, irate, I erase whatever I face. Alligator pit, using humans as live bait. Committing murder at high rates, I'm quick to slice. So fuck the cops, try to stunt, don't need the motherfucking riot pump. Undeveloped forehead, harder than a Foreman grill. Football punted your head and it's in orbit still. The more I kill, the more my primitive mind wants to go behind enemy lines and place proximity mines. It's been centuries time, I don't evolve, I stay raw. Hunt for prey and never take the day off. I made a goddamn grizzly bear fur coat, pigskin, arrow pouch, foul talk, no sterile mouth, I'm a
On the molecular level, we are all the same. We are what you call entangled.
I need clarity, and there's 1,000 people after me. My mind is bugging out, I gotta kill up all these bastards. See, make sure that it is past to me. I burn it cause it kill the stress. Cause really what I live on a daily basis is just a mess. I feel it, yes, but we the blessed. I need a couple weeks at best. Proceed, I must indeed with we got speak to all the Buddha says. I'm just a baby new to this. I know I'm getting through to this, or maybe getting through to who. And really who the hell are you? But really who the hell am I? And really who the hell are we? And really what the hell is this? This ain't the place I wanna be. I look down at my little seed and wipe the tears up off her cheeks. I only get to see it once in a while, every couple weeks. I wander through these deadly streets with nothing in my brain but anger. Word to baby mama, one of these days I'ma have to hang her. No respect like Dangerfield, my neighborhood like Cloverfield. I'm holding on to promises that already been unfulfilled. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity?
As I'm observing from the sky, I prepare my flesh for atmosphere traveling passages through my mind's eye.
I'm beasting it this year for real. I dare you try to cross my path. I'm leaving nothing in my wake unless you're in my aftermath. I never had a lot of cash and frankly I don't give a damn. Forget about the dividend. My favorite game was kick the can. Was searching for a helping hand. Was suffering with purpose, cause in turn it made me who I am. There's people who observe us and they watching with binoculars. Maneuver through metropolis. They cry upon sarcophagus is poisoning the populace. It's all must die. The clock is ticking in the sky. It's cyanide. You're guaranteed a quicker death if you ingest in cyanide. I'm putting all that to the side. I'm trying not to lose my focus. I came to destroy, okay, I'm deadly like a plague of locusts. Jibber jabbing knives that poke us. All we are is slabs of meat. There's mothers with their children homeless living in the dirty street. I'm choking up, could barely speak. I had a Machiavelli week and realized that we the wise but marketed like deli meat. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity?
As I'm observing from the sky, I prepare my flesh for atmosphere traveling passages through my mind's eye.
The future's full of enemies, its energy's consistency. Was homeless at the point and had to live in inefficiency. 26 emergency, I'm getting older urgency. There's devils playing tricks on me, they poking me and burning me. I might just lose it, then I think there has to be a better way. The grass is always greener on the other side is what they say. Tell me how you feel today, I'll tell you what I'm feeling rotten. Looking for an opportunity to bug and get it poppin'. Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity? More forgotten casualties were looked at as commodities. Could it be that possibly it's falsified philosophies? Who am I? What are they? What are we supposed to be? Slaves in this society or patrons of humanity?
As I'm observing from the sky, I prepare my flesh for atmosphere traveling passages through my mind's eye.
Save yourself for others. Last days. Yeah. We live in the vicinity of enslavement, ruled by a trinity of cavemen who stole black virginity by plaguing inhabitants of Canaan. Worshippers of idols that are graven, masterminds behind blood flooding the pavement.
What's the wavelength acceptable to air receptacles? Fear makes brave men susceptible to germ war festivals. Injectable, micro, implantable, stainless brain chips. You need survival manuals.
Describer of the annual demise of a whole tribe of animals. Hope without the scribes understandable. Modern day Delilahs paralyze the man in you. Solomon be wise and analyze who's damning you.
Famine flew through ya, human computer. Should've stocked cans of food on your maneuvers. Instead of being in the club seat sipping Kahlua, crammed in the tunnel like rats in the sewer.
Yeah, the ghetto's Egypt being smitten by the 10 plagues. Drugs, diseases, war, etc. We Pharaoh slaves like Musa. We here to raise y'all about the caves. Give y'all a proper nourishment so y'all can be saved.
My slang hits sports with unpopular shit. Sound painter on some fancy Ford Coppola shit. Am I divine or divine that rhymes, rapes, a rap in the wine? The God's kids flipping in the times.
The system was designed to strip them in the mind, force them to the underworld and trick them into dying. Instead of looking inside, they praying to the sky. If there's a heaven in the afterlife, don't you wanna die?
Convulsions apply to your body from the airborne host. Right through your eyes and your nose. Why deny your contaminated clothes exposed deadly contact? Lungs collapse and crack combat.
Trapped by the oppressor, unemployed black professor. Cracking under pressure, now he's strapped as the aggressor. Turn amphetamine chemist, cause we lack black investors. Damn cheddar fiends are finished, feds attack and arrest ya.
Cardiac arrest be the recipe. Biochemical entities that slip into babies on spike. Bottles of Hennessy affecting us look. Professional crooks write medical books and the poor get shook.
By them crooks, shook hustlers get booked on drug warrants. Them suckers be in protective custody, turning informant. Submitting to corrupted officials and laying dormant till that day they found hung in they cell, slain in torment. Some have ears to hear and want paradise, others don't care and want the glamour life. Attracted to the aura of God, it got you staring right. Save yourself before the devil raise the Fahrenheit. A paranoid soldier don't care who he's shooting. He'll make us lose the war, interrogate who we recruiting. Understand people's army, be careful who we saluting. We need to organize like the great Huey Newton.
Evolution of the mind pollution is the persecution of the blind. Give me a sign, God, to find a solution. Times is hard like that rock of Gibraltar. The sweet little water was laid in a coffin under the altar.
Culture, the essence, like many adolescents who were fighting drug wars without a vest. God bless them. So many times Satan tried to strangle my breath, had me dwell in the earth looking for my angel of death. Paranoid, scared to return on that eternal journey. When y'all learn me, y'all see carnal minded shit don't concern me.
God, I firmly understand these events. We in the trench, in the war under the firmament. Learning this lesson in life for Armageddonites. Get it right, reality bites you like a viper. Ghetto mothers, make sure your baby is attended to. My soldiers, always keep your radius defended.
Immaculate deception. You got poverty, religion, racism, politics, and economics that keep the preoccupied mind spinning. Oblivion, evangelical righteous nation building by eugenic DNA, epic weapon sequence in the DOD operation Dark Winter. Unknowingly investing trillion in most subtle forms of murder. New American century, lunatic, neocon lounge, poolside for Olive Martini at the Plaza Bilderberger. Sitting next to nanotechnology, the Damon over inside the nuclear winter. With reptiles with bikinis that don't walk on by, they slimmer. You better zip up the Dalai Lama North Face, put on an Elmo mittens. Play close attention, there's little difference between Bush and Clinton. Check the arrogant cowboy Texas demeanor. White House was straight stonewall, fuck a congressional subpoena. We will bitch, smack the media. Lord Ching, rule over Dark Warrior. With CIA orgs brought down the two towers. Who up on COG shadow government at Raven Rock? We're the only legislative branch running as executive power.
Connection listeners, we're talking about continuity of government. We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running in a bunker.
Our in-depth look at Washington's secret shadow government. Bush has activated for the first time long-standing plans to ensure survival of federal rule.
Continuity of government. And the notion that we have a shadow government.
We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running. We're talking about COG, as they call it in Washington.
And we still don't know very much about who's in the shadow government and what they're doing. I think that the Bush administration is going to have to eventually give us a lot of information to clear the air here. And the notion that we have a shadow government, that there's some urgency about having a shadow government.
It's actually a shadow government operating right now.
Is finished, master. Is my music really on some apocalyptic, dark and gloomy shit? Or my part of some now freedom music? Your perception to this rhyme reflecting your influence. The most dangerous person in the world is someone who don't do shit. You think I'm fearless, confused, or just blind? Or to safely actually continue to perpetuate itself in the mind? A helpless victim of revolutionary soldier, you decide. Then ask yourself why am I so rebellious and out of hand? When a country will spend hundreds of billion to kill 500,000 to kill one man. Am I really the rebel against society for now worldview evolution? Knowing full well to put off world globalization, millions I have to die to subvert the authority of the Constitution. And how much of this silly, goofy, wacky conspiracy theory is really hype when all of the media world is controlled by select few programming status quo lies. Home of the freedom, ignorant, hypocritical, and buck wild. American politics is more confusing than a racist and an illegitimate black love child. I bet you want me to rhyme by alcohol and beverages, pimping girls. When I own the liquor, I'm talking about this Molotov cocktail. hotels. When in my country, people of color make up 62% of the incarceration rate, to form the largest prison population in the world. While you sect claiming born-again Christianity, murdering preemptively, showing up to rally the troops in a homo flight suit and a plastic stunt turkey. Believe you can't hurt me or do me none. I'm down with God, Jah, Allah, and I ain't afraid of no one. And this is world decrees, imperial letters of protection, warning you about privatization and depopulation and federalization and deregulation and globalization. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. And I bet you it won't get nary rotation.
On if
will my significant other come on right now?
These are the ladies. I heard a lady prior to you on this.
What's
on
up,
this.
fellas?
Can you put it back on, please?
No, that was Gabe. Gabe ran her away just earlier. He ran upon her away earlier.
Whatever, bro. She ran herself up. CM, this is you know Machine Lies, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know Machine.
What's up, Machine?
Yeah, what's up?
How's it going,
Regardless, anyway, CM, you know what to do.
I think somebody introduced themselves right now.
That's what I'm trying to explain. I already did it, but
hey, I think somebody's trying to introduce themselves right now.
But
yeah,
I feel like
love. Explain if you want to explain.
I guess Gabe's just fucked up. No, I've already handled it. I feel like because he's already been relegated to the chat and just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like I made money before. Like I'll make money again on here. You're not gonna make money off YouTube,
like that.
Yeah, not like that. Like it's better than nothing. Like you know what I'm saying? Like Nate just said, but you can't be in this shit just.
Yeah,
but that's anything, bro. Have you ever? It's how I know you're a broke ass fucking California Catholic.
I kind of like that saying, California Catholic. That's like California sober.
Yeah, he's a Mexican.
Oh, you smoke weed, huh?
Hey,
Yeah.
you know this Ragamuffin is this?
Yeah, we know Ragamuffin.
Ragamuffin. He's good people.
Yeah, Ragamuffin's cool.
He's good people. What's up, Ragamuffin?
What up? What up? Grand Rising, y'all. Greetings. Happy New Day.
Greetings from Earth.
Yep.
What's going on?
I'm not from Earth, though. But
Where you from?
Oh, I'm from other worldly places.
Whereabouts?
I can't really say.
Pluto?
But I'm here to help the human race, though. So
well, take me to your leader, bro.
All right.
In Machine Lies, do you have you ever let Impervious or whatever the hell his name is on your panel?
Invited him.
Inferior.
I sent him a friend request. He never accepted my friend request. So it is what it is.
Yeah, he be lying. He's scary.
I don't know.
He's trying to act tough, like.
Yeah, I told him let's ride out and do a show on Andrew Wilson, talking shit about Andrew Wilson together. But he didn't come through.
Yeah,
Even just sent right now. The machine already knows how to piss me off.
Well, you're getting
listen.
Periods. Now go get your fucking maxi pad and wipe your little bloody pussy, you little fucking punk bitch. You tried everything, like. That's why you can't say the N-word in the chat. You fucking pussy.
Yeah, we
got
got
King Chatter. Why is he pissing you off? You said.
He started trying to tell me that Isaac Newton was a Christian. I was like, no, sir.
Oh yeah, all his fucking like Imperius is a dumbass, bro. Like I figured out all his like ideology is like fucking Roman Catholic fucking like conqueror ideologies, bro. Like world dominance like ideologies. He's a fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
Like, he learned all that shit off like some YouTube AI, like.
Yeah.
And he expects us to believe he's some lawyer with fucking broken toes.
Yeah, I mean they took over a lot of shit for a while. The Catholics for sure. Organized.
Yeah,
King
that's like all
Chatter,
his
would
fucking
you?
like whether they did or didn't, that's just
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
where
in the
all his
past.
like sources of information, like whether his like his worldly views come from, like that
Right.
that type of domination type shit.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And it's just like that's just like that one way of looking at it. It's just like, bro, you'll never see anything else. That's not like that's just one view.
But what I wonder is, I believe Isaac Newton may have presented himself as a Christian, just the same way George Washington did, just the same way all these other people did. But in actuality, they was Masons.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
And once you get to a certain level of masonry, I mean, hopefully, I mean, I don't know because I'm not a Mason, but from what I heard,
Yeah, we all know.
we all know that once you get to that certain level, there's a certain you got to bow down to something different. So don't be quiet now. We can talk about it. We can talk about it.
No, I went on this with I went with Neurojack on his TikTok channel with this ex-Mason old dude was talking about how, well, he said they claim they're religious, but when it comes down to sun worship and some other stuff.
Yeah, Saturn worship. All religions.
Saturn worship too.
It's also they all worship Saturn. Like basically, they worship different deities too, but it all leads back to the Saturn. Like the black.
Do you know this?
Black Rock, all that shit.
TV Wonder has a song called Saturn. I was listening to it. I never heard it. It's called
they
Saturn.
all worship Saturn. Wasn't he like a Ponder? We started talking about this shit yesterday, but we
yeah,
never finished it.
Yeah, we have the whole thing to finish. That was with Wella, actually.
No, me and Ponder started talking about it yesterday too.
Okay.
We never got to finish it because I guess something else happened,
but
a lot of the stuff comes from a lot of the stuff comes from Pythagoras, right? Like Pythagoras is like
I remember
like
shit like that too.
Like Pythagoras theorem?
Yeah, what's the
no, his cult. Right, his cult was called Orphic Pythagoreans. Right, the Orphic Pythagoreans.
You heard me?
Yeah, go ahead.
It comes from Pythagoras and Aristotle, like a lot
exactly
of
right.
shit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, they started a cult back in the day before Plato was a philosopher. They started a cult, called Orphic Pythagoreanism, where they said all the universe is made of math and whatnot. And that's where Gnosticism came from. It's a spin-off of the Zoroastrian religion from Persia.
You said narcissism or
Gnosticism?
Gnosticism.
Yeah, Gnosticism.
It's like Gnost. It's like a C, like Gnost.
N-O-S-T.
No,
yeah, from gnosis.
Like
right, from gnosis, the word meaning knowledge.
Okay, I got you.
Right. Yeah. So Gnosticism.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, it's like N-O-C-T, right?
I think there's a G in that bitch.
No.
Yes, Gnosis. Gnosis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they shut it on.
But that's crazy. I did not know that. I'm glad you gave me that knowledge.
Yeah, that's from the 2nd century. Right. They rehashed Orphic Pythagoreanism to turn it into Gnosticism. And then the Gnostics and the the alchemists, right? You had this guy named Zosimos of Panopolis in the 2nd century, right? He was already reading the secret book of John, which is a Gnostic scripture, right?
Okay.
And he got a lot of his knowledge from the Alexandrian Jews because there was Jews living in Egypt, right? That absorbed all the knowledge from the Library of Alexandria.
Yeah.
Was that time the time of Moses?
No, this is way after Moses, sir. This is in the 2nd century AD. Moses was nobody really knows when Moses existed.
Way BC.
No, that
nobody
was
really knows.
Some of the same time, by the way.
Moses is like way before when they had Egypt. This is after Egypt is already conquered by Rome.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
And if you want our biblical history, Moses is many generations before the C in BC. They won't say that.
Before Christ, yeah, of course. Yeah. Before Jesus.
Yeah, because the Jays, right, the Jews, they created Gnosticism. That means that they started saying that they were descendants of Cain and Seth, and they were that they followed a different God than the God in the Old Testament. Right, so they had reverted to their Canaanite religion.
No, I've been talking about this shit all the time. He's right.
Yeah.
They Machine's from Detroit area.
Yeah.
And he's a hip hop head, King. Yeah. So in
I
Ragnar,
wrote 400
he's a musician.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, let that nigga keep going. Let that nigga keep going. That nigga speak.
No, I know. I've been talking about this shit all the time. I think I even told you about the Canaanites. I mean, I haven't I told you about the Canaanites before, Jail?
No, I be in the Bible, bro. I know exactly who the Canaanites are.
Yeah, but
I continue.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was telling. Hold on, before you go, I was telling them my dad's from Detroit. I got a bunch of family out there. Remember, my dad's on my town.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, but what's more awesome is they were discussing this before they were about to go to jail. I'll keep it real with you. That's gangster shit. You're discussing like top level stuff. I respect that, baby.
Oh yeah, we always talk about that over here. Shit like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know why
at the
people
same
be
time,
saying like.
yeah.
I mean, of course, I love the occasional punching bag. I like to be multi-talented.
This is. Yeah.
No.
This hey, hold on. This is wait, hold on, bro. Hold on.
All I'm thinking about is having
Hold on,
3
time out.
boxer
All y'all
shorts
time out,
before I go
goddamn it.
in.
All y'all fucking time out. How about that? So what I'm saying is, Gabe, how many times have I been talking about the Canaanite in the past week?
Well, at least 80% of the time.
Yeah, it's a huge topic. It's a huge topic because it's like like there was a whole Jewish religion before Judaism, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
most of the Arabs and the Jews were basically part of this religion, which is basically a pagan religion, right? How they spun it is that, right, like basically there's we're finding out that there's pre-Christian Gnostic groups, right? So there's groups that were already sort of called antinomians, right? So antinomianism is when you say that basically the law, right, is a metaphor for gaining purification so that you can become like a superhuman and whatnot, right? So they developed this idea of alchemical transformation, right, by creating the concept of Adam Kadmon. Right, Adam Kadmon is called the archetypal man. So this is a theory that they share with Gnosticism that they use to create this whole idea that you could elevate humanity, the consciousness, right, into the next stage, right, of the evolution of consciousness, right, through the hierarchy of being, is basically their idea that like man can become one with the archetypal man, right? Because the archetypal man was the primordial man, right? They say that the archetypal man was neither male nor female. So it's kind of like some gay shit.
Yeah, transhumanism, the original transhumanism.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. CM is the original transhumanism.
Now you looking at what's that statue? What's that guy called?
The Baphomet.
The Baphomet. Yeah, there you go.
But they say that's really not a bad thing. They say it's about like raising your energy. They just like that's just everything.
I bet that's what they say.
Yeah, that's a guy that drew that name. Eliphaz Levi in the 15th century.
Hold on. But you know they worship deity. That's the thing. Like they don't. The only thing they really worship is Saturn. Like, but most of them, like when they're trying to channel those different type of like sacrifices sessions, they channel different deities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like what is it, like the 62 or 72 ages of demons or something like that?
Man,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it.
I'm gonna let you rock out, but I feel a certain way about that.
I mean, I wish it wasn't that, but I know for a fact that's what they do.
No, I'm not saying that. But I agree with you, and I agree that it works. Cause I try to told y'all, nigga, I met the devil. I ain't never told y'all.
No, you never saw this.
I never told y'all about that. I met the devil in the dream, bro.
Uh-oh.
I told my wife this. I met the devil in the dream. She said she I think it was a she. It kind of like what's old girl from like her name like Jane something. That's just how it presented to me, like the girl from the Glee show. It was like a masculine woman. It was presented as, and she
Yeah,
was
that
like,
sounds like a demon.
I know what you want. I give you everything you need. I said, no, I gotta leave this. I gotta go right now. I'm good. I'm good on all of this.
All right.
And I'm like,
Yeah,
that's
that's
not
what
no
I'm saying.
dream.
Like,
That's like some shit where like I had a decision to make because I could have been doing a whole bunch of different shit. I'm like, nah, bro, yeah, I'll just make it however else.
he'll be all right. You know, we
Yeah.
gotta. Here's the thing: there's no such thing as a devil unless you're worshiping deities. I believe in a higher self and lower self, and creating a balance off that. Because you never want to deny either side. Because you want to. That's why I don't believe in heaven or hell. Because I believe in something like a better, like a higher reality and higher consciousness, and like in a higher dimension. Yeah, but I don't believe in like heaven and hell like they tell us. Like I believe in it partly the Bible because they have to tell us a lot of shit because they want to. That's what confirms to me that there's a creator because of the way that they follow the karmatic rhythm with whatever they worship when they have to tell us shit before they do it. That's how we know that there's a creator and that's them trying to get salvation.
Mm-hmm.
For fucking sober, like, because they'd be like, oh, well, we told y'all. Think about how court goes where you can't sue people, where you can't sue people.
You have
like,
to, yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, you have to present your evidence before you.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about like,
somebody.
if you sue somebody, let's say it's let's say you find out that like wrestling's fake or something, and you try to sue Vince McMahon, and you're like, well, I fucking told you that fucking wheel was fake and that this
This
and
is
that.
entertainment.
Like, yeah, it's entertainment shit like that. Like they have to tell you type shit. That's why they do it.
Well, whether there's an individual called the devil or not, there are archons, and they are very real, and they do
that's
feed
what
off
I'm
of
saying.
people.
Archons, so that's what I say higher
Yeah.
being.
But I don't go as far as to say that we need to like balancing out our own darkness is logical, but there are those folks out there, and you may be under this camp, and that's fine if you are, but I disagree with this idea that the creator is both good and evil and does both things to people. I don't agree with that. There's the blueprint. Yeah, there's a blueprint antithesis of what is, and then there's the opposite of that. That's basically a schism. And I was going to say that the Edomites and the Canaanites, bro, they the ones producing all the damn isms, producing the schisms in reality, right? So
yeah, for sure.
That's what it is. So I just wanted to say that because, and also I want to challenge TML a little bit because he likes to throw all the Gnosticism into one camp, and he can't do that because there are those that practice that.
No, I've never done that. No,
Well,
to be fair, I've never done that. I've done
though.
2 or 3,
square up there.
two or three conversations on Gnosticism. All I said is it came up in the second
Take his
century.
argument
I never put
first.
them all
Take
under
his
one
argument first.
Because this is what it is. It's what it is. I think it's
Take his argument
just from
first
the
and
jump.
rebut.
Well, just from the jump, I've done dozens of presentations on Gnosticism. I never said it's one monolithic group or idea. But yeah, anyway.
Well, okay, but my point is that some people think that, and I thought that's kind of where you were going a couple different times about the whole thing. Like, well, they all want to be God, they all want to do this or that, and it's like I don't think so. Some of them do want to be the creator and want to say it's my will, I'm gonna do whatever I want, and then the others are like, no, I'm submitting under the divine authority.
No, ragamuffin. I think you got confused because I was trying to explain to them the genealogy of the secret societies that lead from Gnosticism all the way to the Kabbalah to Freemasonry.
Fair enough. I just want you
that's
to
a whole different.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. Yeah, now if I was to present, now if I was to present information on specific Gnostic groups from the 2nd century, I would point to Irenaeus, the book Against Heresies, and then you would see that there's dozens of different Gnostic belief systems.
All right, fair enough.
So,
well, you know, I'm out here. I'm swatting it.
No, I know exactly the science on it.
Yeah, and I'm swatting at a lot of these Christians that want to come up and be like, "Oh, well, listen, this is the 1st century church,
no, I'm not
the
against
Orthodox, this or that," and it's like, okay.
No, I'm not against it. No, I'm not pro-Christian or anything. You know me.
Yeah.
I'm against everything.
All right, ding,
you come with the bars, bro.
ding. Round one is finished. Round one is finished. That was good. I got a question for y'all. I got a question I just thought of. I don't know why it came to me. But was evil birthed out of good?
I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. I think goodness doesn't need.
Yeah, hold up. Before anyone answers, hold up.
Yeah,
he's asking a question. He's trying to go around the panel, right?
Yeah,
No,
go
I
ahead.
mean, yeah, Jr. asked a question. I didn't ask you, but I think that's like I don't know, like hold on real quick. That kind of question, I really feel like you have to layer it more to see how they could correlate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel you. I feel you.
I think if we're
As a
elevated minds, then you can understand the question. If you're an elevated mind, because there can't be no evil if there's no good, right? So
okay,
first,
can I give you
there has to be good.
can I give you
that's
the
what this
Muslim
is.
perspective?
Okay.
Yeah, that's
The
cool.
Muslim perspective is the Muslim. I'm the Muslim on the panel, just to let you
Yeah, I'm a
guys know.
Muslim too, by the way. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So
Regardless of what it is, look, Adam and Eve, we all agree with. Yes or no on the panel?
I do.
We were both from somewhere, right?
Yep.
Okay. What happened was there was Gabriel, there was other angels that were sent to the ground after Adam and Eve came, and then
Oh,
one
you
of
about to
them
say
was
yes. You're about to say yes. I can already. My dog. You're about to say yes. Go ahead.
which dog? I haven't even finished what I was saying.
I already know, but I see where you're going. Go ahead. My bad.
Who's about to say yes?
You're about to say yes. Evil was birthed out of good.
I'm just trying to give the facts of what my viewpoint is in terms of my customs, right? And similarly to even Christianity and Judaism, one of the angels disobeyed, and that was the one that was evil, right? So, fact of the matter is, evil exists in the world purely because of two things. Adam ate the apple, and one of the angels, his name is Iblis, by the way, never took the commands of God. That's it. That's all. I'm not saying yes, but anyway, it's on you.
So you're saying because the only way something can be evil is to derail from good, right?
Derive.
You don't know what
No,
you don't know.
the rail is right.
No, be just derive.
No, I mean derail like the
Both are
train
right.
derail. Like, yeah, but I guess they both make sense. But that's right? Like evil. I'm not saying good made, but yes, I am saying good
But
made
that's
evil.
incorrect. That's incorrect. Why does it have to derail or derive from good? Evil can just come from good.
From what?
Right.
From what?
I'm just literally trying to
So if
kill
it was just
someone.
evil out there, then it wouldn't be called evil. It would just be called fucking making it work.
Sociopaths.
My point exactly.
So it's not from good to good, it's evil to evil, right?
But if we were all
Think about
sociopaths, none of us would be sociopaths.
Anyway, let's not get into that. You were saying? From good to evil, I agree.
No, I just wanted to throw in there I wanted them two to answer that because I thought they was kind of going at each other a little bit.
Oh,
I wanted
yeah.
them to kind of posturize on that thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the inverse of falsehood is not equal to the truth. Right? So the truth does not need falsehood whatsoever. Right? So similarly, goodness does not need evil. Right? Evil is a reorganization of what is good. Right? So goodness is just what existence is. Right? So if you just reorganize the good, see, organization is hell. Right? So it's like, whereas goodness is like spontaneous, right? Sincerity, it doesn't need anything to do what it does. Right. So this is the thing, with goodness does not
That's
need
why
evil.
it's called insincere. It's not called like, yeah, okay, you got it. You win.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at with it. Right. Evil is goodness reorganized. Right.
I agree with that, by the way.
That was dope.
That was the best way you could put it, really.
Yeah, because
I mean, I agree with that too.
We have the 7 deadly
like,
sins.
I
think 7 deadly sins is within all of us.
King K. Hold on.
Do your thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I actually got the discussion with Tom's stupid ass like a year ago, and I said the same thing. Like, he said, no, the creator created good and evil. I said, no, he didn't. Like, evil fucking probably, he probably created the lands, and they all would try to fucking mock him. It's evil is basically mockery. Think about like when people do
Rebellion.
mocking, it's like you know what I'm saying? That's why I say I believe in a higher self and lower self, but you never want to get away from too much of your lower self because it's like, you know what I'm saying? You have to, like, we're beings for a reason, like you know what I'm saying? I say this shit all the time. Like my views on the world haven't changed. So.
All right, go off on your what was you gonna say about the 7 deadly sins?
The what?
He's
No,
about
no,
to
no.
say he's
I
about to say
was going to
something
say
about
about the 7 deadly sins with TM. There's another, of course, that's going to happen shortly on the 7 deadly sins. I think we all contain all of the 7 deadly sins. I don't care if whatever anyone says. Every one of us have all of the deadly sins. It's just how we contain that emotion of those sins, right?
Yeah, it's not about what happens,
Yeah.
it's how you react.
Yeah.
It's how you react to it. And even if I take it a step further, I don't even think they should be called the 7 deadly sins. I think they should be called the 7 deadly emotions.
Yeah, that's a fire point.
Talk on that. Speak on that.
Sorry?
Speak on it. Expound. Go further. I'm following you.
You want me to expound on that? Okay. Let me expound on that.
Go ahead.
Listen, there's something called wrath, right? There's something called wrath, right?
Emotion. Yeah, it's an emotion.
No, it's not emotion. But wrath is an emotion. Wrath is one of the deadly sins, right? I walk into my house that I sweated my ass off to build, and I walk into it, and I find my wife with another man, right? I don't care who you are. That wrath, it's one of the deadly sins. I call it emotions, by the way. One of the deadly sins will come out, right? In my eyes, it goes from a sin to an emotion, how you handle it. So I could kill the man.
Say it backwards. It goes from an emotion to a sin.
No. I said it right the first time.
That's how you saying it?
It goes from a sin, because my first reaction should be to kill him.
All right.
And then it should go to the emotion. Not the emotion, then the sin. No.
I think the acting out of the emotion is the sin.
No. First,
I might be wrong.
I walk in and I see that. My reaction is sin. I should kill her and him at the same time, right? At the same time, I go from sin to emotion, which is calming down and saying, okay, yo, I'll keep it real with you. I ain't mad at the player, I'm mad at the game. I can say that. Yes or no? I'm like, yo,
my brother's in jail for this right now. My brother's in jail for this right now. So
I'm like, yo, you never knew she was married? All right, cool. And to be fair, look, fellas in the room, I'll keep it real with you. I got cheated on before.
We all have.
I handshook the player and I'm like, yo, it ain't about the player, it's about the game. I'm like, did you know she was with me? He's like, I promise you on life, I didn't know. I'm like, all right, cool. You're good. Because sometimes I don't like to be manipulated. Not sometimes, all the times. But they would know. But the brethren, it's like me right now. I hook up with a girl. I'm by the way, I'm practicing celibacy, just to let you know. But even if I did, and I'm sitting there with a girl, and then the husband just comes and goes, boo, boo, boo. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? She's like, oh my God, get dressed. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's not on me. Don't blame the player. Play the game. So the fact of the matter is,
King, let me interrupt you real quick. But no, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like you can't trust no female. Because I mean, one time well, like 2 years ago, like some chick was like, she's like, yeah, like my boyfriend's gonna call. Like whenever he calls, just like don't hide under the bed, go in the garage. Like dude, like you can't trust no girl.
She told you to hide in the garage.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, cause he be like making her like put the phone under the bed, like, like these girls don't care, like they like that shit.
But at least, yeah, they definitely do.
I got in the side as well. I think we all gonna put our stories about sleeping with married women. I had a one chick right across the like the trailer parks in Spring Steuben. This bitch was married. Husband was in the army, serving our country. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not the only one she called over there, but she had me driving their car and shit. I'm like, oh man, I feel bad. I mean, I cheated on her too, so I wasn't feeling like super bad. Like I wasn't loyal to her. You know what I'm saying? But we all got some stories.
That's what makes you feel better, right?
Right, yeah, like nigga, I'm cheating on you too. I'm fucking your neighbor too. Like I can never be loyal to a disloyal bitch. You ain't even loyal to this nigga.
But you never knew she was disloyal yet.
Yeah, but one thing I was gonna say is that the 7 deadly sins. There's also 7 virtues, right? I think they're all corruptions of a virtue or some shit.
Spit
Where
that
it's
shit.
like there's a twist on it, right? Like, because it's Pope Gregory, right, who came up with the 7 cardinal virtues, and the sins are just like
Dick Gregory.
By the way, Dick Gregory is the best comedian I found of all time.
he's
by
a
the
G.
way.
Yeah, he's a G.
I didn't know Dick Gregory was a pope. I knew it. I knew that nigga had something in him.
Yeah, his name is Dick, motherfucker. He has that shit, and he was pumping me. By the way, I met Dick Gregory. He had a show here in Dubai. I promise you this, yeah. They got him a room, and I was in his room, and he's like, "It's what's that shit called in Jamaica? That under the seeds, the soil under the seeds." Sea moss, yeah, sea moss. He's like, sea moss. You know what sea moss did? All he did was he went from the ground and he jumped on the table, which I can't do till to this day. And he did that as he was 90 years old, by the way. Dick Gregory, 90 years old, jumped on the table. And he was like, Dr. Sebi is the guy. Look at him. He got me to 90 years old. And I don't know if he was 90 years old, whatever. Anyway. But anyway, you were saying? You were saying, brother?
Point of the story. Dick Gregory had hops. Back to Pope Gregory. 7 virtues. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Hey,
pull
why,
it up.
real quick,
I don't really have it memorized or anything. But it says here.
Well, hold on. Real quick, TML, I wanted to say I agree with what you said, the way you phrased that earlier about the evil versus good, and I totally agree with that. I think it's if there's a blueprint for good, it's a continual refusal of that then produces the evil. So I don't think
and this goes along with that, right? Because it's the corruption of the virtue that leads to the sin.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like,
hold on, don't give him all the credit because I'm the one who birthed the question. That's good.
Yeah, real talk though. Yeah,
no, but they both phrased
true.
it their own way, like basically.
No, I'm just taking
like
credit.
hold on, goddamn, nigga.
I was being egotistic. My bad.
No, basically, like good is something that's virtuous and like will lead to evil, is not like going against that like it does. You basically like that would be basically the equivalent to a moral compass. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think the human mind likes to try to engineer things up to where we're like, oh, it has to come from good somewhere. So where did it come from? It had to come from that. And it's like, no, it doesn't have to come from that. It could just be that the continual refusal to follow that produces that.
That's deep. You got those virtues ready for us?
Yeah. It says pride is the sin, right? Humility is the virtue. Humility is seeing ourselves as we are, not comparing ourselves to others. is what it says.
Humbleness, humility. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Then envy is the sin. Love is the virtue. Right. Love is patient. Love is kind, according to the Bible. Right. I think that's St. Paul. Right. Love actively seeks the good for others for their sake.
Okay, I can see the inverse of that.
Yeah. Then gluttony is the sin. Then temperance is the virtue. Temperance accepts the natural limits of pleasures and preserves their natural balance. Right. So
I'm not hearing that word very often. Temperance. That's
a
very
temperance.
good word.
Yeah, when they wanted to ban alcohol in the country, right? They created the temperance movement.
Ooh.
Hey, baby. No, it's cool.
Ooh.
Take a shower. You're good.
It's like, temperance is one of the highest virtues for Aristotle. He says temperance or moderation is the highest virtue because all virtues seek their mean.
That's dope. That temperance is a dope word. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, temperance. Yeah, it's like patience, pretty much.
Explain that more.
Well, patience is actually down here, so that's a different one for anger. But I guess temperance would be like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, temperance would be like.
Like basically, what it says, like your temperament.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
like discipline.
You know what gluttony is?
Temper?
No, not temper. Well, temper you can temper your temper, or you know what I mean? But
that'd be your temperament. So temper, like what the word y'all saying has a.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite of gluttony, bro. So gluttony is I want everything.
Yeah, it's like moderation. It's like all things in moderation.
Perfect correlation.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got three people explaining.
Anti-American.
I want my hood niggas explain it to me. Oh yeah, hold up. Who's gonna explain it to me?
We just explained it.
Yeah, to my left or right?
No, I'm saying we just explained, like we broke it
No,
down.
I had three guys explain it to me at the same time. I didn't even get it. I'll be honest with you. Explain to me, brother.
The word temperance is just like how the way he correlated that with moderation is like, and we're talking like the basically like good is something that would be it wouldn't come from evil. It basically it's the evil is basically the consequence of good type shit. That's why we're taught the way we are type shit. If you really, and everything else is inverted in between. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna have like, that's why like evil never can conquer good, even if you think it's, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why the whole phrase like, what does it say? You might have won the battle, but you didn't win the war.
Yep.
That's why that exists, like because basically like evil is the battle, good is the war.
All right, perfect.
I'm about to come up with my own saying. Blessed is the man satisfied with few, as opposed to the man intrigued by many. That's temperance.
Yeah, and that part too. Like basically, temperance would basically lead to what I said. Temperament has to come from that, which we know temper comes from temperament. So they have to be a consequence of each other type shit. So, yeah, I feel like I'm kind of.
You're coming in with the right temperament, to be honest. That's facts. You're coming in with the right temperament in this equation because you explained something to me, and at this moment, your friend came in with what temperament was, and you're rolling in with the right temperament. So continue your temperament, and whoever else is explaining the other 2, 3, or 4 left of the 7.
Yeah, there's
please do.
Yeah, there's 4 left. It's lust, right, is the sin, right, and the corresponding virtue is self-control or chastity. So self-control and self-mastery prevent pleasure from killing the soul.
And people would think the opposite of lust is love, but it's not. It's chastity. It's Okay.
Right. Well, a lot of people get love mixed up with infatuation.
That's true.
So And like the chicks were saying yesterday when we were talking about it yesterday, what they comprehended love as is something that they can't comprehend into words for a woman. Because I've always wondered what a woman look. Because as men, we think love is we know love is respect because we have a different. We know the male hierarchy. We know there's males that's going to be better than us and worse than us. We have to treat each other as such. And I don't underestimate nobody. So I try. I don't. You know what I'm saying. I'm trying not to go into no battle with. You know what I'm saying. Without being equipped type shit. So.
So lust.
Yeah, lust, and the corresponding virtue, self-control or chastity. There's anger. The corresponding
What do you
virtue
mean
is
chastity?
kindness or patience. A chastity is like you could think of like you could think of a virtue of somebody like, for example, like Saint Thomas Aquinas, right? Like when he was going to become like a Christian monk, right? Like his brothers like threw him in a room with some prostitutes, and when the prostitutes left the room, they converted to Christianity. So like he controlled himself in the room with like two whores or whatever, right?
It's keeping your outer being from entering their inner being. That's chastity.
Right. Like there's all types of situations where like you're set up. You know what I mean? Right. Like there's tons of situations where people get honeypotted, where self-control, seeing the actual thing that's going on, not following your carnal your carnal desires and lust would save you from getting popped essentially.
Oh yeah.
So it'd be like it's like a strength in a way, right? So anger, the corresponding virtue is kindness or patience. Kindness means taking the tender approach with patience and compassion. And you could see how some people get angry at the wrong people and they end up getting hurt, right? Greed and the corresponding virtue is generosity. Right. This is about more than money. Generosity means letting others get the credit or praise. It is giving without having expectations of that person, of the other person.
Was that the last one?
No, the last one is sloth, right? And the corresponding virtue is zeal or diligence. Zeal, yeah. Yeah, zeal is our energetic response to spirit's urgings.
Hey, excuse me, Lord, but how fucking crazy is it? We only know the negatives.
Right. And they're put in us like with the Disney movies and all this shit, and it's crazy.
We're
but
never told about the positives at all. Which is all the negatives is the opposite of the positives. Like that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen to the people if they do the negative stuff, but you have no idea what it's like to experience the life of somebody who embraces the positivity of it. All right, like that's basically what it is. They never tell that story, right?
Right. I appreciate. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Nobody never broke down to me. It makes so much sense now, bro.
Yeah, I think that's in the 5th century. Pope Gregory, he said that there's 7 deadly sins that correspond to the the vices correspond to virtues that are corrupted. Because they believe that goodness is a corruption. That when goodness gets corrupted, right, it becomes evil, right?
Oh, so he was talking like me.
Yeah. That's why I was going off of what you were saying. Yeah, that's what I was going off of what you were saying, because St. Augustine basically said that evil is non-existence, right? So he said that because something exists, that means it's good, right? So so evil is just a lack of good. So evil is a privation on the good, right? So instead of it being something that corresponds to goodness, it's a lack of goodness, right?
Exactly. Anybody else got a deep ass question they want to ask like mine? Anybody else got a fire ass question like mine? Nah, you ain't got one.
I mean, you up here boring everybody. I'm about to fucking fry this chicken. That's why I ain't been saying nothing. But no, I get what you're trying to say. Like, I caught what you said. Like, what would lead to the corruption of good transmuting to evil? Like just like
the turning away from good. That's it.
But why? I'm saying, what would lead to that? Like, what? Like, I'm saying, what would lead to? Like, what's the? You know what I'm saying? That's the deeper question that
Yeah.
nobody asks.
Yeah, that's why I think pride is like the top one, and then sloth is the last one, right? Because pride is like you kind of think you're doing everything when you're not doing shit, right? Whereas sloth is like you're really just not doing shit. You know what I'm saying, right? So it's just like, so sloth is not as bad as pride,
hold on.
right?
You're giving him his answer, but you didn't say it. His answer is self.
Right, yeah.
Self will lead you to turn from good to evil. It's
Yeah,
self.
pride cometh before the fall, yeah.
It'll be you. It'll be whoever it is. You know what I mean? They're gonna be the one.
Absolutely.
But I hate to get biblical on y'all, so let's switch it up. Let's go to something else that's totally
No,
unbiblical.
hold on. Like, I'm not done.
Oh, okay, my nigga, go ahead, bro.
Hold on, chill out. Here's the thing with that. So, I feel like people get pride mixed up with like because I feel like we all have different moral compasses. That's why I brought that up earlier. That's a good point to start. It's your moral compass, but I feel like pride is something that you're raised with and that you should have, but it should never turn into something that like I kind of said, like y'all kind of said self, but I feel like the word like the way people are sociopathic comes from they're like having the wrong moral compass type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not self pride. People get self pride and biblical pride mixed up. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's a confusion type shit too. You see where I'm coming from?
No, I agree with you, but that's why I said self. But I think self is like a colloquialism for proud. Like they kind of line up with each other. It's like you're valuing self. It's like what they say, one link can fuck up a chain. I don't know if they say that, but that's what I'm saying now.
Yeah.
Like that's how it goes. Like once you, it's the same way that angel can fall from heaven is because I'm better than everybody. I'm the one. Once you become I instead of we, that's when we have a problem with you. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing with that. What if I have to become a better King K's back. What if you were trying to bring that up in the back machine?
Oh no, this is just where I was reading that from.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know why
I'm just showing y'all that. Yeah, I'll
you
throw this in
you
the.
had it up. I would have pulled it up. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll throw this in the in the private chat for you guys, so y'all could cop this. Right. Just to let y'all.
Yeah,
know.
I already know about shit like this. I'm not religious. I don't believe in religion, but I know that there's real shit in there, and like you know what I'm saying about like as far as like I've already stated earlier, as far as like the truth. You know what I'm saying, as far as like us coming from like there being a higher consciousness that where we basically come from, and we have to basically elevate our consciousness to kind of how like the Krishna, like the original Christ, where Christ comes from, like, and what Jesus was really teaching, like the Christ consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you you know what I'm saying, I feel like another lesson, and here's where I was going with this, the correlation we're talking about. A lot of us are born with different consciousness that are have higher moral compasses. Like, we went away from that. We went to just something more man-like. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of correlates to both things, because where do people have lower moral compasses than higher? Like, was that fall into pride, like, and self-pride, when you should know thyself and not worship thyself, like, and be in vain? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, pretty much answered my own question now.
You did, but I think a lot of what you
You
just
definitely did.
I think a lot of what you just spoke about got to do with. See, I ain't gonna get into it like the Nephilim and all that shit. I think there's shit that's in us that ain't supposed to be in us, bro. I think when we fell from grace, we really fell from grace and we became something we weren't supposed to become.
So
That's
you
why
don't think that the 7 deadly sins should be in us?
that they should be what?
It shouldn't be in us?
You
No.
didn't hear what I just said about different people born with different
I heard what
consciousness.
you said.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on, Kincaid. You've been interrupting all night. Chill out. But thank you though.
All right, cool.
About what I said about people being born with different moral compasses, so that will lead to, you know what I'm saying, what I just say about that will lead to a different understanding of good and evil, to where they would have to have a different understanding of self. You know what I'm saying? So that how would you go to getting them to raise their consciousness or frequency to get on a higher moral compass than what they were born with already in DNA? Now I feel like we went away from that and we went something more towards man-like because of our pride and what's that word called? Material gain worship. Like, you know what I'm saying? Man worship, basically, like
I feel that. I feel that too. I feel that
you know
too.
what I'm saying? So that's we basically we went from more God level to man. And like I was saying this yesterday, when and you can catch those people too. When a lot of people talk about God, they say what they want man to do. So all God is a Greek word anyway. It means govern, operate, destroy. So I say I'm a God. People look at me crazy because you have to govern, operate, destroy to get yourself on a higher consciousness and frequency.
Facts.
To have an understanding to break the dimension. That's really breaking the matrix. Not like they tell you like the red pill, blue pill. Like you have to learn like Jesus taught, like the Christ consciousness, raise your Kundalini energy to your 33rd vertebrae. That's why the Masons worship 33. That's why they want to sacrifice people before they're 33, because they know about the real Christ, or you know what I'm saying, reaching your Christ consciousness in your 33rd vertebrae.
I think that's facts. What you said is facts. But can I answer your question?
What did you say?
I said, can I answer your question?
Yeah, my bad. I'm fucking cooking this chicken right now.
Yeah, as you're cooking the chicken, that's exactly how you should accept the answer to my question, right? I'm being honest. How were you raised?
What'd you say?
Who raised you? as the great comedian says, who raised you?
Well, who raised me? I actually come from a very illustrious family. I'm pretty sure they know this too.
I want simple answer. Who raised you?
Well, I raised myself when I'm self-taught when it comes to. But like I was saying about like initially.
From what age? What age were you self-raised?
Next question. Let me answer it. A lot of us are born, like I said too, with different anointing, basically what they would call it in the Bible, different level of consciousness to have an understanding of dimensional consciousness, basically. Like to be more conscious.
I'm not even trying to bring religion into this, right?
No,
I'm Muslim, and you know that, right?
Religion, dude. I get it though.
I'm not trying to bring.
Go ahead.
I'm saying like who raised us? Okay, forget you, right? I'll talk about me, right? I was raised by a single mother. Like I'll just keep it real, right? I was raised by a single mother. Growing up, I was born in UAE, taken to London when I was 4 years old, raised from 4 years old by a single mother, by a single mama, right? My mama was everything to me, but at the same time, I was hustling, right? Sorry, you guys is forte is what? Sorry?
So where are you going with this? It sounds like childhood trauma.
No, it's definitely not. Definitely not.
Or were you asking who we were all raised by? Are you asking us individually, or did you have a point that you were going to say?
No. What was the point that you guys ended on?
We're talking about
The point. Okay. See. Okay. Now I get where you're going because that was going to be my answer.
Because I'm getting there.
That was going to be my answer. What you just said was going to be my answer.
Okay, so I don't need to get that. Okay,
No,
so
you
what's
don't
your
need to
answer?
get there. My answer was going to be to what he was going to say was, I don't think we were born evil. I don't think we're born a type of way. I think we're born probably good. But the problem is, who raised you? What
That's
raised
exactly what I'm trying to say.
yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. I see where
You took it.
I
You took
see
it
where
all
you
the
was
way.
going.
Yeah.
At first, you had me
Who
confused. I'm
raised
like,
you?
nah, this nigga saying what I'm saying.
Who raised you
He's
don't
saying
mean
exactly what I'm saying.
like
what
honestly. When I say who raised you, I don't mean any attack on anyone. I was raised by a single mother.
The way you sounded was kind of
Yeah, I know.
No, I love how he
I
did
know.
it. I
That's
love
why I
how
took
he
it
did
back,
it.
brother.
No, fuck that. I love
CM,
exactly how you did it because it made me
That's
think.
why I took it back, and I told you I'm raised by a single mother, right? That's why I was raised by a single mother. So in my head is like, who raised you?
So that goes to the age-old question, which we all know, right? Nature or nurture?
Yeah.
I think it's nurture. 99% of the time, I think it's nurture.
I agree.
You take
Yeah, I agree.
LeBron
That's why I
James.
get on women a lot.
I agree.
Go ahead. Expound on that. Oh, that's why I get on women a lot. Hey.
Well, about because the women have lost their nurturing role, and they act like they, you know what I'm saying, especially in the past couple of years, it's fucking ugly. So where they become damn near undesirable, that's
And I can already tell you what their response is going to be. Well, we don't have no, we got to be both sides. We got to be the man and the woman. We got to be, I can't be the and be the king of the castle.
Facts. He's right, though. He's right.
That's what they're going to say. Is it true? No, bitch. You refuse. You see these. No, it's not your fault, though. I'm not going to call you a bitch. Queen, it's not your fault, Queen. Your role models is fucked up. That's really what it is. Your role models is fucked up. You think you want to be Megan Thee Stallion until you Craig just ain't dropping 30 on the court.
Nah, that ain't even the fucked up thing is. The fact that you want to be Megan Thee Stallion is fucked up. I'll keep it real with you.
That's real.
If that's your benchmark, that's fucked up. I got my side, like my side chick has a clinic right now. That's hers. Fact of the matter is, she's not my side chick. She's my actual my girl. I'll keep it real. But she could potentially be my side chick. Right?
Something better coming out.
No. But my point here is to look at a Megan, and that's the problem we have with the girls today, right? They're looking at Megan Thee Stallion as the benchmark, and that's fucked up, bro. Megan Thee Stallion don't have 100,000 in her account.
I think she probably do.
She definitely doesn't, because she has so many lawsuits that Rock Nation has all of her money tied up.
Come on now, fucking Klay Thompson has signed what, $300 million in NBA contracts plus endorsements. Come on now.
Who's that?
Right here, the nigga that she just left. That nigga saying that he ain't.
She never made a cent of that. She wasn't married to him or engaged to him or nothing.
That's why he left her.
What Cliff
Why
is
would he stay
doing
with her?
comparison.
Why would
Cliff
he
is
stay with her?
comparing.
She had a baby with him?
No, she didn't. But what Cliff is saying is that females was like, oh, niggas, we didn't know who Klay Thompson was until he started dating Meg Thee Stallion.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's what they said.
I'm from London and I knew who Klay Thompson was before I knew who Megan was.
And the crazy thing is, you got to think about it. Klay Thompson ain't the first millionaire in his family.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
Klay
Really?
Thompson. Klay Thompson, daddy is Michael Thompson, ex
Y'all for
LA
real, man.
Laker, Showtime Laker, current broadcaster for the Lakers. If I'm not wrong, or he might be a broadcaster for the Warriors now. I don't know. I don't get LA local TV, but either way, still making money. That man
Yeah,
came
but
from
they weren't earning that much back then. Let's keep it real.
No, but
He never earned it.
he's still making money off of his legacy. So when I say he isn't the first millionaire in his family, I mean that. I guarantee you.
Yeah, you mean that he's just stacking bread.
He
don't gotta take care of
made
his
that.
people like that.
Okay,
It's
okay.
like
Quick
that's like
question.
Steph Curry
Sorry.
jail play, bro.
Quick question. My apologies, because I don't know how America works. I don't give a fuck if your father, and I don't even think his father has like 5 million to his name. But he does well, of course, because he was a basketball player, whatever. I don't know if his money contributes to his son's wife's money, or not even his wife. You see what I'm saying?
No, it doesn't. But when I say when I brought up his money, is for it to be like, girl, you didn't even make as much money as my dad. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
my
facts.
dad is sitting on
That's
you
facts.
in the
Yeah.
80s. Like you not on this level. You're not as popular as my dad was. You really just around the way, girl. Like
20 years ago. 20 years ago, my dad was more popular than you.
Exactly, bro.
And that shit is bullshit to me, by the way. How the fuck did she even have the mind to think I can take 50% of this guy who his dad, and by the way, coming back to his dad, put him in training every single day and was with him in training every single from when he was 4 years old all the way when he became an NBA All-Star.
Yeah. So hey, I'm about to argue with you right now. So when you say his dad don't got $5 million to his name, I turn it around and say, nah, his dad got $300 million to his name.
Facts.
He may not touch all of it, but that's all on him because
Yeah,
he the one that put Klay in
That's
the
not
camp.
even an argument. Why are you arguing with me, fool?
Oh, my bad. I'll argue with myself then. My bad.
Yeah, argue with yourself, fool. I'll keep it real with you. Yeah. He has at least half of that for him.
He'll never have to ask for shit. I guarantee you that.
And if he does, I'm the one to provide it.
Mm-hmm.
Me as Khalid is the one to provide it. How about that?
That's dope. So I agree
Purely
with you.
because
He's not asking for money,
anyway, Klay Thompson is a good nigga, right?
Yeah.
He is actually the type of guy that will actually do right by his family. Because let me tell you why he'll do right by his family. He did right by who's a hoe, right?
She came like she thought that she got her a little light skinned nigga that's gonna love on her, treat her the right way, and all of this shit. As a light skinned nigga myself, I already know hoes be thinking that, oh, you got a good guy. Bitch, you gotta be good too. You gotta be good too. You can't be.
You just said the magic word, by the way.
So you're saying she thought she had a goofy?
She thought she had
But
what?
that's the thing. Everyone can get a goofy, right? Everyone can get a goofy.
No, that's not. You gotta think about why. If he would have had like even around her money, if that was like a normal rapper or something, like he would have probably stayed with it. But Klay Thompson has signed over $300 million in NBA contracts plus endorsements. His dad been in the NBA. Like they already had money. Like you said, the training. Like Megan was just like probably something to get his crowd up a little bit.
Nah, that's bullshit. What's 100 million?
How's that bullshit?
What's 300? No, because what's 300 million? 100 million or 20 million? Where's the difference in standards of living? There's not much.
Yeah, it is. Say what you mean.
No. Let me explain.
Not for you individually.
Dave
but
Chappelle
like
even said it.
generationally,
I see what
yeah.
you're saying, but
Generationally,
yeah,
yeah.
it is. There's a big difference in having 300 million.
But she's not looking at generational. She's looking at where am I staying right now and
That's why
what are we doing right now.
because she thought fucking she was gonna be able to fucking mooch off that.
Y'all are asking
Of
the
course,
wrong
because she's
question.
jumping from man to man. She wasn't
But ain't
with
no
Yo
man
Gotti.
ain't got that money like that, bro.
Y'all are asking the wrong question, bro. Y'all are asking the wrong
No, that's the only
Let
question.
me just finish what I'm. Let me just finish my thought. Right. She was with Yo Gotti first, and then she went
Gotti
to.
got the money Klay Thompson got.
No. Then she went to another rapper, which was
She's with she was with Moneybagg Yo. She wasn't even with Yo Gotti.
No, Moneybagg Yo. Sorry.
Moneybagg Yo was signed to Yo Gotti. Y'all need that. Yeah, y'all need to get y'all facts.
Yeah, Moneybagg Yo. No.
She ain't been with
Yeah, she was Moneybagg Yo.
And nobody's
And then
talking. Hold on, bro. No, like people that are all talking about this. Nobody's really talking about this. They don't have common sense, and they don't really know how dating and shit works, like, and how fucking Hollywood and yada yada yada. The real reason why she's fucked up is because that Klay Thompson's the richest nigga she ever dated. She's about to hit the wall, if not hitting it. So her fucking career's over. What is she gonna keep learning about prostitution?
But before that, she went from the rapper to Tory Lanez. And Tory Lanez.
No, stop.
We all know what she did with him.
There is about 4 to 5 steps you're skipping.
Give me them.
We may not know all of their names, but I guarantee you, all of them niggas know all of their names. But go ahead.
I think 6 or 7. You said 4 or 5.
It's 6, 7, bro.
I think 6 or 7, right?
But the only point
it got round 2. Tory Lanez.
Let me hold on, King K. Let me say something. The only point is, like, you can name all the dudes that she dated. None of them have the net worth that Klay Thompson has, and he's still in NBA.
No. I'm just getting to that though, right?
Yeah, but you just said there's no difference between 80 million and 300 million in standard of living. Yes, there is. That's fucking called 220 million.
Tory Lanez was literally having the same.
No, he wasn't, dude. Trust me.
Yeah, hold on.
No. You don't know how America works. Tory Lanez is a broke rapper who wants to show who's on a 360 deal. And actually,
no. Tory Lanez different.
He was different.
Right now, he wasn't though. He wasn't.
He don't got 300 million, but he wasn't no 360.
Yeah, no, but he was chilling with Kylie and
he got
whatnot.
His 360 deal with Rock Nation. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm trying to tell KK is he doesn't understand like the standard of living between a rapper and an NBA player, especially one of the fucking top 5 shooting guards of all time. The second best shooter of all time.
No, y'all both kind of right because the standard of living.
But I'm just trying to get there to that conversation.
Hold on, bro. I'm explaining for him. The standard of living.
You're about to send me something?
Is the same. Let me explain it for him. The standard of living. Y'all both staying in the same ass apartment. Y'all both driving the same ass cars. But the difference
is you're not. You're not.
Hold on. The NBA
Tory Lanez had like a Maybach. Have you seen Maybach before he went into prison? Did you see his house?
No,
he was literally living next to the Kardashians. How was that different? Anyway, okay, you continue.
No. I was agreeing with you.
The classes. Go ahead, Jimmy.
All right, so they both have the same style of living. The rapper has this style of living with the same penthouse downtown, the same house in the suburbs. They both have both, right? But the difference is the basketball player has that for generations. The rapper has that until he's done rapping.
Not even until he's done rapping.
It's not even that. Like
not even that.
He doesn't. Hold on, bro.
Until next week, by the way.
Hold on. Most rappers get something called an advance. So that's called a fucking 360. They got to pay it back. NBA players aren't getting that.
Exactly.
They got to so that's what the difference is. Like
exactly. That's exactly the truth.
So Megan's never had an NBA player, especially one like. Oh yeah, she has dated an NBA player, but she dated a nigga who was making $1 million to her a year. But she didn't have fucking Klay Thompson.
And she ain't
I know how chicks like that. Hold on, let me fucking finish, bro.
My bad. I was just adding on. I was appreciating what you were saying.
No, so fucking I've been with chicks like that before. Like they'll be cheating on you, you cheat on them. All of a sudden they mad at you. Like damn, I'm just getting my lick back. Like because their ego, they're prideful. Like and that's, I kind of get off topic, but they don't want to. You know what I'm saying? That's the other half of it. To where the ego is to say why he cheated, but she's basically getting desperate because she don't want to lose that money because she never had that before. Is the point that my man's making to get on the topic, and that's where the desperation comes from. Oh, he cheated, like so. Even she was cheating, it doesn't matter, like because she's not trying to lose that guaranteed fucking. That's Hall of Fame money, bro. Klay Thompson.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point? Okay.
Go ahead.
I can make a point right now. Okay, let me tell you something, yeah? Klay Thompson came after Tory, correct? The fact of the matter is, at that moment in time...
Tory Lanez or Tory Craig?
Tory Lanez.
Because she dated both.
Bars!
Tory Lanez and
Bars!
That's what I'm saying. So.
Yeah. Whoever
that
said
goes
that...
to my point.
Who we're even getting today? Oh, we get the cute one. Who are you today? And what is your grievance of the day? Conspiracy grievance.
Dr. Shane, thank you for having me on the fabulous show today.
Oh, thank you. You think our show is fabulous.
Yeah, I mean that's why I had to be a gay gummy bear to get on here.
Yes. Because Gummy Bear Day. Look at that. Well, I did say bring your gummies if you have them. And like
you bring the gummies. I'll bring the dummies.
Well, that's a welcome roll switch. Oh, we got another guest. I believe you two know each other. Let's see what he's doing for National Gummy Day. Is that a gummy? A potato?
No, that's the low tech gummy.
Yeah, most people are
gummy.
They're smoking McDonald's French fries like cigarettes, but I'm a potato smoking a cigarette.
Ah.
So it's different.
Happy Gummy Day.
Wow.
What is up?
Quite an honor to join you on Gummy Day for sure.
Yeah, it's quite an honor to be hosting.
I just got one question. Do the gummies got weed in them?
Yeah, and we don't want people to get confused with the other word for gummy. You guys know about it, right?
Honestly, that never crossed my mind until you said it just now. Not once did I even make the connection.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised. So none of mine did. No. So what's up? What is the conspiracy of the day or the week? There was a shooting that just happened.
The gummy bears return to the freaking frog. Yeah.
Well, we had a conspirographer on our show. I don't know if you know. We had one of the top conspiracy people.
Well, who do I know? I'm surprised I don't know them already.
Yeah, we had Mr. Santos Bonacci on the show. So yeah, he's one of the top conspiracy guys. I don't know if you're familiar with this guy. Astrotheology.
Right now, Santos. Bonacci.
Right. Yeah, astrotheology. So yeah. So he believes in he believes that basically Jesus and the whole history of it is hidden and it's encoded within the Bible. And there's other thinkers like Jordan Maxwell. I don't know if you know Jordan Maxwell. He's a huge conspiracy guy. This guy was studying under Jordan Maxwell.
Like studying conspiracy theories?
It's kind of like Also mixed in with astrotheology. So it's like how you do like the tarots, and you have like the star systems and how they relate to human understanding, and as above, so below, and all of that type of stuff.
So it's more mystical, like metaphysical.
Yeah. They have their own version of metaphysics in the occult, where they say metaphysics is the mixture of science and spirituality. So it's not how we colloquially define metaphysics as a branch of philosophy, but they say metaphysics is something totally different. Right?
Is it Mr. Astrotheology? Does he look like somebody out of a Tim Burton movie?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's how he is.
Yeah, I think I found him.
Yeah, so I'm curious to know what you think of the conspiracies, the dangerous conspiracies that warp the minds.
He's talking about the snake people.
Right, the snakes. Yeah,
some conspiracies are true.
Right, the snake, the Nagas. Right, the snake people.
The Nagas. Right. Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, Sean. Welcome. We already know your conspiracy. Is there any new ones?
Yeah, blessings, Sean.
What's up?
Is this Sean of Source?
No, this is the communist.
No,
guy,
this is Sean from Ireland.
Yeah, the Irish communist.
Let me sit down and speak to
I'm
you
not
on
a
your own
communist.
vernacular.
I've got cognitive dissonance, or what's it called? Contradict the law of non-contradiction. Law of logic.
Oppositional defiance.
Oh, oppositional attitude.
You mean oppositional defiant disorder?
That's right. There's only one truth, my guys, and that is my truth.
The one.
Happy Gummy Day, by the way. Are you doing anything to celebrate?
No, I didn't. There's probably a day. Every day is a day for something, isn't there? Now. Sorry, I overtook your conversation, Machine Lies.
Blessing was.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll have like a deal at the weed dispensary because they sell gummies.
So are you a communist? Is that what you're telling me? Are you part of IRA or one of the other followers?
What's the
No.
other one?
But what were you talking about? Machine Lies, the conspiracy guy.
Santos Bonacci. I've had him on the show, so he's a student of Jordan Maxwell, prominent conspiracy researcher. Right, he was on The Hour of the Time with Bill Cooper, one of the premier conspiracy broadcasts of our time. The Hour of the Time. By
what's his name?
William Milton Cooper.
I don't know. I know Jack Talcott. Let's see.
Oh,
William.
Close enough.
Milton Cooper.
Yeah, he's adjacent. Talcott's conspiracy adjacent.
Bill Cooper? The Hour of the Time?
Oh, yeah. You never heard of this?
No.
Behold a Pale Horse. He wrote a book called Behold a Pale Horse. That's one of the top.
I read the Piers Anthony book on a pale horse.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
Agatha Christie wrote one called...
Was it a gay romance novel?
No, it was about death.
Close enough.
The main character is death, and he had to go around and collect people's souls. He killed death. He killed the actual death. And if you kill death, you have to become the new death. And so he had to become death.
Wow, sounds
pale horse can turn into a car, kind of like Knight Rider.
Was he an Irish writer by chance?
Do what? Proof of mind control.
Sure he be Irish writer or not?
Who?
The death feller.
No, he's American, Florida. Look, the Xanth series.
Are you the guy from what's it called?
Hang on, there's a bunch of echoes.
Oh,
people
my
might fault. Maybe it's me. Let me go mute.
Yeah. No, it's Jacko.
Yes, my bad. Sorry, I have you on my big speaker. Sorry, my fault. I thought I muted it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead again, Sean. What are you saying, man?
You're saying the author of Dracula? What's his name? He's Irish.
Bram Stoker.
Yeah, Stoker. Yeah. Yeah, he's OTO.
He was Irish.
Ordo Templis Orientis.
Occult.
Yes.
Wait, Bram Stoker was OTO?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, he wrote that about like his Jewish boss who ran like the theater or whatever for like the biggest theater in London or some shit. It's pretty interesting. But go ahead.
Machine Lies, are you like? Do you believe in all this occult stuff? Like, because you're Muslim, right? So that's like
I'm kind of more scientific. No, it's not occulty at all. It's a legitimate thing. Like for example, like Islam contributed to lots of scientific advances throughout history, like algebra. You know, like for example, the algorithm is named after an Arab
and
who studied
alcohol.
algebra. Yeah. So because they invented the distillation process. So there's a lot of things that Muslims accomplished in science. So I don't think Islam is actually conflated with conspiracy stuff, you see, because most conspiracy people would say the three main religions, there's something I'm like, I don't know if you're familiar with most conspiracy research today, but most of them would start off by saying either the Bible or the three Abrahamic religions, or there's something weird going on with those. Right, that there's something that they're not telling us, that there's a different historiography. So if you're familiar with like flat Earth, they claim that, right? If you're familiar with Jordan Maxwell, he claims that, right? He claims the Bible is all about astrotheology, right? So he would think that Islam and Christianity are false. There's also prominent researchers that say that Islam and Christianity were actually invented either by the Roman Empire or by the Jays. So there's different theories, right? So no, Sean, that's actually false, you know.
And I would say if it was created by one, it was probably created by both. But go ahead.
But would go ahead. Hey, welcome.
Salute.
Hello.
Are they
Hey,
doing
what's up,
it
man?
with just these
What's
three
going on?
religions, or is that something? It sounds like something that any group would do to any other group at some
What's up,
point in
Mike?
history.
Mike's a Catholic, so he knows about some of these because he talks to the gematria guy. Right? I've
Yeah,
seen him
where do
say
you
with
come down on the Pope? Trump
Zachary
versus
Hubbard.
the Pope. Is it splitting the
Sure.
Catholics where you are? He froze.
I think he froze out. Yeah, he froze out.
By the way, I don't know Mike, but I heard that he was unalived or something, and I don't know why people were saying that. But
That was one of the gossips.
Back from the dead. Back from I arose on Easter. It's funny because I was released on Easter.
Right.
And I rose again. Yeah.
Released?
It was all a lie. I got pneumonia. I got passed out and got pneumonia, and that's all it was.
Oh.
And someone down
What's
the
your
street,
take on
I
the
think. The thing on the Pope, so the Pope is a figurehead. The Pope doesn't really mean what you think it means.
Right.
The Pope is kind of like the president. It's just a figurehead. It's just a symbol.
So when he and Trump are fighting, is it splitting your loyalties?
No, I'll always go with the church. That's just me. I'll always side with the church.
That's bold.
You know, the church is forever. Yeah.
Well, can I ask you a question? Why does the church hate white people so much?
I don't think they hate them. I've never heard the church hate white people.
They hate whitey.
Well, I tell you this, in my congregation, I go to Holy Spirit. It's down the street. It's in Virginia Beach. And the majority of the congregation is actually Filipino. So they're actually Asian. So there's I believe there's more Asian and Spanish than there are whites in the Catholic Church. So the Catholics are very diverse. And there's more and more Catholics now and Christians in Africa now. So a lot of people are converting away from Islam into Christianity. So
I think Islam is still the
Yeah, we still on top.
Yeah, and look, I don't have a problem with that. I almost married a Filipino who was Catholic and stuff,
Sure.
so I would have been in the Catholic Church probably. But what I'm saying is just that, you know, like it seems that a lot of this propaganda is coming out to say like, well, the Catholics should hate the Jays, which again, you know, that's debatable, but I would say like more than that, like why do they hate white people so much, and why is there so much propaganda to like use like charities to bring in like tons of immigrants and all this stuff from the Catholic Church?
I've never been privy to that. I mean, all I can tell you is,
I
haven't
heard this either.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they definitely fund some of that.
Yeah. I mean, I can only speak from my experience. My experience is that we welcome everybody, and we feed and clothe everybody. And I told Jeff that Jeff knows this from the past. I don't know if you guys know this, but I work with the Catholic Charities. We give out food, we give out clothing, we do all kinds of drives for people, homeless or not. You know, so the Catholic Church is the single biggest contributor of charities. Catholic charities are the biggest in the world. Are the Catholics? Do they have some faults? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of faults, but there's faults in everybody. You know, there's all kinds of faults. Yeah. So
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And again, like, don't think this is like a personal thing against like Catholics. It's really not. It's just more of the structural thing. It's not really about. I know a lot of good Catholics, you know, and you know, I know a lot of bad non-Catholics, you know. So it's not about throwing hate at it. It's just more of like if you kind of have any thought on it, because like. You know, obviously, American history has been very contentious between the white Anglo-Protestants and, you know, the Italian Catholics and the Irish Catholics and stuff like this. And I think that those things never really went away. They just kind of got swept under the rug. And personally, I think that's to both parties' detriment, personally. So, like, I think it's more like some of those things never got addressed, and I think it's really led to a lot of problems for America and ultimately the world. Like, you know, if and that's kind of my problem with like
Africa and stuff like that. You know, so we have that mix. We have that mix of the blood, but even they're Catholic. So Catholicism, you know, spreads across the world. But the whole thing is that the one thing I can say about Catholics is that we do give back. Are we flawed? Yeah, we're flawed. We do a lot of, you know, F around and find out stuff. But like, yeah, but they do a lot of good for the community, you know. But I can tell you, when I go to mass or I go to any kind of food drive, stuff like that, which we volunteer for, we don't get paid for it, we volunteer for it, and it's nothing but love. People come in and they're starving. Dude, look at the prices of groceries now. You know, imagine being able to come into the church and you talk to me and Jeff. You sign up, you give us your information, and we give you like $200 worth of food.
Oh, I might be one of those.
You know, for free. You know, it's like, you know, I mean, it's paramount for people. You know, it really is. So Catholicism does have its ups and downs. It does. So I've never been shy to say that the Catholic Church does have its downfall. It does. It does have its bad side. If you're asking me, a man should be able to procreate. To have a priest never be able to touch another person, you know, like in marriage, that's weird. To me, that's weird. I think priests should be able to marry.
Absolutely.
You know?
That's 100%. I'm with you on that, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing, Mike. Oh,
yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you a lot.
Europe and the breakaways from Reformation, usury. Hence why, you know, the Judaic were kicked out of many kingdoms because of the money they owned. And actually, as they went forward on that, because they were very smart. And it's numerology that you were talking about before with
astrotheology.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
with, so
it's included. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, it's included in right.
Yeah, there's all you know, especially down to that, because Aramaic to Hebrew and all that is a mathematical foundation as well. It's amazing actually when you look into it. Both sides. When you look up to the stars, it's massive. When you look down into the atom and the quantum and further, it's even bigger. God's mystery is always there.
I agree 100%. That's why I'm open to it, right? I'm open to hearing what they have to say, right?
You know, people always make fun of horoscopes and people make fun of astrology. People always make fun of it, right? Because they don't. But if you're asking me now, being religious, I'm not supposed to believe in that stuff. That's supposed to be like, you know, taboo. You know, to believe in horoscopes and no. You're supposed to only follow what the church says.
It makes more sense if you're religious.
But if you're asking me, every person I ever met that had a sign fits that mold. There's something about astrology.
You're Leo, right?
Yeah, I'm a Leo. Yeah.
Yeah.
That always reigns true. You know, and my ex was a Pisces, and it's like we were just we were doomed to fail from the get-go. You know, it's like, you know, but we had
be really good at
fun. But I think there's something about being born under the moon. I don't know if the moon has magnetic power. I don't know psychological power. I don't know what it is. Listen, I'm not an astrologist. I'm not going to get into that. All I'm saying is that there has to be some kind of credence for tens of millions of people to believe in astrology. They believe in it. They swear by it, you know? And look at me. I'm a Leo. I'm fiery. I'm angry. I also can be chill and be relaxed. My son's a Cancer. My mother's a Cancer. My brother's a Cancer. They're all chill. They're loving. Me, I'm a mix. So there has to be something to it.
Well, I'll say this really briefly. You know, like, because here's the thing, I do agree. Like, and this is kind of goes back to the question of science and some of this stuff too. Like, one of the problems that I see a lot of people saying is like, well, the Catholics suppressed occultists and they suppressed these things. But here's the thing is like, maybe there's justification for suppressing some of this knowledge. Like, do you want the average Joe or evil person to have access to all these truths and knowledge and science and technology? Like, you know, I would give points to the Catholics because there may be an argument to suppressing certain forms of knowledge or understandings.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a mind-blowing question. I'm sorry to cut you off. Let me ask you a mind-blowing question. What if I'm a Catholic and I know that there's hidden secrets that might basically erode Jesus? What if we really come from outer beings, from a different? What if? Just real quick, Jeff, real quick. What if the Catholic Church is suppressing the truth of alien?
That's exactly. I think that's kind of like what Santos is saying. That the Catholic Church is suppressing this idea, right? That it's like an ancient idea that, you know, they're suppressing basically paganism, right? That it's really, Gnosticism and paganism. That there's a multiplicity of gods that exist in another world, and they sent Jesus in as an alien. That's what Marcion believed, right? Marcion of Sinope, right? He actually compiled all of Paul's letters. And I think Papias or somebody like that, right, called him like the son of the devil, right? So he was considered a heretic of the church. But he said the God of the Old Testament is basically an evil desert god, but the God of the New Testament is belonging to an alien God that sent Jesus into the world as his son to redeem the world. So he said the New Testament is good, but the Old Testament is bad.
Yeah,
essentially. So.
Well, I've always seen it like it follows a pattern. There's always pattern and process with everything, right? And the same goes with Isaac, the sacrifice, the Passover. You know, all those things come into alignment of where the Christ comes in, from Ezekiel to Isaiah. Those were written in, and it's star charts as well. It's unbelievable that people reject this. So also that the medium, if you will, of the Christ was to awash this and then create the New Testament of for everyone, Jew and ye Gentile. So it was for everyone upon this earth, not for this group and that group.
Right. Well, let me ask this to Mike really quick, because I think that's an interesting point too, but I want to ask this before I forget for Mike. If they are suppressing that, how do you feel about that? Do you think there could be a good justification for suppressing that information from the average person, or?
Sure. And I think that, okay, so let's break this down real fast. And I love that question. That's an amazing question. I think 95% of people have a very low IQ, right? They can't compartmentalize what you're saying right now. What me and you were saying, what if there is this civilization, like what if there's 15 more steps above consciousness? A lot of the people are literally drones, right? Oh, okay, I'm making 15 an hour, I'm winning. The whole point is that I think a lot of people can't comprehend that there's something bigger than us. There's something much bigger.
What if there's nothing to comprehend and we're not actually dumb?
If you want my opinion, I've had a rough year, And what I'm looking at now, as I will always be a Catholic because I've been baptized, I believe Jesus was real. Like he was a real mortal man. Was he the Son of God? It's getting more and more disputed. Maybe he was a man that spread goodwill, but was he the Son of God? That's what I'm wrestling with. And I talk to my pastor about it all the time, my priest, and was he God's son, or was he just a man who spread love and joy? There's so much to unpack in this. If you're asking me if extraterrestrials are real, yes, man, I believe there's thousands of civilizations. If the universe is infinite, how can there not be more people out there? Come on, man.
You almost have me wishing I believed. It sounds so cool.
I mean, Jeff, think about this.
What if they're not even out there? What if they're here with us? What if they're here on Earth?
And this is another thing. I was researching this hard, and I have to pull back because if you get too much into this, you get sucked into the vortex, different dimensions. There's supposed to be 7 to 8 dimensions where these aliens can travel different dimensional portholes. Did you guys hear about that? The wormholes and the portholes. Apparently, they can bend space and time. Allegedly, space can be bent. Have you heard this?
In a movie, in real life.
In real life, we could bend space and time.
Well, it's supposedly one entity.
Yeah.
They
talk about that. Actually, like we believe, like there's like jinns, so there's like interdimensional beings and space and time.
The jinns, the jinns and the fallen angels and all kinds of stuff, man.
The Nephilim, the Seraphim.
The Nephilim, the tall white, the small grays. I mean,
you can go on into what you want. I mean,
I think the Bible very clear. I just want to say really quickly. I think the Bible leaves plenty of room for all that to be true, and still Jesus is the Son of God, and still all these things. Like I don't see them as necessarily in conflict with each other. Now, I don't necessarily want the average person to know that truth per se, but here we are, and most people are at least aware of it. Which maybe for better or for worse, I'm not sure, but I don't see them as mutually exclusive truths per se. Which sounds weird from a Christian point of view, but. I definitely don't. I don't think it hurts my reconciliation of my faith versus all these other things.
To second guess your faith only reinforces what you believe. And the thing is that I'm going to be 51 in a couple months. I'm going to be 51. And I'm telling you, I've never seen, like right now in the world, I see like something I've never seen in 50 years. Like. I think we're coming to fruition. Like, I'm telling you, like, I don't know what to say, but like, we're about to implode. The world's going to implode. It really is. I mean, we're at the cusp of imploding.
Well, there's also evidence that says that the world, or the Earth, the sun, the star, there are cycles, and we're heading to one of those cycles right now. So that could also be Anunnaki, where the planet X is forming into our solar system again, hence what was before, or why we are the children of men, if you will.
Did you hear, African? Did you hear the story? Now, this is only allegedly that we were supposed to launch some missiles into Iran, and they got scrambled by extraterrestrials. There's a theory out there that we're supposed to shoot some Patriot missiles into Iran.
What I know and what they've given information privy to us is that the amount of ordnance, and especially those missiles, in one day you used $3.5 billion. Bang. Mm-hmm. You used almost a reserve of 20% of some of these missiles. You only make 100 a year. You know what I mean? It can travel 3,000 kilometers, these things. Exact precise. So I don't know. I don't know, because
Jeff,
I mean, the technology, I don't know, alien.
So Jeff and African, I don't know if you remember this. About a year ago, I work for a contractor. I work for a contractor for the military, and I'm telling you that. Remember, I told you about pulse weapons and energy directed weapons.
Oh yeah. I believe that. No, First Earth Battalion, real. That shit.
They just put it on some destroyers. They just put it on.
Yeah, I can imagine they have. I mean, the whole thing with what they say as well with these HARP technology has been bombed
Yeah, the HARP, yeah.
and so it started raining again.
The weather weapon.
Iran and Iraq dropped by 5 degrees, and it's also like other things. It's things are there's a new well that's happened or a new spring that's come up in the Euphrates somewhere, which is the bang. There is something happening.
They busted up through the ground. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Definitely, exactly.
So really quick question. I apologize to interject here, but I think all these subjects are related. When you see the war in Iran and all this stuff going on, do you think it's really the Jays versus the Catholics versus the Muslims or all this stuff, or do you think this is a part of a much bigger game to bring about this technological utopia to avoid this implosion that you're speaking of? Like, it does seem like it's a very like Ragnarok versus Ushas, or like utopia versus dystopia. Like, there is some sort of cycle, or like, and it's like an occult war, and it's like a Abrahamic quote unquote war, simultaneously kind of reflecting each other, in my opinion. And I want to ask Mike and others how you guys feel about that take.
I'll give you time.
I don't have to hold on this conspiracy.
African, you go first. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I would always permit that, yes, this is true. Gog and Magog shall come apart together. I've been arguing about this for a while, and it'll probably be Russia and China. Nevertheless, that these things have to happen. The seals have to permit for this to go on. Hence why the devil, will have his advocate, and the big brother, the machine, will have what it will be. And we will go to some sort of point of war, nuclear, for the world to actually bow under the beast. And yeah, this is just part of the plan. Hence why, like, when I was in Jordan, I did a little pilgrimage to King Aaron's tomb out there in the desert. And while I was going with a couple of teachers there, they were proper teachers. They were very well-educated men, two tour guides, 2 different times. And one of them took me across these things called genie blocks, and they're massive stones. And this is not too far from Saudi Arabia, through the desert, down that side. And his virtue was these genie blocks, is we don't really understand where these Nabateans, I believe they were called, how they came together in Petra, and the influence of those nations that came in and out, because it's always influence. And as we go through it, like intertextuality, as we grow and we understand each other, blah, 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 things change over generations. And so the genie block became what is, Saudi for the powerhouse of, Islam. And that's the counterbalance for the Judaic, or also maybe the sword of the Judaic, to make it work across the world. Hence why, Jesus is like, everyone. And both 2 sides of, Islamic and Judaic are, no, only through us. It's there. You don't have anything else but what we tell you. This is the law.
African, you high?
No.
Oh.
But I'm saying that's what I believe. That's what
interesting stuff, African. Quite a lot of stuff there to chew on, honestly. The end time, Gog and Magog, the entire thing. Islam as the broom of Judaism, and so on and so forth. As some rabbis have said, lots of interesting concepts, right? For real.
It's amazing to see. It's amazing to see the rise of Islam, and we know that it's gonna overtake Christianity. Islam is going to overtake Christianity. It's going to.
I think they're both. I think Islam and Christianity are kind of going to overtake Judaism, if you know what I mean.
It really has.
Like that's like the really old one.
But I can tell you this. I'm going to cut you off. I can tell you this. Like a real Christian, like we come from Knights Templar, like a real actual Roman Catholic with roots 500-600 years. Dude, we are no joke, bro. We will fight to the end. I will fight to the end to fight for Christianity.
Well, what do you mean by Knights Templar? Because this is something I've been trying to understand, like how that fits into like Rosicrucianism and Hermeticism and all. Like, and again, if you don't mind, like I don't, because I like, here's the thing is like, I grew up as a Protestant. I lean Orthodox now, and like I think of myself as really just a regular Christian. So I'm just putting my biases out there. But there is something to be said about. I think if you want to really help the world, you would have to have some sort of clandestine, intergenerational things. And to be honest with you, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit upset that I haven't been invited into any of these things just so I know for myself, like what's really moving the world. So if you don't mind explaining to me, what does that mean?
Sure. So what Knights Templar is, Knights Templar was basically Catholics, Roman, and a lot of French. Now, a lot of French were Catholics back then. So it was either French or Italians were Catholics, and they were Knights Templar if they were knights. And they would defend Jerusalem. They would defend the Jews. There's a great movie called The Kingdom of Heaven. If you've ever seen that movie with Orlando Bloom, and it kind of breaks down the Knights Templar defending the Kingdom of Heaven, defending the Jewish religion. So Catholics were basically their bodyguards for many, many years. And the Jews turned on the Catholics and, you know, basically, and bastardized them. And then they were left to their own. And then Saladin ended up, you know, conquering, the Muslims conquered Jerusalem, you know, basically in the end. But if you're asking me, you know, the whole thing is that, you know, Roman Catholics were knights. You know, they fought and they scratched, but like for what? For what purpose? You know, so religion does cloud your mind. But if you're asking me, you know, yeah, definitely. But the whole thing is that, you know, it's religion drives men crazy. It drives men crazy.
But not just religion. I think things like politics or ideologies or secular beliefs can do the same thing.
It gives you a meaning, it gives you a purpose, it gives you like a landing point. But the problem is that, you know, where do you want to go with that? You know, and I can tell you this: growing up, when I was younger, anybody not Catholic was not my brother. Now I look at Muslims, I look at Jewish people, I look at Protestants as my brother. You know, because God wants you to love everybody, no matter what your creed or, you know, preference is. But when I was younger,
your brother? Are Muslims your brother?
Yes, one of my best friends is Muslim. One of my best friends.
Yeah, one of my best friends was Catholic, and I also had a great best friend that was a Pentecostal Christian, but he died, and he was actually like one of my best friends of all time. Right?
It was weird when I went to mosque, right? So he said to me, "You want to come to mosque?" You know, we went to mosque in Norfolk, Virginia. That's where I'm in Virginia Beach, but there's a mosque in Norfolk, and he said, "You want to come to mosque?" And I had my chain on, you know, my big gold cross and stuff. And he's like, "Oh, you need to take that off. You can't bring that." You know, but it's one of those things where they didn't, you know, it offended people, and I didn't take offense to it. I took it off.
The Muslims don't believe in anything should be ideological, you know.
I took it off. It's no problem.
One of the guys I know, I'm close to, a friend, is a Sufi.
Yeah. But the food. The food was so good. We had naan bread and lamb and rice. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
It was amazing.
Had some biryani or something. Yeah, man.
It was amazing. Amazing. So there's a piece. There's a piece to the Muslim religion, but there's also a chaos. But remember, there's also a chaos to Catholic religion. There's Catholic.
I was about to say, like, it's how you interpret it. And
and
every religion is going to have.
Islam hasn't had a reformation. In technicality, it's just broken away from how. Exactly. So it's
having a trouble. Sort of catching up with the technological world, and also liberalism. It seems like you know, like in Hamtramck, right, where they had the lesbians, sort of making out. Right, the Muslims were losing their mind. They were chimping out, right, because these two lesbians made out. Right, so they will not tolerate these things for whatever reason. Right, so they are way behind for sure.
I had a real problem. I was talking to my father. Of course, my priest, not my father, and I was like, you know, can a woman be a priest? And he's like, well, it's not supposed to be a woman, but you know, there's exceptions. So there's exceptions within the church. There is exception, you know, but they have to be celibate. They can't
go by diocese now.
Yeah, they can't be with anybody else. They have to stay celibate. In other words, they're linked to God. God is their only. You know, they can't.
It's like the men.
But if you're asking me, you got to let somebody, you know, be free. You have to let someone have a relationship. You know, it's only healthy.
Yeah, I think it might be in Timothy, or I could be wrong about that, but I think Paul tells women to cover their hair when they go into church. So that's very similar to Islam, right? So it's like, you cover your hair, right? So
hair is sacred to them, and you know, the Hasidic women, they wear wigs to cover their hair. They wear wigs. So look it up, Jeff. The Hasidic women wear wigs.
Oh, I believe
So they cover their own hair because their hair is sacred.
Whoa, I never heard of that. That's
yeah,
crazy.
so Hasidic women wear wigs. Look it up.
That's wild.
Yeah, they do, and they buy real hair at the best of it. Also, some of the Talmud would say that only when the European empire, if you will, the Europeans are conquered, that's when their Messiah showed up.
Yeah, they talk about
So
Ishmael and Edom destroying each other. That Ishmael and Edom will destroy each other, and it's come to represent, basically the Muslims and the Christians over time. Right?
Yeah,
that's how, again, the devil, if you will, the advocate, the Antichrist, will set about his world.
Absolutely.
Those
And
things.
I think like some of the Talmud stuff, I think it is anti-Christos because it basically defames and lies about Jesus, right, as a historical figure, right? It says that Mary, slept with a Roman soldier and all this type of stuff. So it's extremely blasphemous to Jesus.
Who said it before as well that the Romans were conspiracy of that? Because I read that when who died? I think it was Judas of Iscariot died. They had to bring another one in, and it was the Christ, and bang, So they had to, was Judas? I don't know. Yeah, but they had to make a Christ figure, which was the Christ. I read that somewhere in a novel.
I'm not getting that one. Break that one down, Plastic. I'm not really understanding.
Okay, so if you put that, I would say that when Judas gave his master up, the point was that he was the Messianic message because he knew what he had to do, give up to start this process. The other
You
one,
mean Messiah, son of Joseph, and then Messiah, son of David? There's two Messiahs.
Iscariot, he killed himself in the end. This is a mortal sin. You're going to hell, boy. But he also knew that he had to start those motions to make the Lamb of God the Lamb of God. Same as goes that Satan in the 40 days and 40 nights, when he approached Christ to tempt him, was that he, the devil, Lucifer, did not understand that by crucifying the man, Christ, he set about the freedom of every soul that he had captured to the end of days. To when the judgment comes for all mankind and everything to be risen again and then go back to the source, to be us after death. Hence why it's life is there.
What do you think about Jesus saying this generation will not pass until all of these things happen? So he was talking about the end of the world, and it was supposed to happen in his generation.
Only the Father knows the time that it will show.
Yeah, there's also the Gnostic work called the Gospel of Judas, right? That defames the 12 apostles by saying that they're in hell, right? Like doing all sorts of sinful acts, right? Whereas Judas is actually liberating Christ by putting him on the cross, right? So it reverses everything.
Yeah, exactly that. But the same goes to, again, why in some respect after Constantine, who brought together the letters of Saul or Paul, drew a line in the sand to bring about the ending of all these other groups that were splintering off, and also to bring it together a one God, a monolithic God. Is that right? Yeah.
Well, he didn't accomplish that part.
Well, it did, because he stopped
the Jews are making their prophecies come true by making Israel bigger and using the other religions to bring back their Messiah. Or something.
What are you talking about?
Well, hold on. Before we jump off into that deep end, let me just comment back on what we're talking about.
Using the other religions to make their Messiah come back, because I think the Messiah in the Old Testament is Israel.
Who's coming back? I need details.
Well, can we just pause before we go off into that? Hold on, because that's a huge, giant wormhole that we're about to jump in. Before we jump off into that, I just want to understand from a Knights Templar point of view, do you think that the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians can kind of come together in a new religion type of way, or do you think it's more of we're going to work in tandem to stop the forces of paganism, or how do you view that basically?
Well, no, it's atheism. Atheism is going to.
I'm asking Mike. I'm asking Mike. Unless you're a Knights Templar, I'm asking Mike. Sorry.
Sure.
I'm atheist.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I think we can all coexist. I think we can all coexist. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but if there's only one true religion, guys, it's kind of hard to coexist because it's contradictory. You know what I mean? So that's why the atheists are correct.
But atheism is retarded, though. That's the problem with atheism.
Well, if you're asking me, as going into the Roman Catholicism, if you're asking me, I'm sorry to say it, but the Jewish religion, Jesus himself is Jewish, so the Jews are basically the kings of religion.
Is that an official Knights Templar position, or is that?
Yeah. We are here to protect the Jewish people.
But don't the Jews think that their Messiah is Israel and that the God of Israel will rule the world and there'll be peace on earth and utopia and all that stuff?
Well,
so they want to make Israel bigger, like King David's territory, and then make everybody believe in Judaism.
But hold on one second. Right. But wait. Before we get into that, can you define Jew for me? So, like, what is your definition of a Jew? That's what I need to understand. Sorry.
Yeah, that's important.
Well, a Jewish person, like the Jewish religion.
No, not you. I'm asking Mike. I'm trying to understand the definition of Jew under this.
A Jewish,
what's the official Knights Templar definition of a Jew?
Sure,
how do you know a true from a false Jew? How do you know when people are doppelganging? How do you know when people are abusing their power? No, I'm being serious.
You're good. You could be black. You could be black and be a Jew. You could be Sammy Davis Jr. and be a Jew. It's to follow every single religious practice of a Jewish religion.
Okay, so it's religious, not ethnic, correct? So why wouldn't we just tell the whole world? Why wouldn't we? And I've said this for 5 years. Why not just tell everyone to convert to Judaism if that's the case?
There you go. You'd have 100 million Jews.
That's also because, in some respect, you can only be Jewish by a mother's blood.
So I'm sorry to cut you off. So my stepfather, we're from New York, and my stepfather, they're from Romania. They're Romanian, right? My stepfather, but they converted to Judaism, so they're Jewish Romanians, but they're Jewish. Passover, all the Jewish stuff, and so you can be Jewish and not be from Israel. That's all.
Sure, but here's the other part, though. Wait, before we jump on, I just want to mention this. Within Judaism and other religions as well, the Jew comes first for the Jews. So if the Jews are the kings of us and they put themselves first, regardless of crime or whatever else, which again, I'm not faulting them for that. We should all probably do that.
I'm so lost.
Hold on, wait. Let me finish this point. How can we trust them as our rulers if they always put themselves? How can we trust them as rulers if they're always going to put their people over others? Which is their right to do that. But I'm just saying, how can we do that?
Ruling what? They're not ruling you.
Well, no. This is what Mike is saying. I'm basing it on Mike's interpretation of religion and faith and stuff like this. So I'm just trying to understand it. I just want to fully understand. And this is not an attack on his belief. I want to understand what he's saying.
Sure. If you're asking me, it's one of those things where there's dominance within religion, and if you're asking me, the Jewish people have the strongest belief in religion, but if there's idiosyncrasies within their own religion, yes, just like Catholicism, there's always idiosyncrasies. There's always like things that you want to second guess and ask questions about, But if you're asking me, what I believe as a Roman Catholic, I believe Jesus was my savior. I believe he is the Son of God. That's just what I choose to believe. But are there idiosyncrasies within the Jewish religion? Yes, there are.
But if the Jews reject the Messiah, how are you brothers with them? And again, I'm just trying to understand from your point of view. Sure. I'm not faulting you for it. I just want to understand, how do you reconcile that problem, right?
That's a good question. But it's just like, do I give up or do I try to figure out how I can bridge the gap?
But if they have the most pure religion, why don't you just convert to Judaism and tell all the Christians to convert to Judaism? That's what I'm. That's
a good question, and that's a great question. And I thought about it. I thought about converting to Judaism. I thought about it. I'm not going to lie to you about it. I thought about converting to be Jewish. I thought about it, but I
Yeah,
can't.
if you throw
can't.
the Son of God thing out the window, like you said earlier, it would be very easy.
But I can't turn my back on my baptism. My parents baptized me as Roman Catholic, and I'll be Roman Catholic till I die. That's my belief. That's my belief.
But would you say, and again, do not take this personally. It's truly not, because I've tried to understand this for many years. So, but you don't see a contradiction between your oath as a Knights Templar and your baptism, or do you think that they're complementary? Or
I see a constant, interdiction. It's constant. It's like we're our own worst enemy as human beings. Like, we don't make any sense. But if you're asking me, I'm only following what I was born into. But do I appreciate the Jewish religion? I do. But I do recognize the idiosyncrasies of it all. It's all just this one big mental game. I literally think that religion is literally one big mind fuck. Do you believe that?
I do now.
in almost every case, I do. In almost every case, I do. But that doesn't mean that the truth within religion is wrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's asinine, Mike. Because without religion, we would actually have no America. We wouldn't be in this place.
African, you're right, but I'm saying that it's meant to challenge and confuse you. It's meant to challenge and confuse you.
They kept record. I mean, who has a novel?
Something we need.
Yeah, exactly. Who has a novel, if you will, that we know these scripts come that reference themselves almost 55,000 times within it over a period of 3,000 years? It's somewhere there. This is nuts. It's a true speaking of it, and also the influence of it all in the modern world that we live in today, right? And our rationality because of that, because it's no longer I'm just king in that. There's also the whole thing about us Christians or Westerners or anyone who's rational is that we actually have to be abide to the law of the land and be accountable, right?
Yes.
There we go. And that is a great value that the religious world has given us because of all those damn men and women and children and everything that died over that, just on those things, those foundations.
And these conversations need to be had. Jeff, I will talk to you maybe offline. Jeff, I almost passed away. The whole thing with where I was passed out and like they had to intubate me and I was almost passed away. And I went somewhere that was different. So, I was in a room where it was dark and there was people in front of me with face paint and in other words, I don't know if I was in delirium or if I was in hell. I don't know what it was.
Oh, wow.
But like, I had a near-death experience. That's not fake. I mean, all the records are there. Like, I was literally, gone. And I passed out, and I had pneumonia, and I was in the mud for 6 hours, and thankfully someone found me. But like, I was gone. I was totally gone. And there's something out there. There's something different out there, man. If you're asking me hell is real or different realms are real, that stuff is real, bro. That stuff is real.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, sir. I can't believe that happened to you. That's pretty wild.
No, I was so what I was having a lot of personal issues and I drank way too much and I passed out. I passed out in the front yard. And they found me 6 hours later.
What time did you start? Hey, Twilight, is that you?
Yeah, I was unconscious.
What's up, Jeff?
Yeah.
What's up, Jack?
But they bring me back, and I was in the hospital for 12 days, and I'm good to go. But it was. Go ahead.
1 second, Mike. Jack sent me the link, and I was just listening while I was making food. I told him I was busy, but I was listening. Do I get this right? You're a Knights Templar.
My family, we have lineage to Knights Templar. Yes.
Very interesting. Okay, I've studied this type of thing for a long time. Are you familiar with Timothy Hogan?
I've never heard that name before.
You never heard that name before? Okay. Well, you say you have a lineage. How? In what way?
Well, we're Italian, Swiss, and German.
Oh, Okay, yeah, me too. My family came from Naples.
We're from
you're
Gala. We're from Sicily.
okay. So you said you were raised Catholic. Yeah, same here. I'm no longer religious in any way. I kind of agree with you. I was listening to a lot of what you were saying and agree with a lot of it. You know, you got to define a lot of these terms. You know, what is extraterrestrial? I was watching it like in fast mode. What does that even mean? You know, what, you know, is it really like something like completely out there, or is it us, you know, coming from some other maybe past civilization or maybe future civilization? You know, is it really somewhere out there on some other planet, or is it something that's always been here? You know, are these myths that we've been told? I know the Templars were very much like cartographers of like ancient traditions, right? And the reason why I'm interested in them is because from my study of a lot of this stuff, like I seem to have a lot of should you say like kindred interests for not being involved in it, I guess you could say. And so like I know the Templars were like interested in like ancient civilizations, especially like Atlantis and all this, and like the possibility of there being other like civilizations and other beings out there and all this. And I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest that, especially if you go into, you know, the different mythologies of our ancestors that were just supposedly bored and didn't have anything to do. You know, they didn't have television, so they just wrote all this stuff down that, you know, to occupy themselves, you know. But like you read like the Mahabharata and even stuff in the Bible, if you like
rant.
No, it's not.
Oh.
What I'm saying is
no, it's a different guy, Jeff, for sure.
There's always been this understanding that there was ancient knowledge that was kind of like lost, and Templars especially, but other groups as well, you know, were to kind of recover this information that was lost. And so I'm just very curious what your take is on that, because it completely aligns with everything else you were saying.
Sure. If you're asking me about Templars, you know, the whole thing is that Templars are more of they're more soldiers. They're more like, you know, like not slaves, but a little more like soldiers. You know, they don't really catalog, you know, that's the Catholic Church is the one who really catalogs everything, either
like
bishops or knights or stuff like that, you know? Yeah, but like, you know, all that stuff is recorded within the Catholic Church, you know, the Vatican has, I mean, the massive amount of records that the Vatican has is just unbelievable. Right. Yes. And the biggest scare is that if those files came unredacted.
Yeah.
To see, because allegedly there is a rumor that if the Catholic Church opened up its archives, it would show that extraterrestrials are the ones that seeded mankind.
Yes. This is why I mentioned Timothy Hogan. He's part of a grand universal order of Templars. And he's actually
that alien Templars. Am I the only one with no on the aliens?
The Templars are actually either Roman Catholics or were the Swiss, with the Swiss Guard. The Swiss or Catholics.
Where does the alien come in?
Yes.
You know, but the whole thing is that this is the whole thing. We were the guardians of the Catholic Church, and then the Swiss Guard took over. But the whole thing is that, you know, it's going to show that Jesus was a man. He was an actual mortal man.
Right.
But was he the Son of God? That's the rub. And that's the rub. Was he or was he not? Was he a great talker? Was he an evangelist? Was he like Jimmy Swaggart? Was he, you know, encapsulating? Was he able to turn these people into believers? Or was he actually have the blood of Jesus? Jesus had the blood of God in his veins. So that's the difference. You know, that's what's the thing. So, or is extraterrestrials the lineage of what we are
that's
now?
That's the other explanation.
So let me ask you this, Jeff. Have you seen the movie Prometheus? Prometheus?
No.
Prometheus I think, is the movie that really breaks apart what is the lineage of Christ and God and alien interpretation. So in Prometheus, the aliens seeded free man. And they seeded man into becoming upright. So Prometheus.
They
And
were
it's-
the aliens?
Yes, it's the aliens, you know, basically before aliens, it was Prometheus was like pre-aliens, you know. So yeah, so
Prometheus was a precursor, was like an Enki, was like a Lucifer.
if you're asking me, I believe
Mike, Prometheus was what in the Greek mythology?
Yes. Yes.
Gave us fire, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you know, you can boil all those things down. Again, there are cycles. We will see, we will witness.
AI
You
is
know,
the new fire.
We are very tangible, you know, amazing creatures. I don't actually understand some of the time when I've seen, you know, out in the deserts of Egypt, Luxor, Karnak, the Valley of
Burning
King, you know, that sort of, how the hell did they do that to?
Well, exactly.
How the hell
Allegedly.
did they do that? Like, and there's lots of it, and it's everywhere.
Yes.
It's nuts. It's like, wow, you guys, there was loads of us doing this, or
right?
Took away this, like we were using what chisels?
Well, see, this is the thing, and then you look into like the Mahabharata or like Druidic mythology, or I mean, really, you just pick one. Honestly, you could look into any of it.
It goes further, doesn't it? Like, well, where did it?
Hey, person in the back, flash your cam so I can see.
You can look into pretty much any mythology that's supposedly all fiction, and they have these incredible accounts of like hyper advanced weaponry and technology, and it's like, what in the hell are they talking about? You know, and it takes now to us to look at it and be like, okay, maybe there's something going on here. And my take is that I don't think they're necessarily alien in the way that they're described to us. I think they're just like us. I think we would pass by them on the road and we wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would say that like our ancient blood had to come from somewhere else. And this became our refuge.
Why not just from monkey chimpanzees and the
I mean,
existing animals?
okay, our DNA, with everything, the hand of God is in every time. So it's there. It has to happen. As Mike said before, there are many, many kingdoms out there. There are billions probably.
Yes.
Just like us. But we don't get to contact each other because of the scale of it. Or is it because we destroy ourselves? Say the Drake equation.
Right. Exactly.
To these pragmatic views of how we see it, or is it that the AI that we're sending out, or something like that, is going to be able to network us across that time again, like a synapses of the brain of God that is amongst the universe that we are, and we are the conscience of everything that we choose to do that affects us. And in our time that me and you live in, that no other fucking, go back 100 years, go back 30 years. We didn't have this sort of technology.
No, we had AOL.
Well, they're holding it back to us. I mean, there's the secret stuff they have. Clearly, warfare is the one that pays the best bill, because that's dominance and perseverance and keeping ourselves together. Right? I have a door. It has a lock. That door's pretty damn strong. Yeah, that lock is hard to break. If it wasn't for those things, who cares?
Definitely. It's just, we're very special. We're very special in this whole scheme of the universe. We're very special. And I believe that God picked us. To be His voice. But we're very flawed. We make so many mistakes, but He wants us. So God said in the Bible, we're built to be flawed. We're flawed. We're going to make mistakes, but we're supposed to learn from our mistakes. To learn from them. There's something very spiritual about human beings. We are the weirdest creation that God has ever made. This is what I believe. We're weird, and there's so many movies that will say that humans, they will have the the most beautiful memories and the worst nightmares. In other words, we are capable of so much more than we know that we can do. We are only in our infancy of our progression. I see here, yeah, we're gonna keep evolving. You ever see the movie Lucy with
Yes.
where we can use more of our brains?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into it now, but it has a lot to do with my own personal
If we can tap into more
beliefs.
of our,
Yeah.
God gave us universal power. He gave us this gift, but we can't access that part of our brains yet. You know,
Right.
and
power.
it's a theory. In Lucy, she's able to tap into parts of the human brain that you can't really tap into.
Oh wait, one more time. I'm sorry.
The movie Lucy with Scarlett Johansson.
Yes.
Lucy.
It's a fantastic movie, and whoever wrote it knows something.
She's able to tap into the human brain, the parts that we can't tap into. And when she taps into those parts, she's basically universal. She's fluid. She's a signal. Like it's we are nothing more than just a creation of these beings, you know? So I think that God is so removed from human creation. He's removed from us. Like he made us, but he made our makers, if that makes sense.
It does.
I just think, yeah, I think he made our makers, and he's sitting back. And
Who was
smiling.
talking about? Yeah. Thank you guys for having me. Who was talking about a lock? Like we make the lock so strong and so sturdy. You know, a lock's just a deterrent, right? Don't me put the fucking locksmith over there and pick your lock. You know what I mean? You know, you have to bust the fucking door off the hinges.
It's an analogy of it. You understand?
We know I got to kick your goddamn shit down. We can silently go into your. You know, a lock is not. It's not as safe. It's just a deterrent. You know what I mean? As a deterrent.
Yes.
If someone wants to go into your shit, they're gonna get into it. I guarantee you.
I'm sorry, I didn't. A lock to what?
In Africa, I had dogs. All right, and those dogs on the land, we left our doors open. Believe me, with electric gates and stuff. No. You know,
My door's unlocked. Yeah, like you know, I'm not. Yeah, you want to fucking get in here? Yeah, come get the fuck up.
Yeah, it's the way it is. And nevertheless, I bet you have some weaponry. So that's what we had to do. So yeah, you got it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It's not safety. It's a deterrent.
Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back to the welcome, man.
So I do think that there are other civilizations out there, and I welcome them. I hope that we, in our lifetime, all the people up here, I hope in our lifetime
Well, it's a false sense of security, buddy. You think you're secure?
I hope in our lifetime. I hope. That's okay. If I can finish.
Yeah, you
gotta let it finish.
If I can finish. I hope in our lifetime we can have a resolution to other lives out there in the infinite universe. I hope we can have resolution to that.
Okay, why not? And then I'm gonna pop you all while we're at it.
Go ahead. All right.
I do think there's something. You tough guy, Mr. Cerrone, or whatever fucking Mike. Come on now.
That's okay. That's all right. You're obviously intoxicated.
Whatever.
Yeah, there's obviously something out there trying to reach out to us and kind of teach us. And I hope that we can learn a better way to be.
You want to meet him? I have direct contact with him. You want to meet him?
You have direct contact with who?
It's ineffable. I can't put a name. You want to meet him? It's not who.
With the bottle of booze? Who?
No, with what? Look up.
Look up who?
I can't really put a name on it, buddy. You want to meet him?
So I'm hoping that we able to bridge the gap and be better, going forward.
I'm gonna be like a nice Mike over here while I'm a cocksucking little faggot retard named Mike Cerrone.
Well, you're slurring your words. You sound ridiculous right now. Yeah, you're slurring your words.
Yeah, I'm slurring my words. I wear my same hat every fucking day. And look at me.
My team hat?
My beard is
all right. We were having better conversation with this.
I'll slap the living fucking shit out of you fucking little bastard.
Kate. Can't come up here and throw.
You remember me?
Sorry, you're gonna fight me?
No.
You already done that to yourself, retard. But
All
yeah.
right, we're moving on to back to the conversation. Aliens started
Yeah.
the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing. And Jeff, that's the thing is like, you
All
know,
right, Mike, you're
the
Roman
theory is,
Catholic. What's with the fucking
Age, let him
Pope?
talk.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
Jeff,
In
just
the
drop him, Jeff,
Vatican,
just
how
drop
come
him.
how
Just
come
drop
they,
him.
you know,
Let
the
him talk.
smoke? Wrong one, buddy. But yeah, you know
Yeah.
the smoke, how it goes from you know, white smoke to black smoke. What does that signify? You know about that? You know, little Vatican.
Oh, when they're choosing the Pope?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mike should act like he knew. But yeah. Either way, what does that signify? How does that happen?
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Hey, Gage, I didn't know y'all had some kind of beef. I would not have let you.
No. There's no beef.
I don't
There's no
got
beef
fucking
whatsoever.
beef with this little fucking
You know,
pleb
Cage
retard.
is just drunk. He's just drunk all the time. That's all.
Oh, okay, and you're just cocksucking all the time. But yeah,
Well, there's something going on here that's interrupting the conversation. So it started with
Yeah, he's just drunk all the time. That's all.
Well,
I'm completely drunk. I'm incoherent. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
You guys don't fucking answer me, you bastards.
Oh, you were talking.
No
We
doubt.
didn't even hear you. What were you saying?
I bet you were.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good.
On a gay person's fucking channel that wears antlers. I hope you know
Well,
that.
Jeff is gay. Is that a problem?
And he wears antlers. Maybe not. For me, I wouldn't agree with that. Does your religion agree with that, Mr. fucking Mike?
So, Cage, do you want to be gay? Do you think you'd be happy if you were gay? You'd
No,
be happier
no.
to be-
Hey, we're not doing the Mike.
I just need your sister and your mother, and then we'll figure
I
out.
didn't know
what's in
Cage
here.
was up here to cause trouble. Hang on. I didn't know Cage was up here to cause trouble. I don't know why he's doing this. I want
It's
to hear
okay.
what you had to
It's
say
okay.
just now about when I said aliens in the church.
It's all good. No, but the whole thing is that, you know, I would love to find out that, you know, things are different than I think, you know. I mean, it's amazing to see. Oh, here comes the antlers. Here comes the antlers. There they are.
Yeah, like you know, I just need your sister and your mother, Mike, and then we'll figure that out later on. You know?
You talking about my mother?
To figure out
Don't
you're on
close
my
the
show,
closest.
behave, or go away. Nothing to fight about.
Beehive. I think we need a bee.
I've got a thing. I never wear it, and I don't think I will with you guys. But it can be worn. It's that helmet up there. Can you see it? I'll try to get
Why
the
won't
light.
you wear it? Wait,
Dude, there, yeah.
Put on your goddamn noggin plastic.
And you'd love it. It's under a skull. Hang on, let me show you. You turn the light on.
You know, Pastor African apparently fought for some weird, like, you know, extremist Muslim shit. Fucking put the goddamn hat on, buddy.
Hey, what is with you tonight?
Yeah, what is it? There it is. There it is.
Calling out what's really going on. How dare me?
It's quite cool. It actually does fit. Perfect.
Put on your fucking head then.
No, I'm not going to do
What do
that.
you mean no?
Because it's just a ball ache to take off the skull.
You can beard your fucking goddamn red beard, but you can't fucking.
I don't
fucking
want
put it on your head.
It really is. And the hair, I'm going to put the mask on. I'm going to put something underneath. Seriously, I don't do it.
Off with your head.
Oh, I want to. You guys were like, yeah, shit, bro. Because it's great. It's a big horn thing. But yeah, I know. That's not bad. He wears horns. I've got some horns.
Thank fuck this guy's no longer fighting for ISIS today.
Get the fuck, Cage.
Like, it would be way too easy of a target.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. I want to hear what you were saying.
No, it's amazing. I really hope that, you know, we can find, you know, what's really the infinite universe. You know, it's just like, it seems like, you know, I would really love.
That's in between your legs, Mike. It's called your vagina.
All right, he's gone.
Okay, I would really love for Trump to disclose the UFO files, the UFO file.
Oh, come on. They're never going to do that. Most of the UFOs are theirs.
What if there's no UFO? What if there's no
Oh, it's theirs. Dude,
Dude,
they're actually come on, man.
But what if Trump really released it? And it's like, it's true. There's other civilizations out there. I mean, Jeff, would you be down with that? Like, just aliens, like hanging out with them and shit, like with the antlers on?
Oh my
Again,
god!
depends on what they were like.
The aliens. I mean,
I just
geez.
don't think the probability that that's going to happen
Yeah.
in my lifetime is very high.
I don't, you know, Jeff, I don't necessarily believe in that the aliens are here amongst us. You know, be it what is it you guys were talking about before, the snake people. I was thinking the Nagans, that's right. I was thinking the other ones. I was thinking David Icke, you know, the lizard people.
Well, it turns out they're not. They're not.
David Icke, yeah, it's ridiculous because you know, there's lots of this rabbit hole. You can go down anything you want and try to prove to yourself. If you're so crazy, you'll believe it. You know, there's something that we all have to have, a belief, correct? And the best one should be in yourself and your ability and your family and the people that you're around. And that should be trust that you gain. And you gain trust and experience through failures and through, you know, the regrets on that and making it better. Makes you a better man, makes you a better human to each other. And I think that most people in themselves look in that mirror and don't know who the fuck looks back. Yeah? They just always put on an image for somebody else because we are like no man's an island. Most people are fractures of other personalities because they're keeping up with each other all the time in their ways. It is.
That is very wise. And thank you guys for having me, and it's been a great conversation. And and I bid you guys adieu. Bless
you as well, TML.
Yeah. Good salute, man. Great to talk to you. Great to talk to you, man. Salute.
Yeah, peace, Mike.
Salute.
He's awesome. He's cool.
And there was 4.
That's it. No, you know, and plastic, you know, you're right. You know, it's just like there's so much to unpack, you know, so much to unpack in all these different conversations, you know, and it's great to have people that come up like Jeff and me and you and the gentleman to the right, the psychopath. I'm just joking with you. No, it's great to have people come up and just have conversations, you know, about it, you know.
I mean, again, a lot of it.
Yeah,
I would never do this for y'all if y'all were my show.
Huh? What did we do?
What?
I'll drop.
Y'all went off to me.
Bro, we was
Yeah,
we was just
Black
trying
baby.
to talk to you about butt plugs, like you said you wanted to talk about.
And I tried to have a good conversation, but I kept over talking because the cripple, I forget his name, and it don't matter. His name is worth it anyway. The cripple guy.
What?
You know, over talking all the time.
Who's the cripple? The crip, you mean?
I think it's TC. I think it's TC. I think that's his name.
You talk about
yeah, Spin City.
I used to homie. Oh, Spin City.
Cripple ass nigga.
I don't know. I seen that person. Okay.
He's a Saracen. That's who he is.
Oh shit. Oh, remember we talked about this yesterday, bro. Like, by the way, I'm gonna drop the El Perro Volume 1 interview we had yesterday. That shit was fire yesterday. But what would you say people said about you? We talked about like because you defend the wrong, you know, when men go out some men go at these women hard. Some people have called you that before. Hurricane. What would you say to that?
Me going hard on women?
No. You defend like your Snows and your Lindsays and Mackenzies and who else?
Yeah, 'cause that's what real niggas do. I defend everybody because I love everybody. I defend good people. So I hope the good people do the same to me too.
So you're a simp.
Whatever.
You could think whatever you think that's a simping by defending people when it's justified?
Exactly. Like, this is the mindset. This is the mindset that they have.
The real
The
question
mindset.
is ask him why he's threatening physical violence about internet hoes. That's
Exactly. Well, you just ask him. Ask him, OG.
Because like I said, I
ask
am
him.
sick and tired of seeing women dating men that are not computable against men like us. Let's be real.
It's a battle. You didn't hear? Oh, you haven't heard seen the interview. It's a battle between the two camps, clans. It's an epic, almost Herlick. Well, never mind. I won't go there. It's battle of the betas or the alphas. Basically, big dick energy versus the small dick micro penis in his narrative.
NPC
right?
finally got it. Thank you.
It sounds like you're losing though, bro. You're kind of like,
holy shit.
No, I'm winning. Since I'm the only one who does all the hard work while these women out there like doing their own thing. I'm the only one who's doing the hard work by keeping this movement going. So like I said, I'm gonna keep saying it until my voice is being heard. Until my voice is being heard, then
it was raw.
Stop. I'm the Malcolm X in this bitch.
Wait, you're from maybe smell my water.
My mission is to change the world. My mission is to change the world.
Holy shit! Well, if he's Malcolm X, I'm the Honorable Elijah Muhammad on this bitch.
Okay,
right?
I don't know what that is, but
I guess
no, you two are the guys. You remember those two guys, those neo-Nazi dudes, respectfully, that were sitting. Remember that famous picture?
Yeah, George Lincoln Rockwell. That's
there you go. Hey, they respected each other, right? In the end, sides kind of respected each other, right? Yeah. Oh, we got a visitor.
She's obviously vaccine injured. We got a vaccine injured lady right there. But thank you so much, guys, everybody, for stopping by.
I love that. It's a great clip.
What up, brother?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Mr. Landry? Holy shit. Yeah.
How's it going?
You were here for the big interview yesterday, right? All that BDE, talk and whatnot. You recovered?
Yeah, he was here. NPC, he was here. He was here, definitely.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on this interesting situation?
I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on it though, but I do. I want to know, like, what would Jesus do?
Exactly. What would Jesus do?
Yeah.
What do you think he would do, OG?
What do you think he would do?
What would Christ
do?
Okay.
He don't want to talk to you, though. Oh, I don't want to speak for him. Go ahead. Man.
No, you already hit it on the head. It's all good.
Yeah. Respectfully. It would be cool to see. Right? I feel like you, now Orthodox guy, and now I'm in the position 4 or 5 months ago where you're at. We're like, come on, watch you two guys talk. I would like to see. I wish you guys could squash your shit or whatever. But I understand.
I done told him in private and in public. I don't have anything against him.
Okay.
I don't care. Just leave me alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of funny though, right? We just get to exist in these spaces, right? Like just be fucking horrible people. It's like I don't care.
I've been nothing but respectful to you, Orthodox, and this is the thanks I get on another panel.
Oh shit.
Brother, I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is I watched you beg for a man's fucking cockpit. And anytime somebody's like, hey, whoa, chill, you're like, send me a picture of your dick too.
Yeah, because they're telling me to cam up. Like, cam up.
I never told you to cam up. I was like, bro, you need to chill.
I never said it. I said crack baby and spin city. That's what the people are telling me to cam up. Man. Even Pero, El Pero tell me to cam up. Wait, who just left? All right, never mind.
Landry, because it seemed like he wanted to talk to Simple Dogs guy, aka.
Oh, you can bring him up.
We don't have anything.
I mean, he left. Oh, that's what. That's what I figured.
If I interrupt you,
you never know, Orthodox guy. That's why I asked.
I would just let Orthodox know that what he did. It really bothered me. Like I always praise Orthodox guy. I always do. But what happened?
Like he's like Jesus or something, bro. You always praise him.
Yeah, because that's what real niggas do.
Okay.
I always praise Orthodox guy. You mean the way he laughs is funny. Like the way he laughs is funny. Like hilarious. I'll give him that. But what happened today? Like it was, bro. I don't know what.
Orthodox guy.
Here's what you need to understand. You went way too hard, and people are gonna fuck with you about it, and you don't win by doubling down.
Well, like I said before, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm not a pushover. That's why I keep pushing back, because I'm not a pushover.
It ain't about being a pushover. Sometimes you just gotta realize, hey, what the fuck was I thinking, and then just redirect, and shoot for the stars.
Not everybody is the same, I guess.
What is it about Orthodox guy, bro? You seem to respect his ass. He's like a comedy effect, calming effect. What is he, like the Spurg whisperer? Like I was trying to get you to calm down like for a damn near 30 minutes, and this guy just comes in here and you're acting like a little puppy and shit.
I have that effect on people, bro.
I call
Like
you the Spurg whisperer.
It's not just the Spurgs, like fucking like retarded chicks who make bad decisions be like, hey, what should I do? And I'm like, man, fuck. You know?
Therapy panelists.
Yeah, pretty much. Like people just be like, I have this problem. You know, but I have problems too, trust me.
Well,
and then they just start talking and I'm like, fuck.
I used to be like that 2 years before I came here. I used to be that guy. I don't know what's going on now, man.
YouTube will teach you not to do that really quick. Like,
YouTube do not play.
It's like do not be nice to people. At all, ever.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
So what
people
you say?
don't be nice to us anyways, so fuck them.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's interesting that now at least people, by the way I see it, HP, is that at least people are paying more attention to you. In a sense, they'll make the most of it in a positive way because I truly believe you're one of the best content creators out here. Your energy can't not be matched on your streams. Your monologues are epic. But
thanks, man.
but yeah, you got to understand that people. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean it, bro. I get a lot of joy watching those. Get inspired in a lot of ways. But you got to understand why people might be like, "Hey, you're this," you know. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I'm okay with the critics. But when I see somebody that overdo it. Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
where I
bounce
have
in
a
PC.
problem.
Thank you for having me up, broski.
All right, take care, broski. Don't be a stranger, bro. Peace.
I won't.
Take care, Orthodox.
Yeah.
You too, Hurricane Pearl.
Yeah. Damn, that shit got shut down.
The real Orthodox is back. I mean, he might be talking shit about me behind my back. I mean, it is what it is. I get you.
Nah, he's interesting, like kind of like true to being an Aquarian. Like he'll probably maybe make a little joke here and there, but I don't think he's mean spirited. Like some of these people here. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, it is what it is. But
and I can't believe that man. Joe Cool, you know, got confused too. Like, man, like Joe Cool, come on, man. Like I said, I'm the only real nigga with a backbone. No, like I heard his criticism on Flow State's panel. Like, did you see the stream like earlier, bro?
I saw some of it.
My ribs were hurting. My ribs were hurting. Right, I was scared to laugh hard because if my mom finds out that I'm still awake, she will be pissed. I try not to laugh hard. Like my ribs were hurting. My ribs were hurting, bro. Flow State just uploaded the premiere version. That's what.
Wait, you just said your mom heard you laughing, she'd be pissed. That's honesty. I love it. So pure.
I'm supposed to be sleeping that time. That's why. You see, that's all I want y'all to know, that I'm real. I always be honest. And what's the punishment I get? Criticism. That's what it comes down to. But like I said, no matter what, like I'm still with the critics. But as long as they don't overdo it, like yeah, I'm okay with it. But if they overdo it, that's where I have a problem. Simple. But yeah, that stream was funny, man. I should have been there. Like at first, I thought they were calling.
He called you up. That's what I was about to say. He called you up. He said, "Hurricane Power, where are you?" Yeah, I heard that part.
Yeah, I thought Flow State was calling me out, like cussing me out in a bad way. But no, I was wrong.
Nah. He's another one. The guy that like, yeah, I think he had to be really mad at you, at the person to do that or whatever. But
Chuck,
I don't know, man. But all those people, they used to come around here more, but they don't. That's why, like, I'm glad that Machine Lies we be building and supporting each other in a sense, platforms and stuff, because a lot of times people just come around when it's useful to them, right? Machine,
are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
There? I think yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
He's battling in the chat right now. He's battling in the chat right now.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm fucking with these people, but I support Perro. You're right. It is what it is. All right.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
You know what I mean? As a brother.
Nobody supports me, but
absolutely.
I support myself. Just saying.
Yeah, I support the underdogs. I'm saying so.
There you go. Yeah.
So that's how I be. I seen he's getting a lot of heat here still. I just evaluate the situation. So
Because I'm telling the truth. That's why I'm getting backlash because I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw Beth in the chat earlier. Yeah, you're welcome to come up here too, set the record straight or whatever. Like I'm not gonna let anybody get shitted on or anything like that. Anything, yeah. Because we got some wolves on the panel.
Hormax are thinking that you was gonna like protect him the same way.
No, I would have. No, to be honest, I would have tried to keep it even. You know, that's how I do things in the sense that, like, even though I'm a lot more friendly with you, especially back then. Now I'm more, but like, I would still at that time. He would come over here a lot. And he was kind of I guess you can say, frenemy of the channel. Like for a minute,
now he's the enemy.
No, listen. At least for you, but like, but that day that I brought you up, ever since then, you don't fuck with me. It's funny, yeah. Just because.
Listen, I did nothing but just came to the panel. That's all I did, and call him out. And all he did is just dox his address. He doxed his address on your chat, and I got the screenshot still. By the way, what goes on the internet stays on the internet. Hormaxer. Right. I'm sorry. Somebody will take that shit and pull up to him and let him know what real is. Let him keep running that mouth. He still runs his mouth, saying, "Oh, I want to fuck Grace, this and that." He just had a fallout with Ben. Did you see it, NPC?
I saw both of them had their shirts off the other day. That you talking about that stream? Yeah, I didn't watch the stream though.
On Thor
that was
TV.
some crazy shit, some fast.
Grace have the nerve. Yeah, Grace have the nerve to bring back late night shows, and she brought back Thor TV for whatever reason. That shit was, man. Oh, Orthodox.
She brought it back.
Right
Yeah.
now. Probably talking shit about me.
Oh, he's live right now. That's why they all left. They're gonna. Yeah, Machine Browns boy. I need to talk to Browns boy. You guys are good at like breaking these things down.
Oh, Bronzebird. Bronzebird is in the chat.
Yes, we watched this shit for
not Brownsbird.
Yeah, you already know if we review this shit for 30 minutes, we're gonna find like 20 holes in the plot.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man.
You feel better, HP? A little better than you did when you first came in? That's good.
Yeah, I feel better.
Safe space, man. As long as you keep respecting the spot like you do, it's all good.
Thank you, NPC. Thank you, NPC, for being live. I appreciate it. And I didn't mean to cross the lines that you didn't like. All I'm saying is what Beth did was very wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, don't take me like being politicking, I guess you can say, as me. I don't support my brother or whatnot. It's just what's fair is fair, especially with the type of host I'm doing. Yeah, he's live right now. I just got the notification.
Yeah, I heard him, man. I heard him.
Yeah. That's wild, bro.
Yeah. My head hurts like a motherfucker right now. That lets you know that I've been through nothing but just
drink some water.
Back and forth.
Drink some. Don't be all dehydrated and shit. Yeah,
you're right.
What about your next? What's your next stream gonna be? That's gonna be a monster. Thinking about the BBC monster. About the next stream
tonight. I might go live tonight.
You're gonna go live tonight? Yeah.
Since it's Good Friday, anyways, and nobody's not working.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Do like a Good Friday special.
Ooh, that's gonna be good. Are you a Catholic?
Yeah, that's correct. How do you know?
Yeah, me too. Well, you just said Good Friday. Mostly only Catholics talk about that. Yeah.
Well, now
I was raised by the Jesuits, more or less.
Jesuits, more or less. I see.
Yeah, not in that Diddy way. Just on the knowledge base.
If I was them, I would say, "Whoa, what the fuck? You a bitch?" That's what I would say.
Interesting enough, I was talking to my basketball coach yesterday on Facebook. It's crazy because like a lot of my homies, they didn't like him because he went too hard on the paint. He was very tough, like a drill sergeant. I liked him. I respect him because I figured like as long as we're winning, he can be as tough and yell at me as much as you want. I want that W, man. And I was talking to him. And this nigga's like 80 years old. I think he's like 80 years old now. And he was telling me, he's like, The only thing I wish I would have been maybe a little easier on you guys, you know. But I told him, I'm like, coach, that if anything, I'm glad you were, because it helped me be the man I am today, like father, friend, you know, like leader or whatnot. Like, yeah, being straight up with people is important. You know what I'm saying? Even if it is harsh. And it stands out. And that's why I think people they trip out on these things, HP and machine, is because they're so used to being soy boy shit everywhere that when someone's like doing that real nigga shit, like they go, oh my God, clutch their pearls and whatnot. Like, you know, when in fact you're just giving them like straight up, even giving them tough love, you know? Super
simple as that.
Yeah. Super duper sensitive. Back to the lecture at hand. Machine Lies, are you done with this one right here? Or do you have anything else you want to hit on this? This right here? We're going over this.
Yeah, I kind of got to take a picture of it again, because I took a picture of it with all the typos in that bitch. So I need to take a picture when I redo that shit. Right, because there's like a couple typos in that bitch that are not fucking around. But yeah, I'll bring this up later. I'll bring this up on the show for you guys, man. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna do it.
Did you go like 15 hours last night? Something like that?
I mean, after the show ends, I'll just go to sleep. But like, I won't really have the energy to like get up. I don't know why I won't just end the stream, but I'll just play some shit. Usually it's the manifesto. Right. So I'll just play the manifesto after the show. And then I'll get up and play some music, usually. After it ends, while I like take a little sleep or whatever. So usually that's the pattern. So sometimes the stream will go like 15, 16 hours or some shit.
Yeah, because this shit distracted me in the sense that I was trying to get through these Kant lectures and whatnot, and then I'm like, I just popped over to your page, and then I got hooked. I got mesmerized by the manifesto. I started, and like little did I know, it was like 50 minutes later, and I was like this, like if the manifesto is the cube, that's me. Machine, your show just had me like,
yeah,
like just like in a trance, because he like what he's speaking on society, it like you can totally see it. One thing I thought it was crazy though, he referred to, I guess he was from black folks. He said plantation darkies. Am I correct?
Right.
Does he talk like that sometimes?
He moved into the cabin in the 70s.
Okay.
So, you know, so there's kind of like, you know, he didn't really understand how society is, right? And what
what the fuck?
You know,
I guess he never had a black friend, really. Yeah.
Pretty much not. Yeah, you could pretty much say that he never had a black friend, right? So, so it was like a long time, you know, like he was basically very sheltered as a youth, and then he
like a genius,
graduated.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He was a boy genius that went to college early. You know, so like he didn't really fit in with his peers because he was like younger than all of them in college, right? So he was sort of
that's awkward for him.
Socially ostracized, and he also had lots of problems, like he was pretty much trying to adjust into society in some weird ways. Like he tried to get a job with his brother. There was like a humiliating instance where like he kind of like tried to like go on a date with this girl. He might have also had like some sort of problems, like in terms of like his psychological ideas. Like some people say that he tried to like become like a cross dresser and shit.
Whoa!
Like,
I didn't
change
hear
his
that
gender.
one.
Like he went to like the doctor and like trying to inquire about a sex change and stuff.
Yeah, by the way, guys, we're talking about the Unabomber, aka Uncle Teddy.
Yeah, so he was so like socially ostracized and sort of like distraught that he was like very much loner, to where like it kind of gave him like psychological problems. And then he was also a participant in the MK Ultra study. So and
they would use those humiliations against them in those studies, right?
Yeah. So him going out to the woods, he actually remarks on that. He says it was an act of personal revenge. So he doesn't see that as his revolt against society. He thinks that is a much more methodical process. right? So he didn't see himself as personally participating in a revolution against the technological society, but he just saw himself as, launching a personal revenge first against the forest, like game and wildlife officers in his area, right? So,
Right. Yeah. And then this is before he was mailing shit.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how it started. That was the catalyst. A more localized thing.
Well, he first attacked the the game and wildlife offices or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Technically, was he not supposed to be in the area? Have a house? Was that his property that he owned, or was he on like a government land or something?
He lived in Montana, right, in the woods, in a cabin that he built by himself.
Yeah.
And there's other
Which is
people
dope.
who lived in the area that were his neighbors. He had a neighbor who ran like some type of sawmill or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. And he poured sand in his equipment because he couldn't stand the noises from the sawmill.
Oh, I see.
So it just created like tons of noise all the time.
Yeah.
So this is something he writes about, is the noise pollution, right? And all that.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, you can understand that must be, especially when a quiet place is serene. You go play somewhere to get away from it all, right? And then you have that noise. It's like Wes Watson going crazy with the leaf blower, but times 10, a sawmill. Yeah, that's why in the movie I saw the mockumentary or whatever, not mockumentary, but documentary of him, biopic. They show that wood chipper thing right there. Okay. And then he just started writing. Is that what was the catalyst for him to write, or was he always writing?
I believe that his writing came after his activities, right? And his activities were to promote the writing, or this is what he said. So, he kind of like saw that, basically like people will basically read anything a serial killer has written, but if you publish something in an academic journal, nobody will read it.
Wow. So he was aware of this.
Right. Yeah.
So this is methodical. Okay. Yeah. What do they call that when the woman's in love with maybe Para? You've seen this, heard this, like when the woman's in love with a serial killer. There's a name for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of reminds me of that ballpark, right? Those people get more attention and clout than just a guy like trying to decode what's going on, expose traps and stuff. That's crazy.
Thank you, bro. Finally, somebody understanding me, the type of man that I'm talking about. Finally. And I don't finally. I mean, like, be honest with yourself. Be confident on who you are, and not be a bitch. That's the difference.
Like this guy, the homie right here. Let's bring him on.
Good job, Gabriel.
What up, Mr. Neuro Jack in the building? Lover of wisdom.
Hey, what's up? Sorry I couldn't make it earlier. I was just kind of distracted, so I didn't make it on time. But
thanks for coming by. And before I forget, Neuro, let's schedule some TikTok shit, live stuff this weekend. I have 5 days off.
Okay,
so
cool.
we got to get something in. I've been looking forward to that.
Yeah, well, and we can record it back here on YouTube. It'd be fun. But basically, we just coordinate behind the scenes. Like, we'll find links and stuff, and like it'll be fun because like what I think it'll be fun will be like I'll go in as like the bad guy and you go in as the good guy, and they don't know that we know each other. Like like, that'd be fun.
That's like normal.
Exactly.
Yeah. They know that they're brothers.
So I'll give you a preview of like what I want to do. So like a friend of a friend sent me this article, and if you don't mind, I'll read a little bit of it because
please do.
It's pretty bad, so like I'm gonna censor the bad parts. Like I won't say anything against TOS, but it's pretty funny. So it's pretty long, so I won't read the whole thing. But I'll just kind of do like a few excerpts, okay, because it's pretty funny. Okay, okay, so relationships and especially marriage are not in your interest as a man, and a bunch of stupid baby boomers think so. I watch a lot of true crime. There are all sorts of fights over marriage. Marriage and relationships are about hate, not love. People fight over custody when they divorce. They kill each other for insurance policies, kill each other to prevent losing assets upon divorce, and get involved in love triangles. While it is true that blood relatives kill each other at times, it is more common with spouses. True crime stories often show conspiracies to kill spouses, sometimes using hitmen, sometimes with exes, sometimes people who cheat, and it says in-laws often hate spouses and vice versa. After all, who wants a bunch of overbearing people when one already has to deal with his or her own parents? And then he goes into stuff I won't say, but it's like women invent all this BS. They were hard and beat up, and they were abused. Yeah, right. It is not acting like a man to run to authority, but women run to authority because they're rats. They sometimes women will even get someone to kill her spouse by making up fake stories about abuse to enrage the stupid person who naively follows. I'm kind of skipping over some parts because this is really long, but it says most standard women are gold diggers looking for the highest amount of wealth and see relationships as a transaction to gain from. This is in spite of the fact that wealth is distributed unfairly. In other words, rich people do not deserve to be rich, and poor people do not deserve to be poor. But women do not care. They just look to jump on the bandwagon and profit. Feminist whores think men have privilege and must just bleed cash, and that women deserve it. They also all want to be with the rich, the top level exploiters, while settling for less and then still sucking money out of them. Women who get married are whores.
Wow.
While my drug addict fuck buddies are not whores. The only type of woman.
I think I know who this is. Who wrote this?
The only type of woman I know not to be gold diggers of a high magnitude are drug addicts, because drug addicts are only looking for their next hit. They let go of the dream of a nice suburban house and a stable relationship to lead from
this guy.
They may want a $5 hit. They may want a $5 hit, but it is a lot less than getting in a relationship. So drug addicts tend to make good fuck buddies. I say fuck buddies because, and not friends with benefits, because we are not really friends. Once I know your name and you know my name, I do not want to get sexual with you. I only like cheap drug addicts when we do not know each other's real names. My favorite spots are Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia and the hotels around the airport.
6'7". Yeah.
I was naive enough to look for a relationship. I would want someone who is about the same age as me and might factor in looks. However, since I am more interested in having a roster of fuck buddies, age and looks do not matter much. I would rather have a bunch of fuck buddies who do not look that good than one relationship with an attractive woman. And then it says, I noticed women on dating apps play a lot of games, so I got sick of it and signed up on Grindr just to see what the LGBT community does. It seems that some people are on Grindr to cop drugs, but the ones that are not do not play games. Maybe I should go gay just to teach women a lesson, since I do not like them anyways.
Dude, at first I thought it was one person. Now I think it's somebody else. That's funny.
I don't think you guys have talked to this person before, but it is really funny.
At first, when you said all the drug funk buddies, I thought it was Appalachian Gorilla, aka Noid, our friend Noid.
No, it's not.
And then I thought it was when you said about the grinder stuff. I thought it was like pill eater trolling.
No, this is like this is a guy who's like a very black pilled person. So like this is probably like somewhat honest, but I don't know what to what degree. But
the grinder part. The way go back to why did he sign up for Grinder?
Just to show women a lesson. And it says, and then he's like, here it says it's like people on Grindr get high all the time, while plenty of fish females reported me for messaging them about that and got my account removed. This is because women are rats. Fuck earning a living just to provide a comfortable lifestyle for a woman. I want to move to Northeast Philadelphia and live in rundown housing. I have lived out of my car and in jail, so I do not mind rundown or living minimally.
Live the life.
The only reason to live is to get high, which I admit I like a lot more than sex. I will hang out with my junkie fuck buddies because the majority of other women tend to be big time gold diggers.
Y'all banging in the chat. You're missing. This is gold. What he's reading. This shit's. You thought that? I mean, it goes to the tier of Hurricane Paro content. Like this is wild, bro. You listen to this, Paro?
Yeah, I am.
This is wild, huh?
It's almost finished. I'll just read the last 2 paragraphs really quick. Okay. Before I started worshiping the devil, I used to believe the goal in life was to get married and have a stable relationship. However, I rejected that Christian bullshit a long time ago. So you might believe in commitment, loyalty, and respect, but from my point of view, to my fuck buddies, it's a lot more like shut the fuck up and let me fuck you. This is a song that reminds me of Gold Diggers because Shaggy Two-Dope says, one thing I can't stand is these bitches trying to get my riches, and I don't even got none. Oh, there's actually more, but
yeah, I think that's new volume 2.
Yeah. But I just thought that was a very interesting article, I guess.
You know what I want to do? It's like I want to. It's funny when we start talking about male-female sexual dynamics, the fucking viewers cut in half. Really? I don't know if that's or this just Neurojack's.
Well, there's something about me. I'm kryptonite. For sure.
But we're all about quality, not quantity. So we appreciate everyone who listens. Hey, but Neuro, like, I'm wondering what the AI would say. Like, if you had to condense with that article, the main points of it. Like, describe the personality of someone and what they're trying to impart on us. You know.
Well, I think he sums it up here. He says, "Despite my closeted fuck buddies, I still consider myself a MGTOW, men going their own way. If I was a serial killer, I would not strangle $5 drug addicts like the Kensington Strangler, since these women are honest."
This is Charles Darwin wrote this. Charles, did you write this? It definitely makes me reassess my thoughts. How's that hangover, buddy? You doing better? Could be much worse.
Yeah, but I just want to make
it. No, that was good, Nero. That was good. But can we break that down? Philosophize on that? Can you pull anything from that? I don't know if you're listening. If you're in a war out there in the chats.
Well, that's what's funny about it is that you know people are triggered by comments. Right?
I just want to be loved. That's all. That's all I want. I want nothing but negative, but love. That's all I want. That's all.
When he has this goat, look at this picture of this goat and the woman. I'm thinking bestiality.
They look alike. They look alike. That's the. Tell me that they don't look alike.
That look like Neuro. That look like Eternal with the blonde wig.
It looks like a reptilian, to be honest.
Shit.
And there's more to come. It's that I just to be on my own thing. I don't be like focusing on all memes that I've still settled. Yeah, but they're coming. They're coming.
That's all you want? Oh, you tell me, says, is that really that's all you want, Pero? You just want to be loved?
Yeah. Yes, I just want love. That's all. And I want women to wake up and stop dating weak men. That's all I want.
Yeah. And don't get this misconstrued. I'm not saying you're an incel, but my homie, Hold the Truth, Father Truth, as you guys know him over here, he would say, and he's a philology professor. He would say that most men, particularly incel, all they want is a girlfriend, a woman. To be honest, like people think that they hate women. Maybe some of them do, but like most of them want a stable, long-term relationship.
But they don't.
It's very
but they
hard
don't
for
have
a lot
the
of men
power.
nowadays.
Yeah, they don't have the power to get one woman. That's the thing.
Well, there's a theory that a lot of these women who are like saying how bad men are, like really they're just bitter because not the men that they want don't want them because they're bitter and like annoying, you know? And so
that's a big thing right there. That you could be right. And yet, crack baby, you're right. I don't get pussy. That he was right about that. That I don't get pussy. He's right. I'm gonna admit.
Okay.
I'm gonna admit. Because I'm not a pussy magnet dick and that.
Does he? You think?
I don't know. I'm glad you asked that question.
Did you ask him for a dick pic?
Well, he said my dick is small, so I was waiting to see his, and he was just giving me nothing but excuses.
Oh my god! Oh, I can't believe we're talking. This is normalized neuro machine.
Yeah.
This
he was moving.
This is what it's come to.
Yeah, he was moving feminine and shit, but he have the nerve to call me gay, but he was moving feminine.
This is Lord help, Lord, please protect my Benjamin in these years, and Neuro's family, and then Machine's young brother, and everyone else's family, young men and women out here. This is some interesting times we're living in.
Amen.
Anyone under like 25, man, they've got some like it makes like all kink and all like sexual perversion of like our generation seem like very mild in comparison. It's like we were so much more normal like 25 years ago. It's like now it's like just totally insane. Like because okay, like a friend of mine was on like dating apps and he's like, every single woman's like, I'm into ethical non-monogamy, and I'm like,
what?
Like they're leading out. They're like leading out with like, hey, I'm totally fine with just banging whoever. And these women are like hitting their 30s. These aren't like young. I mean, young women.
They hit the wall, They hit the wall. Hitting the wall doesn't necessarily mean you're ugly. It just means that you come to a point as a woman that you know deep down that clock is ticking. If you want to have kids and stuff.
Well, a lot of these women are like hitting like 27 to like 38, and they're all like, I need to freeze my eggs. And I'm like, so you're going to have kids when you're like 45 or what? Like,
and that's
what are you waiting for, you know?
First of all, your chances go down of a pregnancy carried to term. And secondly, well, no, just leave it at that. You know what I mean? It's very, and if it is, there could be a lot of genetic issues going on. That's dangerous, bro.
But it's just interesting that like a lot of these women are super attractive, at least from what I've seen, and it's like,
yeah, for sure,
or at least were, and then like it's just kind of crazy, like how, like we used to learn about this in the red pill movement about like, you know, women doing this, but it seemed like it was kind of like a lot more rare back then, but it seems like now like it's the total norm. Like, a lot of these women like just have not settled at all. Like, you know, like they're still 30, like, oh, I'm still going to date for a couple more years or whatever. And I'm like, it's kind of, and again, I'm not even demonizing. I'm just thinking it's like, I didn't realize how rampant the phenomenon was, you know?
Yeah. People like J-Lo influence people that, J-Lo can do it. That means I can do it. Well, you're not J-Lo. And even she had a hard time doing this shit. What do you think about J-Lo, HP? You know, HP? He's probably doing something. I'm sure he has a take on it. Shadow Buddha says, Gabe, remember anecdotally, I saw about 75% of women who already have kids, but they don't want any more. This is on a dating app. I'm not raising another man's kid. No way. I want my own kids, huh? Yeah, I feel you, right? That's a lot of the young men. That's the thing, bro. Like they want to have a lot of them do want families, right? Yet these women are not being the neuro you're talking about. Some of them are not. They're not being reasonable. I think, right? With that, you know, I mean, it's their right not to want to have kids, but damn, bro, they you know they want to have a partner, but they don't realize that you're gonna, you know, Us men, we want children, bro. We want a lineage. Yeah. Any thoughts? I hear a lot of mic rubbing. What's going on?
Oh, my bad. That might be me.
Okay.
Yeah, I had that shit next to my hip or whatever.
What to say? Oh, put your hands upon my hip. You dip. Were you doing the Dougie or something? When you were typing?
No.
When she lies doing the Dougie, that shit be fucking crook. Hypnosis, and you might hurt yourself if I leave you alone. Man, you got another one?
Yeah, he
God
got
damn, more
he's
lives
3
than
accounts
Tupac.
deep. He's 3 accounts deep on me. Yeah,
Damn.
he's really hurt. He's really hurt his feelings. A Tamagotchi comment. He thinks we're all fake characters. Oh no!
Do you have the condoms, or does he realize that you're a mod?
It's real feelings that got hurt though. You see that though?
Yeah. Mitch, just come up here, bro. This has been like smoke out night, basically, right? More or less, among other things. Mitch, you know you're always welcome. Me, you had a great conversation last time you were up here, bro. We didn't start off like that always.
Well,
but
what you do if you want to talk to Mitch is you tell him that you're a cop, and then he tries to like entrap you so he can sue you and make a lot of money. So that's usually the best way.
Which you just laugh because most likely you're not a cop. He doesn't say anything. Fuck Neurojack. He doesn't even refute this shit. He likes this shit. He likes the ambiguous nature of this shit.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really weird type of thing. Like people scamming people with the auditing the police situation, right?
Well, yeah, I heard you say that. What did you mean by that, bro? Yeah, expand on that.
Like he was running after police officers, like antagonizing them and trying to make a case in the court with them and stuff. Mitchell doing his victim advocate.
Oh hell yeah!
There's some scam shit.
Homie. All I had to do was ask him to come up, and he came out. Oh yeah, the homie. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. This is for What's the Matter You.
Last time, you remember, the trustees of What's the Matter You were wondering how to keep their college from going bankrupt. How about giving an honorary degree to Danny Warbucks? You ninny, he's only a make-believe character. We're real?
Yo, what's up? It's been a minute. What's up, Mitch? Love it. How you been, bro?
What's good, bro? How you doing?
I'm chilling, dog. Dog good? Everybody good?
Yeah. Well, my dog passed away about a year ago.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, bro.
No worries.
Yeah. Mitch, you're deep. You say deep with the accounts or whatnot. Anyway, what's on your mind, Mitch? What's on your mind?
Well, let's see. How do I articulate this in the clearest way possible? It's just ironic, the similarities of how I have to treat government as I do these guys that are sitting here complaining about how I deal with government. So, yeah, these government advocates here online that I also have to collect evidence on because of their lies.
That's when they actually explain themselves, right? They sound stupider than it's like
because of their lies and false claims. Well, if you give me a minute to try and explain myself, you can make that determination when I'm done.
You got the con.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, man.
No worries, man. It's just I find it to be strikingly similar to how I deal with them as to how I deal with the police or the government in general. So if you're taking the position that government is all good and government accountability is somehow bad, then I don't know if that's genuinely the position that you're taking. It seems like a disingenuous argument that you're making, but I'm happy to explain my situation with the government as I am with you. It's very similar. And also the censorship is also very similar, ironically. And then Perp's screaming victim is very similar. All of that I've experienced with government as I have with online people. So,
Mitch, do you think you've ever committed a crime that deserves punishment?
Oh, certainly. I've learned a lot of lessons throughout.
So in theory, you don't have a problem with someone governing over.
No, I'm not anti-government at all. I do have a problem with the state of government today, but I'm not anti-government, not by any means.
Machine, can you give your position on the government? Because I don't see you as anti. I mean,
the government doesn't fuck with us. We all know.
I'm not anti or pro government, so I don't know. I don't even understand the claim that's being made at all. But yeah, obviously we talk a lot about political science on the show. So I give the genealogy of lots of political theories, right, including capitalism, communism. For example, we looked at John Locke, we looked at Rousseau, we looked at Marx, and his influence that he got from Hegel. We looked at Hegel's ideas about the apotheosis of the state. I think it's a damaging idea, personally, that man's sort of liberation can be found within the state and so on and so forth. And, obviously I've read the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, there's different ideas that I support, in terms of government and, and the state.
Yeah, and that's definitely not my position, just for a point of clarity, that I'm not like pro-state, and I'm not saying that you can find liberation through the state or by the state. What I'm saying is government is a necessary element of our society. It's proven that over thousands of years. So if we take away government today, we would see pure chaos. So it's keeping a lot of people in a much more stable situation. So until we build something better or fix what we have, it's just the reality of the situation.
Okay.
Well, alrighty then.
That sounds reasonable. I mean, both you guys are like, okay, that's that. What's up with this personal shit? I mean, is it something that
it's manufactured drama
walk beyond?
It's manufactured drama that should have been resolved years ago, but people want to maintain their cognitive dissonance and maintain bogus narratives to protect their ego or whatever. Protect their
What was
community.
the genesis years ago? What was the genesis of this? Can you pinpoint it?
I have it all recorded. I mean, I can try and describe it the best I can from my perspective, but the synopsis of it was I actually had beef with another man, and TML is defending. Well, I mean, we can get into all the nitty-gritty details of it, but the position that TML is taking right now is defending another man, saying that I threatened someone else, but that someone else is not here claiming that I threatened them. So just seems like a bogus claim.
You said you come to Michigan and try to visit me. You don't remember you saying that to me?
Yeah, I will come up there. It's not a threat. If you're scared, that's your problem.
Why would I be either A, scared of you, or B, want to meet you?
Well, if you're not scared, then it's not a threat. That's
right.
first.
But why? But why would either of those things be the case? As you were saying in the chat,
a threat is you being scared.
Yeah, but why would anybody be scared of you or want to meet you?
So then it's not a threat. You just claimed it was a threat, and then you claimed nobody would be scared.
You understand the question I'm asking you? I just asked you a question.
Contradicting it is?
See, this dude is totally inconsistent.
You claimed I threatened you, and then you claimed you're not
can't answer
scared.
a simple question of why anybody would be afraid of him or want to meet him on the internet.
But here's the thing:
I can't answer why anyone would be afraid of me. You're the one who's claiming to be afraid of me by claiming I threatened you.
No, I'm not. I'm not claiming to be afraid of you at all. But you did threaten people online.
Who did I threaten and how?
If I was in TML and bitch, if I was having beef with somebody, and then they said like I can come visit you, I think I would take it as a threat, even if I was afraid of them or not.
Well, that's what constitutes a threat: is you being afraid. Hate to break it to you.
Yeah.
Well, I think my article that I read is kind of relevant now. Should I go back and read it? What did you think of that article I read?
I've tuned you out for years. You're just another psyoper.
I mean,
okay, right, neurojack.
You're trying to manipulate people's
delusional. This is delusional about people's.
What's
This is totally delusional about people's roles on the internet. He's in a chat
He
spinning.
fucking had AI write
shit.
something for him, and then he wants to
Spinning
present
people
it
on the internet. He's
based
totally
on some
drama.
bogus
And the
prompt.
reason he's taking over me is because we're
He wants
exposing the
to,
shit
he
out of
wants
him.
to read AI.
Come on,
I'm
Mitch.
addressing Neurojack.
The reason he doesn't like what I'm saying is because
Neurojack
we're
asked
exposing
me
him.
a question, not you, you dumb fuck.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
let's
okay. See how triggered this dude is? This dude's
That's
taking it
you. You're the one who won't let me
Let me put
answer
some water on
Neurojack's
this.
questions. That's
Neurojack
why
and me
it
are running
takes.
a government
How many
agenda. which
grown
is
men does it take
You're
to
a
defend
total
other
fucking
grown
retard.
men
Total fucking retard.
on a
There's
little
nothing
fucking
that makes
word
any
fight?
goddamn sense.
That's why we can't
Okay.
get anywhere in society.
You're 20,
'Cause you want to
20 years
control the
in
narrative.
government.
You're jealous of
You're a
government.
retard.
If
You're a
anything,
delusional
let's
fucker.
be real. You're jealous.
Let's be real. You're more. I'm jealous of you now.
No, you're jealous of, yeah, most likely. But what my point was that you're jealous of government.
Oh, I'm jealous of the government now.
Yes.
Okay. Explain that one to me.
Shut up, Buddha. You're crazy. Shabu's like 12-hour stream. Huh? Sounds like it's gonna be that.
This dude just makes it up.
You want to control narratives. You don't want to talk shit out. You don't want to present the facts.
Now people
You
are
just
jealous
want to
of the
control
government.
narratives. You want to
People
shout
are
over
throwing narratives
people.
on the internet. They want to.
Neurojack asked me a question. All right. Neurojack is defending you, a grown man fully capable of defending himself.
He's so scared of what I have to say.
That's
Now
why
he's
you're
on channel.
talking over me.
Fucking scared, dude. Fucking
That's why
scared
you're
little bitch.
talking over me.
Hold on, guys.
Mitchell.
Hold on, guys.
Neurojack asked me the question, you stupid motherfucker.
Right, and you answered it to the best of your ability, and you
No, I
sounded like
never got a
fucking
chance to
retard.
answer it
sounded
because
like a
you
fucking
want to talk
retard.
over me.
So,
Hold on, let's,
are you
let's do,
threatened
we
by
can do it one,
machine
hold on,
talk?
Nero. Hold on. Listen, we can do it one at a time. We can do it one at a time. You know, I mean, if you guys like cussing at each other, it's good. It's funny content, but like, let's try to keep the ad homs, you know, to a minimum. But like, we'll address each thing. Neurojack first, and then Machine Lies.
I got nothing to say. This dude's doing
Okay,
it.
okay.
Let's take it one at a time.
Okay,
That's
we'll address
reasonable.
Mr. Mitch. Can you address Neurojack?
Yeah, my point to Neurojack was that he put in prompts into AI and had it spit out some bogus narrative that they want to continue to try and push instead of just address the facts. That's in order to maintain their cognitive dissonance from the best I can tell.
What?
Well, actually, somebody else that I've talked to wrote this, you know,
Who?
himself, as far as I know.
Who? So you're just repeating other man's works, of course, just to further your stupid ass narrative.
So you've never quoted somebody else in
Instead of
anything that
just
you've ever done?
addressing the facts. Yeah, but I give credit to those people that I quote.
Oh, they call that works cited?
I literally said somebody else wrote this, so I mean, I continue to argue.
Yeah, right.
That's done. So let's move on.
Yeah,
now.
you now said it. Finally, you didn't say it while you were presenting it.
Well, actually, you wouldn't know because you said that you tuned me out. No,
I called you out for using fucking AI. And you said someone else wrote it. Who's the someone else?
Hold on.
Does
I
anybody
can
notice
prove
that
that you're.
You're
wait, I
your
can prove you're a
imaginary
liar.
internet
I
friend.
didn't prove anything to this guy.
I can wait. I can prove.
everything
I can
correct.
prove Mitch is a liar right now. You
Go
said
ahead.
that you've tuned me out for years, and then you
Yes.
said, "Oh, you didn't say that it was written by somebody else." But then you would be contradicting yourself because you said that you were. Now you're saying that you were listening, and I didn't say it. But now
Yeah,
you're
I
saying
heard
that
you, but I wasn't listening. You ever heard that?
right. So you just made up a lie because you
No,
weren't
I didn't make up a lie. Obviously, I had the volume on, but I tuned you out. I wasn't paying attention to what you said. But if you admitted that you were reading,
so
it was
under a
obvious
court of
you were
law,
reading
under
from
a court of
AI.
law, under a court
I
of law,
tune
did
you
you
out. I
slander? Wait,
don't
did you
give any
slander me?
credence. I
Wait,
don't
did
think
you
about what
slander
you
me?
say. I hear
Are
what
you
you say.
slandering me? Are you slandering me then?
I hear what you say. Sue me, you
Because
fucking
you're
victim.
inaccurate.
If I'm
So-
slandering
so-
you, sue
so
me. You
here's
won't
the
do it
question,
because
though.
you're an
See,
anonymous
here's the
coward
question, though.
who can't be slandered.
Here's the real question, though. See, ever since I met you, I've been nothing but respectful to you. But then you come and you say
No,
all
you
these
haven't
things
been
to
respectful. Your passive aggressive
you come-
bullshit's not
He is right
respectful.
now. He is.
you
He's
you
being
come and
respectful
attacked
now.
No,
me
he
and
came up. He was
you
telling
and
a
your
fucking narrative.
you
Mitch,
you
hold
and
on,
your
bro.
you and your gay you and your gay
Just
buddies
because
have
he
come and
politely
attacked me and
speaks this
Machine.
bogus narrative about a homeless junkie having some sort of fucking sex or whatever sexual fantasies he's having.
What?
Clearly,
This
in,
dude's having a nervous breakdown. I think
clearly
Mitch is having a nervous
directing
breakdown.
whatever
on the stand-up.
bogus narrative he's pushing out there towards me. And then when I come up here acting like it's become more relevant that I'm now here and acting like he wasn't putting it out there to try and dig at me passive aggressively. That's all bogus ass bullshit, dude.
So here's the question. So ever since I met you, you and your buddies have
he's back.
Ever since I met you, hold on. Ever since I met you, you and your buddies have like come at me and Machine for whatever we're doing.
Hold on, let's clarify.
Wait, because
I'm not responsible for anyone else.
Here's my last comment.
All the retards you LARP with on the panel all the time
my
for 3
buddies are
years.
that you're referring
For
to.
3 fucking years, you're on the panel with the same people, and they're not your buddies.
Neurojack, can you clarify who my buddies are that you're referring to?
Well, here's my last question. If you guys are you guys
Can you
threatened?
clarify who my buddies are so I can consider your question?
Are you threatened by our words and our ideas?
People.
Are you threatened by our words?
This dude's triggered. He can't let Neuro talk.
Everybody. I want to hear what Neurojack. He'll answer your question.
If I was threatened, I'd let you know. Your buddy's the only one that claimed to be threatened.
Well, if you guys aren't threatened by it,
let him talk.
Okay, if you guys are not threatened by it, why have you guys ceaselessly tried to derail and deride and censor
That's you.
us?
I'm sitting here trying to address the facts, and you keep looping through nonsense.
So you're denying it now? You're going to deny that you and your friends have tried to destroy
Who are my
our
friends?
commentary?
I'm asking you, who are you calling my friends before I can consider your question?
So you're going to play ignorance now.
Hold
Okay,
on,
Mr.
I'm asking you.
Auditor.
You, Neurojack, when you say his friends, let's say names.
He knows who it is.
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking you.
I'm asking you, bro.
I don't have any friends on here, so I can tell you that he's wrong. But I'm wondering who he's considering my friend.
Respectfully, I'm trying to get him to answer your question.
All right.
Dog. Yeah.
I mean, I know that you
give me a name, please.
I know you hate the gang of the police, but you and your friends act like a Manson family gang yourself. I mean, maybe you should look in the mirror, buddy.
Wait, Neurojack, do you hear what I'm saying? I'm asking you a question. Like, can you name at least one person?
I mean, all the people that he's sits around and jerks off with all day.
Paul enslaved? Are you saying?
I've never been friends with Paul.
I mean, I don't see him going and attacking the people that
you're not helping me out, Neurojack.
Who would you like me to attack, Neurojack? Just get to the point. Who would you like me to attack?
Well, I want to know why you're attacking me. That's the question. I've never said anything.
I'm not attacking you. You're the one who came up here taking passive-aggressive jabs at me when I wasn't up here.
What are you talking about?
And then I came up here, you acted like it wasn't about me, and then you acted like it was more relevant, and then you want to call me a liar, blah, 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 instead of just address the facts.
Wait, are you making assumptions? I didn't even know you're in the chat. So how
yes,
would I know?
you did. Whatever.
Anyway, Wolfie, what do you have to say, Wolfie?
Did you see me commenting?
I'll concede that one. I can't prove you knew I was in the chat, but it was obvious I was in the chat. You were obviously defending your buddy TML, taking jabs at me.
I haven't talked to you in like 2 years.
You just randomly came up with that script about me.
I guess I'm not bad anymore.
Exactly.
What am I missing here?
I can literally send you the article to show you that I didn't write it, and it was up before I came on this panel.
I would love you to give credit to whatever fucking bullshit you were trying to push, for sure.
Man, this shit is going to make the numbers go down.
I know, it's just all a bunch of opinions. Let's just address the facts.
Because this dude literally crying for like a year.
A lot of claims being pushed up here. Claims without evidence should be dismissed without evidence. There's no reason to keep making claims on top of
the
claims.
Ones you made, that's you.
On top of claims without evidence. I'm willing to present evidence.
Yeah, that's you. Yeah, you said Neurojack works for the government.
I have presented evidence of all my claims, and I'm willing to present more.
You're literally fucking retarded, and you can't let me talk because you're literally fucking retarded, dude.
I'm willing to present more evidence.
Are you willing to let me talk on the panel without talking over me?
Yeah, but
are you willing to let me have a minute to
You're the
respond
one
to what
who
you said?
stopped me from answering another man's
none of this time have you ever let me
because
talk.
you wouldn't stop talking.
Mitch, I thought you don't believe in censorship. Wait, Mitch, I thought you don't believe in
So
censorship.
you're not a victim. You're not a victim of this failure to communicate. You're a participant.
No, you're a failure of communicating how Neurojack is.
You're not a victim of this failure to communicate. You're a participant.
And why you can't stop talking over people when they're talking. Like
You're
100%.
Just try to have a reasonable conversation.
You're not having one. You're not having one because you keep talking over people. You don't let people respond to what you're saying. You're emotionally triggered You're having
not-
a personal.
That's
Yeah, go ahead,
you. I'll have a reasonable conversation with any one person at a time.
Yes,
We're taking a break. Thank you. We're taking a break, and then when we come back from this 3 minutes and a half, we're not talking over people because if you are, you're getting kicked. No hard feelings or anything, but it's just, guys, this is retarded, bro. Yeah. So yeah, we'll be right back in a minute. After these messages, we'll be right back. Oh, that's the wrong one.
That's a good ass song, to be honest.
I love you. I love you too.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the Yellow Brick Road. Shout out to my surfer chick back in the day, Teal. She was the first person that said, "Gabriel, you are an artist." Yeah. But yeah, bro. Like, Narrow Jack left. Okay, but yeah. I mean, are we done with that shit, bro? Like, cause Mitch.
I'm done. I got nothing to say.
I'll address anyone, man. I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions or whatever.
Right, you have, right. I mean,
well, wait,
you won't address any questions. You just talk over people.
I was answering Dave's
questions. Talking over shit because Mitch, the last couple of times you heard that shit was fire, bro. And it was like, it seems like a year ago. Might as well have been like, but I get it if you want to defend yourself. But let's not talk over anybody. Talk over each other.
It goes both ways, man. It's not like anyone's a victim of it. Yeah.
I said everybody, bro. I do it to people all the time. A lot of times because I'm excited on some. Yeah. Gabe, that Teal, she knocked the camera out of my hands at the beach. Yeah, she did that shit, bro. Yeah, Hurricane Peril would have been mad. He'd be like, "What? That hoe knocked the camera out your hand?" Yeah, bro. That was my blue pill simp days. Not simp, but blue pill days and shit. Yeah. Back to the lecture at hand, man. Wisdom versus wisdom haters. Do you see? Well, I'll ask Wolfie and Mitch because you guys are new here in the last hour. Do you see that dynamic being played out in the panelverse or in
what
our
dynamic? I'm sorry, I missed it. What dynamic?
You see wisdom versus wisdom lovers versus wisdom haters. Do you see that in the panels, in these panels, like where people really don't literally are against people trying to build themselves up with some knowledge?
Well, see, I make a distinction between like wisdom and knowledge and knowledge. I think wisdom I see more as like experience applied, and knowledge is like something you learn from a book,
What if you but could we say that like it's like a steps, because knowledge can be data or stuff you get from a book, right, that you apply, which becomes wisdom that you apply in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time going away from wisdom simply being experience applied.
Okay. Wolfie? Will you build off of what he said? Wolfman Jack? The machine lies. Yeah. Wisdom and experience. What's your thought on that? Wisdom as experience.
I think activity is greater than mind, right? I think there's two real forces in the world: is activity, which totally rules over. It's basically like will or spirit. You could, sort of think of it. It rules over the multiplicity of things, which is the minds, right? There's many minds that exist, right? So I think that, any type of thought that you could have, experience and action sort of supersede that. And I think the universe started with actions, right? Like I think the first thing God did, he didn't think up a plan of how to create this world and draw up this huge map based on what, right? If you're going to go and create something for the first time, it's not based on anything. Right. So that's why they say God called things into existence. It's an action, right?
Yeah. At first, what does the Bible say? At first, there was the word.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, kun faya kun is how we say it in Islam. It says be and then it was. Right. God said be and then it was.
Yeah.
Kun faya kun.
Yeah. There's too many of us maybe doing the at was first though, right? Thinking that's the way to achieve things, right? You're getting like in a loop. Not doing
Right.
that.
And that's the thing. All plans are subject to collusion, right? Uniqueness is a thing, to act without planning and act without thinking. Right. Once you learn something, it becomes second nature. You shouldn't have to think about it to do it. Right. So there's a huge thing where, sometimes acting without thinking is perilous. Right. And we've all seen that. We all understand the example of that.
Yeah.
Right. But sometimes acting without thinking means that it's a superior form of action. Right. So there's two ways to think of it.
Yeah. This is like back to an astrological tip. We're in the month of Aries. And I think that's what like a balanced Aries energy or per person with that sun sign, for example, they do things without thinking, but in a good way, and that's what makes them courageous.
Yeah,
because they take initiative. They just don't sit on their ass and wait for it. They just do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's why it says in the Gita, I believe that you're entitled to your actions, but not the fruit of them. It's the karmic works.
Uh-huh.
Right. You decide what you do. You don't decide what comes of what you do.
Yeah.
Right. Obviously, life is activity and not production. Right. And God is, like one of the ways they understand God in like the Kabbalistic terminology is like pure act. Right. They think God is pure act. Right. Or something like that. They'll come to the conclusion that action is like, like superior or something like that, to understanding it.
Right. Muscle memory.
I was thinking also, that I feel like knowledge is more of like an interpretation of another man's experiences or perspective. And so, I don't know, I feel like I get my idea of putting experiences as superior to that from like the ancient Irish law, which couldn't be written down, it could only be written about. And because when you write things down in a book or whatever, it's open to interpretation. It's also, it opens the door for deception.
Yeah, that's true in a sense. But in another sense, it's also true that whether something is written in a book or whether something comes from an idea of something else, that all of those ideas are based on the idea itself, right? So it's not that they're actually creating something new, right? They're actually going off of what they've learned, right? You could think of anything that somebody else says as something that they learned from somebody else, right? So it's like nobody actually thinks of anything original. There's also some
right. And I don't disagree with you necessarily with that. I'm just kind of adding to that idea with the idea that once you have gained a certain level of knowledge, you can either use it for good or bad, essentially, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's more about what you don't know, or I believe wisdom is more about what you do not know, right?
Could we go? That's why, like negation, that process could be very helpful. Like getting rid of the things, acknowledging the things you don't know, to make room, maybe eventually for things that are supposed to be there.
Yeah, I offer a prayer all the time. I say, God, save me from the knowledge that does not benefit.
Right. Yeah, that's a good
This
one.
is the prayer, right? That's the only thing I really want and deserve.
Yeah. That's why I think a lot of you brothers up here, like you all on your own way, our own styles, we're good at that negation stuff. Yeah. We do that
Forgive
a
me
lot.
for what I don't know. You know what I mean? Forgive me for what I don't know.
Yeah. This is why, exactly. That's it. That's pretty, it seems like a cool Socratic type of vibe, what you just said, right? Didn't he say that? Socrates, like, I know I don't know much or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. No, that's what when I think about him, I think about
I don't understand. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that.
I'm not the smartest guy. You know what I mean? That's why I'm on here learning with y'all. I love it.
Yeah, blessings, Wolfie.
experience as well.
Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, that's why he died, right? He took the hemlock because he was pissing off the sophists, right?
Well,
quote wisdom folk, wisdom clan.
The sophists and the poets, they had a strong influence on the academic structure of Athens, right? But in terms of so they basically said that Socrates was corrupting the youth by giving them like a fake education, right? And also that he didn't follow the gods of Athens, right? So the poets had charged him with that because the poets were kind of like the religious officials. So he said that he had learned from the Oracle of Delphi, right? That Socrates is one of the wise men of Athens, right? So so he offered the testimony of the Oracle of Delphi, right? And he said that he didn't know what the Oracle meant by saying that Socrates is wise, right? So he said that actually I'm aware of what I don't know, right? So by having a special sort of wisdom that others don't possess, I see that I am aware of what I don't know. And that is a piece of knowledge that others don't have. So he says, when I compare my knowledge to the Athenians, there's a bunch of people who claim that they know things and they don't know. But he said, I actually don't know and admit that I don't know. So I'm more wise than them.
Yeah.
So literally in his definition of wisdom, he's talking about what he does not know, right?
What he does not know, yeah. But I like though he still had the self confidence to say, like, they said, what should your punishment be? He said, basically, it should be that you have a meal every night in my honor. I beg, because I'm telling you guys, basically kind of humble your ass. That's the first stepping stone to knowledge, the Mr. fucking know-it-alls and shit. Yeah. Hey, Mitch, that way back in Greece where people will just follow people around. Not necessarily, because I know you don't. I'm not going to speak for you, but you're here. But I would assume you're not a type of a follower per se. Consider yourself a follower. But do you like how in the ancient Greek times, for example, how they didn't necessarily rely on books, but there was more having dialogues? That's how they were learning wisdom, gaining wisdom. Could you see yourself fitting in a time like that, or?
Yeah, I'm not extremely book smart. I'm not real institutionalized. I dropped out of high school halfway through sophomore year. I got my diploma early, and went to college and stuff, but I didn't, do it traditionally. I did it kind of on my own terms. And so I was able to soak up what I was interested in and leave behind what I didn't feel just didn't feel right. I've just learned to trust my intuition more than anything. And so it's hard for me to trust another man's perspective. I mean, I'm happy to analyze the evidence myself and change my mind, but I'm just not going to, I feel like we've all been fooled. So even if they are intentionally deceiving you or not, I feel
brother. We're right there. But how about Mitch, though? Can you respect someone, though, that maybe did feel like they did better themselves through books?
Oh, for
Can
sure,
you
man.
tap your hat to?
Yeah, it's just not a strength that I really have, I mean, I think we all have our strengths and our weaknesses. And so, I've just come to humble myself with, I had one of my best friends growing up was real smart, and he went on traditionally through school and became a lawyer. And I learned pretty early on that that's not my competition.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're able to see that, because it's good. It's a good step and knowledge, wisdom that you do know your strength and weaknesses. Some people don't even know that. Let me bring up this guy right here. Our friend.
Yeah, right.
Does
what up, man? You like that?
Joe,
What up,
Joe?
What up,
How cute. What up, bro?
That was dope.
Like that, OG? Caught him off guard.
Hey,
I mean, who
what's
else
up?
has a damn fucking intro and shit? That's the only good part of the song, actually, right?
Oh yeah.
I never went to high school. I went to school high.
I think everybody in this panel loves the trees. For sure.
Yeah, I'm about to smoke mine right now, to be honest.
Smoke one for me, bro.
I just finished dinner. You know, you got to smoke a cigar and smoke a little weed afterwards. So, yeah, that's what this is. This is perfect.
You been following this shit tonight, bro? It's been crazy full moon. It's crazy.
Following what? The panel here or
here? I mean, it's all one panel basically, right? All the shows.
Sit on here. I guess
but I'm saying, okay, what you saw, it's a continuation of what went on here earlier. That's going on now.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's first of all, I'll just say it's one big panel. Can we get that straight? All this shit. It's basically all this shit. Yeah, but some of them are more a little bit highbrow than others. I'll just put that out there. Shout out to Machine Lies. But anyway,
I gotta tell you, this can't go wrong. I'm a fan of Mars and TML. This shit can't go wrong. I don't give a fuck if they yell at each other and shit. You know, this is like great. I'm a fan.
You don't care?
More. I mean, let's just be honest. No, I'm just kidding.
What did you say?
Let's say, who are you a fan of more?
We know the answer. We don't got to say it out loud. It's okay.
That's funny. Let me big up Mars a little bit, and I hope he don't get mad at me because I got to put him down a bit first. When I first met Mars, he was like frenzied, schizoid, jumping on everybody, rabid fucking animal. But you could see he was smart. Me and that nigga been friends since the day we met, and that dude did a 180. He did a 180 and he brilliantly expressed the shit he said up here today. Yeah, he jumped and interrupted a bunch of shit, but the content of what he was saying, that motherfucker come a long way, man. I admire him for it. And I see it because I'm smart enough to see it. You got to be smart to see it.
Yep. See, that's what you don't need to be humble because you're right. Because that's a skill you have to see it. That's why I wanted you up here when you were done. Because
right.
Yeah. Because did you hear right, like both these motherfuckers, TML and Mitch Lovin, well, he's down, but like they're actually ended up building with each other for a good minute. That was a solid build right there. That last
I didn't, but when I just came back, I heard the tone of when you were just talking to Mars, his tone had totally changed. Everything was civil. You said, "Can you admire the guy for being smart?" He was like, "Yes, of course." You know, it's not my kind. I heard that part. Yeah,
but before, they were both building off each other. Go ahead, Wolfie.
My bad, dude. Joe Cool.
No, you good.
We peep game. We peep game. You see what's going on. And you just, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
Game like a player. Check it.
That's why your discernment come in too. The more game you've been around. I hate to say it, but you can't fucking be in and out dope house, crack houses, smoke shops, all that goofy shit without peeping a lot of game. The slickest niggas come in and out of there. That's how you get a lot of discernment.
Yeah.
And a lot
you gotta get out there.
You gotta have to bust somebody in the mouth sometimes, you know.
With that said, yeah, right. With that said, if you combine it, in my opinion, I'll speak for myself with book knowledge, right? Not just anyone, but the great men and some women too. But you combine that with your street smart, you cannot lose.
That sounds like a winning combination, don't it, man? The guy with a high IQ and hit the streets. Yeah, that sounds like a winning to
Brother Malcolm. Yeah, he's the epitome of that.
There you go.
Disrespectful. Not that respectfully, but we're alive.
Great example.
We're doing that.
Great fucking
around here. We call him Brother Joe.
Brother Joe.
Yo, you be reading books though.
Oh me? Yeah, I love to read. And I love paper. Fuck. I was about to tell you this one I'm reading now. I can't even find. I lost it months ago.
Red fish, blue fish. No,
I wish I can. I also got I can read a bunch of shit. One of my favorites, I got a bunch of them. One of my favorites though was Divine Revelations of Hell for separate reasons, and the prophet Khalil Gibram. That's you think the fucking prophet wrote that, right?
Yeah.
He carried it with him every day. Blah blah blah. Michael Draws in the Bible Code. anything that fucking what's the guy who died? You know, A Brief History of Time. That no, the wheelchair.
Stephen Hawkins.
Stephen Hawkins. Anything he wrote. He only really wrote a couple. I wrote Black Holes, Baby Universes, Brief History of Time, but he has a collection of memoirs and shit too. I read all that shit.
Okay.
And, just period, man.
Put them all together and get a synopsis of where your mind's at. Yeah.
I'm also reading what's my jigget again? I got it right here. Sun Tzu. I'm reading that again too.
Yeah. Machine, name 10 books. You guys remember that guy? You remember that?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. I bet he could.
I'll go to ones I think are really important. Right. So,
okay, let's go, bro.
So we'll go with
fire background, by the way.
Obviously the Bible, right? There's also a book called The Other Bible, right? You know, I have a translation by William Barnstone, right, where it includes you know, Enoch and all these books that were taken out of the Bible, right? You know, so I'd go with that. I'd go with Cybernetics by Norbert Weiner. I go with Divine Names by Dionysus the Areopagite. I'd go with Beyond Good and Evil by Nietzsche. I'd go with Two Treatises of Government by John Locke. I go with you know, Discourses on Inequality by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I go with The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul. Right, I go with The Prince by Machiavelli. Tao Te Ching.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Right, those are ones that we're reading on the show. Right, Buddhism and Philosophy by Mark Sideritz. Right, The Jesus Hoax by Dr. David Skrbina. Y'all name some books by Dr. Skrbina. Right, you know, the guy who taught me. Right, Metaphysics of Technology by Dr. David Skrbina. Panpsychism in the West by Dr. David Skrbina. Right, excellent book.
Buddhism and Philosophy. If that's I don't want to get into why it's important for that. Yeah, that was great. I only heard
right there, bro. I'm about to fucking clip that.
And all the books you name, I only knew like 4 of them, bro. All right. And I ain't read them. Only knew of them.
We're going over
sticks, Joe. I beat you.
Yeah, we're going over a lot of those on the show. So it's kind of cross promotion for the show too.
Yeah.
That way.
Oh, that's what we always. That's great. That's what we want.
With the Buddhist philosophy struck me. You don't have to comment on the machine lines.
No, we got it. We got it.
If I got it. I'm hoping that the guy who wrote it was not heavy Buddhist and it's all about Buddhist philosophy in a deep sense. If there was more of a secular dude, give me
he's a white guy. It's a white guy.
Yes, that makes it more interesting to me. Yeah, I'd be interested.
What we can relate to it better as a Westerner, regardless of what color you are.
No, just
he's a white guy.
Go ahead.
Well,
I
if you
read
look at
a lot
like the way
of
of Zen,
Eastern shit too. Shiva got me reading all that Bhagavad-Vitas and all that bullshit, but I love it. I shouldn't call it bullshit.
Yeah, there's a bunch of sources. Like the earliest sources are called the Abhidharma, right? And then you could go to the Mahayana, like those are like medieval sources. And then there's the Zen Buddhism, right? So there's a bunch of different resources.
The philosophy that the white boy came up with, what did he say about it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's taking a historical analysis of the development of Buddhist philosophy throughout history. So he's taking a chronological.
Then give me the short. Did he come up with something like Ecclesiastes, King Solomon? He's like, after all of this, here's what I need you to know. Did he come up with one of those?
No. It's kind of like how you know, Buddhism like sort of geographically spreads out, right? So it starts in India, right? Then it spreads to China, right? It spreads to Japan and Korea. Right, and as it does this, you know, there's types of Buddhism that spread, and it's also culturally ingrained with other types of worship, and you know, like for example, Taoism and Confucianism, right? Like Zen Buddhism is influenced by Taoism because it's Chinese, right? It actually represents the migration of Buddhism from India to China, right? So you have that during like the first century. Yeah, and then you have the Mahayana and the Zen traditions. They keep on building until like the 11th century. So that was, you know, what we consider like the medieval period, right? So Buddhism keeps developing, and then there's even samurais, right? Like the Book of the Samurai, right? That's written by Yamamoto Tsunetomo, right?
Yeah.
He's been influenced by, he's influenced a lot by Zen Buddhism. right? But it's influential to know that the the samurais were really well learned, right? Like out of like a lot of like warrior classes in history, they were extremely well learned people. So
and this is where COVID came from.
What?
I'm kidding. That's kind of funny. If you think about it, though, if you really think about it, though, like China or wherever, Asian.
No, it came from to be honest, to be fair, dog. Hold on. So I didn't talk about you, but like to be fair, it came from North Carolina lab allegedly, and then it got shipped to China.
Yeah, okay.
Let's keep it 100. It was a joint co-creation.
But
to be honest,
you know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I know it got released there. Yeah, we got you.
But I thought it was saying that it could have come from all the way over there, from India, then to China, then to us. I was wondering, he just went joking.
We don't know. It's all caca.
Yeah,
it's all caca.
Let's go to this right here. What do you got? Machine panel, Mitch. What do you guys think about this? For the Buddha, knowledge can be intellectual, knowing accordingly, or anabuddha, while wisdom is direct, penetrating insight or experience. Pakanaba.
Yeah.
Hadi.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things like with knowledge versus intuition, right? So
Mitch was saying that intuition for him. Yeah.
Yeah, even logic versus intuition. Right?
Who's this Monkey Man Magic? Monkey Man. Oh, so the Pali Canon. Because Shadow Buddha has me reading that. We've been discussing that for like over a year. The Pali Canon is knowledge from the sutras, right? But the Eightfold Paths is more wisdom of experiences. Would you say that? Would you say that?
Yeah, sure. And Buddha, he gets into some of the sort of like philosophical proofs too for the later ideas like Abhidharma and all those ideas. But some of those thinkers, right, like like when we're gonna go over it on the show, right, like they have a lot of argumentation to prove Buddhism is true, right? So Buddhists are unique in that they provide a lot of text and argumentation behind what they believe, just like the Christians, right? Christians also do that, and it's interesting because both Christians and Buddhists have an ascetic practice as well.
What's an ascetic?
Right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Ascetic?
Yeah, it's like the monastery, Joe Cool.
Okay. Like a monk.
Yeah.
We have those here too. Yeah. No, I think there's truth in everything, bro. Which one is real? I don't know. I think we could take. I think it's.
I wonder if truth. There may be some objective truth somewhere, but what's real? That appears to be fucking, really liquid. You got arguments.
What do you mean by that?
What's
really
real?
Liquid?
It's changeable. Like what's real? It can change. It can never be here. For instance, is that rock standing still? Yeah, of course it is. No, it isn't. If you speed up time, you look at it, it's been moving. The motherfucker started in South America somewhere.
I would disagree, sir.
He'd probably be wrong.
I've seen roads. Dude, I'm just telling you. Like I've seen pictures of roads from the '60s today, and they look the same.
I'm talking about a rock that was in North America and fucking is now at the top of a mountain somewhere because of upheavals and shit. One
rain,
that they rode it. It's always in everything's in constant motion.
Even in Wolfie's, I see it in the back, bro. Even in Wolfie's explanation, I get what you mean. It seems the same, but I bet you if we were to use Joe Cool's time lapse and put my like microscopic camera on that shit, it would change. We could say it changed, got worn down a little bit.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay. This is true too, dude.
No,
but check the point though.
About it.
What time is it? Yeah. That's hard to see where a thing is. If you nail it down, time? Right? All of these things don't really seem to be real.
Right. This guy's real. Hold on real quick. That's a good question. We'll get right there. We'll bring him up.
Dedication. Way to go.
What's up, Austin Murphy? How's it doing, bro? What are you doing, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you good. You good?
All right. Usually I lose audio when I join streams because I'm. It's fucking annoying, dude. I need to get on a laptop or something because it's annoying.
I was telling you, I think you bailed last time. You take the link. and just take the URL for the StreamYard and put it into your
That's
Google.
a lot of work. That's a lot of work.
Just copy and paste it. Put it in your Google though, and then it won't be dropping your sound as much and shit.
Yeah, you told me that the other night. I tried it.
Okay, you did hear it. Okay.
Yeah.
Wolfie was saluting your veteran status. Austin, by the way.
Thanks, Wolfie.
If you guys don't mind, like, what is time? I think it's 9 to 5. They made it to slaves in a way. And I know
men abuse everything.
You get what I'm trying to say, right?
Men abuse everything.
But
black people come in. What?
Time is not a real thing. You go to punch your shit in.
Niggas ain't shit. That's what it is.
Nah, that's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm just saying it's a illusion.
Fucking existential modern day 3.0 take. I like it. I'll take it.
No, even back
niggas ain't shit.
Where's the lie?
Yeah, right. They play basketball.
Yeah, we all do things that we can always do better.
Everything. Come on, bro. Get out of here.
I've thought that way before, but I don't see how time can be an illusion if that's the way that we refer.
You can't see it.
We refer back to certain dates and activities in history that have happened by saying this was the time of day. This was this. So we can make a reference for a certain event based off of the time period. So I'm not sure if that
it's real, but you do
like I could say
realize
9/11 was September 11, 2001, right? That's a time. That's a specific time.
Well, what about if if a guy? What if a guy was?
A year is time. A year is a smaller word for time.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you can call that.
Yeah, I know.
What if time is malleable though? Time is not the same for everybody at all times. If you're flying around in a spaceship or even an airplane at a high rate of speed over
you had to
years,
bring that up, Joe.
Right,
I'm just trying to say time too is malleable. None of this seems to be what we think it is.
No, I think time. What I'm trying to say is time was made for people to work and freaking.
No, I'm in agreement with you. I was just on the reality shit. What's real seems, and we can also say time can be bent by gravity. We know that as well. It changes when you get closer to gravitational.
How can you know?
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Take a picture.
There's zero proof of gravity's existence. All it is an observation. Exactly. It's not the cause. It's an observation, not a cause. You have to figure out the cause. Gravity is an observation that you observe an act of happening. It's not the cause. You got to figure out the cause. The cause is electromagnetism. When you really look into this shit. Yeah.
Jeez. Everything at the base of everything. Someone may have that argument. Electromagnetism is at the base of everything, but still, you gotta give I don't know.
Mass doesn't attract mass. My keys and my stuff right here, it's not attracting itself to me. I'm a bigger mass, right?
Right.
But your argument is going to be, well, the Earth is bigger, therefore it's attracting to the Earth.
Well, why don't you let me give my argument?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, let him.
All right. It's been proven already many times that mass, you can mass attracts mass. That was my mass was going to be the
Cavendish experiment.
Cavendish experiment. The shit where they
been doing this for over a decade, man.
Well, you're bad at it. You just saying shit so far, right? Keep going. You just, I don't know.
I was smart enough to realize that outer space beats all the basic laws of physics.
All you said was Cavendish experiment. It's a real thing, right? It's recreatable. Many people
you can't have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without a container in between. You live in containment. It's basic physics. Basic fucking physics.
Did you see the space launch yesterday? Basic physics. You do.
I saw the AI. I saw the AI.
It was the AI
brainwashing. I saw the mass brainwashing AI that all of you gullible people are going through.
Okay.
If it wasn't AI,
I see it for what it is. I see it's all just AI bullshit,
it's
garbage.
AI. The rocket was AI. All of those witnesses and cameras. It was AI.
Zero witnesses.
Wow. No, it was actually people close enough to get the heat.
I don't know if you're ever going to figure it out. I'm
Joe. Just talking about this one thing and the truth, and you would like to run because there were many people out there.
The truth is outer space is fake, and there's zero evidence of it.
You're switching over. from the launch, right? There were witnesses there. Are you just gonna hand wave that and say they weren't, or would they CGI as well?
There's
Either
so
way.
much more. There's so much more going on behind the scenes that your brain can even fathom right now, Joe.
I'd say our brain. You have no idea what I fathom, but you can talk about
you can't fathom it. You went through an entire life of brainwashing and indoctrination. And
We
they
all
told
did.
you that planets and stars. I know, but I
Told you the
broke out
same
of it.
thing,
A
too.
lot of us are breaking out of it because we could see the light for what it is.
We all been through it.
You just told me the rocket was CGI and those crowd was CGI. What do you see?
You gotta. I can't help you. You gotta start thinking for yourself.
I've seen rockets launched from Florida with my man Rice Crispy next to me.
Yeah.
CGI though.
And they go.
Real
They go
time.
right. Let me guess. Were you in Florida?
I just said that. Yeah.
Were you on the peninsula of Florida where all the rockets go into the Bermuda Triangle where they don't want you to go, where they don't want you to go, and they scared and brainwashed all of you from birth?
Okay, that's just a statement though. I prefer proof and facts. You just saying that you've been fooled and tricked. You got to prove it. Do something impressive. Don't just make claims, right?
That's not
Everybody
it
do
though.
that.
You have to prove it. I'm saying it doesn't exist. You have the burden of proof.
I just proved that I just thought I proved it. I said you saw
There's
a rocket.
zero
Hold on,
evidence
hold
of
on.
outer
Let me
space.
you say zero evidence. This is funny. You said that there's no such sense that there's gas and it must have a closed container. I said as proof that your shit's wrong. A rocket went up yesterday. And a whole bunch of
Hey,
seeds.
do you know how
You responded with it was AI.
What do rockets
Yeah,
run
I know
off
the
of?
AI is kind of funny, Joe. That is.
What do
that's a funny
rockets?
thing.
What do rockets run off of, Joe?
A bunch of shit.
No,
You
I'm-
tell
I'm-
me.
No, I'm
I'm
asking.
saying
What do they? What do they
They're
use
going
to
around. Hey,
to
hold
get
on.
around?
They're
What do
going
they use?
around the back of the moon, right?
How do they go
They're going
left, right, up
around.
and down if you're in a vacuum and you have nothing to progress off of?
Yeah.
You have nothing
Well,
to
dude,
push
you're
off
not
of.
even-
There's no
dude, how
air.
do
There's
they
no
get
oxygen.
through the-
It violates
the
all
radiation
basic
belt?
principles
Like-
of fucking physics.
It
It's
don't
just common
violate the
sense.
basic one that is bouncing off the
God
wall of the
damn.
rocket, the inside wall of the rocket.
It's too late.
That's
for you.
what
but
it's hitting.
there's so much protection you need from
How
radiation,
hard is
brother.
that?
It's too late
And
for
they're
you.
going
Yeah.
around the
I
back.
can't.
Austin,
I can't
wait, hold
convince,
on.
I can't convince you.
It
is what it
Austin,
is.
you got
I've
hard
accepted
on
this.
me.
I found
on
out
this shit,
November
bro.
of 2017
Yeah,
What
that
the
outer
hell?
space is
Arguments. I've
completely
been going
fake,
over this shit for years.
and we've been
all right.
waking you people up for years.
But you have
Same-
no
same as
facts,
I.
right? You say stuff like that, but your facts
That's you.
fall.
You don't have facts for outer space. The
No,
whole
but-
thing is a
and
deception.
let's be
I can
honest, though,
videotape
everybody-
The
Yeah, wait till
entire thing
everybody
is a
else.
mass brainwashing
You can't prove
hypnosis.
shit. You
Wait,
can't
I'm
prove
not
it.
so sure we can't. What phone am I on?
You can't prove it. You can't touch
We're in
it,
the
feel
void.
it, hold it. Here it is. Take that bitch.
If that's true,
Nobody
what's
can prove
Mandela
shit,
effect,
dude. We're
Austin?
all fooled. Get over it.
Wait, what did you say, Mitch? I haven't
If
heard
I
you
knew that,
speak in an hour.
I'd be pretty fucking smart, wouldn't I?
I'm just gonna ask Austin what a Mandela
Wait,
effect
hold on.
is.
What did you say,
Nobody
Mitch?
knows. I don't know what it is. I can't
Shit,
explain
Hey, hold
it.
on. He's talking real quick.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
Mitch with the Mandela effect. Let's bring
Hold
that
on,
bitch
Mitch.
in too. We can't touch it. We can't even prove it.
We're in the
Nothing.
void.
That's
Well,
what proves
I
we're in a
just heard-
computer
Can't even prove
simulation,
it, period.
holographic fucking
Hey,
simulation.
hey, Austin, hold on. This guy's talking.
I'll
Hold on.
bring all my
Respectfully.
shoes and my glasses.
Wolfie.
if I have to.
Hold on, bro.
I just
get it.
heard.
Go ahead, Mitch.
I just heard Austin bring up the Mandela effect a lot, and so I was just curious of his perspective about after his last statement about all it's all hogwash or whatever he said. You know, what his thoughts on what the Mandela effect is.
I think the Mandela effect is
check
a
that link
cause
in
from the
chat.
programmer that's programmed this place that we live in. And so the programmer is making changes, and thousands of people all at the same time are noticing the same exact changes. So it can't be a conspiracy theory. It's
you have a
impossible.
theory
It's
on how the
impossible. It's
changes
impossible
occur?
for it
Let
to
him
be a
finish.
conspiracy theory
No,
when everyone's
go on and on.
experiencing the fucking same thing.
I'll get him.
Right?
I'll get them. You good? Do you have
No,
a
you're not
theory
gonna
on
get
how
anybody.
they're changing it? On
Theory
how
means
they're-
not knowing. I know
Yes.
things and I don't know things.
Yes. I know what a
Okay.
theory is. Thank you. I have a fucking computer. Do you have a theory on how the masters are racing and changing?
This
and
is
shit? I
live
got
right
a
here.
couple of them.
No, man. I mean, I could speculate all day and I could
That's
come
what I'm
up with
asking. Do you
theories,
have
but
a
at the
speculation?
end of the
Yes,
day,
I'm
I don't
asking- That's
know
what I
shit.
was asking you. That's what I was
I
asking
don't know.
you.
I don't know, Joe.
It's the same thing.
There you go.
At the end of the day, no matter how much you learn, you don't know shit.
It's the same thing with everything.
That what Gabe has up right now. You said it's difficult to prove space exists. There's a 24-hour live stream of the ISS that's in outer space.
What you're
right
looking
now.
at right now is computer generated images. And if you go on NASA's website, if you look deep into their website, it will tell you that all of their measurements are made from a plane surface.
Okay.
And they Photoshop.
I've been doing this for over a decade, Joe.
Me too. I
know, but you're still in. You're still stuck in the delusion.
You're wrong about that one too. You just keep repeating that, right? You fall short on facts.
Delusion.
You threw out that NASA says they were taken from a plane surface. That is not fucking
NASA
true.
means to NASA means to deceive. It's right in your face. They throw the answers right in your face, and you can't even see it.
Yo, Austin, who cares, dude? It doesn't matter, bro. Let it go.
Who cares? I care because they're hiding God. That's the entire point.
No,
that's the reason why they created. That's the reason why the fallen one created outer space, was to make all of you think that you're monkeys on a floating spinning ball in a vacuum, and you're completely insignificant. You're completely insignificant when in all actuality you're not insignificant.
He think he's the only one who knows the truth, man. That's why, by the way,
you haven't spoken any truth so far.
Here, let me speak some right now. The only reason that you make these statements and must immediately get scalloped rather than face the truth or follow a line of shit, you got to change. Excuse me, I'm still talking. And that's another thing you'd have to do too.
Paul.
You'd have to really not take on any new information, be unwilling to hear any new thing.
That's actually completely false. It's the opposite. I'm completely open-minded.
You know what it is?
Yes, but you got to do that, man, right? In order for you to feel special, which is what you do, to feel superior.
I don't care
to
about feeling special,
because if
Joe.
someone actually, if you took in new knowledge,
you're not going to
psychoanalyze
me. You're not going to
just a regular guy.
Me, Joe.
I just did. You talked over me because, like I said, you must. But I just did.
Yes.
All right, buddy.
My turn. I have to say this. So, the Shadow Buddha brought it up earlier about Mitch, praying to Mitch and Machine. He was saying, like, I don't add this to my 2 cents. Like, Mitch is one of the best at being critical, like critical thinking on people. Like,
hell yeah.
He's good at pulling things out. However, Buddha mentioned, I don't know if you go outside, he said maybe Mitch could being more tactful can help. And I can see that with and I'm not trying to be a dick, but like with Austin, because you say you're open-minded, and I think you are too, but your tact sometimes, because you've attacked me and assumed that I was thinking about the flat, I'm a glober or whatever, when just because I brought something up. So it's like, do you see how one could see, like, bro, like your tact sometimes, Austin, especially because I know you're passionate about the flat earth.
Yeah, I like it. I'm willing to talk to you about all that shit.
Sometimes I step over the line. I realize that, and that's just me. That's me. Part of it's me being passionate, and part of it's just me having, being fed up. I'm just fed up with this shit, bro. I've been doing this for fucking so many years. It gets old.
I know. Awesome.
I know, but some of us haven't been studying like that. Do you think we're just dumb, or you think it's just we don't know? So like, what's the point of being like kind of rude to people just because?
Yeah, like
you don't get
it
it,
comes off like you're superior, and you're just tired of people who don't understand the truth like you do.
Well, even if he does think that, I'm saying like that's just, he can feel like that, but it's just the way like my Chicago boy said,
arrogance.
It's your tone, fam. It's your tone, fam. Sometimes it's like
the tone down, bro. Talk to me.
And I totally understand, Gabe. You can have those thoughts and still with a ass and couth about it.
Right. Because I want to hear what he just said about hiding God. That just seems hella interesting.
That's
Go
more
ahead.
interesting.
That's when I discovered God.
that?
When I came to the realization in 2017, I came to the realization that all that space shit is bullshit. And I had I guess you can call it a spiritual experience, whatever. But I stayed up for 2 or 3 days because I was like, where the fuck am I at? This entire time I thought we had Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, all the fucking shit, right? I studied it. I went through college. I studied astronomy. And the entire thing is bullshit. It is so hard to get through to people because that's the first thing they shove in your face from kindergarten is outer space and floating balls and vacuums and all this brain. And so we get deeply indoctrinated at a young age. That's when they get us. And then it just repeats the cycle. So the teachers that are teaching us, they don't know any better. They've only known what they've been taught. It starts at a very high level.
Okay, Austin, if you're right there, you got to do better at getting your point across. You're telling me that these people are teaching their thing, and when it comes to you teaching your thing, all you say is it's messed up. They don't know. They tricked you. Wait.
Okay.
What I'd like to have you do is give me some facts to compete with theirs. For instance, how high is the moon? How far is the sun?
So, Joe, when you research like I've done for years, you come to a point where you realize that you don't know shit. You don't know anything. And that's when you humble yourself and become completely honest. And so
if you don't know shit, how you know they're wrong?
And so there's this thing called the Antarctic Treaty, right?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so the United Nations, all the major countries around the entire
Antarctica
planet, you take the word off of take the letter T off of planet, and you get plane, which is flat, right? So they tell you right in your face.
Plane. So anyway,
but so the entire United Nations has a treaty saying it's against the fucking law for you to travel to a certain place. Why would all governments around this place say that it's against the law for you to
read the
travel? If you're free, if you're a free person, why can you not travel to Antarctica without violating the Antarctic Treaty, which is a fucking criminal offense?
Did you read the treaty? Because
there's a reason. You want to know why? Because that's
before you do that, before you tell us, hold on, before you tell us that, well, you already did it, but like, let's see some reasons why, and then you can say what you feel. Hold on. One reason would be like, it could be that what you said, but it also could be because it could be a psyop on top of a psyop. So we do talk about it. So we do talk about it when there's other shit that we can put our attention to.
And I think it is a psyop on the top of a psyop, but I'm trying to get people to the first level. And then once you see that that's a psyop, then you get to the next level and realize it's all just a fucking holographic projection. And that's why we have deja vu and fucking Mandela effect and everything that doesn't make sense that we can't wrap our minds around.
Now, who's the god you're talking about in that scenario?
It's the programmer. It's the programmer of the simulation that's controlling all the zeros and ones. It's the programmer of the simulation.
So an actual human?
I don't know what it is. I'm not arrogant. I don't understand what it is. I just know. I know that it's something above our mind. If I created a fucking video game, I'm not gonna let the characters in the video game know my name is Austin Murphy, right?
Well, I mean, it depends, bro. Like according to the 5% Nation, like God is man. God is a man, not like a real man.
And you did. Yeah. He did. He put his name in the game already. He's in the game right now. He's playing. If you think about it.
Okay, Joe, cool.
Well, I'm still thinking about the treaty. It does not say that. They agreed that they would not make manufacturers of businesses anything that would ruin the environment. You are free to travel there.
Go to the United Nations website. It's .gov.
I'm not fishing to.
Okay.
And do what?
You know,
and do what? What?
I'll do it go in the middle of that bitch.
I'll go if it proves what. It's going to say what I just said.
Outskirts, but
it's against the law to travel to another land. Why did all the governments across the entire world
he's spinning again.
come together and agree that it's illegal? It's against the law to travel to another fucking.
It's like retarded or something.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. What's up, Rag?
Doesn't make you think at all.
Come up here, brother.
It does, but I think it's all
engage me to defend another man's
bullshit because none of us are like, what are we gonna do? We're going to Antarctica, bro. Let's go surfing.
Google says it's not illegal, and then they say check the Antarctic Treaty. It's not illegal. No. There are environmental regulations, which is what I told you. Check the Antarctic Treaty. That is exactly what I just told you.
Yeah, but Joe, you know, dude, if you pulled up on a boat around there, they're coming out with guns, kid.
That's what people say, but it's 2025 and 2026, and I haven't seen any of the video. I've seen video of every crazy thing in the world. I haven't seen a video of the police turning no one around from an ice wall yet. Why not? Don't nobody want to make money? No, people don't like money.
She's on her period.
That's a big sis.
I agree.
The big sis. That's what I'm talking about. That dog life. By the way, we got a guest. We got a visitor.
Toilet paper. Sorry.
That's all good. We got a visitor.
People be okay. Because I know I'm not. As a real nigga with feminine energy, I am not okay with that.
Oh, my boy, Hurricane Pearl. What's up, Rocky Shepherd, Mr. Rocky Shepherd? Look, he's trolling. Look at that shit.
If you rearrange the letters, it says Satan.
Does it?
NPC. Yes, it does. The red line and the white line that cross each other is a T, and you could rearrange it to Satan. Also, the red lines are a serpent's tongue. That's a snake.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's 666.
It feels like that.
And they always say
NPC.
T minus.
Oh, I got you, Pearl.
NPC. Can you play the stream that Flow State uploaded earlier? So we
play the stream? Oh, hell no. I'll watch it maybe later.
$30.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, yeah, by the way, hey, y'all niggas didn't give me like buy me a coffee, bro. Come on. I'm thirsty out here.
Buy you a
coffee. Not in that way, not in the Pearl way, but in some Skrilla, bro. Hit me, buy me a coffee. My fucking Cash App's not coming back till May, so fuck motherfucking OTW and those bitch asses.
Man, don't buy other man coffees.
Yeah. I don't have that, yeah. I'm in
You don't have PayPal?
Taiwan. That don't really work well in Taiwan.
Damn.
PayPal.
See, I only got PayPal, bro.
It's all good though.
Send you some.
It's all good, bro. Yeah, but the link is right there to buy me a coffee. Y'all hit me up on that shit.
Yeah.
If you don't buy him a coffee, we're blocking everybody. That's a wrap.
PayPal me out, send it to Gabe for a
play the
small
video,
transaction
NPC,
fee.
please.
Jesus Christ.
No, we're kicking you out first. Get out of
We're
here.
the Texas Blue, by the way. What'd you say, Pearl?
I got a text.
What'd you say? You want me to play the?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean that video? Oh, you mean the one where you're spurging?
No, wait, the one that Flow State uploaded earlier in the premium.
Oh, it's not a live stream, is it?
No, it's
Okay, let me see.
Chuck, the one with Chuck's profile on it. On the video side, not on the live side.
All right. He says premium. I'm not a member anymore.
Yeah, like he uploaded a short stream earlier. That shit was funny, bro. Like I said, my ribs was hurting that I couldn't laugh. Otherwise, my mom would have heard me, and I would have been busted.
It's a short. It's a video.
Yeah.
Oh, this one. I'll play it for a second. Yeah, for sure.
The one with Chuck's profile on it.
Yeah. As long as you don't get fired up, you're not gonna try to hurt somebody and shit.
Yeah, don't hurt your ribs. Holy shit.
Oh, dude, I couldn't.
If you're watching this, the only way for me to forgive you is for you to pull your pants down and show me your penis.
What? Oh, hell no. Come on, nigga.
That was some gay shit. That was
what are you doing? You're better than that. Come on, bro. You're supposed to be my boy. You're supposed to be like, how am I supposed to?
Someone has to say. Someone has to say, bro. Someone has to say.
The fuck?
Someone has to say.
Chuck, if you're watching this,
Who did that? That was a great
They're down already. I got news for you.
Just Chuck like it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Not only tears were coming out of me, but
hands going
but boogers were coming out of me too.
He said, "Take them tidy whities out."
Parallel.
It's for you to pull your pants down and show me. Like I said, Chuck, if you're watching this, the only way for me to forgive you is for you to pull your pants down and show me your penis.
Joe Cool, he get his black card taken away for that shit.
The way Joe
The fuck?
The way Chuck was laughing,
think
bro.
he
That
also
was
said he
priceless.
was bi.
Oh, yeah, Austin left on that shit. You mean Austin leave for that?
He said he was bisexual too.
Yo, Gabriel.
You're
when I said it
bisexual,
was a
Peril,
gay
now?
one-
Your character?
Gabriel.
Kelly
Just
Jimenez
because
is
I have
not gay.
feminine energy,
He's a
that
real
doesn't
nigga.
make me bisexual.
Say again?
A gay, you mean you do gay for pay doesn't make you gay, you're saying? With your comedy?
I mean, it depends.
Well, think
They
about
can
it.
say whatever they want.
Yeah.
But all I know is
Not
I'm
you,
not gay.
Wolfie.
If I were, I would have told y'all straight up.
If you were, you wouldn't be allowed on this panel. I only got one spot is reserved for 10th man. That's about it. He's pushing it.
Or Max is the next one too, and he was here.
You think so, Wolfie? Go ahead, Wolfie. Tell me a reason why.
They think I'm gay.
No,
here we go.
Gay, bro. That was some
It's okay,
weird
man.
shit, bro.
What?
Take your pants down,
Tell
bro.
us
That
why.
was some weird shit, bro.
You're right. It's weird, but
Not only that was the second part of that, Wolfie. You said
Someone
show
has
him
to
his
say, bro.
penis.
Someone has to say, bro.
Somebody got to say it.
Because I want to know why.
Because Joe Cool will say it. Gabriel will say it.
The flirt back at
Maybe
Chuck.
Rocky will say it, but I don't think so. No, but
Does Chuck have a big dick? That better be the reason why these women are submitting to him. That better be the reason, bro.
Wait, I didn't hear what you said. Go ahead.
I said, like, does Chuck has a big dick or not? That better be the reason why these women just flirt back at him. That's all I want to know. If that's the case,
was
I
some
respect
gay
these
shit,
women.
bro.
I understand. But if y'all submitted to him because he's a good guy, nah. Y'all niggas tripping.
No,
Y'all
it
niggas
doesn't
tripping,
matter,
bro.
dude. That was some gay shit.
Talking about.
Look at Rocky.
Well, all I let y'all know,
We'll
it's
defer
not gay
to the
shit.
elder.
It's called the truth.
No,
And
you
the
say
truth
some
is,
shit like that,
women-
you get snuffed in the face, bro. That's all I gotta
Yeah,
say.
by who? By who? Exactly.
If you say
Exactly.
that shit around me, you get snuffed in the face, bro.
Will you ever get the chance?
Yeah, pull
Yeah,
my
exactly.
pants down. You wouldn't even before you even get the pull
Nigga, you
pants
won't
down,
even
you get
you won't even
snuffed.
continue talking the moment you talk like this in front of me. Because the moment you talk, it's a slap. Simple.
That's a lot of people say. I understand that,
Well, I'm not them.
but it's just like is the flirt is the earth flat or not? We can stand in the middle and we can find out. And you slap, I slap.
Yeah, well, let's see. FAFO.
Calm down. bro.
All I'm saying, all
That
I'm
was
letting
some
y'all
gay
know is
shit, though. That's all I'm gonna say. I
women-
would never say some
women-
shit like that.
women hate men that have small penises. That's all I'm saying. If y'all cannot
that's
understand
okay.
that, then I don't know what else to say.
Well, that's fine.
Women love big dick men. Women
in
love men
America,
that are good
usually
in
the
bed.
penis size is about 5 inches. So I don't know what
Take-
you're working with.
Women love men that last 8 hours in bed.
8 hours in bed. I don't think any
That's
man
right,
has ever done
8
that.
hours.
But if you can, holy shit, I praise you. I would throw rose petals.
Women want long
Shit, I
sex.
go a
They don't
good
want no
hour at
pussy.
least. But damn, 8? Holy shit.
Come on, you're supposed to know this too. You are a grown ass man. You're supposed to know this too.
Do you hear the violin?
Yeah, I'm
That's your
hearing.
neck getting raped.
Bro.
That's your neck getting cut, bro. That's some American shit.
Yeah, even though I'm not in America, but it is what it is.
I know you're not. I can tell.
Yeah, but I've been there before.
Quite obvious. You son of a bitch.
All right, man. Whatever you say, bro.
All right, then. Hey, shake hands. Thank you. No, don't.
So was it gay or
Don't
not?
shake hands,
My phone dropped me. I couldn't hear nothing. Was it gay or not? What conclusion did y'all?
That was
come to?
fucking gay, bro.
It was
Pull your
gay.
fucking
That's what I
pants
couldn't
down,
tell.
bro.
Let's ask Mitch the Machine first. Mitch, what do you think? Was that gay, Machine? Mitch?
Maybe a little.
A little bit.
All I'm doing is saying what a real nigga would say. All I'm doing is saying what a real woman
No,
would say.
it's not.
Hold on, hold on.
Joe,
Joe, the machine lies.
Joe, you a real
Was that-
nigga, bro.
hold
You're
on.
supposed to know this.
No,
Was that gay? Hold
a
on.
real N-word would do.
Let's go. Let's go.
Seriously.
Machine lies. Excuse me,
Yeah,
class.
I think it's I need more context. The thing is that
Need more
this happened on
context. We
Flow
gotta whip it
State's-
out.
This happened on Flow State's panel.
No, this happened now on the NPC Gabriel Carbo's panel too. This guy saying a real niggas need to what?
I'm saying what a real nigga would say. To a Limp Biscuit. I'm not saying nothing but the
Bizkit.
truth.
A Limp Bizkit. Do you
Yeah,
know
see, that's what I'm
what
trying to figure out.
is,
Like,
bag?
just what is being talked about at this point? Because I didn't watch the entire
He
clip.
said he
It-
wanted
I see. Machine.
Chuck to show him.
Yeah, like,
his
what's
She's
the
like a lawyer
context?
talking like a lawyer.
He
Because I
wanted
need
Chuck
to know
to
the
show him his cock
You don't
because
want to.
Chuck
Yeah,
was
he's
bumping
smart.
all
By the way, he
women.
said that.
exactly.
Bro.
Like
What's
I
up,
want to
bro?
know the reason
What's
why
up, bro? How's
women
it
throw
going,
it
bro?
back at him. I want to know.
Get up
And,
here,
and by
Ruck.
the way, somebody says that,
Please.
oh, there's a girl Snow. Hey Chuck, there's a
You're
girl
like
Snow.
this shit.
Well,
Gabriel.
let
He
me
said
correct
Limp
you.
Bizkit.
Let me
He
correct
did
you.
say Limp Bizkit. I heard that.
That's fucking gay,
Snow,
bro.
Snow is whatever. Snow is
No,
not
he's a real
Chuck's
nigga
favorite.
though. He is.
Snow. This lets me know that y'all don't remember. Snow is
Oh,
not
so
Chuck's
Texas
favorite.
Blue.
Cat.
No, it's just
GPT
saying that you don't know
is
your language, and that was
Chuck's
gay. What you
favorite.
said.
Texas Blue is our favorite around here.
Well, I'm half
My
Crucian,
favorite.
half Dominican, Puerto Rican. There you go.
Okay, man. I
Oh,
respect
wow.
that. No,
That's a
I
good
heard
mix.
you here earlier, but that what you said was gay, bro. That was some weird
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, but I'm the only one that has the backbone, the guts to say it out. Since
The
these
guts.
women are not going to say it.
Oh, I bet you have the backbone and the
That's
guts.
the way to say it without
That was
sounding
gay.
gay, bro.
Yo, Mitch, come on, bro. Come on.
Someone has to say it.
I mean,
If nobody's not going to say it, then who
I'm
else
good,
will?
Ruck. Thanks, bro. How are you?
What up, Ruck?
What
I
Ruck
heard
dog?
you saying, hey, you know what Ruck said? That I'm scared to showed up on Flow State's panel that I was hiding here. That's why he said that, Ruck. But I've
You
been
was
here
just
the whole
on a
time.
panel with
Ruck
Flow State
dog.
earlier today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can we stop talking about
We
dildos and rockets? And
rockets. What's wrong with a rocket?
Too close to
rockets,
the deal.
Look at your name is Rocky.
rockets are fake and gay.
That's homoerotic. Your name
My
is
mission is to
Rocky.
help men be real men.
Phallic.
That's what I'm
That's his
saying.
mission. Yo, Joe.
Zero
Yeah,
chance.
Rocky's
That's
That's
amazing,
awesome.
though. I'll give him
My
that.
That's the movement, right, Peril? Go
Exactly.
ahead, give your mission statement, my friend, my brother.
My mission is to help men grow their dicks up so they could stop getting rejected by women. They wonder why the suicide rate is high. They wonder why the divorce rate is high. Why? Because women keep leaving y'all because y'all have a small penis. Simple.
How
That's
can men
true.
get bigger penises though? You got what you got, yo.
You gotta get.
We were talking about Mind Over Matter earlier.
God don't like limp biscuits.
You gotta
That's all I'm saying.
He said it again, Wolfie.
And for all the women that love small dick men, they're going to hell.
Woo!
The Limp Biscuits.
Yeah, I said it.
Damn.
They're going to hell.
Yeah.
You like Limp Biscuit. You
Look
like
at
a biscuit
him.
with some dicks
That should
in it.
be-
Okay.
That should be a sin. That should be
Who
against
said
the
that?
law.
Is that Wolfie?
I did. That should be against the law. It should be a sin.
Does it require surgery?
I
I
think
cried.
so.
I got
But what?
Austin left.
It is very
Off his
sad
back.
that women like Soul
Hold on, Austin.
Kaka dating a jobber named Tyler Bate, and nobody's
A
not saying
jobber?
nothing about it. Yeah,
That
you
a
see the
beta
profile
male
pic?
micro penis?
You got a
Yeah,
battery.
like the guy, the profile pic that I replaced his face with mine. That's how awkward he looks. That's how awkward he looks, bro. I can't
Look
take
at
him
that shit. I
serious.
just noticed that.
I'm trying to look in. Where is it?
You can see it.
I see it. Yeah, I
That
see
look
it.
like Wolfie from Zone 6 in the ATL. That
Oh
Wolfie?
my God, I thought that was my ex. I'm like, hey, hold on.
Oh yeah,
What?
Joe, you're baddie in Colorado, wherever the hell she lives.
Yes, it looked
Really?
just like her. Yeah.
Yeah, they look like her, huh?
I thought it was
Anyway,
like this nigga.
Thinking about the
trolling
baddie
me.
in the chat. Texas Blue, shout out to you. Yeah. Shout
Yeah,
out to
whoever
Texas
she is,
Blue.
shout out to her.
What's up, Queen?
We have a dick
But yeah, as I was
contest
saying,
now. The big dick contest.
Go ahead, Rocky.
what are we,
Tell us, man.
Hormaxer? What are we, Hormaxer now?
He don't want to hear the big dick. He's like Shadow Buddha. He's like, bro, can you, like it's
don't like the
it's
truth.
it's tough to listen to, bro, for some folks, right? Rocky.
Yeah.
Hey, most people are scared to hear the truth.
I agree with you there, bro.
That's
Let's
correct.
say what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All I'm doing is just helping you, man. I'm not being sexual or zesty. All I'm doing is just helping you, man.
What, you gotta take Viagra or something?
No,
But when you've
no.
been
Don't
brainwashed
do it
for
up.
18
Blue
years,
Chew.
it's hard to
Golden
know
Blue
what the
Chew.
truth is.
Okay.
It's hard to know what the
That's what
truth
we
is when
take.
you went through an indoctrination camp your whole life.
We agree. That's true.
Austin
We get
did
you
the
on
same
that.
thing.
You know what
He got raped and he went through all the good things. Run up this hill with your butt, boy. Get up there.
Ruck, this is the night for it. Ruck, this is the actually night for it, bro. This is a safe space to get your shit off. Yeah, it's all good, bro. Yeah,
No,
it's
but
a full
true,
moon.
though. Austin's been through the same thing of being put down and made to do things and things they didn't like, and you're a piece of shit. Come on, boy, get up those stairs, or
as I wanted to say before I got interrupted,
shit, dude.
as I wanted to
go ahead,
say,
bro.
I didn't say Trump. I said trauma. That's a difference. Trauma, not Trump.
That's a difference.
Yeah, because I was saying that if you women are okay with women dating small dick men, they need trauma as a reference of they need Jesus. Because who the fuck is okay with that? Ain't no.
But when you started talking about this, the women left in the chat. Snow and
no idea. I don't care about small dick.
Dude, it don't matter, dude. Don't worry about the women. Worry about the facts.
Okay. We got you. I ain't worried about him. I'm just acknowledging that, Carol.
That's you up, yeah. Fuck, I can't.
I got my woman down. You know, she handling business already.
Just because people aren't constantly typing in chat doesn't mean they're watching. I do that a lot.
You mean not watching? You mean not watching?
No typing, huh?
You mean not watching? You said watching.
There are probably others that are live right now. They jump to other streams.
Most people
you know how it is.
don't talk in chat. Most people.
No, I get what you're saying, but I just wanted him to maybe just acknowledge the fact that women won't want to hear it. But he's saying that the men, it doesn't matter what this message is to build up the men, right? From the ground up, as we say, right?
To help men grow their
from the cock up.
If they could stop getting rejected, and help women love real men again.
I think we have to rebuild both genders.
Look at
I think it's been so toxic.
That's in the ninja watch.
Y'all think
porn and the internet and
oh my, y'all think
there's a lot of
real man?
reversing we have to do.
Well, that sounds like transhumanist talk a little bit. Austin, isn't that what they're trying to do? The transhumanists.
I don't know anything about that.
Y'all think the Miz is a real man?
I'm just saying that I think porn is bad, and I think that we could have healthier relationships with our significant others, and we could probably do better.
I agree. I agree with him. If you're trying to have a family, though, like and have the long-term relationship, porn is not good for most people. Pero, can you agree to that?
For me. It's good for me.
Well, how is it good for you?
Because it is. That's what raised me. I mean, that's what raised me.
It raised you
since 5 years old.
5?
I admit it.
Holy crap!
That's correct.
Younger than me.
I accidentally seen it, and it stuck in my mind since.
How much pornos do you watch a day? How many videos? How many videos a day do you watch?
Huh?
How many clips do you watch a day in general? Porn clips.
Every day.
How many?
Every day.
Like a lot. Like
you watching one right now?
Yes. After this stream, I'm going to watch more. Definitely.
Okay.
And the thing is, what pisses me off is they let us delete the good ones. Let us delete the best ones and leave the bad ones online. That's the saddest part.
Yeah, porn does suck nowadays.
Which ones are the bad ones?
That's one of my big dick soldiers in the chat. J Mon, aka Montero.
Oh, that's him?
Which ones are the bad ones?
What's up, Jay?
What up, Montero?
I'm asking.
That nigga has a big dick, by
the
the way.
ones with the chick that's staring all in the camera and thinks she's a superstar. I don't like those. I don't like looking at no dudes. So
Joe likes the stepmoms.
I tell you,
go into the bed. I know what you like.
Lesbian face grind. That's where I started.
Lesbian face grind.
Try to type it in and see what happens. Yeah.
I remember in 7th grade, my neighbor showed me a magazine. It was like pregnant German women. This is 7th grade, man. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Pregnant German women. That's very nuanced, huh? But anyway, Naomi's butthole, aka BBC Monster, Hurricane Peril. We want to know what's the bad porn.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Oh,
corn, whatever. Fucking.
You said there's good corn and there's bad stuff, so I'm trying to figure out what you classify as bad.
Because remember
What's
that I
the bad
told you
one?
about mothers and daughters porn. It seems like the daughters are the ones that do all the work, while the mothers are just messing it up when they go down on each other.
That's some good logic right there.
Someone has to say, bro.
That's
Someone
true.
has to say. And then when they want to like eat each other's you know what? The mothers just do it sideways, while the daughters
Get the
they'll do it in front of them. They'll be in front of them.
That's what's wrong with it.
I'm doing research, man.
Mothers don't do it properly. It seems like the daughters are the ones that do all the work.
Joe's about to
And that's
grab
the
a black
problem
and
that I have.
mild. He's like, yeah, let's do it.
Someone claims that you like hairy porn.
Hairy porn? Yeah, whatever.
Harry Bush porn, I guess.
Remind me of the old days.
You know what it is when it's Harry. Finally, when it opens up, he's like, "Oh my god."
Harry Kane Paro.
Harry Kane. I'm about to say something rude about Hurricane Ruby, but I won't say that shit anyway.
What? Oh, no.
You guys are sick.
Don't get me started with that too.
Oh, I'll tell you this. You know King TL. I like that guy. If you see him, tell him to come over here sometime, bro. I would appreciate it, Hurricane, because
for him to talk
shit
shit about
him.
For him to talk
he's talking shit about you. Oh, I didn't know about that.
He been in Flow State's panel yesterday talking shit about me, which I'm not.
But you guys were chopping it up the other day. It's all good. This is just a week ago. King TL.
I challenged this nigga to a
you don't know King TL?
on Dead Man's on Dead Man's panel.
He's fucking hilarious.
I challenged this nigga to a fade on Dead Man's panel, and he turned it down once again. He turned it down once again.
Okay. Did you go?
Why are you talking shit if you know you're not gonna back it up?
I don't know. HP, did you see on Jack Telcott's panel a week ago? He started crying because he was saying that Ava, the G, and Grace and some other white streamers are racist against him and said he was ugly because he's black.
Damn.
He felt so hurt. He felt hella hurt. I was feeling for him. Yeah, we can call him a simp and all that, but like it really got to him, bro. That shit really got to him. He's like, how could you say Lalo's good looking? But then look at me. I mean, because he's like a buff dude and shit.
Grace ain't fucking black dude. She, trash. Of course she fucks black dudes. Ain't no way she's
Of course.
That's why she has that energy. That's why she has that energy.
Bro, I was on a Chaotic Truths panel yesterday, and the Thorpes up there. That Ben Thorpe and her, they're obsessed with race, bro, in an evil way. And they were just like talking about like these stereotypes of like calling black people ooga boogas, and it was like
what?
How many
weird?
I mean, it's a thing. Just talking about it don't make it bad because
no, the way he was doing it was crazy.
Days, yeah, depending on how you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Wolfie. What did you say? That those dogs are giving us peace playing around. But matter of fact, I'll say this. Chaotic Truth had his panel. It was called "Why Is Your Dog Gross?" And he was saying that like how dogs are so awful and all this shit, and people that have them. And I was like thinking like just because, and I like Chaotic Truth. I was like, just because I respect him, just because you got traumatized for a dog. Just to label people with dogs, like, oh, look at my dogs, look at my beautiful puppies right there, bro. Oh, yeah, let me take that shit.
You got it, NPC.
Look at
finally,
look at that. That's Trinity, 9-year-old. There's Junior, 5 years old, and then that's Dream on the right, 2 years old. That's my dog. That's my dog.
This is Ruger right here. I just got him about 2 weeks ago.
Look at him.
He's a full German Shepherd. His mom is 90 pounds. His dad is 110. And I got him. So I got him, and I got my pit bull right here. I've had for 6 years. She's been the best thing. She never hurts anyone or anything or nothing.
You got a camera, man.
My buddy just got a big ass.
Really good with the puppy.
My buddy just got a big.
She's doing really good with them.
And named Ruger. He weigh about 100 pounds.
I don't leave them alone when I leave the place, but you know.
I heard you, Joe.
They're getting there.
I could show a picture of that big old motherfucker, man. Look,
it's a black one.
That. Yeah,
all black.
And he named him Ruger.
Yeah, his mom looks like.
Wait a minute.
I got him out here.
Did you just hear what he just said? Yo, did you hear what he just said? He said that his friend has a black German, and he named him Ruger as well.
Who said
Yeah,
that?
Like what?
I did. My friend
I thought you
has
said
a
root
black
beer.
shepherd, and he named him Ruger too, and he's big black at about
What
80
the hell?
Audio. I have to come back in. I can't hear. I have to come back in.
Okay, that's wild, bro.
That's ain't that crazy?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy,
Joe,
bro.
the sad thing
Mandela
is
effect.
about German shepherds. They don't live that long. That's the sad part.
Yeah, they got the joint problems too, right? The way they be walking.
Yep. They don't last very long. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see
Now we
if
were
I
saying,
can- if Google is smart enough where I can just type in dog.
say it again. Tell Austin what you just said. He didn't hear you before.
Oh, Austin, I was saying that my friend just recently got a shepherd before I left Colorado. He named him Ruger, and he's a big ass shepherd. I don't know, 80, 90 pounds or some shit. Big fucking dog.
Yeah, he's gonna be a big boy. It was kind of synchronicity the way that I figured out his name, because I had no plans of his name, and then all of a sudden the thought popped into my mind, Ruger, and I get back to my my apartment complex where I live, and there's this lady, and she's like, "Oh, I've always wanted a black German Shepherd, and I wanted to name him Ruger," and I was like, "Damn, I was just thinking that."
Facts.
It's a good name.
It's a cool name.
It's a good name.
It's a cool name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We got a comment from Shadow Buddha. He said, Gabe, dogs were domesticated by us and are the oldest companions with humans. Yeah. Without dogs, we wouldn't have been as great hunters and able to ward off bigger predators. We were hunters-gatherers. That's true.
What about
and also,
cats?
too, the dogs became masters of human nature, trying to get good with man. Right?
What about cats?
Yeah,
I mean, cats are cool, too, but, like, dogs are...
part of the
They're
pack.
very
cats are like, fuck you. Dogs are part of the pack immediately.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think he might be.
right,
I think he might have a little wolf in him, because I got him out in the fucking middle of nowhere in the country in Colorado.
That's my man in Colorado, and everybody stops and be like, "Is that a wolf?"
Yeah, I got
this
him
is
out in the middle
crazy
of
what
nowhere.
you saying, bro. He like, yeah,
No,
buddy,
you
you
know.
think he a wolf?
I think Joe's so
Wait,
high
in
that Austin
Colorado?
Murphy's actually a friend he's
Joe, are
talking
you talking about
about.
in Colorado?
The dogs in Colorado. I'm back in Chicago now,
'cause
but
yeah,
yeah,
I mean, they
I
just had a
used to
whole
live in
litter over
Colorado.
here. They're all good puppies.
Yeah, I don't
Joe,
think that's-
Austin Murphy's that friend. You're just so like high on your
Right,
mind.
he's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I
I'm telling you
forgot.
right now.
I'm telling you right now, that's not a wolf. There's not. I highly doubt that.
You don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I
it might be.
really don't know. I have pictures of the mom and dad, and the mom literally looks like a fucking wolf, dude. It's all she's all black and like she doesn't look German Shepherd. She looks wolf.
We'll just say what you tell me. You said Great Danes are huge. They are huge, super huge.
That's what she said.
Blue
Super
used to have
friendly.
a
Yeah, they
great-
are too.
Blue had
Yeah.
a Great Dane. He died, I don't know, about a year ago or something. But she,
I bet she wasn't even past 8 years old, right? How old was he? Like he was young, right?
No, it was a big. I guess they're all big, but she'd had him since I met her, so the dog was at least 5 years because we.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They don't tend to last that
early
long, but they're sweet. They're sweet.
Yeah.
Look at Scooby Doo.
Dogs are awesome.
Yeah, Scooby. Yeah, big like Scooby.
Marmaduke, the big old Marmaduke too.
The dog head would be on the counter in the kitchen and shit.
What's the biggest dog you guys ever had?
I've had a lot of opportunities to get dogs.
Corso Mastiff.
Cane Corso.
Yeah, I was gonna get a Presa Canario.
That's
I like Presses.
I had a Rottweiler pot German Shepherd. It was 85 pounds and it had a skinny ass. Fucking bigger than
Skinny ass.
But you ask him to back it up.
No,
Is that
I'm
skinny?
serious. He had that, and he had a nub. He cut the tail off. It was just like literally, it was like fucking 8 inches, maybe 9. Is like his whole back, but up front he's.
I'm gonna clip that.
Well, you know what I'm saying. But
I
dude,
know, I was
every
fucking
time
with
I
you,
had a
Wolfie.
problem with somebody, I'd have him by the collar or on the leash. I'd let him go, and they just run away. Every time I got jumped, he'd bite motherfuckers, dude. And I loved it, dude. It was great.
That sounds like that's a beef hog dog.
This
Yeah.
fucking
There you
this
go.
little German Shepherd I got, he has all the good qualities that I would want in a dog. He has confidence. He has confidence. When you look in his eyes, you can tell he's intelligent. He's not a dummy. He barks at bigger dogs immediately. He barks at he barks not like my pit bull. My pit bull has never done that, and she's She's the silent, but she'll fucking kill you.
Right.
Yeah.
Those dogs are scary. The silent ones. The
why
ones
would
that
you
bark are just doing their job to alert you. The ones that are quiet and let you get up. Oh no, those are scary.
I wanted a good mixture. I wanted to, because some people are completely one way for pit bulls or completely other way for shepherds. So I wanted to diversify. You know what I mean?
100% tariff on brand name pharmaceuticals. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean
I feel bad for Mama.
Trump puts 100% tariff on brand name pharmaceuticals produced abroad? Okay.
What do you say? What would you say the reason why you like the fact that Ruger barks at the bigger dogs?
Because it shows that he has confidence at a really young age. You can hear him right now clicking.
Yeah, I heard earlier.
He exerts a lot of confidence, and that's good. That's good. That's what I want. I don't want him to be. I don't want him to be a skittish little bitch, huh?
What was the third thing? I didn't hear you say the third thing because you said confidence. First thing you said was shit.
Yeah. So the first thing I said was, he barks at strange dogs. He barks at bigger dogs. He doesn't hesitate. He's not skittish. He's confident.
Right.
And I mean, those are just fucking good qualities in a dog.
Yeah. That's for a human too. Depending on the human.
And he looks like you could look a dog in their eyes and tell if they're fucking dumb or not. And he looks smart.
You're right.
He's smart.
You're right too.
He's a smart fucker, dude. Since I've had him for 2 weeks, he's a smart fucker.
2 weeks. That's all you had. That's cool.
2 weeks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when you
As I
look
was
a dog
saying,
in the eyes, they're locked in, bro.
look a dog in the eyes. What?
Check this out. Man's best friend. Remember this movie?
I guess I'm gonna never finish my point.
Check this out.
Yeah, take a piss.
The fuck? The fuck are we watching, bro?
That's Acid. Remember that movie about the Rottweiler dog?
It does look familiar.
Never seen that movie in my life.
You never seen that movie?
No. So that is his weapon, peeing on people.
Yeah, that's one of the weapons. They mixed their Rottweiler with a hawk and like a, I don't know how they got the acid, but they had like a shark, and they made this military like beast dog, and I was like, yeah. So
if that was a human doing that shit, the movie would have been canceled the next day.
Oh, do you like those movies, bro? No, wait, I'm not gonna get back on that shit.
Bro, a year ago, I had the most perfect dog. It was a Belgian Malinois German Shepherd mix, 50-50, and it was a beautiful fucking dog. And I trained it and did everything, and then I broke up with my girlfriend, and I let her take the dog.
You took it, yeah. Do you ever keep tabs on them?
No,
right?
Not really. No,
yeah, because
Belgian Malinois German Shepherd mix.
Okay.
Yeah, because that sounds like an amazing dog. Because I was with a woman for like almost 10 years, and we had a dog. Like we got a dog like maybe 6 years into our relationship. And I remember when we broke up, she took the dogs, right? And then I just found out like a year ago, one of them finally passed away. And I hit me. I was like, "Damn, bro, that was a good little." It was like Italian Greyhound.
It's a fucking living soul, dude.
Yeah, as a kid, bro. I mean, people like joke, "Oh, it's not a kid." Yeah, for some of us, that's family. It's family, bro. They have the mind of a kid.
I don't have any kids. I've never been married. These are my kids.
Well, I have
my German Shepherd, bro.
No. Well, I have a son, but these are my kids as well. These, of course, my son takes precedence for sure, but these still guys are not far behind right here. You know what I mean? That's the family.
I had a beagle for about 16 years, died a few days ago. I love that dog.
I'm sorry about that, Joe.
Yeah.
16?
I could relate.
Yes, holy shit.
Damn. Crazy, right? And we had him
16 years, bro.
And we had him since we got him off the nipple. So we had him the whole time. So he was part of the family.
Tell us a story about him. Remember, I think you told us one about him sniffing something out or something.
I was about to tell you what that story.
Tell us about that. Go ahead, Joe.
So I taught the dog to smell dope early on, and I would win dopes or get win bets or get free dope by telling the motherfucker the dog can find a pack. And it was a little trick I used to do. And then no, he'll bring it to me and I'll give it back to him. Like, oh my God, that's incredible.
Yeah. Right.
But everywhere I go now, he would do that, sniff out people's jabs and bring them to me, Joe. So we'd be out there talking. I'd be like, who got the paper bag? Who got the Cheeto bag? You know, sit down, keep bringing niggas jabs. Joe.
That's hilarious.
Hey, you're the greatest dog. Thanks, man. I'm leaving. Don't tell your dad.
Holy crap.
That's funny, bro.
Rocky, where's Rocky?
They
Did he
are
leave?
family, though.
Oh, he left, huh? Wow, I can't believe it. Rocky left. Yeah. Usually he like sets it up. But all right. Pero, are you still good on this? Are we good on this? Right here, you got out your system.
Oh my God!
Because there's a reason why.
Hold on. Before you pause. Hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah, I want to
have my
see
turn
if
to
it's
talk.
gay or not.
I have my turn
Is it gay?
Hold on.
I thought that's why Austin left earlier.
Can I finish my
I'm here.
To clear his fucking
can you hear
name
me?
right now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on.
Sorry, I'm talking.
Go ahead,
I
Pearl.
was talking to my neighbor friend.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But this how I know that you guys just forget. Since y'all saying that Snow is Chuck's favorite, nah, Snow is not Chuck's favorite.
I
Cat
never said that
GBT
anyway,
is.
but go ahead.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean?
You see? That's how I know y'all forgot. That's how I know y'all forgot.
I remember you said that. Yeah, no, but what do you mean by that? Can you unpack that, please?
I've never even
Favorite.
considered who Chuck's favorite is.
Yeah,
I'm
give me
not
some
even
light.
part
Cat
of this
GBT,
conversation.
and he could tell you himself. You know,
What?
Cat is
Open
my
AI
favorite.
system?
Yeah.
Well, it don't matter.
That
She loves Kevin. Everyone knows that shit. So no
Who's
matter
Kevin?
who they like.
Yeah, who
You
the
know,
who the
Marathon
fuck?
Kid. You know what?
How you gonna get Kevin
You mean
hurt,
Kevin
yo?
Owens?
I mean Kevin Hart, nigga. Marathon Kid, bro.
What? I thought Marathon
You
Kid
didn't
is
know that shit?
already taken.
Ooh, I'm sorry. Oops.
Hey, I get it. Listen, Marathon Kev is a real nigga. That I can
For
understand.
sure he is, yeah. He's not sipping
know
either.
His dick huge. We all know his dick huge. So shout out to you.
Holy shit, he got a pee-pee?